Wendy whispered, "Mr. Fang Heng, we will head to the outer gathering area of the ice prison to search for a special herb called ice crystal flower. We received news that the flowers are currently blooming in that area. All right, I will venture deeper with the Federation team. That area has a concentration of creatures and few teams venture near it. We will try to gather resources over there separately." Fang Heng and Wendy had previously communicated. He knew that Rand Commerce was going to a lower-risk area for resource collection. Their goals were not aligned. Wendy gestured towards the rear. Several Rand Commerce members collectively brought over a wooden box over 2 meters long. "What's this?" The Commerce accidentally found this shattered green crystal soul stone while cleaning the warehouse earlier. It has a unique property to hide life essence, reducing the nearby soul creature's aggression. We tried it a couple of times, and it works very well against the undead creatures in the ice prison. Bring it with you, and you can avoid some unnecessary trouble along the way. Fang Heng approached and opened the wooden box to take a look. Inside lay a large light green stone. It looked very heavy, with signs of previous impacts, and cracks dotted its smooth surface. Fang Heng reached out to touch the stone, and a game prompt immediately appeared. Hint: player obtained unknown item. Item: cracked soul crystal stone shattered. Grade: unidentified shattered special item large. Description: a light green crystal stone from which you can sense fragmented soul energy. Description: carrying this item can shield a large area from some soul powers and life essence, significantly reducing the chances of being attacked by undead creatures, effective only against regular units. Some effect on elite units. Description: this item has other unknown effects. The player currently lacks relevant skills and cannot obtain more information. Description: special item, cannot be placed in the backpack. Description: this item is quite heavy. A physique above 200 can carry it alone, receiving an additional 70% penalty to movement speed. A physique above 100 can carry it with 2 people and receive an additional 50% penalty to movement speed. Multiple people carrying it will have reduced penalties based on physique attributes. Fang Heng looked at the stone's attributes and shook his head inwardly. He understood it was a tool to conceal one's essence. After usage, it could shield the surrounding area, protecting from undead attacks. While it was useful in avoiding attacks, the negative side effects were too troublesome. It required several people to carry and resulted in a direct reduction of movement speed, making it completely useless for Fang Heng. "No need, you guys keep it. This crystal can hide essences, which is more useful for you, and it's inconvenient for us to carry." Fang Heng declined. Wendy, understanding his decision, signaled to a commerce steward who quickly brought a small box over. "This one is smaller and easier to carry. It was derived from a larger stone we split off from when researching. The effect is not as strong, only suitable for single-person use." Opening the box, there was a smaller green crystal stone inside. Item: cracked soul crystal stone shattered. Fang Heng noticed a slight difference in the mission description compared to the large crystal stone, as the effect only targeted individuals and was effective against regular undead creatures. The only advantage was that it could be directly stored in the backpack. Annoyed but accepting the situation, he stored it in his backpack, still experiencing a 10% reduction in movement speed after doing so. "Okay, I'll take this. You all be careful on your journey," Fang Heng said. He accepted the soul stone and handed it to a guard named Kaoming for safekeeping. Soon, under the guide's direction, the 2 teams split up completely, heading towards different directions at various crossroads. Fang Heng and the Federation team gradually diverged from the main group entering the ice prison. Along the way, pale soul entities gradually began to appear on the road. Deng Yuping, upon spotting the enemy, halted and made a combat gesture. Fang Heng observed from afar. Ice resentful spirits resided in the ice prison, special creatures with a visible aura of cold surrounding them. Before Fang Heng could continue his observation, the Federation squad initiated an attack. Black spears were thrust towards the ice resentful spirits. These black spears possessed great control over the spirits, causing them to stiffen for 3 seconds upon being hit. After being struck by 5 or 6 spirit spears, the ice resentful spirit exploded in front, leaving behind twinkling ice shards. While on the move, Deng Yuping explained the key points of the ice prison operation to Fang Heng. In simple terms, it was about spawning monsters. In the ice prison, Killing monsters would drop a special soul ice crystal. The Lord of the Undead City would purchase these soul crystals. Players could exchange them for points and a series of items. After accumulating a certain number of points, they could exchange for a brilliant crystal. However, the points would be cleared every 3 months, making it challenging to accumulate a large number of points for higher-tier brilliant crystals. The undead life forms within the ice prison have undergone mutations due to the aura of the undead. Their attacks carry significant soul and frost properties. Here, the 2 main types of undead life forms are the ice resentful spirits and the ice skeletons. Both have a single attack method and lack ranged attack abilities. End of chapter. Chapter 1437. Shanjin Fangheng listened to Deng Yuping's explanation all the way and roughly summarized it. Kill monsters. Earn points. That's it. Fangheng was eager. Deng Yuping glanced at Fangheng with the corner of his eye. Whenever the frost prison was opened in the past, they would always gather at a fixed location to kill monsters. After each intense fight, they could almost always obtain a brilliant crystal of the 5th grade. There was still a long way to go to reach the 6th grade brilliant crystal, but achieving the 5th grade was already a remarkable accomplishment. With Fangheng's help this time, they wanted to challenge themselves to obtain 3 5th grade brilliant crystals. To be cautious, they needed to first assess Fangheng's specific strength. After all, they only knew that Fangheng was very powerful and could control a large number of zombie creatures. He even helped the Rand Merchants Guild earn a large sum of money in just a few days, effortlessly offending a large group of guilds. These were not things ordinary people could do. But no one had seen Fangheng's true combat situation, so they couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Half an hour later, Deng Yuping led Fangheng through the rugged mountain road passage deep into the depths of the frost prison. Still not there. Fangheng glanced at the game prompt. Let's find a place with fewer people and more monsters. Yes, we're almost there. This time, we found a special location with few people. To avoid trouble during the monster hunting process, Deng Yuping agreed with Fangheng's suggestion to choose a place with fewer people to set up the hunting route in advance. Fangheng was a bit anxious. He had calculated in advance to make the zombie avatars commit suicide, and time was running out. The road through the mountains was extremely rugged and difficult to traverse, even for lickers, let alone zombie avatars. Summoning resurrected zombie avatars in this situation, at least half would perish on the way. It's just ahead. As he spoke, Deng Yuping pushed aside the tree branches blocking the road ahead and pointed to a valley area ahead. Cross that ice surface ahead. Fangheng squinted his eyes, looking at the fog-shrouded valley in front. What used to be a stream was now completely frozen. In front of the stream was a valley with scattered skeletal creatures and a few gatherings. Looking carefully at the rear of the valley, there was a large area that was somewhat unclear, seemingly filled with a large number of ice skeletons and ice wraiths. Promising. The terrain is excellent. The initial valley area was slightly narrow, but passing through this section, the subsequent large area inside the valley was very spacious and flat, perfect for a large-scale operation of zombie creatures. The exit terrain was also very suitable. In case of danger, they could have a large number of zombie avatars block the entrance of the valley, trapping a large number of undead creatures inside. Fangheng, how about it? Is this location satisfactory to your requirements? It's secluded around here. Are you happy with it? Not bad. Fangheng nodded in satisfaction. The federal people found a reliable spot. He could let the zombie avatars try hunting and assess the strength of the undead creatures in the frost prison. Let's go. Okay. Deng Yuping took the lead and with the federal team, leapt down from a platform over 4 meters high and quickly crossed the frozen ice surface. Before entering the valley area, the surrounding ice wraiths and ice skeletons attracted by the presence of the living beings approached. The federal team was prepared and immediately used their soul spears to deal with the ice wraiths in the vicinity. The soul spear was a skill that intermediate undead mages could learn and provided extra benefits against spiritual creatures. In order to hunt monsters, all members of Deng Yuping's team recorded this skill using the Book of the Dead. Fangheng, in his rush to attend the Hunting Day event, had upgraded to a high-level undead mage and hadn't had time to record a batch of skills. According to Deng Yuping, recording skills in Purozel required completing some preliminary tasks and spending points. Time was not on his side. Fangheng drew out his evil dagger and swiftly attacked a nearby ice wraith. The dagger cut through the ice wraith, creating a blue gash. The ice wraith was tougher than normal creatures, and without the aid of the black soul lock's restraint, he couldn't finish them off in one blow. Cold air whizzed past Fang Heng's eyes as he dodged the wraith's attack. He swiftly struck twice, causing the ice wraith to explode. A notification appeared in his game interface. Tip: player has killed an ice wraith. Player earns an extra 120 survival points and receives a shattered soul ice crystal *1. Not bad, the killing efficiency is not low. The dagger has additional benefits against spiritual entities, but dealing with the ice skeletons is a bit troublesome. Fang Heng pondered, swiftly dealing with 3 approaching ice wraiths before backing off and analyzing the situation with the ice wraiths and ice skeletons gathering from a distance. Given his current circumstances, even relying on a large number of zombie avatars, it was difficult to swiftly hunt monsters. Dealing with skeletons was manageable with numerical advantages, but facing undead creatures with physical immunity posed a challenge. He could switch to a holy status to add the blessing of weapons to the zombie avatar's claws, making their physical attacks effective against spiritual entities. However, without equipment enhancement, he couldn't mass apply weapon blessings. The duration of the weapon blessing was short, and he had to release the skill one by one. It was too slow, and his hunting efficiency wasn't improving. Fang Heng came this time with the intent to hunt for the highest level of 7th grade crystal. He was used to quickly hunting monsters and was reluctant to proceed at a slow pace like ordinary players. The team members, unaware of Fang Heng's thoughts, witnessed him swiftly dispatching 3 ice wraiths with admiration. Deng Yuping watched with a satisfied grin, confident in Fang Heng's revealed power. With strong skills, begging to 5th grade brilliant crystals by the end was no issue. After all, Fang Heng was a boundary lord with formidable strength. As Fang Heng contemplated, Deng Yuping's team quickly cleared out a small area and set up a small campfire. The soul fire burned within the campfire, dispelling the negative effects of the frozen souls in the area. Deng Yuping nodded at Fang Heng and asked, "Fang Heng, what do you think? Is this area still suitable? There are no resource points in this nearby area, and few people pass through." End of this chapter. Chapter 1438 Efficiency Improvement Fang Heng was still contemplating how to increase monster spawning efficiency. Slightly distracted, he heard Deng Yuping's words and couldn't help but raise his head, nodding, Sure, not bad. Then let's start right away and clear the passage leading to the valley ahead," Deng Yuping said. Deng Yuping gestured for the team to act. Swoosh! Swoosh! The players immediately adjusted their formation, shooting arrows imbued with magic runes. In addition to the Soul Spear skill, the Federal team was equipped with magical rune arrows specifically designed to deal with the icy specters. The arrows were limited in quantity, but had an attack range several times longer than the Soul Spear and consumed less mental energy, and could even be recovered. The specters and skeletal creatures lurking in the valley were all attracted by the arrow attacks and began to move towards the Federal players quickly. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompts again. The zombie avatars still had some time before they could revive. Let's try again. See if the icy specters have any weaknesses. Facing the approaching icy specters, Fang Heng raised the sinful short blade and moved forward again. The soul-possessed state of the simple short blade provided extremely strong close combat capabilities, even including various martial skills that were free to use. Fang Heng's physical attributes far exceeded those of ordinary players in the same period, easily meeting the basic requirements for various physical skills. With Fang Heng's assistance, the sporadic undead creatures attracted had not even come close to the team before being cleaned up. The Federal team players quickly discovered a fact. Their attack method had turned into Deng Yuping's team continually luring monsters from afar with arrows, then Fang Heng outputting attacks alone in the front line. Cao Ming felt relieved. This was only their first collaboration between the Federal team and Fang Heng. Who would have thought that Fang Heng's strength was truly this strong? One person's output alone was stronger than their entire team's. They just didn't know how long Fang Heng's endurance would last. Could this kind of monster spawning efficiency be sustained? The Federal team could not maintain optimal condition for continuous combat. For safety reasons, after half an hour of continuous combat, they needed another half hour to recover. Suddenly, Deng Yuping, who was commanding the operation, saw Fang Heng stop the battle rhythm in the distance and gesture towards him. Couldn't keep going after just 5 minutes? That's odd. He looks like he still has more strength. Did Fang Heng notice something? Deng Yuping was skeptical, then raised his hand, signaling the team to pause temporarily, and walked over to Fang Heng, asking, "How do you feel? Can you continue?" I'm okay." Fang Heng intentionally exposed a few flaws earlier, testing the strength of the icy skeletons and icy specters. It was still manageable, relying on the powerful recovery ability of the undead body effect. The challenge was that the long swords and daggers used by the icy skeletons were enveloped in a layer of icy soul aura, which could cause additional soul damage. This damage could bypass the undead body effect and be fatal. Moreover, the icy specters themselves were undead creatures, and all their attacks were considered soul attacks, capable of completely killing his zombie avatars. So, after observing for a short period of time, Fang Heng adjusted the battle plan. Fang Heng confirmed with Deng Yuping again. "Is this area safe? Huh?" Deng Yuping was a little confused, glancing around cautiously, thinking Fang Heng had noticed something, then whispered, "Did you notice someone following us? No? Good." Deng Yuping breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "This area should be quite safe. I chose this area intentionally. The undead creatures are denser here and deeper within the ice prison. Most guild teams won't come here easily." Fang Heng nodded and said, "All right, let's adjust the battle strategy and increase efficiency a bit." Huh? Deng Yuping was puzzled subconsciously. "Do you have a more efficient method?" "Yes." Fang Heng pointed to several high platforms ahead. "Have your subordinates go guard there carefully, making sure no outsiders approach. The rest of the people stay here. Focus on dealing with the specters." Listening to Fang Heng's words, Deng Yuping felt a bit strange. It was evident that Fang Heng's close combat abilities had additional damage against the specters, but were slightly lacking against the icy skeletons. Why have them all focus on the icy specters? How would they handle the remaining icy skeletons? All right. Deng Yuping was somewhat confused but still gestured for the team to follow Fang Heng's instructions. His subordinates occupied several high points for observation and then asked Fang Heng, "Is that all? What's next?" That's it for now. You guys step back a bit. Leave the rest to me," Fang Heng said with a serious expression. "What? Just like that?" Deng Yuping was even more puzzled. The members of the federal team didn't know what Fang Heng was planning, but they followed his commands and quietly retreated, casting puzzled looks at Fang Heng. Fang Heng took 2 steps forward, extending his hand. Then, they heard a cracking sound. Federal players standing guard on high ground also curiously looked at Fang Heng. Accompanied by the continuous cracking sounds, dense fractures appeared in the gray frozen soil around Fang Heng. Swoosh! Swoosh! A grayish-green hand emerged from the ground. At the same time, red swirling magic circles appeared by Fang Heng's side. Swish! Red devourers emerged first from the magic circle, followed by numerous zombies drilling out from the ground. Deng Yuping's pupils shrank, and he clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with excitement. It's zombies! Fang Heng's talent skill, zombie control. A terrifying S-class talent ability. To become a realm lord in just half a year, still in control of the entire Blood Clan Doomsday world, the merit of this skill cannot be ignored. Within the federal team, there were 2 different opinions about Fang Heng's talent ability. Many experts believe that the zombie control talent was extremely terrifying in the early game, but once entering the mid to late stages, and even into high-level games, the utility of the skill would decrease significantly. After all, the individual combat abilities of zombies were too low, and they would lose their advantage in the high-level gameplay stage. Deng Yuping had doubts about these analyses. Just based on what Fang Heng had displayed in front of him, even in the middle-tier game world, not to mention being at the top, he would crush the vast majority of players. End of this chapter. Chapter 1439. Branding Sizzle. A large number of zombies gathered in place, while the lickers that emerged from the magic array followed Fang Heng as they leapt forward, pouncing towards the icy skeletons ahead. Deng Yuping immediately understood Fang Heng's intention. Utilize the lickers to deal with the ice-white bones, leaving the rest to deal with the ice wraiths. Confirming the target, Deng Yuping immediately waved his hand to give orders. Don't just stand there. Take action. Help him, yes. The federal team immediately started attacking the ice wraiths. Looking around the entire mountain stream, it was filled with white skeletons and ice wraiths at a ratio of roughly 7 to 3. There were relatively fewer ice wraiths. Fang Heng remained calm, consciously maintaining the rhythm of the battle, pulling monsters wave after wave, relying on the advantage of the terrain. Maintaining a strategy of outnumbering the enemy, relying on the numerical superiority of the zombie creatures to crush them. Fang Heng moved back and forth among the wraiths, constantly harvesting the lives of the ice wraiths, occasionally retreating to rest. Deng Yuping commanded from the side, secretly alarmed. He realized that the Federal Intelligence Department was several versions behind in their information on Fang Heng's talent and skills. The strength of the zombie creatures was much higher than what he had read in the documents. Even when facing high-tier ice skeletons, they could still inflict damage. The key was endurance. With the assistance of the zombie team, the efficiency of monster clearing had more than doubled. At this rate, they would definitely be able to obtain the 2 Tier 5 bright crystals. There was even a chance to get Tier 6. After all, with a group of meat shields in front, the Federal players didn't have much to do. They could easily follow up with attacks on the Ice Wraith monsters. By focusing solely on output, efficiency was also increased. Deng Yuping even felt a bit regretful. If he had known how strong Fang Heng was, he would have brought more people along, significantly increasing the efficiency of monster clearing. Now the trouble was the Ice Wraiths. Since neither the zombies nor the lickers had attacks that could harm souls, their monster clearing efficiency was greatly limited. What to do? Watching Fang Heng moving among the Ice Wraiths, Deng Yuping fell into contemplation. He felt like he had overlooked something. "Captain, I have an idea." On the side, Cao Ming approached and whispered a few words to Deng Yuping. Hearing Cao Ming's idea, Deng Yuping's eyes lit up immediately. Of course, there's still this option. Deng Yuping patted Cao Ming on the shoulder and praised, "You've got it." Cao Ming, feeling embarrassed by the compliment, scratched his head and asked eagerly, "Captain, can my idea work? We're not certain about the requirements for using the skill yet, but we've learned indirectly about Fang Heng's remarkable soul strength. It might meet the conditions. I'll go talk to him about it." "Well, as long as it can help." "It will help a lot. Even if it's just a small contribution, any improvement in efficiency is good." Deng Yuping gestured towards Fang Heng in the distance, signaling him to come over for a discussion. Fang Heng was still focused on clearing monsters, but noticed Deng Yuping's gestures, quickly approaching him and scanning the surroundings. "What's wrong? Did someone approach nearby?" "No, it's not that." Deng Yuping waved his hand, looking at Fang Heng with a hint of hope in his eyes, and asked, "Fang Heng, I remember at the Ran Merchant Guild banquet, you obtained a skill book for summoning skeletons, right?" Fang Heng was initially surprised, but then immediately recalled the skill he had obtained from the Ran Merchant Guild not long ago. He turned to look at the ice skeletons behind him. "Are you talking about using the skeleton summoning skill?" "Yes." Cao Ming, who had just proposed the idea, couldn't contain his excitement and explained, "Fang Heng and Ed skeletons are also bone creatures, and though they may just be skeletons, they are quite powerful, even stronger than the bone sea in the White Bone Graveyard we dealt with before." Deng Yuping nodded along, looking at Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, the skeleton summoning skill you obtained is a very high level. You can even control bone dragons. It should not be a problem to control ice skeletons, and the ice spirit's soul cutting blade they carry can affect the wraith bodies. If we can control the ice skeletons, we can handle the ice wraiths." Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, his mind becoming more engaged. Yes, with the skeleton summoning skill, he could find a way to imprint on the ice skeletons and control them to fight for him. Then, using the controlled ice skeletons to deal with the ice wraiths. It all makes sense. Why didn't I think of this before? Fang Heng immediately nodded and said, "All right, I'll give it a try." Swiftly, Fang Heng wanted to try out the new skill, so he turned around and flew towards an ice skeleton wielding an ice spirit blade. The zombie vines transformed by Fang Heng's control all crowded towards him, surrounding the ice skeleton, restricting its movements. Aware of the enemies, the ice skeleton desperately swung the ice spirit long blade in its hand, continuously hacking at the zombie vines closing in. The zombie vines coming in from all sides were too numerous. In a short amount of time, they tightly bound the ice skeleton. Fang Heng stood not far from the ice skeleton. Slowly raising his hand forward, he activated the skeleton summoning skill. His mental power touched it. A visible dark aura overflowed from Fang Heng's palm, swiftly spreading forward until it tightly wrapped around the ice skeleton. Immediately, a game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: the player is using the skeleton summoning skill to brand the soul. The skill is being guided. Please maintain the skill guidance status. Any movement, attack, casting, or attack received will interrupt this status. Enveloped by the dark aura, the ice skeleton was greatly stimulated for a short period, immediately falling into a frenzy, its blue flame eyes flickering rapidly as it swung the ice spirit long blade in its hands wildly. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. The skeleton summoning skill required guidance time, and the branded target would struggle frantically. It was more difficult to use than he had imagined. Fortunately, the ice skeleton could not use flight skills and was surrounded by more than 30 zombie vine-formed clones, unable to perform wide area skills, thus forced to remain confined. After waiting for 2 minutes, the previously calm ice skeleton's eyes flickering with chilly blue flames suddenly extinguished. Hint: skill guidance successful, judgment successful. The player successfully branded the ice skeleton's soul. Suddenly, the ice skeleton's eyes reignited with a fiery red soul flame. End of this chapter. Chapter 1440. Simultaneous patterns. Fang Heng clearly felt a small light spot in the sea of consciousness. Through the connection with this light spot, he could easily manipulate the movements of the icy skeleton and even summon it remotely through spiritual power. In other aspects, the control method of the skeleton is not much different from controlling zombie avatars, directly using spiritual power for control. Go! Fang Heng pondered the light spot in his sea of consciousness for a moment, then tried to reach out and point forward. The zombie avatars gathered around the icy skeleton each retreated backward. Swiftly. After the icy skeleton broke free, it immediately possessed a fast-paced advance and wielded its blade to attack an icy spirit. Swish! With a short burst of acceleration at close range, the ice soul slash was unleashed, creating a sound of breaking through the air. Crack! The icy spirit was instantly cut with a slash by the blade. Success! Did you see that? Seeing the reversal of roles by Fang Heng controlling the icy skeleton, Cao Ming on the side excitedly clapped his hands and couldn't help but shout in excitement. Zheng Yuping was also secretly shocked by Fang Heng's terrifying abilities. He actually succeeded in one go. The skeleton summoning skill was extremely powerful, even able to control high-level icy skeletons, but it was said to have a very low success rate. Unlike Cao Ming, Zheng Yuping considered problems more comprehensively. However, he felt that summoning skeletons was still not quite feasible. The biggest problem was the difficulty of soul imprinting, with too low efficiency and a lengthy time for skill guidance. With that time, Fang Heng could have slaughtered several spirits. Furthermore, it was more troublesome to consider the subsequent success rate of imprinting and the sustained combat ability of the controlled icy skeletons. Unlike Fang Heng zombies, which had terrifying self-recovery abilities, the icy skeletons were more like consumables. Thinking about this, Zheng Yuping suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. Did he have to high expectations? Could he really have a perpetual motion machine? After spending a few days with Fang Heng, his perspective had indeed elevated. In fact, only a player with talents like Fang Heng, the Lord of the Realm, could rely on zombies to help him complete soul imprints. For ordinary players, using this skill was too difficult. Recruiting icy skeletons had indeed once again boosted their efficiency at grinding monsters. Hung Captain, look, what is Fang Heng doing? While Zheng Yuping was contemplating, he suddenly heard Cao Ming's exclamation next to him and couldn't help but look in the direction pointed out by Cao Ming. What's this now? At a glance, even Zheng Yuping was truly astonished. A zombie with vine entanglement ability once again surrounded an icy skeleton. But this time, the skill being used in front of the icy skeleton was not by Fang Heng himself, but by a controlled zombie avatar. A dark aura. The aura oozed continuously from the palm of the zombie avatar, slowly enveloping the icy skeleton. Zheng Yuping's pupils suddenly contracted, then turned his head to firmly gaze at Fang Heng nearby. What's going on? Zombies! Zheng Yuping's eyes were filled with extreme astonishment. His zombies could also use skills. Fang Heng stood nearby, his expression unchanged. Soul imprinting required the consumption of mental power and soul power. The zombie avatars had never possessed the option of mental power, which had led Fang Heng to mistakenly estimate that zombies did not have casting abilities. However, It was possible to actively cast spells, but the restrictions were very significant, requiring him to spend mental power to individually control them. For ordinary minor skills, with a mental power consumption of less than 5 points, control wasn't difficult. However, once it exceeded 10 points, it became more cumbersome, requiring dedicated mental power for control. Spells with a consumption of over 20 points needed Fang Heng's focused control, and the success rate post-control would also be greatly affected. As for higher-level spells, those over 30 points of consumption were impossible to use. The soul imprinting skill consumed very little mental power. Therefore, zombie avatars could also use soul imprinting. Fang Heng attempted to firmly entwine the icy skeleton with divine zombies' control. Several zombie avatars behind him immediately displayed long progress bars above their heads, beginning to perform soul imprints on the entangled icy skeletons. Fang Heng felt the soul power in his sea of consciousness being rapidly drained at a fast pace. While the zombie avatars didn't consume mental power, the sharing of soul power consumption was inevitable. It only worked on Fang Heng's main body. As soul imprinting progressed, Fang Heng's soul power rapidly declined. Fang Heng frowned, then once again rushed into the icy spirits, relying on the wicked short blade in his hand to kill them and regain soul power. As the 2-minute skill guiding time passed, a dense array of game prompts appeared again on Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: Comprehensive Judgment Failure. Player zombie avatar successfully imprinted the target icy skeleton. Prompt: Comprehensive Judgment Failure. Player zombie avatar successfully imprinted the target icy skeleton. Fang Heng frowned again. Perhaps due to certain limitations, using the zombie avatars as media for soul imprinting didn't have as high a success rate as he had imagined, probably less than 25%. Even so, it was enough. Swiftly, in an instant, 3 red soul fires emerged from the eyes of the icy skeleton. The imprinted icy skeletons were under Fang Heng's control and rapidly joined the battlefield. The vine zombie avatars continued to capture and entangle the icy skeletons with vines, while the remaining regular zombie avatars continued soul imprinting without interruption, accelerating the recruitment of comrades. One after another, the imprinted icy skeletons, around 30 in number, were under Fang Heng's control, ready to face the slowly emerging icy spirits from the mountain valley. With the cover of the icy skeletons, Fang Heng plunged into the midst of the icy spirits, constantly wielding the evil short blade in his hand, finishing them off to gain soul energy. At this moment, the team formed by the zombie avatars and icy skeletons had maintained a rhythm and began to move gradually faster towards the interior of the mountain valley. End of this chapter. Chapter 1441, Swish 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 Captain, we. Cao Ming opened his mouth, shocked. He knew that Fang Hengji's strength was very strong, extremely terrifying. He had seen the zombie group controlled by Fang Heng before, but the scene before him still filled him with a sense of horror from the depths of his heart. Coming to the Northern Ice Prison hunting day was originally thought to be extremely dangerous. Unexpectedly, after Fang Hengji joined the battle, the game seemed to have changed. After encountering a wave of undead creatures, the zombie legion controlled by Fang Heng not only did not weaken, but instead seemed to become stronger and stronger. Watching the scene before him, Deng Yuping was equally shocked. With Fang Heng around, their monster spawning speed was terrifying. 6th tier. At this rate of monster spawning, they even had a chance to obtain a 6th-tier crystallized mutation before it ended. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Deng Yuping solemnly said, "All right, give a signal. Tell the brothers to be careful, stay vigilant, we'll go take a look." Good. As more and more ice skeletons controlled by Fang Heng zombie doubles appeared behind him, the team's killing speed also increased. 2 hours later, the valley area was already piled up with a large number of ice skeletons, totaling 600 to 700. After a long battle, Fang Heng felt a significant decrease in stamina, and his spirit was highly fatigued. So he stepped back to take a short break. Fang Heng, well done. Deng Yuping came over and sat beside Fang Heng, handing him a bottle of high-strength stamina recovery potion and spirit recovery potion. Currently, Deng Yuping's team could no longer provide much help in the battle, so they spread out on the periphery to patrol and be wary of potential encounters with other players and NPC teams. These people were the hidden threats. All right, not bad, need to rest a bit. Fang Heng took the 2 potions and gulped them down. With the controlled ice skeletons rolling like snowballs, even without Fang Heng's participation, they could continue to spawn automatically. Of course, if he was willing to personally join the battle, the efficiency could be further improved. Battle! Fang Heng glanced at the densely packed skeletal creatures in front of him, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. The ice skeletons with the frostbite blade in hand had individual combat capabilities even stronger than the skeletons encountered in the bone tomb previously. By using the undead skeleton summoning skill, he could stockpile a wave of ice skeletons and summon them directly for combat when needed. Compared to the zombie doubles, the ice skeletons were more like consumables used only for battle, but they could be summoned directly through skills, making them more flexible than the zombie doubles. In addition, during the battle, Fang Heng found that his soul control and soul tenacity attributes were slowly increasing. Almost recovered, I'll continue. You all be careful. After just a 5-minute rest, Fang Heng nodded at Deng Yuping, gripping the Blade of Sin and rejoining the battlefield. So fast! Deng Yuping watched as Fang Heng quickly dashed into the valley and swallowed back the words he was about to say. How long had it been since the last break? His talent was already so terrifying, and he was pushing himself so hard. A person like that wouldn't give others a chance to catch up. Deng Yuping watched as Fang Heng dashed back into the group of ice spirits, a thought rising in his mind. If it were Fang Heng, could he truly accomplish the impossible task? On the side, Cao Ming walked over and whispered to Deng Yuping, "Captain, the latest report from the offline team has come in. It seems that a few NPC factions involved in the game are making some moves, possibly targeting Fang Heng." Seeing Deng Yuping staring at Fang Heng in a daze, Cao Ming lightly tapped Deng Yuping's shoulder and whispered, "Captain." Still lost in thought, Deng Yuping turned back as if woken from a dream and asked, "Huh? What?" "It's the Land Merchant Guild. We just received news that several NPC teams seem to be targeting the Land Merchant Guild and may take action during this hunting day. Fang Heng is likely the target." Deng Yuping looked back behind them, the surroundings on high alert. If anyone approached them, they would detect it immediately and counteract. "All right, intensify security. If they dare to come, it will be their misfortune." Deng Yuping nodded, then asked, "Have you been in contact with the boss?" "Huh?" Deng Yuping changed the topic suddenly, leaving Cao Ming puzzled. "You mean Boss Jin?" "Yes, I saw his back at the award ceremony 2 years ago. I usually call to greet him during the new year, but there hasn't been much contact since. He was transferred to a special department these past years, very secretive, moving houses several times. Later, he suggested that we should limit our contact with him as much as possible. You need to find a way to contact him. I have a feeling that Boss Jin's talent mission is coming to a head." In the early morning, the frost prison covered in frost. Fang Heng retreated once more, gasping heavily. He took the rapid recovery potion handed to him by Cao Ming and gulped it down, quenching thirst. Initially shocked upon seeing the large number of ice skeletons, the admiration for Fang Heng grew even more in the hearts of Deng Yuping's team members. 6 hours of continuous grinding. That madman! Every time he came back, drank a potion, rested for a few minutes, and then immediately joined the battle to continue grinding. At present, almost 90% of the valley area had been cleared by Fang Heng. Under the cold moonlight, the valley was densely packed with eerie white bones. They numbered over 3,000, their eyes filled with flickering red soul flames. All of them bore the soul imprints recorded by Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, you are reaching the limit. Take a break. Continuously using potions will put additional strain on your body, making recovery very troublesome." Deng Yuping saw Fang Heng about to drink the potion again and couldn't help but advise. "Also, we received information that several guilds are secretly plotting to attack us. Save some energy in case we encounter other dangers." "All right," Fang Heng agreed and nodded, setting down the potion for now and temporarily withdrawing from the battle. The battle of the zombie doubles was nearing its final conclusion. They could take a brief rest to recover their body's resistance to the potions. During the rest period, Fang Heng closed his eyes to sense the situation in his sea of consciousness. The sea of consciousness was extremely vast, aside from the soul power merged with the god tree Abysakaya. There was an area with a large number of twinkling stars gathered. Those were the skeletal imprints that he had mentally imprinted during his nightmares. End of this chapter. Chapter 1442. The effect of the Yin Pulse brand is not permanent. As time passes, the brand on the bones will slowly fade away. This process takes about a year. Once the brand disappears, his control over the bones will also disappear completely. So, every year, he has to brand the bones again. Feng Heng found this to be of little consequence. If a slightly trashy bone creature is lost, then it's lost. If encountering high-level skeletons, rebranding once a year is not a big deal. After all, there are zombie doppelgangers to help. No problem. In addition, the backpack now has over 200,000 soul ice crystals. The backpack is already full of materials such as cold marrow, accumulated grudges, and bones of hatred that explode after the undead creatures die. After being packed and boxed by the zombie doppelgangers, they are temporarily piled up in the mountain valley. When the time comes to move them all out, it will take a lot of effort. Taking advantage of the free time, Feng Heng asked Deng Yuping next to him, wanting to know what kind of standard 20,000 soul ice crystals represent and ultimately how many levels of dazzling crystals they can exchange for. With over 200,000, depending on the level of the soul ice crystals, you can probably get about 12 orange dazzling crystals, Deng Yuping estimated, his face excited, and said, "This is an estimate, and this number is not guaranteed. It would be best if we could get to million, then we can securely exchange for a scarlet crystal." Hearing this, Feng Heng was stunned. It takes to million just to exchange for a scarlet level. What's there to be excited about? Feng Heng calmed down and continued to ask, "How many points do we need to exchange for a purple dazzling crystal?" 50 million. What? 50 million? Feng Heng was astonished. Initially, he came to Ice Prison to fight desperately for the highest tier purple crystal. Now that the entire mountain valley has been cleared, there are only just over 200,000. That's far from the target of over 50 million, right? Well, we've calculated that just by collecting crystals, it's almost impossible to get a purple crystal, unless we can also complete some high difficulty tasks and then combine it with hunting. Feng Heng became even more disappointed. A bit of a letdown. The Ice Prison hunting day only lasts one day, and in the past 7 hours, only 200,000 crystals have been collected. Feng Heng feels that there is still a lot of room for improvement in terms of efficiency. But to increase efficiency by over 200 times, that's not something that can be achieved with just effort. It involves many aspects. Feng Heng is starting to doubt if it's possible to find enough undead creatures to collect soul ice crystals in the Ice Prison. It seems that just hunting won't be enough. It needs to be a combination of both. Feng Heng looked at Deng Yuping and asked seriously, "So, have the city lords issued any high-level missions, and have you done some strategies beforehand? What's the highest level task?" "Oh, we've done countless strategies long ago," Deng Yuping explained to Feng Heng during their free time. Speaking of it, this matter is related to the undead storm in the Prona's world. It is said that a long time ago, before the undead scholars occupied the Prona's world, which was still a contested world back then, the Holy See discovered several huge yin pulses deep in the Ice Prison, believing that these yin pulses were the origins of the undead storm in the Prona's world. Afterward, we undead scholars also took notice of this world and had some friction with the Holy See. Later, the Holy See withdrew, and the undead scholars ultimately gained control of this world. There were rumors that the Ice Castle was built to guard these yin pulses. Feng Heng frowned. Why is it related to the Holy See again? Feng Heng couldn't help but ask, "So are the missions now related to the yin pulses? Is the city lord trying to completely resolve the trouble with the yin pulses?" "Not really. The existence of the yin pulses is beneficial for us undead scholars, and besides, it's not up to us to completely solve this high-difficulty matter." Deng Yuping shrugged, laughed self-deprecatingly, and continued, "The specific task is that the city lord's ancestors once entered the depths of the yin pulses alone. Unfortunately, they had an accident and died beneath the yin pulses. If anyone can find the city lord's ancestor's body and bring it back to the city lord is willing to provide 30 million points as a reward." Feng Heng rubbed his chin. It's quite a fair amount. 30 million points, equivalent to 3/5. It seems like they need to start with tasks to get the 7th tier dazzling crystal. Do you know the entrance to the yin pulse? Well, we know of two. Those two entrances are currently occupied by a few teams. If we want to go, they will give our federation some face, that is. Deng Yuping looked at the vast area of undead creatures not far away with a bitter expression. How can they bring so many undead creatures over? He thought it would be better to be cautious. The highest level city lord's task has been on hold since the existence of the Prona's world. It's been many years, and no one has been able to complete it. Even if Fang Heng is very capable, it will still take some time for investigation and preparation. It's impossible to complete it in just one day. It's better to try to get a few more orange dazzling crystals. In fact, there are many Yin Pulse entrances hidden within the entire northern ice prison. With the exploration of players in the ice prison over the years, more and more Yin Pulse entrances have been discovered, but have not been revealed, and we have not done much exploration in this area. Deng Yuping reminded, many people have explored beneath the Yin Pulses before, and the undead creatures wandering inside are much more numerous and stronger than those outside, very difficult to deal with. And being in the Yin Pulse area will also be affected by higher level Yin Pulse aura's negative effects. The task's difficulty is too high. Many teams are interested in the purple dazzling crystal, so after our research, we decided to temporarily give up the task. Remember, there are still some people preparing to deal with us in the winter prison. Fang Heng rubbed his chin, pondering for a moment. Just listening to Deng Yuping, the task's difficulty naturally is extremely high. Fang Heng thinks he can go to the area beneath the Yin Pulses to see the situation first. As for the zombie doppelgangers and the cold ice skeleton moving around cumbersome, they can stay in the mountain valley for now, spreading out and hunting monsters in the surrounding area. Thinking about this, Fang Heng raised his head again. It's strange, it's been a while, but why haven't all the monsters been cleared out yet? Looking carefully at the mountain valley, the whole area beyond the mountain valley passage has been completely empty, but cold ice specters and skeleton creatures continue to emerge from a distant tunnel. Curious, Fang Heng couldn't help but stand up and search in the direction from which the cold ice specters and cold ice skeletons emerged. There was a cave entrance on a nearby rocky wall. Every now and then, a few cold ice skeletons would drill out of the mouth of the cave. End of this chapter. Chapter 1443 Entrance. Fang Heng frowned slightly, moving closer towards the cave entrance. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Deng Yuping also followed along with his team upon seeing Fang Heng's puzzled expression. Observing Fang Heng's look of doubt, Deng Yuping couldn't help but become alert and glance towards the cave entrance, whispering softly beside Fang Heng. Fang Heng, what's going on? Is there something unusual? Something's not right. Fang Heng sensed something, gazing towards the direction inside the cave, squinting his eyes. Holy aura. Fang Heng was very familiar with the holy aura. Very certain. A faint holy aura emanated from deep within the cave. It's so strange. Why would there be a peculiar holy aura coming from inside the cave? And why are there continuously emerging undead creatures from inside? The cave seems strange. Be careful. Let's go in and investigate. Deng Yuping's expression also turned grave, signaling his team to follow. All right. The entrance to the cave was small, making it difficult to notice unless all the undead creatures in the entire mountain valley were cleared out. Fang Heng controlled the lickers and ice skeletons to lead the way, with everyone cautiously following behind, feeling their way forward. Initially, only one person at a time could side through the narrow entrance. As they proceeded, the passageway gradually widened, and the surroundings began to open up. Inside the cave, it was divided by numerous stone pillars and rocks, looking like a labyrinth. Suddenly, everyone felt a chilling sensation surrounding them. Fang Heng's retina displayed a game prompt again. Hint: player affected by the environment. Advanced Frost Prison Effect. Player's current overall soul strength judged higher than S level. Immune to this negative effect. Several federal players who were following trembled, their faces turning slightly pale. They quickly lit their soul fire torches and hastily consumed potions. The flames of the soul fire dispelled the chill around them and illuminated their surroundings. Be cautious. Stimulated by the presence of living beings, frost wraiths continued coming out from the surrounding rock walls, and ice skeletons stumbled out of the shadows. The lickers and ice skeletons controlled by Fang Heng immediately rushed forward. The federal team also quickly gathered and counterattacked. Fortunately, the density of these vengeful undead creatures was not high, and the team easily dealt with them. Deng Yuping looked around and seemed to sense something. His heart stirred, and he reminded Fang Heng, Fang Heng, we're lucky. This place is likely one of the entrances to the Yin Vein. Oh. Fang Heng's mind raced. Deng Yuping had mentioned before that the Holy See had attempted to solve the yin vein completely a long time ago. So, does the sensed holy aura have a connection to the yin vein? Fang Heng quickly sensed the direction of the aura, pointing to the right and nodding. Let's go, that way, be careful, follow me. Everyone, keep up. After wandering around for nearly half an hour, Fang Heng guided the federal team forward with the ice skeleton creatures. In the narrow cave passages, they encountered several sudden attacks from frost wraiths emerging from the rock walls. Cao Ming was completely confused. He opened the game log and furrowed his brows. Being in a special environment, the game hadn't provided any map hints. He felt like the nearby terrain all looked the same, as if he had been circling around. Cao Ming couldn't help but ask, Lord Fang Heng, how much longer do we have to walk? Are we lost? I feel like I've been here before. The general direction is not wrong. Fang Heng pondered and replied, then walked straight to a rock wall. Relying on his sense of holy power, he had been circling around the area of the fluctuations. Though his perception had indicated that the location of the holy aura was very close, right nearby, he led the team around in circles several times, unable to find the entrance. So, it was highly likely that his search route was wrong. There was no entrance at all. Fang Heng stood in front of the rock wall and assessed it for a moment. Everyone take a step back. Deng Yuping's expression turned serious, immediately gesturing for the team to step back several paces, giving Fang Heng ample space to act. Never mind. Let's try something bold. Fang Heng clenched his fist and fiercely slammed it into the rock wall in front of him. Boom! A dull thud sounded as Fang Heng raised his eyebrow. The fist struck the wall, leaving a deep imprint, and the shattered stones brushed past Fang Heng's cheek. So sturdy. The wall was very solid, confirming that it was solid. Yes, the specific location of the holy fluctuation was probably inside. It was just separated by quite a long stretch of rock wall. Fang Heng contemplated and took 2 steps back. Deng Yuping picked up the broken stones on the ground, examined them, and walked over to Fang Heng's side. Fang Heng, my judgment should be correct. This is likely one of the entrances to the yin vein. The stones here have been affected by the yin vein and have become extremely hard. The real entrance is nearby. We just need to search more carefully. No need, it's fine. This area is good. Let's just go for it. Fang Heng stared at the rock wall in front of him, waving his hand. After more than half an hour of searching, their patience was wearing thin. Time to be direct. What's this? Under the puzzled gazes of Deng Yuping and the federal soldiers, the zombie avatars following behind came up, each with a pickaxe in hand, ready to dig into the wall in front of them. Bang! Bang bang! Instantly, the tunnel resonated with the continuous sound of hammering and digging. Deng Yuping remained silent and stepped back. Right, Lord Fang Heng has this move. It was like this back in the bone graveyard, the federal team suddenly realized. Since the inside of the cave was cramped, Fang Heng had chosen the widest area and the largest rock wall to dig into. Nevertheless, only about 2 or 3 dozen of the zombie avatars could barely fit in a row to excavate. After a while, the zombie avatars dug out an inward hole in the rock wall. The narrow space and the hardness of the rock wall posed significant obstacles to the excavation, leading to slow progress. After waiting vigilantly for an hour, Cao Ming heard the sound of falling rocks from the depths of the newly excavated passage up ahead. Here they come! The players around heard the sound and immediately gathered around. All right, let's go. Fang Heng observed the game log and took the lead towards the newly excavated passage. After advancing more than 10 meters along the passage, a larger cave appeared at the back. Fang Heng led the way into it. The entire cave had no entrance, and the walls were covered with intricate runic symbols. Deng Yuping followed Fang Heng into the cave, glancing around with a look of surprise on his face. End of this chapter. Chapter 1444. Holy Nail. It seems we're on the right track. This area is one of the entrances to the yin vein. The special runes on the walls around us can counteract some of the leaked energy from the yin vein. Fang Heng observed the runes and furrowed his brow. These are special runes belonging to the Holy Court. According to the information we acquired from our investigation, the Holy Court once considered sealing off the yin vein completely to purify the world of Punos. However, it seems that the Necromancer Society intervened, and the Holy Court failed. They ultimately left Punos, but the specifics of what happened are unclear. Calming made a discovery and pointed to a corner of the cave. "Look over there, on the ground." "What is that?" In the corner of the cave, there was a circle resembling a magic circle. The outer circle was lined with nails. Fang Heng's gaze shifted to the magic circle. The sacred aura he sensed earlier emanated from around the magic circle. But what exactly was this thing? This seems like... Deng Yuping felt a sense of familiarity and step by step approached the magic circle. Suddenly, the silver nails pierced into the ground shimmered, accompanied by crackling noises. Deng Yuping immediately felt a shock and quickly stepped back to steps. "Just as I thought." Deng Yuping's eyes lit up as he turned to Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, we've struck gold. These are relics left by the Holy Court, with powerful capabilities to counter undead creatures. It's also used to seal off the Yin Vein passage, likely left behind by the Holy Court long ago." Fang Heng followed Deng Yuping and observed, asking, "So how do we enter the Yin Vein?" "Destroy it?" As soon as he finished speaking, a game prompt appeared in front of Fang Heng and Deng Yuping's team. Prompt: Player team triggers special mission, relics left by the Holy Court. Mission name: relics left by the Holy Court. Mission difficulty: B. Mission description: you have discovered relics left by the Holy Court in the frozen dungeon, possessing powerful abilities. Record the location of the relics and report back to the Lord of the Frozen Castle. Mission requirements: lead the Lord's team back and retrieve the relics left by the Holy Court. Mission rewards: mission points 10W, Undead City Lord's favorability, trigger subsequent related missions. Failure penalty: none. Upon reading the game prompt, Calming's eyes lit up. A mission! And 10,000 mission points. What a great opportunity! Calming looked excitedly at Fang Heng and Deng Yuping. With Fang Heng joining, they might even have a chance to obtain a Tier 6 orange crystal. Deng Yuping also felt delighted and turned to Fang Heng. "We can exchange the 10,000 points for 5 orange crystals, plus more points from subsequent missions." Fang Heng glanced at the mission, but remained relatively unfazed. He came here, hoping to obtain the highest tier purple crystal. Such rewards were optional in his opinion. So how do we enter the Yin Vein? Do we need to destroy it? We first return to the Frozen Castle to find the Lord of the Undead City to complete the mission. He will send someone to help us deal with the seal. After that, we can find the entrance sealed by the relics below, which likely relates to the subsequent missions. Fang Heng listened and furrowed his brows. How troublesome! Having to go back again. With back and forth trips, their trial here would probably end soon. Best case scenario: they might get a Tier 6 crystal. Too much hassle. At this rate, when would they get a Tier 7 crystal? The frozen dungeon opens once a month. Fang Heng's gaze shifted to a circle of silver nails on the ground not far away and asked, "So if we can deal with these nails, can we enter the Yin Vein? Should we do it ourselves?" The reward might be invalidated. Deng Yuping hesitated, frowning. "In theory, yes, but I've never tried. It's hard to say. However, these artifacts left by the Holy Court are dangerous, so be careful." "Got it." Fang Heng nodded, taking a step forward towards the circle of silver sacred relics. The federal team members couldn't help but look at Fang Heng, their breath becoming heavier. Calming felt a knot in his stomach. He couldn't understand why Fang Heng, who could easily complete the mission and even trigger subsequent ones, seemed dissatisfied with the situation. As he watched, Calming's eyes widened in amazement. Fang Heng slowly approached the circle of silver relics left by the Holy Court, crouching down beside the relic. Unlike when Deng Yuping approached, the Holy Court relic showed no reaction from start to finish. CHK. Just as Fang Heng reached out to touch the silver nail relic, the nail suddenly emitted a bright light. Fang Heng felt a shocking pain in his fingers, a thin blue smoke rising from them, prompting him to retract his hand. Prompt: player receives damage from the holy nail, minus 6,711. The damage value was high. Fang Heng glanced at the game prompt and withdrew his hand. Originally, he had hoped to pull out the silver nails and retrieve the Holy Court relics while unsealing the Yin Vein. Unfortunately, it didn't go as planned. Even though he had switched to his sacred form and approached to pull out the nails, he was still affected by the Holy Nail relic. Was it because of the runes on the walls and the magic circle on the ground? Fang Heng didn't continue with his actions and instead observed the magic circles around. Another game prompt appeared on his retina. Prompt: player's alchemy level is not high enough to obtain relevant information. Unable to decipher due to his insufficient alchemy level, Fang Heng decided to memorize the content temporarily until he could seek help later. Prompt: you are trying to memorize the magic circle. Fang Heng memorized the magic circle in the area and then stood up again. Deng Yuping, seeing Fang Heng studying the area for over 10 minutes, asked, "Fang Heng, what's the plan?" "Nothing," Fang Heng replied as he wore an eager expression, prompted by Deng Yuping, who couldn't help but remind him, "Fang Heng, this is a special alchemical magic circle. It cannot be destroyed by force directly, as it may cause a massive explosion." "Yes, I know." Unable to crack the alchemical magic circle or forcefully remove it, Fang Heng could only resort to one method. He nodded as he flipped his wrist. The Book of Vows hovered in the air, casting a dark golden light in the cave. "What's happening?" Around him, Deng Yuping and the others witnessed Fang Heng summoning the Holy Court's Book of Vows, and their expressions turned extremely intense. "The Book of Vows? Fang Heng. He belongs to the Holy Court. Wait, no." End of chapter. Chapter 1445. Absorb them. They clearly saw Fang Heng using various necromantic abilities earlier. Could it be? Everyone looked at each other, and a terrifying answer immediately rose in their hearts. Studying both sacred and necromantic arts at the same time. Dual cultivation of two disciplines wasn't a big deal, but practicing two opposing power systems simultaneously? That's too crazy. Suddenly, under the astonished gaze of everyone, the oath book in Fang Heng's hand once again emitted a gentle golden light, and in front of Fang Heng, the Holy Court artifact stabbed into the ground underwent a substantial change. Flickers of golden light gradually rose from the artifact, continuously emanating from it. The golden light hovered in mid-air, then, under the control of an unknown force, floated towards Fang Heng's oath book, slowly merging into it. The oath book's additional skill, energy absorption. Tip: your oath book has absorbed holy light energy, increasing the energy value of your oath book. In a short moment, as game prompts continued to appear, the energy value inside Fang Heng's oath book quickly recovered. In just a short moment, it had been restored to full value. Damn! A bit of a loss. The artifact left by the Holy Court was definitely valuable, filling the previous depletion of the oath book in less than a minute. The excess sacred power could not be stored by the oath book, and could only be consumed out of thin air. Unfortunately, there was no time to consider other ways to store energy at the moment, so Fang Heng continued to control the oath book to draw on the sacred power within the artifact. As the federal team watched, with the twinkling light points being absorbed, the silver nails embedded in the ground gradually became rusty and decayed, emitting brittle cracking sounds continuously until they completely lost their power and turned into scrap metal. Fang Heng put away the oath book, walked forward, and casually pulled out a nail. Item: dilapidated artifact inactive. Explanation: unknown item. Explanation: rusty metal spike with some patterns on it, difficult to identify due to damage and age. Explanation: this item has lost its power. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, clenched his fist, and swung it towards the center of the circle where the nails had originally surrounded. Boom! A muffled sound. Bang! The ground cracked. The central seal circle surrounded by the artifact nails revealed an entrance sloping downwards. Instantly, a visible chillier aura overflowed from the entrance below. The magic circle on the entire rock wall was faintly triggered. Cautioning, everyone gathered around and looked at Fang Heng, then lowered their eyes to the cold white mist continuously emanating from the hole in front of Fang Heng, quickly pouring medicine into their mouths. Cao Ming's heart started racing. Did he really solve it? So this is the entrance to the yin veins below. Amidst contemplation, game prompts once again appeared on the retinas of the players. Tip: player mission. The artifact left by the Holy Court failed. There is no penalty for this mission's failure. Fang Heng stood up, nodded to Deng Yuping's group, and explained, the entrance should be below. Let's go down and take a look. Before Deng Yuping could reply, his brows furrowed suddenly, taking 2 steps back and loudly warning, be careful, be vigilant. Because the sealing magic circle had failed, the icy resentment beneath the yin veins directly overflowed through the ground. Over 20 icy resentful spirits poured out from under the ground, some even including a few elite icy resentful spirits. The federal team members retreated one after another, unleashing their soul spears to deal with the icy resentful spirits. The icy skeletal remains controlled by Fang Heng also joined the fray. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, brandished the wicked dagger in his hand, and advanced once more. The strength of the icy resentful spirits below the yin veins was higher than outside, with a third of them being elite-level high-intensity creatures. Fine. Dealing with elite creatures was indeed more troublesome, but killing them would provide more soul power for recovery. Soon, a wave of icy resentful spirits overflowed from below the yin veins was quickly eliminated through the cooperation between the federal team and Fang Heng. As one wave of attacks ended, Deng Yuping's team hadn't even had a chance to catch their breath, and there were more icy resentful spirits pouring out sporadically from below the ground. Fang Heng interspersed among the crowd of the icy resentful spirits, continuously wielding the wicked dagger to slaughter. Observing the situation of the icy resentful spirits, Fang Heng noticed their strength had increased, constantly overflowing from the ground, perhaps related to the holy court seal being broken. Not good. The entrance to the yin veins below was very narrow, and the entire cave space wasn't large. In addition to constantly having resentful spirits overflowing from the walls and floors, it was easy to be surrounded by enemies. He wasn't afraid, but directly exploring below was too dangerous with Deng Yuping's group. Fang Heng was relatively fine. The players in the federal team were unable to hold out. The constant overflow of icy resentful spirits showed no sign of stopping, and the entire cave space wasn't large, making it easy to be wiped out carelessly. The most troublesome part wasn't this. The continuous overflow of the frosty white yin veins aura from the ground hole brought them great trouble, deducting a small amount of life every second, with all attributes declining. They could resist for a short time, but it would definitely be disastrous in the long run. Deng Yuping saw Fang Heng's dilemma and suggested, "Fang Heng, why don't you go down alone to check first? We'll retreat outside at the entrance. These resentful spirits are continuously pouring in. It's dangerous for us all to go down together." Fang Heng had the same idea and nodded, saying, all right, let's do that. I'll go down to check the situation first." Cao Ming tossed the pale green soul crystal from his backpack to Fang Heng. "Fang Heng, take this, it might be useful." Fang Heng caught the crystal, his heart moved. The soul crystal obtained from Wendy of the Ran Merchant Guild when they entered the ice prison earlier. Placing the crystal in the backpack would take immediate effect, reducing his own life force and decreasing the chance of being attacked by ordinary undead creatures. The negative effect of carrying it was a 10% movement speed penalty. Unexpectedly, they had finally encountered it. Tip: player obtained item, Unknown Soul Stone. Placing the soul stone in the backpack, the ordinary icy resentful spirits around Fang Heng vanished, redirecting their first attack towards Fang Heng's group. "All right. You guys retreat," Fang Heng said, then promptly stepped into the cave entrance, following the gradually sloping downward passage ahead to explore further. Soon, he entered the area below the yin veins. A very chilling aura struck him again. Fang Heng's sea of consciousness was stimulated once more, driving the hot breath to expel the piercing cold creeping into his sea of consciousness through his body. At the same time, a game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Tip: player enters a special environment. The player is affected by the yin veins aura, based on player's soul power strength judgment. The player's overall basic attributes are reduced by 5%, and the player loses 50 points of health every second. This health drain ignores defense. End of the chapter. Chapter 1446 Frost Yin Pulse Aura. What a troublesome negative effect. Fang Heng muttered to himself, surveying the environment while activating his own concealment skill to reduce his aura. Fortunately, Deng Yuping and his group did not follow, allowing Fang Heng to rely on the recovery effect of his undead body's life points. Entering the Yin Pulse, ahead of the entrance was a narrow winding passage stretching forward. The passage was filled with cold ice skeletons and cold ice spirits, including elite-level creatures. Thanks to the effects of the soul crystal in his backpack and the active concealment skill released by Fang Heng, the undead creatures remain motionless in place with reduced hostility. "No rush, take it slow," Fang Heng muttered to himself softly, lifting the sinful short blade slowly forward, dealing with the undead creatures blocking the passage one by one. The sinful short blade brushed past the frozen spirit, leaving behind a trail of white frost. Hint: player uses skill, short blade raid possession skill, causing 831*5 points of skill damage to the frozen spirit elite. player's dagger additional skill, Soul Burn takes effect, causing an additional 532*10*10 points of soul burning damage to the soul body. Player kills the Frozen Spirit Elite. Player obtains 3 Soul Ice Crystals Intermediate. Boom! The elite level Frozen Spirits exploded in front of Feng Heng, dispersing into blue starry dots in mid-air. Quickly, the blue starry dots of soul power were rapidly absorbed into Feng Heng's short dagger in his hand. So troublesome. Feng Heng murmured softly. This path was even more difficult than he had imagined. The passage was densely packed with undead creatures, and the ceiling was very low, making flight impossible. He had to clear them out personally, relying on the soul crystal and the combined effect of concealment to reduce the hostility of the undead creatures. Even so, Feng Heng still spent a considerable amount of time. Huh, what's that? Feng Heng looked into the distance. Is that the exit? Through a few ice skeletons, not far ahead, there appeared an open passage. Good. Feng Heng felt a surge of spirit. After patiently dealing with the 5 ice skeletons blocking the way, Feng Heng stood at the passage exit, sighing deeply. Finally out. It felt like being in prison. Passing through the narrow passage exit, a raised platform appeared in front, with a vast space below. Feng Heng looked down, his expression solemn. The passage ahead looked even more treacherous. A vast expanse of ice skeletons filled the area below, like a white bone sea with no end in sight. Occasionally, a few frozen spirits emerged from the bone sea. The ice skeletons, being slower in movement under normal circumstances, accumulated in large numbers after birth, possibly due to the lack of visitors in this area for a long time, gradually evolving into the current appearance. However, for Feng Heng, this section of the journey seemed easier than before. With the ground far from the ceiling rock wall, he could easily cross over in bat form. The ice skeletons and frozen spirits did not possess long-range anti-air skills. Feng Heng rubbed his chin, looking at the bone sea before him and thinking of a strange idea. What if he could imprint his mental mark on all these ice skeletons? There were at least a quarter elite-level ice skeletons among them. This would significantly increase his combat power. Excited, Feng Heng pondered in his mind. Finding a way to lure the ice skeletons out, imprint them one by one, and gradually leave them for his zombie doppelganger on the outside to seal. Feng Heng decisively made up his mind, licking his lips lightly. Quickly, Feng Heng swiftly transformed into bat form, leapt from the high platform, and flew rapidly towards the rock wall above, hanging upside down on the cliff face. Then, Feng Heng opened the game log for manipulation. Control it. Plan the entrance of the passage, try to lure out the ice skeletons here one by one, imprint them slowly. Theoretically, it should be feasible. Depending on the actual situation, make some simple adjustments. Feng Heng muttered to himself, gazing at the undead bone sea. The next step is to find a way to draw them out. Meanwhile, outside the cave passage entrance, the federal team had just exited the mining area and were cooperating with the ice skeletons controlled by Feng Heng to deal with undead creatures. With the seal of the Yin Pulse broken, the overflow of undead creatures gradually accelerated. With excellent coordination, there was no real danger after being familiar with the process. It was like grinding for experience points, just with a bit of undead creatures' assistance. During the encounter, Cao Ming sensed something amiss. On the side, the zombie doppelgangers, who were initially quietly watching the scene, began to take action, each holding a mining hoe and gathering around the entrance of the passage, starting to excavate the rock wall in front. What's going on? Trying to widen the passage? The members of the federal team exchanged puzzled and bewildered glances. It was apparent that all these undead creatures were being controlled by Feng Heng. So, what was Feng Heng planning to do? Completely expand the passage? Deng Yuping furrowed his brows, urging the team to focus. Pay attention. Don't mind those zombies. Focus on dealing with the spirits. Yes. Though they agreed out loud, Cao Ming couldn't help but be distracted by the movement of the nearby zombies. Soon, the passage leading to the exit was gradually expanded, and he noticed a group crowding around, dryly waiting on one side of the exit, as if waiting for something. Here they come. Cao Ming sensed anticipation. A frozen skeleton stumbled out of the passage, and before the player team could react, countless dense vines tangled towards the skeleton. The frozen skeleton struggled for a moment before being tightly bound by the vines and dragged to the side. A dark aura rose from over a dozen undead's palms, slowly drifting towards the immobilized frozen skeleton, entwined by the vines. What on earth? Seeing the ice skeletons staggering out of the passage at intervals, constantly receiving entanglement and mental marks from the vine zombies, Cao Ming swallowed carefully. So, this could also be controlled? End of this chapter. Chapter 1447. In the passage, after setting up the completed assembly line operation, Fang Heng continued to fly forward along the dense spread of white bone sea with the flying ability of the blood vampire bat form. It was a way of taking advantage of the fact that the skeleton creatures were unable to fly and lacked aerial attack capabilities. There were just too many freezing skeletal remains below. Flying at high speed continuously for over 10 minutes, the area below was still densely packed, piled together with no end in sight. Fang Heng felt that he had been too presumptuous. With his current soul power, he couldn't possibly take away these skeletal remains. He could only collect as much as he could. The elite-level undead skeletons had considerable combat power. Fang Heng stopped thinking about it and continued flying forward. After flying at high speed for over half an hour, Fang Heng looked ahead. There it was. In the not-too-distant end, there was another raised platform. Was that the exit? Adjusting his posture, Fang Heng flew towards the direction of the platform. People. Just as he landed on the platform and had yet to regain his human form, Fang Heng heard voices coming from the front of the platform. People. Who could it be? Were they also participating in this hunting day? Vague figures of people were approaching from the front. Fang Heng, without immediately reverting to his human form, quickly concealed his shape, hanging upside down on the ceiling rock wall, hiding in the shadows while carefully observing. There was a large open space on the platform, and in the distance, a large team was discussing and gradually moving towards his direction. Fang Heng listened to a few sentences of their conversation in the shadows and speculated that they had also come to participate in this skeletal frost prison hunting day. Their team seemed to be large, with about 50 or 60 people. As they got closer, Fang Heng couldn't help but let out a soft sound of surprise. He was amazed to find that this group of people seemed to have used some special items to create an invisible barrier around their team. The freezing resentful spirits and skeletal remains around the barrier ignored the existence of their team. How did they manage to do this? Was it also because of the effect of the soul crystal? It seems to isolate their aura. Fang Heng observed closely, realizing that the barrier had a certain effect of isolating their aura, but did not have any defensive effect. Once the undead creatures entered the barrier, they would immediately attack the team. Due to the dense population of undead creatures in the passage, the team still had to clear the obstacles ahead even with the barrier's presence, hence their movement speed was limited. Despite his curiosity, Fang Heng thought it would be better to be cautious. There were too many enemies in this area, so he decided to keep a low profile. He had planned to wait for these people to leave before going out, but unexpectedly, as this group passed below the passage, their conversation reached Fang Heng's ears. Gano should have started over there, right? Gano is not calm enough. It's probably hard for him to handle it. What could be so difficult? Just a mere Londo Merchants Association. We've investigated it many times, and the entire team barely has any guards. Besides, they don't even know what that soul crystal is for. They were talking about the Londo Merchants Association? Fang Heng furrowed his brows, realizing that something was amiss. He listened intently, trying to hear more of what they were saying. Another middle-aged man in the team, with a full beard sneered, still have the face to say that, if it weren't for some idiot offering a high price for that soul crystal last time. Making Wendy suspicious, we would have gotten our hands on the crystal early on, and there wouldn't have been so much trouble later. Soul crystal. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Was it the soul crystal that Wendy had given him before? From the way these people were talking, it seemed like they also wanted to get their hands on that soul crystal. Don't worry, I've released the news. We are targeting Fang Heng here. The people from the Londo Merchants Association don't seem to suspect anything. Our goal is not Fang Heng, but the crystal they have. Calculating the time, Gano should have already taken action. After we deal with the small obstacles along the way, Gano should be arriving to meet us soon. Fang Heng furrowed his brows tightly, wanting to continue eavesdropping, but the people in front were already moving further away, gradually entering the passage ahead, making their voices more muffled and difficult to discern. Helpless, Fang Heng followed closely, trying to catch up. The group seemed to notice something amiss, slowing down their pace and stopping in front of a large boulder wall that did not have an opening, remaining vigilant in their surroundings. Fang Heng dared not approach too closely, so he observed from afar. The team seemed to be operating something on the rock wall, and the wall started moving to the sides, revealing a passage inside. Once all the people entered the rock wall, the passage closed firmly, returning to its original state of a solid rock wall. Is it a secret passage? Interesting. Fang Heng became even more curious, and he transformed back into his human form, landing in front of the rock wall to observe. The rock wall was extremely sturdy, and there were no visible seams visible to the naked eye. How could he open the entrance to the passage? Fang Heng looked around again, but found no traces of any mechanism. Strange. How did they enter this secret passage? Not good. Fang Heng muttered to himself, carefully recalling the conversation of the group of people he just overheard, realizing that there might be trouble with the Londo Merchants Association. There was a huge rock wall blocking the way in front, and for the moment, he couldn't find an exit. His zombie avatar also couldn't summon a way to dig through a passage in a short time. He didn't even know who the enemies were. No, he had to go back to the Londo Merchants Association and see what was happening there. Thinking so, Fang Heng transformed back into his bat form. Since the group had cleared a small part of the undead creatures along the way, Fang Heng could easily determine their route. He immediately followed their trajectory backward. Fly forward along the passage. With the fast flying ability of the bat form and the life aura isolation ability of the soul crystal, Fang Heng quickly flew through the cave for over 20 minutes and entered a gigantic cavern 10 times larger. There it was. The exit area. Inside the huge cavern, many player teams and NPC teams were actively targeting undead creatures. Several teams were clearly separated, each spawning monsters in their own area and being wary of each other. Fang Heng resumed his human form, donning a mask on the side. This area should be one of the main entrances of the underground vein open to the public, as numerous teams chose to spawn monsters here. Many players noticed Fang Heng suddenly appearing and cast curious glances at him, wondering why a lone person had shown up here. Ignoring the probing eyes of the others, Fang Heng made his way to where there were more people and found the exit leading to the outside. He needed to find the Londo Merchants Association. Glancing at the map, Fang Heng immediately headed towards the canyon where the Londo Merchants Association was located. End of chapter. Chapter 1448. The Siege of the Perimeter outside the Cold Ice Prison. In a valley at the center of a mountain, the Rand Trading Company is surrounded by undead creatures. From the beginning, the Rand Trading Company had no intention of competing with the major trading companies on hunting day. They were cautious and did not make any big moves, immediately entering a small gathering area within the Cold Ice Prison. Unexpectedly, they were ambushed by people from the Karoti Trading House. The valley had only 3 exits, and by the time the Rand Trading Company realized, they had already been surrounded by a large number of undead creatures. Wendy's expression was grave as she looked at the group of people from the Karoti Trading House gathered not far away, and said in a deep voice, "The City Lord has given the order not to engage in mutual killings within the Cold Ice Prison. Aren't you afraid that the City Lord will hold you accountable after you leave?" "What? Hold us accountable?" A young man walked out from the crowd outside, his face bearing a rather arrogant smile. "Hold us accountable for what? You simply misjudged the situation and got surrounded by undead creatures that resulted in your death in the valley. What does that have to do with our Karoti Trading House?" Wendy bit her lip. She recognized the young man as Gano, the next generation cultivated by the Karoti Trading House, who had caused them quite a bit of trouble in the recent past, affecting their business. Elissa looked worried and whispered, "Sister, it seems like they can control these undead creatures and want to use them against us." Wendy gazed at the increasing number of undead creatures coming towards the valley. The huge soul stones carried by the Rand Trading Company could reduce the probability of undead creature attacks in the vicinity, but with too many undead creatures around, the effect was greatly diminished. Helplessly, the team gathered tightly in the center, relying on the burning central soul fire to weaken the strength of the surrounding undead creatures. However, the soul fire needed fuel and the team's continuous spiritual support. When the fuel burned out, they would inevitably be overwhelmed by the surrounding horde of undead creatures. Wendy stared at the people from the Karoti Trading House in the distance and said, "The Rand Trading Company has always conducted itself decently in business. Even if there have been some disagreements with everyone in business, is it necessary to resort to such violence? Ha ha, decent business. Gano laughed as if he had heard something extremely funny. So you're still clueless? What fools you are, truly foolish. Don't even know how you died. Wendy fixed her gaze on Gano. For the past few months, she had felt a hint of hostility from the major trading companies towards them. Initially, she thought it was just because the Rand Trading Company had grown too quickly in recent years, leading the other companies to want to kick them out through some agreement. But now it seemed like it was more than that. Gano seemed to feel in control of the situation, becoming somewhat arrogant and taunting. You fools, you don't even know the value of the stone in your hands. Stone. Elissa turned around in surprise, looking at the soul stone placed next to the soul fire. This stone had been inadvertently discovered a few months ago, when Eliza and Wendy were sorting through the family's old warehouse. The Rand Trading Company used to operate a pawn shop, and the old warehouse had turned up various pawned items. Just like the stone and other items, after several hundred years of abandonment, they automatically belonged to the Rand Trading Company. Wendy had the stone researched and found that it had the effect of concealing the life force of beings. Besides being heavy, it was very useful. At this moment, it was the life force shielding effect of the stone that was in operation, preventing the nearby undead creatures from becoming more agitated. Did it have other unknown functions? Was the Karodi trading house targeting them because of this stone? Various thoughts flashed through Wendy's mind, and she immediately said, "I'll hand over the stone to you. Let us go." "Ha! Now you decide to give it up. It's too late. I don't wish to have any lingering quarrels with your Rand Trading Company in the future." Gano sneered. "You should have agreed to sell me this stone at a high price when I asked last time. Who made you so greedy?" Elissa focused on channeling her mental energy into the soul fire, whispering, "Sister, the soul fire can only last for 2 more hours at most. The longer we wait, the more undead creatures will gather. While our combat power is still intact, we must find a way to escape as soon as possible. Just wait a little longer. I've already prepared our people. Their goal is the stone. When we leave, I will destroy the stone directly. We will each take the shattered pieces and escape separately. The shattered pieces can shield our presence and evade undead attacks. When we retreat, you don't need to worry about me. I will leave first. Each one of us who can run out counts." Seeing the hushed conversation between a few people, Gano sneered mockingly. "Are you still hoping for someone to come rescue you? What about Fang Heng? Don't waste your thoughts. They're deep inside the cold ice prison now, and we've been monitoring them all along. It's impossible for them to come back in time. So just be wise, give up resistance early, and we can finish this soon." As he spoke, a subordinate hurried over and whispered a few words to Gano's ear. What did you say?" Gano listened, somewhat stunned, then turned to look behind the team. There was chaos in the team's rear. In the far distance, a large group of frozen skeletal remains, attracted by the holy energy, seemed to have been stimulated by something and completely disregarded the energy barrier around them, launching an assault on the team. Caught off guard by the attack, the Karodi trading house was momentarily unprepared, and a small-scale commotion broke out within the team. Unlike before, these frozen skeletons had crimson soul flames flickering in their pupils. "What's going on? Take me over there to take a look." Ignoring the besieged Rand Trading Company, Gano hurried to the rear of the team and found a large number of uncontrollable frozen skeletons rushing through the barrier area and engaging in a battle with the team. "Get back! Stay away!" Gano's brow furrowed as he yelled and infused his mental power into the green runestone in his hand once again. The runestone emitted a faint light, enveloping the team with a transparent shield. It turned out to be ineffective. Why? Gano manipulated the green runestone in his hand and felt a bit flustered. Why wasn't it working? What went wrong? Not far away, Fang Heng had been hiding in the shadows all along. He had been there for over 10 minutes and had been observing. The team led by Gano had set up a small magic array near the entrance of the valley using silver nail magic artifacts they had seen before, guiding the holy energy into the center of the valley where the Rand Trading Company team was located. Large numbers of frozen skeletal remains and icy spirits nearby were lured by the holy energy. Subsequently, Gano used the green stone in his hand to create a special barrier area surrounding the vicinity. The undead creatures seemed not to perceive the presence of Gano's team after being lured there, thus launching an attack on the Rand Trading Company team within the valley. End of this chapter. Chapter 1449 surrounded very good tactics. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and agreed with the other party's tactics while feeling a bit curious. What was the green crystal in Gano's hand all about? The team he encountered in the underground veins could also hold up a barrier to avoid the attacks of undead creatures. Did they also rely on that strange green crystal? I wonder if the barrier effect can work on all undead creatures. It would be best to be able to snatch one and see. Knowing the opponent's tactics, it was simple to counteract. Fang Heng investigated the situation and then attempted to use the Undead Bone summoning spell not far away, summoning a group of ice skeletons mixed in with ordinary undead creatures, disguising them as attracted by a holy aura and approaching. Obviously, the opponent's barrier could only block the aura. How could the Clutty Trading Company not anticipate that someone would choose to manipulate ice skeletons mixed among ordinary undead without having time to react? When they realized the danger, it was already too late. Under Fang Heng's intentional manipulation, the ice skeletons easily penetrated the barrier and launched a surprise attack on the team. The whole team immediately fell into chaos. The Clutty Trading Company had tested numerous times, and countless experiences had taught them that soul crystal rune stones could shield undead creatures' senses, and as long as they stayed within the barrier, they would be safe. Why did it suddenly fail today? Gano kept trying to activate the green stone in his hand, and the sweat on his forehead was about to drip down. No. Why is it not working? The Clutty Trading Company had brought quite a few combat personnel this time, but suddenly facing such a large number of ice skeletons was impossible, and they were at a loss. The team was immediately thrown into confusion. Quickly, stop the magic circle from operating. Don't let these creatures get any closer. Can't you understand? Hurry up. Understood. In the chaos, Gano quickly instructed a group of people from the team to hurry to shut down a small magic circle not far away. The Land Trading Company trapped in the depths of the valley saw Gano and the others in chaos first and immediately showed joy on their faces. A steward of the trading company saw this and quickly suggested, "President Wendy, this is our great opportunity. They are confused themselves. Let's take the plunge now. We might break through and escape." Wait! Wendy was extremely calm as she observed the whole battlefield, gesturing for the team not to act rashly. Eliza, do you think this group of ice skeletons looks strange? Elissa, who had been preparing for battle, calmed down a bit at Wendy's words and looked at the group of ice skeletons attacking Gano's team in the distance. Strange. After careful observation, Elissa's eyes showed a look of astonishment. Their eyes are red. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Elissa's mind, and she looked at her sister, Wendy, with an expression of disbelief. Wendy also looked at Eliza. Their eyes met in midair, and they said in unison, "Undead Bone summoning spell." That's right. It was Fang Heng. These ice skeletons were likely all being controlled by Fang Heng in secret. How could there be so many? Although this guess was outrageous, it was the most reasonable explanation Eliza could think of. Elissa looked into the distance, feeling excited. Fang Heng must have seen the distress signal they sent earlier and came to help. Wait! Elissa looked at those ice skeletons, her eyes filled with disbelief. She had also thought about learning the Undead Bone summoning spell before, but gave up due to the strict prerequisites for skill learning. Firstly, one had to reach advanced level undead studies, and secondly, a very high initial soul strength was required. She considered her own soul strength a weakness, and even if she learned it, it would be a waste, so she suggested it as a gift to Fang Heng, who was more suitable. So, Fang Heng has already advanced to advanced level undead studies? Just a few days ago, when she first met Fang Heng and spoke with him, she confirmed that he was still just a beginner in undead studies. In just a few days, he had advanced to advanced level undead studies. Terrifying talent! Even more terrifying, Eliza could observe that the eyes of the ice skeletons in the distance were filled with red soul fires. To be able to control such a large number of ice skeletons, how strong was Fang Heng's soul power? How did he manage to control so many ice skeletons in such a short time, leaving so many soul imprints? Elissa felt extremely shocked yet amazed. Wendy took a deep breath. Feeling fortunate, she agreed to Elissa's suggestion to give the Undead Bone summoning spell to Fang Heng. With such potential young talent, forming a good relationship with him would greatly benefit the Land Trading Company. Let's not rush. Seeing the hope of breaking free, Wendy became even calmer, whispering, let's wait. Fang Heng hasn't shown up yet. He must have a plan. Let's wait a bit longer. Fang Heng's potential and strength far exceeded her expectations. Since Fang Heng could control a large number of ice skeletons and gain the initiative, they didn't need to risk breaking through. The safest choice was to stay put, burn the soul fire, and quietly wait for Fang Heng's support. In stark contrast to the land trading company on the other side, Gano felt like he was going crazy. He had clearly stopped the operation of the small magic circle, yet strange things were happening. The influx of ice skeletons from outside not only did not decrease, but instead increased. And these ice skeletons completely ignored the effect of the barrier, showing no interest in others and attacking his team. The pressure on the Clutty Trading Company became increasingly intense, with casualties already occurring. Gano's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He even started to doubt if there was a problem with the soul crystal rune stone in his hand, which instead attracted these undead creatures. Were they going to fail today because of these undead creatures? Soul fire! Quickly ignite the soul fire! Boom! After a period of chaos, the central soul fire bonfire was finally lit. The towering soul fire suddenly rose. A group of ice skeletons approaching from nearby gradually retreated under the influence of the soul fire, enclosing Gano and his team in layers. Damn it! Finally, they got a moment to catch their breath. Gano gritted his teeth, looking at the circle of ice skeletons surrounding them and breathing heavily. Why were those ice skeletons going crazy and not letting go of them? At this moment, the situation seemed to have completely turned around, with those encircled by ice skeletons becoming the ones to watch out for. End of this chapter. Chapter 1450 Fear of Death Soul Campfire. In the darkness not far away, Fang Heng muttered to himself in a low voice, tilted his head back and drank a bottle of elixir, summoning another batch of icy skeletal remains. Since the skeleton summoning spell had almost no cooldown and only required some mental energy to release, Fang Heng took the opportunity to test the strength and potential of the skill. The strength was top-notch, and the potential was also top-notch. As long as the imprint of skeletal creatures stored in his sea of consciousness was abundant enough and his own basic attributes gradually increased in the future, with a wave of his hand in the later stages, he would be able to summon a large number of them. The icy skeletal remains had a natural fear of the soul campfire, and they would continue to sustain damage when approached. Fang Heng did not forcefully command the skeletons to continue, but instead watched the Kano team gradually being surrounded and temporarily slowed down the pace of attack. Slowly, wear them down. Fighting with summoned creatures was like second nature to Fang Heng. He was just using icy skeletal remains now instead of zombie clones. Familiar formulas, familiar tastes. Seeing the enemies completely trapped, Fang Heng concealed his figure, immediately transforming into a bat form, and with the help of the green soul stone's power, he bypassed the layers of undead creatures and approached the Ada Chamber of Commerce group. Fang Heng! Elissa saw Fang Heng flying over in bat form, not far away, and immediately showed joy, quietly greeting him. Fang Heng transformed back into human form and stood in front of the group again, looking at Eliza and the others. It seems we caught up. Are you all okay? Just in time. Thank you so much. Luckily you came to save us. Elissa's focus remained on the icy skeletal remains, asking, Fang Heng, were those icy skeletal remains all summoned by you? Yes, thanks to your skill books too. Fang Heng nodded, glanced over his shoulder at the area behind, and continued, they are trapped and don't have time to deal with us for the moment. I'll take you out first. Even though they had already guessed a lot, seeing Fang Heng come over, the Land Chamber of Commerce team still felt deeply shaken. How long had they been studying the skeleton summoning spell? Have they learned it to this extent already? All right. Wendy quickly regained her composure, shifted her gaze away from Fang Heng, and signaled the team to prepare for evacuation. Quick, move. We're preparing to leave. Yes. Escaping the danger zone, the entire team was somewhat excited, immediately taking action, dispersing the surrounding undead creatures, packing up their gear and supplies, preparing to extinguish the soul campfire. While the others were preparing, Fang Heng nodded to Wendy and Eliza, whispering, there's something I want to ask you about. Wendy and her companion nodded and followed Fang Heng aside. After listening carefully to Fang Heng recounting what happened in the depths of the Yin vessel, Wendy and Eliza exchanged glances. The people you saw should be from the Karoti Trading Company and several major chambers of commerce. It can be confirmed that the main target of the Karoti Trading Company is that huge soul crystal. Furthermore, the stone is related to the yin vessel of the icy prison. This stone was left by ancestor grandfather and has been kept in the warehouse attic all this time. Ever since ancestor grandfather passed away, the attic was completely sealed off. A few months ago, the warehouse was prepared for demolition and reconstruction, leading us to clean out the attic, where we discovered the stone along with many other ancient pawnshop items. Wendy pursed her lips, recalling several guilds wanted to purchase the stone at a high price before, and I found it strange at the time, suspecting that the stone might have unknown value, so I didn't agree. Now it seems it is related to the yin vessel. I see. Feng Heng lightly hummed. It turns out Wendy was also unaware of the stone and its true purpose. Feng Heng continued, "Think again. Did you find anything else when you discovered the stone back then?" "Ah, I remember." Elissa clapped her hands, saying there was also a stone tablet that was in a box together with the stone, with traces of magic symbols on it, some old ones. I didn't pay much attention at the time. These types of magic symbols are quite common. The stone tablet is still stored in the new warehouse. We can find it if we go back. Feng Heng scratched his head. It was a bit troublesome. The magic symbols on the stone tablet might be related to the yin vessel. It wasn't convenient to go back and take a look under the current circumstances. Feng Heng, it's not difficult to find out how the stone is used. Wendy looked towards the Kano team, surrounded by the icy skeletal remains, whispering, "The leader of the group is Kano, the scion of the Karoti Trading Company. Usually arrogant in his dealings, limited in ability, but he has one advantage." "What?" "He is very afraid of death. We should be able to get something out of him." "Good." Feng Heng looked towards Kano, who was trapped nearby, nodding in understanding. "A person who is afraid of death. Indeed, it's a good advantage." To Chamber of Commerce guides walked over and reported, "President, the team is ready. We can set off." Feng Heng looked at Wendy and said, "In that case, you take the soul stone and leave first." The Karoti Trading Company, along with the major chambers of commerce, have already torn their faces with you. It's no longer safe to stay in the icy prison. Leave the rest to me. All right. Wendy made a quick decision, waved for the team to depart, and nodded, "You take care too." Watching Wendy lead the guild with the large soul stone away, Feng Heng turned his head and quickly approached the Kano team. At this moment, Kano and his guards were tightly gathered around the burning soul campfire. Kano continued to pray that these seemingly insane icy skeletal remains would recover quickly and run away from them as far as possible. However, his prayers were ineffective. The icy skeletal remains showed no intention of leaving, but instead more and more skeletons crowded towards them. The members of the Karoti Trading Company dared not leave the area affected by the burning soul fire. One of his companions suddenly noticed something and reminded, "Boss, the Land Chamber of Commerce is about to run away." Kano clenched his teeth and couldn't say a word for a long time. Did he not see the movements of the Land Chamber of Commerce? They were trying to escape right under his nose. And the surrounding skeleton showed no interest in the Land Chamber of Commerce at all. What could he do? Should he lead his men and charge over to fight the Land Chamber of Commerce? Would that stop them from escaping? Kano now only hoped that nearby business partners could be quickly notified to come to their aid. It was already good enough to escape from the encirclement of the icy skeletal remains. How could he still have the mind to think about the Land Chamber of Commerce? Just as he was thinking, Kano suddenly noticed that the area in front of the team, where a large number of icy skeletal remains had gathered, was gradually dispersing to the sides, creating a narrow passage. End of this chapter. What's going on? The eerie situation of the icy skeletons made Gano's heart skip a beat, prompting him to signal to the team to be cautious. Pat, pat, with the sound of light footsteps, a young man emerged from the passage cleared by the skeletons. Seeing the man's face, Gano was greatly shaken, his eyes widening in disbelief as he pointed at him. Feng Heng. How could it be him? Could it be? Gano had heard a few days ago that Feng Heng had obtained a skills book related to summoning skeletons from the Land Commerce Association. Combined with the strange behavior of the surrounding skeleton creatures, a terrifying thought rose in Gano's mind. Could it be that this large group of icy skeletons around were all being controlled by Feng Heng? Feng Heng came to a stop. Under the crowd of icy skeletons, he moved a short distance away from Gano's team and quietly looked at Gano, expressionless. "It's you, Feng Heng." Sweat kept sliding down Gano's cheeks. Even though the person in front of him didn't make any moves or speak a word, he felt his legs trembling uncontrollably. The pressure this young man in front of him brought was immense. Gano couldn't help but shout, "How dare you come out? You better take your skeletons and leave now." The Karate Commerce Association always gets revenge. Our people are nearby and will soon arrive. And then Feng Heng looked at Gano and coldly interrupted, "Do you want to live?" Gano's face turned extremely pale. He didn't want to die. He regretted refusing so hastily just now. Gano clenched his teeth. "Will you really let us go? Do you swear?" "Not everyone," Feng Heng replied, seeing the fear on Gano's face, his expression turning even colder. "Your lives aren't worth that much. Answer my questions, and I might consider letting one of you leave." Gano refused. "You must be dreaming. Even if I die, I won't." Gano spoke, but gradually stopped, looking at Feng Heng in front of him. What was that? A thick book appeared in front of Feng Heng, emitting a dark golden light. The constant overflow of this dark golden light from the book made Gano feel a tremendous pressure on his body. What? The Book of Genesis. The pressure clearly suppressed undead creatures with divine power. The rest of the Karate Commerce Association members also looked at Feng Heng, their eyes filled with shock. He turned out to be a practitioner of divine magic? In the next moment, 20 golden light spots rushed out of the Book of Genesis in unison. Gano's pupils constricted. What was that? "Be careful!" a guard shouted. Hearing this shout, Gano realized the situation. He was horrified to see the golden light spots coming straight towards him. The speed at which the light spots rushed out was so fast that he couldn't effectively dodge. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! The light spots narrowly missed Gano's shoulder, almost hitting him. Gano was frightened, covered in cold sweat. He had barely a moment to be relieved when he heard a loud bang behind him. Boom! Boom boom! Not good! Gano's heart skipped a beat. Turning around, he saw the golden light spots zooming past the bodyguards and directly hitting the fiercely burning soul fire campfire behind them. The Book of Genesis collided with the blazing soul fire campfire, immediately causing a violent explosion. The soul fire suddenly soared. Not good! Its target was the soul fire campfire. Hit by the Book of Genesis, several bodyguards who were channeling their mental energy into the soul fire suddenly felt their energy being drained at multiple times the speed. Help them! Two guides next to the campfire saw the situation and immediately called others for support. However, the attack intensity from the Book of Genesis was too high. Before their nearby teammates could come to assist, several guards had their energy drained in an instant. With the loss of the mental energy support, the soul fire flickered a few times before being extinguished. This was bad. All the members of the Karate Commerce Association turned pale at the same time. Things happened too fast for them to react, and by the time they came to their senses, the campfire had already been extinguished. Almost instantly, the icy skeletons surrounding them lost their restraint and surged towards the players' team from all sides. Form a defensive formation. Don't let them get close. Don't split up, shouted the captain of the guard team. Under the intense chaos, the Karate Commerce Association tried to form a defensive formation, but within half a minute, the team was immediately scattered. Run! Seeing the situation turning dire, Gano immediately fled, under the cover of two guards, towards a location with fewer icy skeletons on the right side. He ran forward desperately, searching for any gap to escape. He just wanted to survive. Running continuously, Gano felt like his lungs were about to burst, driven by his survival instinct to keep running forward. Suddenly, Gano realized that the two guards flanking him had stopped. Why are we stopping? Gano was about to blame them when he looked up and saw the person blocking his path, and the second half of his sentence got stuck in his throat. Feng Heng and numerous icy skeletons blocked the way in front, densely packed, obstructing all his paths. Without waiting for Feng Heng to speak again, Gano immediately knelt and begged for mercy. "I'll talk. Spare me. I'll tell you everything. See, it would have been much easier to cooperate earlier, saving a lot of trouble. Can you answer the questions now?" Feng Heng said gently. All right, The undead aura barrier we use in our business is specially made by someone. The exact production method is confidential, and I don't know it. I know the raw material used is the soul crystal, and we need a large number of soul crystals for the barrier. To save his life, Gano dared not hide anything, spilling out everything he knew. About 10 years ago, our business started researching how to explore the underworld veins until we found the soul crystal. We made a major breakthrough by creating barriers using the crystal's power. About a year ago, we discovered another sealed special passage below the yin pulse. We've been excavating for half a year to open it up. Recently, we managed to break through the passage and found a large number of elite-level giant undead creatures behind it. Gano said cautiously, swallowing nervously and looking at Feng Heng. The chamber believes that the source of the yin pulse is behind the passage where the ancestors of the city lord are buried. There might also be treasures to be found inside. That's all I know. Wait, treasures? Feng Heng raised an eyebrow, interrupting. Please elaborate on the treasure part. Gano opened his mouth. It's just a rumor. It is said that during the struggle for this world, the Holy See once clashed with us undead scholars at the source of the yin pulse, resulting in a great battle where both sides suffered great losses and left behind many treasures. Maybe we can find something there. Okay. Feng Heng rubbed his chin and continued, it's strange. If you have the ability to open the barrier, why did you have to take action against the Rand Chamber? The ordinary barrier is of lower level and can only deal with most ordinary creatures and some elite creatures. Behind the passage are mostly elite-level giant creatures, and the ordinary barrier cannot guarantee the safety of the team. The chamber has been looking for a larger soul crystal to make a stronger barrier. Later, we heard that the Rand Chamber had one. We initially considered cooperating with the Rand Chamber, but the proposal was rejected. Several businesses felt that the Rand traders were not qualified, and they owe us so much from the initial investment. With one more person, we would have to split the gains even more. We were trying to buy from the Rand Chamber. Listening to what Gano was saying, Feng Heng nodded, indicating he understood. In other words, you rely on items made with the soul crystal to release a higher-level barrier, avoiding detection by ordinary undead creatures? Is that right? Gano nodded vigorously. Yes, that's it. I swear, I promise. I haven't lied to you in the slightest. Where's the item? Gano quickly took out a green crystal from his pocket and handed it to Feng Heng. Feng Heng took the jade pendant. Tip: player obtained item: Soul Jade Crystal Small. Item: Soul Jade Crystal Small. Tier: Exquisite. Durability: 128 1/1000ths unrepairable. Description: a green jade pendant made meticulously from a soul crystal with runic effects on the surface. Description: infusing with spiritual power can create a barrier small, shielding most life energy in the area and reducing the aggressiveness of nearby undead creatures, only effective against ordinary undead creatures and some elite undead creatures. Not bad. Feng Heng put away the crystal, weighing it in his hand. The texture of the crystal was completely consistent with the soul crystal in his backpack. Just to be safe, Feng Heng continued to ask Gano for a few more details, confirming that the information Gano provided matched with what he had seen in the underground yin pulse. Most likely, Gano was not lying to him. Gano looked at Feng Heng eagerly, pleading, I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now? Feng Heng considered for a moment. Gano was just a minor character. Even if he let him go, the Karoti Trading Company would deal with him. But Feng Heng assessed Gano and came up with a better idea. Seeing Feng Heng's calculating gaze, Gano became more anxious. I promise not to tell anyone. My family won't forgive me if I reveal anything related to the yin pulse. Even for my own sake, I wouldn't say anything. Killing me won't benefit you, right? I can stay in the company and provide you with information. Very well. Don't make any sudden moves, understand? I promise. I swear to you. Gano, fearing for his life, was easy to control. Feng Heng nodded, obey, and you won't die. You might even gain some benefits, huh? Under Gano's puzzled gaze, the icy bones gradually dispersed around them. Follow me. Feng Heng took a step forward. Where are we going? We're going to find people from the Karoti Trading Company. Your distress signal has been sent, and help should arrive soon, right? What? Gano's expression changed again, uncertain about Feng Heng's intentions. Don't be nervous. Relax. You should be happy because you've just seized a large soul crystal from the RAN chamber. What? We'll go back to the RAN chamber first to retrieve the soul crystal. Then we'll meet up with the team coming to support you. Gano was completely confused, turning to Fang Heng with eyes full of surprise. Huh? Remember, you seized the soul crystal from the RAN chamber. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, continuing, from now on, I am the expert you've invited, proficient in undead studies and sacred studies, brought here to explore the source of the yin pulse. Got it. Hearing this, Gano nervously swallowed, feeling goosebumps. What do you want? Don't move. Swiftly, Fang Heng placed a finger on Gano's forehead. A cold sensation flowed into Gano's forehead. He immediately froze, not daring to move at all. After a while, Fang Heng withdrew his hand and whispered, "All right, raise your hand and look at the back of your right hand." Gano quickly raised his right hand and saw a strange pattern imprint on the back of his hand. Panicked, he asked, "What have you done to me?" "A lifelink rune imprint. If I die, you will too. So it's best not to act strangely, or we'll both have a bad outcome." Gano felt a chill run through his body. He had no doubts about Fang Heng's words. In Gano's eyes, Fang Heng could manipulate so much ice and bones and use advanced sacred studies abilities, displaying various strange methods. He was an extremely terrifying being. It made sense for him to use such a mysterious lifelink rune imprint. "Don't worry, the imprint lasts only 7 days, and then you'll be free." Looking at Gano's terrified expression, Fang Heng felt quite satisfied. In truth, he had no idea about lifelink runes. He just haphazardly created a rune to deceive Gano. He didn't actually hide it in Gano's hand. It simply dissipated. There was no practical effect. However, Gano was scared, and Fang Heng believed he wouldn't dare to gamble. Additionally, Gano didn't have the time now to seek someone to verify the authenticity of the rune imprint. Chapter 1453, 3 hours deep later. Underground Meridian. After joining the follow-up support team led by Ganuo, Fang Heng returned to the Meridian with a large soul crystal. After going deep into the Meridian, they came to the rock wall they had encountered before. It took a full 3 hours. And this is based on the fact that the passage below the Meridian had already been cleared once. Otherwise, the team would have taken even longer. They are behind the cave. Ganuo carefully glanced at Fang Heng, who was wearing a human skin mask, and pointed to the right side of the rock wall, lowering his voice to explain to Fang Heng, "There is a mark at the entrance that requires a special runestone to open the passage." At this time, Fang Heng had changed into the attire of a normal undead scholar, wearing a hood, disguised as an expert invited by Ganuo. Only Ganuo knew Fang Heng's true identity in the whole team. "Where is the runestone?" "Open the door." Ganto pinched his neck and gestured backwards. A middle-aged man with white hair stepped out from the team and carefully walked to the rock wall, embedding a runestone into the wall. Click, click, click. The rock wall made a slight sound and moved to the right, revealing a long passage behind it. The passage was pitch black, and the end couldn't be seen with the naked eye. Fang Heng squinted his eyes abruptly. Holy aura! The moment the entrance of the passage opened, a holy aura leaked from behind. Strange. Why would there be a holy aura coming out? And the intensity of this holy power was much stronger than what had leaked from the holy artifacts before. While Fang Heng was pondering, the team had already started moving forward. Ganuo saw Fang Heng hesitating on the side, walked over, and whispered, "Fang Heng, we can go now." "Okay." Fang Heng nodded lightly and asked, "Did you feel it?" "Feel what?" "The holy aura." "Oh, that." Ganuo quickly understood. The intensity of the holy aura emanating from the deep end of the passage was very high, and even practitioners of the undead literature could sense it to some extent, although not as intensely as Fang Heng. The holy aura comes from the deep end of the passage, suspected to be related to the source of the Meridian. "We had encountered it when we first came in, but we haven't been to the deepest part yet, so we don't know the specific situation inside," Ganuo explained in a low voice. "The team from the Chamber of Commerce has already gone ahead. They should still be blocked in a more advanced position, blocked by elite giant creatures. Let's go find them and join forces." "Okay." Fang Heng agreed and suppressed his doubts, continuing forward with the team. The cyan soul fire illuminated the path ahead. The passage initially was quite wide, but it gradually narrowed towards the back, showing clear signs of artificial excavation. When we came here for the first time, the passage had completely collapsed. It took about half a year to clear the passage recently, influenced by the Meridian's aura. The rocks on both sides of the rock wall were extremely sturdy, making it time-consuming to dig such a long passage. After advancing for more than 20 minutes, an exit finally appeared in front of the passage. Outside the exit, a group of people had gathered, whispering among themselves. Fang Heng signaled to Ganhuo with his eyes, discreetly stepping back and blending into the crowd. Ganhuo took a deep breath, pretending nothing had happened, and signaled the team behind to follow. Ganhuo, why were you so slow? Outside the passage entrance, the Karoti Trading Company and many other cooperative guild teams had been waiting for a long time. Several heads of the trading companies were somewhat dissatisfied, seeing Ganhuo arriving late and slightly accusing him. Ganhuo, hearing this, felt even more annoyed and unconsciously clenched his fist. Who had solemnly assured him that Fang Heng had been waiting deep in the prison of frozen ice? If it wasn't for that group of idiots providing incorrect information, how could he have been deceived so badly by Fang Heng? His life was still being controlled by others until now. Just as he was about to argue, he caught sight of Yachik standing in the center, and his anger dissipated, turning into worrying and unease. Yachik was a prominent figure in the Karoti Trading Company, highly respected in the guild. As always, this operation in the Meridian was under his leadership. Anxious, Ganhuo approached with a somewhat uneasy expression, trying to please, and explained, "Elder, members of the Ed Trading Company proved challenging. We also encountered Fang Heng bringing reinforcements, which took some extra time." Yachik frowned slightly. Ganhuo glared at the people from the guild behind Yachik, taking the opportunity to accuse, "It's you. Your information was incorrect. He wasn't in the depths of the prison of frozen ice at all. He even came to assist the Rand Trading Company's team. He even controlled a batch of ice skeletons. I almost died there." Naturally, the members of the guild were not content with his words. Ever since they entered the prison of frozen ice, they had been closely watching Fang Heng. They were pretty sure that Fang Heng was currently on the other side of the mountain valley deep in the prison of frozen ice. Assist the Rand Trading Company? Could Fang Heng have the ability to be in two places at once? Are you sure it was Fang Heng? Impossible. We've been watching him all this time and wouldn't let him bring reinforcements. You're just making excuses and shifting blame onto us, aren't you? The guild members began to taunt Ganhuo, and he widened his eyes. I saw Fang Heng with my own eyes. Enough. All of you shut up. Yachik's face turned cold upon hearing the commotion, his gaze icy on Ganhuo. He asked, "So, did you fail?" "Not exactly. Thankfully our reinforcements arrived in time, and we managed to procure the soul crystal. However, the Rand Trading Company team took advantage of the chaos and fled, and we suffered significant losses as well," Ganhuo said and gestured. The group then pushed forward a large box containing the soul crystal and displayed it in front of everyone. "Well done. The life or death of the Rand Trading Company is insignificant. As long as we have the soul crystal, your mission is considered complete. As for how Fang Heng ended up there, we will discuss it after we return." Yachik waved his hand, calming down a bit, and went forward, gesturing for the guards to open the box for inspection. The members of the various cooperating guilds gathered around. Click! The box opened, revealing a huge green stone inside. Seeing the appearance of the soul crystal, satisfaction appeared on the faces of the guild members. "Let's begin, Mr. Anbai. This soul crystal should suffice, right?" Yachik turned to Anbai. An elderly man stepped forward, examined the crystal, nodded, and said, "Very perfect. With the soul crystal, we can create a more powerful barrier, avoiding high-level undead along the way. Give me a little time, and I'll be able to finish it quickly. I also need some assistance from your spiritual power." End of this chapter. Chapter 1454. Giant sword, yes, of course. Yachik nodded, waving his hand to signal the members of the guild behind him. "Come and help." Quickly, under the guidance of the old man Anbai, a group of necromancers gathered around a huge stone, placing their hands on the stone one after another. They infused their spiritual power. It was Anbai who initiated the activation. The giant soul crystal was stimulated, and dark patterns gradually appeared on the surface of the stone. Fang Heng stood at the back carefully observing. Unfortunately, he was too far away to discern how these people were operating. It seemed to involve some kind of runic technique. The whole process of spiritual activation lasted a full 10 minutes. Anbai then withdrew his hand. Upon closer inspection, the giant soul crystal appeared brighter and displayed intricate patterns on its surface compared to before. Anbai checked the stone, then nodded to Yachek, saying, "It's done. This crystal is large, and the stored power inside is enough for us for a year or two." Yachek stepped forward, placing his hand on the stone. Under the activation of spiritual power, a huge white barrier enveloped the team. "Lift the stone. Be careful. Let's go." "Yes." The team immediately gathered around and continued to push the stone forward. Leaving the artificially excavated cave, they entered a wide passage ahead. The passage stretched ahead in a straight line. Initially, it was fine, with only normal and elite undead creatures appearing on the passage. However, as they delved deeper into the source of the dark veins, the surrounding creatures' strength rapidly increased. Even Feng Heng couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Not good. Giant elite creatures. These giant creatures were 1 to 2 times larger than ordinary elite creatures with significantly enhanced strength. It was highly likely that their strength had reached a level akin to mini-bosses. Feng Heng observed the giant elite frostbone skeletons, unconsciously licking his lips. "These things are powerful. I wonder if I can control them by imprinting a mark through the skeleton summoning technique. These creatures are incredibly strong. I'll have to try it when I get a chance." The white barrier released by the giant soul crystal isolated the perception of many giant elite undead creatures, allowing the team to cautiously move through the monster group. The barrier only shielded their aura, and fortunately, most of the creatures within the passage remained stationary. The team carefully navigated through the gaps between the undead creatures, and if they couldn't pass through, they used special items to lead them away. This stretch of the journey was particularly challenging, taking a full hour for the team to barely make it through. As they moved forward, Feng Heng felt the intensity of a divine aura growing stronger. In the final stretch, all undead creatures had completely vanished. At the end, a bronze gate about 5 meters high appeared in front of them. The gate was covered in thick frost, with a gap in the middle that could accommodate a single person passing through. The visible golden divine aura was constantly emanating from the gap. Upon seeing this, the team's hearts involuntarily started beating faster. The source of the dark veins. Most likely, it was inside there. The divine aura was likely remnants of the sealing done by the holy court on the source of the dark veins. Yachek glanced back at the team, nodding. "Follow me." With that, Yachek entered the gate first, and the team followed. Feng Heng also mingled with the group, entering the gate. Upon seeing the scene inside the gate, Feng Heng couldn't help but squint his eyes. Behind the gate was a spacious hall. Near the center, a huge sword, around 7 meters tall, was thrust directly into the ground. And about 7 to 8 meters away from the giant sword, countless frostbone skeletons, elite frostbone spirits, and captains circled around, continuously converging towards the giant sword. The strong holy light emitted by the giant sword kept the undead away. It was the first time Feng Heng had seen so many high-level undead creatures gathered together, causing his heart to beat faster. Boss-level undead creatures. And there was definitely more than one. In addition, there was that giant sword. The intense aura emanating from the sword even surpassed the power of the vow book in his hands. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. Ganuo swallowed nervously and asked, "What is that?" "No idea." Yachek spoke concisely, carefully observing the surroundings. The wave of divine aura was triggered by the giant sword, overwhelming. The high-level undead creatures around seemed stimulated by the divine aura, gathering here for at least a few hundred years. After the initial astonishment, the guild members gradually began to come back to their senses, discussing in hushed tones. Time was limited on the hunting day, and just watching would not suffice. Action was needed. What should we do? Should we try to get closer and see? Let's wait and observe a bit more. In the hall, there were at least 20 elite undead creature leaders, and one wrong move could result in a wipeout. In the team, a young man wearing a hat noticed something and pointed to the right. "Everyone, look over there." Skeletons. Scattered across the floor of the hall were numerous white bones. After erosion over the years, most equipment and weapons had decayed, leaving behind chilling white bones. The young man pointed to one of the white bones near the edge. "Is that the ancestor of the Frost's stronghold lord?" This remark caught everyone's attention, and they all looked towards the bone. There is a gold ring on the hand of the corpse, with a rune-like marking resembling the family rune Ring of the Lord. Fang Heng's eyes widened. That's right. It was related to what Deng Yuping had mentioned to him. The mission issued by the Frost's Stronghold Lord. Find the ancestor's body and bring it back, and players who completed the mission would earn a large number of points. Similarly, completing the guild's assignment also promised significant benefits. Yes, it looks like it. Jacek gazed at the ring, nodding slightly, then shifted his focus back to the central giant sword. The positioning of the ring was close to the area of the divine giant sword. Obtaining the ring wouldn't be easy. I think this divine sword may have some kind of sealing ability, sealing the source of the dark veins. The high-level undead creatures around have likely been drawn here by the divine attribute, gathering here for at least a few hundred years. Jacek agreed, feeling something amiss suddenly. He turned his head abruptly, focusing his gaze on Fang Heng, who had spoken behind him. Who are you? I have never seen you before. Ganuo, upon hearing Fang Heng suddenly speak, paled and felt a surge of anxiety. He never expected Fang Heng, who was hidden in the crowd, to speak up. Cold sweat broke out on his back, and he quickly stepped forward to explain. Elder, he is a helper I brought. He knows a bit about divine studies, and I thought this mission might be related to divine studies, so I brought him along. End of this chapter. Chapter 1455 Testing O. Divine Studies? Jacek raised his eyebrows curiously. What do you think? I'm all ears, Fang Heng nodded, glancing at the giant sword in the center of the hall from afar, feeling the urge to use the Book of Oaths to absorb the sword's power. The existence of the giant sword has lasted for at least a few hundred years, enduring the corrosion of yin vein energy and the attacks of surrounding undead. Its strength still remains, indicating its incredible power. Breaking it forcibly through external force would be extremely difficult. And then, I want to try if I can absorb the power of the giant sword using the methods of divine studies, or find a way to control it. The crowd became interested upon hearing this. Do you have the ability to do that? I'm not sure, but I can give it a try. Fang Heng glanced around. Theoretically, the level of the Book of Oaths is that of a divine artifact, just like the silver nails Fengshi encountered in the yin vein before. With the help of a divine artifact, it is entirely possible to use the holy light power inside the giant sword. After absorbing it, the giant sword would become nothing but a pile of scrap metal. However, the lingering frosty spirits and ice skeletons wandering nearby posed some problems. Furthermore, Fang Heng was very curious about what was sealed beneath the giant sword. The source of the yin veins? What exactly is it? He had a feeling that it might trigger some major mission. Well, I think we can give it a try, Jacek replied, not having high hopes for Fang Heng's idea. The level of the giant sword was visibly high. Could it really be unlocked by just a necromancer who dabbled in some sacred studies? It seemed absurd. Nonetheless, unable to find a better solution, it was worth a try, and it provided an opportunity to observe the reaction of the giant sword. After a brief discussion between Jacek and the old man crafting soulstone runes beside him, they turned to Fang Heng. All right, we will find a way to create a high-intensity single-person barrier for you to go over alone. Jacek took out a soul jade from his chest and tossed it to Fang Heng. Take this, let's begin, yes? Under Anbai's command, the guild team once again erected a barrier. This time, under everyone's control, the barrier fell solely on Fang Heng. Fang Heng infused his mental power into the soul jade, releasing a two-layered barrier. Anbai signaled to Fang Heng, let's begin. Okay. As Fang Heng approached the central sanctuary-themed giant sword step by step, everyone became tense. The most anxious was not Fang Heng, but Ganuo. Ganuo stared intently at Fang Heng's every move, his heart pounding, silently praying that nothing would go wrong. The high-level undead creatures gathered around the holy light were mostly attracted by the sacred vibrations. Coupled with the double-layered barrier protection, they ignored Fang Heng's arrival. Relieved to see this, Fang Heng passed through cautiously in his necromancer form, maneuvering through the gaps between the undead creatures. The most challenging step. A large number of elite and some leader-level undead creatures. If he accidentally triggered their hostility, he could be killed in one blow. Fortunately, there were gaps between the undead creatures. Carefully and cautiously, Fang Heng moved forward, bypassing many undead creatures until reaching the position of the holy light wave. Shoo! A divine light shone. Fang Heng switched to a sacred form, stepping confidently into the forbidden zone of the undead creatures. He did it! Great! Seeing Fang Heng ignore the radiant display of the giant sword and continue forward, everyone nodded approvingly, their faces filled with joy. Indeed, it was the power of divine studies. Even the frosty spirits could not get near the central giant sword, yet Fang Heng was able to ignore the holy light waves. Well done! Yazek didn't expect Fang Heng to make it this far, raising his eyebrows and giving a nod of approval to Ganuo beside him. Thank you, Elder. Usually, getting Yazek's approval would have made Ganuo happy for days. But at this moment, Ganuo couldn't feel any happiness. His face contorted into a stiff smile, a sense of foreboding lingering. Fang Heng continued to approach the giant sword step by step, carefully observing. The ground was split by the giant sword, which bored about 2 meters deep into the ground. A cold breath continuously emanated from the cracks in the ground, cold and mixed with parts of the undead aura. The undead aura in the breath was immediately purified by the giant sword as it overflowed, leaving behind only the chilling frosty aura. The visible giant crack was covered in frost. Yes, the power capable of freezing souls originated from this rift. Seeing Fang Heng successfully approaching, the guild members showed excitement in their eyes, and one person spoke out loud. "Young man, can you try to get the ancestral remains of the city lord out first?" Fang Heng turned to his right. The ground was littered with scattered bones, coated in a thin layer of frost from the frosty aura. Among them, the frost-covered skeletal remains believed to be those of the city lord's ancestor were nearby the giant sword. "All right, I'll give it a try," Fang Heng replied, attempting to walk towards the nearby skeletal remains. Sizzle! Just as he took a few steps forward, Fang Heng suddenly raised his eyebrows, quickly retracting his hand, as if touched by an electric shock. What? A strong light suddenly burst from the sword, visible golden electric currents flickering. Hum! A golden shield shimmered into view, releasing a wave of holy energy from the giant sword. The intense holy energy impact caused the undead creatures around to freeze in place, pushing them back several meters. Not good! Be careful! The guild members' expressions changed immediately. Release the barrier! Boom! Boom boom boom! Several skeletal barriers rose up. The dark-colored barrier opened up. The scattered waves of holy energy shattered a dozen skeletal barriers, finally bursting on the barrier laid down by the guild team. Huyu! It was barely held back. The tension was relieved among the people. Yazek looked up again. The giant sword released a dark golden shield, enveloping the sword and the surrounding area in the center. A shield! The shield slowly vanished before everyone's eyes. In fact, the shield had always been there, only manifesting when under attack or touched. Fang Heng stood outside the shield, observing. No, it's not going to work. He could completely immune to the holy energy impact, but he had no way to deal with this shield. Fang Heng lifted his head, once again gazing at the central giant sword within the shield. A prompt crossed his retina. Hint: player triggers mission. Ancestors remains. Mission name: Ancestors remains. Mission difficulty: SS. Mission description: in your exploration of the Yin Vein, you've discovered the remains of the City Lord's ancestor in the Frost Citadel. If you can bring back the remains to the City Lord, he will surely reward you generously. Mission requirement: bring the remains and the signet ring identifying the remains to the City Lord. Mission reward: City Lord's favorability, optional rewards. End of this chapter. Chapter 1456. Puzzled to death, Fang Heng looked at the mission instructions. It was mostly game settings. To complete the Lord's mission, one must find a way to break through the barrier of the giant sword. The members of the Merchant Guild gathered on the outskirts quickly restored their status and sighed regrettably at the sight. Even Yazuki couldn't help but shake his head. With such a powerful sacred barrier protection, breaking it in a short time was almost impossible. They could only retreat for now and then slowly figure out another way. Patience was key. After spending such a long time, a few more months wouldn't matter much. Young man, are you okay? If it doesn't work out, just retreat for now. Hearing the advice from the members of the guild at the entrance of the hall, Fang Heng waved his hand and nodded, saying, I want to try again. To try again. Fang Heng turned his back to face the sacred giant sword, raising his hand. All eyes were on Fang Heng, curious about what he was planning to do. Given the situation, could there still be a way out? Suddenly, the oath book appeared in front of Fang Heng. The dark golden oath book emitted a bright light. A hint of excitement flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. Utilizing the power of the artifact, the oath book absorbed all the power from the giant sword. Gathering strength. His mental power surged. Rows of game prompts quickly flashed through Fang Heng's retinas. Hint: the player is using the oath book to absorb power from equipment. Hint: the target equipment level is higher than normal, currently under assessment. Hint: failed to hide the rank assessment. The oath book cannot absorb the power of this item. What? Couldn't absorb it? Fang Heng glanced over the game log information, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Not good. The next moment, stimulated by the oath book, the entire giant sword suddenly burst into a dazzling radiant light. The blinding light gathered at the entrance of the hall, causing everyone to instinctively close their eyes. Hint: you have received an unknown attack effect. Taking to 100 points of damage ignores defense. Hint: you have been damaged. Your item, the disguised human skin mask premium, has lost its effect and cannot be used for the next 24 hours. Hint: you have entered a blinded state. Hint: you have received. As the light faded, when Fang Heng opened his eyes again, everything around him had returned to normal. It was a failure. The guild members standing in the back also gradually recovered from the blinded state. What happened? What just occurred? All eyes in the guild fell on Fang Heng. Huh? What is that? A human skin mask? Seeing the gel-like residue left behind on Fang Heng's face, the onlookers were filled with confusion. One of the guild members stared at Fang Heng's face, feeling it was incredibly familiar. It seemed like the person's heart skipped a beat, immediately shouting, "Fang Heng! It's Fang Heng!" Fang Heng had just recovered from the blinded state and was still observing the game log when he heard the shout and turned to look back. It's Fang Heng! Damn! How did he end up here? Yazek's eyes also showed a trace of astonishment. He suddenly turned his head and stared at Gano beside him. Gano was instantly pale, his legs weak, and he knelt on the ground. "No, I didn't know. It's not my fault. He infiltrated my team. I didn't know anything. Shut up." Yazaki never expected Fang Heng to infiltrate his team and discover the secrets within. How interesting. Yazaki turned his head to face Fang Heng standing in front of the giant sword, a cold smile playing on his lips. "Fang Heng, I've heard of your name. Able to infiltrate under my nose. No wonder so many people want to pay for your life." Fang Heng also stared back at Yazaki, feeling somewhat helpless. What did he mean? He had been extremely discreet lately, so why did it still feel like enemies were everywhere? Since you're so eager to come, then just stay here forever. Good luck to you. Yazaki slowly backed away, gesturing for his group to leave. Without looking back, Yazaki walked away. The guild members hesitated for a moment, then immediately understood Yazek's intentions and followed him out of the hall. Sensing trouble, Fang Heng's heart sank. Noticing Yazek's group wanting to leave, Fang Heng immediately wanted to follow, but as soon as he stepped out of the range enveloped by the sacred light of the giant sword, a circle of icy skeletons was immediately drawn towards him. Fang Heng quickly halted. Not good. Trapped. Having lost the protection of the giant soul crystal barrier, and now in a state of sacred magic, he attracted the hatred of undead creatures. Fang Heng's heart thudded. If it were ordinary or elite undead creatures, he might be able to force his way out, but now he was facing boss-level creatures. And not just one. Without getting too close, the tremendous oppressive aura emitted by the boss-level frosty skeletons headed towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng had to step back several times, retreating into the range covered by the giant sword's sacred light. The undead creatures outside wanted to pursue, but were blocked by the holy light emitted from the giant sword. Trouble. Fang Heng frowned, watching Yazaki and his group leave the hall. With a loud bang, the gap on the door of the hall closed abruptly. Yazaki led his group out, indicating for them to collectively close the bronze door, even leaving a seal on the outside to completely seal it shut. After doing all this, several guild leaders looked at each other. Everyone's gaze focused on Gano. Gano knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Yazaki. "Elder, I really didn't know when Fang Heng sneaked in. It's my fault." Fang Heng might. Yazek's face was cold as ice. He already noticed that Gano was problematic. However, in front of outsiders, Yazaki had to save face for the Karoti Trading Company. This is not the time to discuss this. We will talk about your matter after we return. The other guild leaders exchanged glances. An elderly man with a smile on his face raised his hand and stepped forward. Don't be so angry. Young people lack experience. Making mistakes is normal. It's good to learn from it. Fortunately, the losses are not great. Yazaki, your Karoti Trading Company has always been fair in its dealings. This time's loss. Yazaki glanced at the old man. Previously, we received a commission from Lady Danny to deal with Fang Hang. Now that Fang Hang is trapped to death, the mission is considered complete. This reward from the commission will be excluded from the distribution of our Karoti Trading Company. The guild members immediately expressed their joy upon hearing this. Haha, as I said, the Karoti Trading Company has always been fair. Yes, we have been cooperating for so many years, trusting each other. We are very grateful. End of this chapter. Chapter 1457. Escape plan. Just 2 days ago, Lord Danny secretly reached out to the major forces in Punos for help. The mission was to kill Fang Hang. Even if they couldn't kill him, controlling Fang Hang for a period of time would suffice. The price offered for this mission was very satisfying, but it had to be completed within a tight deadline. Initially, the members of the Chamber of Commerce were considering giving up, but by a stroke of luck, they managed to complete the mission. A Chamber of Commerce supervisor looked worriedly at the bronze gate behind them. But isn't it dangerous to leave Fang Hang alone in there? What if he escapes? Humph! Escape! How could he escape? Yazek sneered. Don't worry, he won't get out. In 4 hours, the Prison of Frost will close, and no one can stay inside during the sealing period. When we come back next time, we'll see one more corpse here. Yazek was very confident about this. Anyway, they didn't have a good way to deal with Fang Hang at the moment, so they might as well just trap him completely inside. Saves time and effort. Their current focus was on figuring out a way to deal with that huge sword. Let's go, yes. In the cave behind the bronze gate, Fang Hang sat down after several attempts, lost in thought. After trying multiple times, he divided the entire hall into 3 separate areas. The first part was the central seal area of the giant sword, the area guarded most closely. It was impossible to enter, as getting close triggered a defense barrier of holy light of immense strength that couldn't be broken at the moment. The second area was a zone where the holy aura of the giant sword diffused. It was a space created by the continuous diffusion of a high concentration of holy light power. External undead leaders were blocked by this power. The last area was the free activity zone for undead creatures. It was awkward. Fang Hang was currently stuck in the second area of holy aura diffusion. Moving further would lead to the central seal area, which he couldn't break through with his current abilities. Wanting to retreat was not an option either, as behind him was the activity zone of the undead leaders, whom he couldn't defeat. Fang Hang, feeling helpless, checked his bag once more. He had 2 small soul jade crystals that could mask part of his life force, useful against regular undead, but miles away from being effective against leader-class undead creatures. Despite several attempts, Fang Hang kept getting targeted by external undead leaders before stepping out of the holy aura diffusion zone. What to do? Fang Hang couldn't help but fret. Was he really going to be trapped and doomed here? The trouble was, in his current environment influenced by the yin veins, he was constantly under attack from the icy aura. Using the effect of the undead body to resist was fine, but conventional means couldn't get him out. The hunting day only had 24 hours, and by then, the entire Prison of Frost would be sealed. As for what would happen after it closed, Fang Hang furrowed his brows. He hadn't asked Deng Yuping what would happen if they stayed in the Prison of Frost after the hunting day closed. It probably wouldn't be anything good. Thinking this, Fang Hang took out the invitation card of the Bone Tower from his backpack. Hint: in the current special environment, players cannot use this invitation card. Even the invitation card was ineffective. Fang Hang's heart sank, and he closed his eyes slowly. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared under his feet and spun rapidly. Sparkling golden holy light enveloped him gradually. When Fang Hang opened his eyes again, he had returned to the solitary guest room in the Undead Research Association in the real world. Luckily, he could still return to the real world. Fang Hang sighed in relief, taking out the invitation card from his spatial leap backpack. The card was available for use, and the description had changed. Item: Bone Tower's Invitation Card. Type: Consumable 3/3. Description: Through this invitation card, players can enter Puno's a special hidden intermediate game world and stay for a maximum of 7 days each time. This card is consumable, disappearing after 3 uses, which can be supplemented with points for additional uses. Description: This item is soul-bound and cannot be traded, disappearing upon death. Special note: in the current environment, if this card is used again to exit Puno's, the player will be transferred back to the Zombie Doomsday game world. Fortunately, he could use the power of the invitation card to leave Puno's and return to the Zombie Doomsday. Learning that he could escape, Fang Heng felt a bit relieved. However, even so, the next time he used the invitation card to enter Puno's, he would still be trapped in the Yin Veins Hall. Troublesome. By this logic, wouldn't he be wasting a month's worth of progress in Puno's? Don't panic, there must be another way. Fang Heng muttered quietly, forcing himself to calm down and close his eyes again to enter the game world. Patiently searching for a breakthrough. In the depths of the Prison of Frost in the mountain ravine, Deng Yuping's team had been waiting there for Fang Heng for almost half a day. As the sky gradually darkened, they still hadn't received any news about Fang Heng. Strangely, the zombies controlled by Fang Heng continued to brand the Frost skeletons. It seemed that Fang Heng was safe, but where was he? How could he suddenly disappear out of thin air? With the hunting day in the Prison of Frost about to end, the entire area would soon be completely sealed off, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Deng Yuping was getting anxious. Some had thought about staying in the Prison of Frost to earn points, but after trying, they found out it was nearly impossible. After the hunting day ended, the negative environmental effects in the Prison of Frost would intensify significantly. The frost breath could even exert a heavy suppressive effect on soul flames and campfires, greatly increasing the rate of fuel consumption. All teams that tried to stay in the Prison of Frost were wiped out before needing the Lord's intervention. Helpless, Deng Yuping had no choice but to risk entering the caves to search for Fang Heng. Unfortunately, it was fruitless. Captain, we can't find Lord Fang Heng's whereabouts. The caves are filled with skeletal creatures, too many for us to venture further, Cao Ming reported, leading the team back after another fruitless exploration. Forget it, no need to search further. Lord Fang Heng probably has other arrangements. Let's go back for now, Deng Yuping decided. For safety's sake, it was best to evacuate with the team first. Lord Fang Heng's methods were often unpredictable. Maybe he had figured out a way to stay inside the Prison of Frost indefinitely. They were different. With their abilities, they didn't know how they would die if they stayed in the icy prison. Yes, the federal team started packing up their supplies to return. Fang Heng had previously cleared a large amount of frost-resentful spirits, gaining substantial resources that needed time to be sorted out. End of this chapter. Chapter 1458 Probability Captain. Not good. While tidying up, a player in the team quickly logged in and hurried a few steps forward, whispering to Deng Yuping's ear reporting. Just now, our team received news from outside that Fang Heng, the lord of the Fang Heng realm, was taken down. What? This is impossible. Deng Yuping sharply turned to look at the newcomer. His first instinct was that he felt this matter was unreliable. Fang Heng being taken down? It's internal news from the Claudie Trading Company. It hasn't spread yet, but it doesn't sound false. They said he's trapped in a special environment, the hunting day is about to end, he definitely won't survive. The player in charge of offline contact seemed a bit anxious, hurriedly saying, "We also contacted the people from the Ran Merchant Association just now. They had a conflict with Claudie Trading Company yesterday and were rescued by Lord Fang Heng. Then they parted ways with him and left the ice prison in advance. The Ran Merchant Association also heard some news and just confirmed Fang Heng's situation to us. Oh no, this is getting a bit tricky." Deng Yuping's heart sank. Could they really be in trouble now? Swish! Ha! Hearing a sound, Deng Yuping suddenly raised his head and looked towards the area on the right side of the mountain stream. Suddenly, in the previously gathered right side area, controlled by Fang Heng, dense dark magic circles emerged under the icicle skeleton's feet. The icicle skeletons entered the magic circles and quickly disappeared. It's the skeleton summoning spell. They were summoned back by Fang Heng. Deng Yuping's brow furrowed upon seeing this. It seemed that Lord Fang Heng must have encountered a great deal of trouble. The good news was that at least it was confirmed that Fang Heng was still alive. "Captain, what should we do now?" Deng Yuping softly hummed in response, bowing his head in thought. At the moment, they weren't even sure where Fang Heng was, let alone talk about rescue. Anyway, the ice prison's hunting day was about to end. They should leave first, figure out the situation after they got out, then come up with a plan. Lord Fang Heng might be in trouble. Let's leave first and figure out what to do later. Yes. At the same time, in the underground vein. Warning: 60 minutes left of the ice prison hunting day. Please evacuate within 60 minutes. Remaining inside the ice prison will incur additional penalties. Fang Heng was still trapped at the entrance, scanning the game's crimson warning. Has it been over 3 hours already? Damn. Fang Heng didn't want to stay. He simply couldn't leave. After several attempts, Fang Heng discovered a little bug. He could stand boldly in the area where the holy light's breath dispersed and launch ranged attacks against undead creatures outside. The frosty grudge lord accumulated anger from Fang Heng's continuous attacks had slowly built up to its peak, yet it couldn't get close to Fang Heng within the holy light's protective area, constantly being blocked by the holy light's power. If the output was sufficient, they could slowly grind the frosty grudge lord to death. Unfortunately, Fang Heng found that his own ranged output ability was far from enough. At most, relying on the Book of Vows could release a burst of power, but it probably wouldn't kill the frosty grudge lord. Additionally, the zombie doppelganger could switch to a divine form and stay in the holy light protected area just like him. However, once they ventured outside, any form of the zombie doppelganger would be besieged by the undead. The frosty bone skeletons marked with the ice insignia could enter the outer undead gathering area, but once they entered the sacred protection area, they would instantly disperse. Of course, under normal circumstances, the Lord of the Undead wouldn't attack the frosty bone skeletons. But if the frosty bone skeletons dared to attack, they would immediately be countered by the lords. The result would be a one-hit kill. It's troublesome. Fang Heng scratched his head. Unfortunately, all his subordinates were close-range combatants, and he couldn't grind the group of lord-level undead creatures to death. Was he really trapped and doomed? Fang Heng felt a bit helpless. Right. Currently staying in the holy light protected area, he could ensure his absolute safety. With nothing to do, why not try to? Thinking, Fang Heng slowly moved forward, reaching the edge of the sacred protection area. Let's try it with the giant elite bone skeleton first. Fang Heng murmured softly, raising his hand forward. Skeleton summoning spell. Several ice skeletons were summoned by Fang Heng. As he had judged before, all external undead creatures were all attracted by him and the holy light's breath, focusing all their hatred on them, congregating on the outer edge of the holy light's breath, showing no hostility towards the ordinary frosty bone skeletons. Fang Heng drank a bottle of spirit recovery potion, trying to summon more frosty bone skeletons over, encircling one giant frosty bone skeleton elite among them, constantly squeezing his space to move. Soon, the giant frosty bone skeleton elite was congested in the middle by the frosty bone skeletons controlled by Fang Heng, unable to move. It's a chance! Fang Heng's eyes brightened, gently licked his lips, and reached out his hand. A dark aura overflowed from Fang Heng's body, spreading towards the giant frosty bone skeleton elite. At the same time, a game prompt emerged. Notice, player is using the skeleton summoning spell to initiate soul branding. The skill is currently in the guidance phase. Maintain the guidance status. Any movement, attack, spellcasting, or being attacked will interrupt this state. The giant frosty bone skeleton elite, affected by the gray shadow aura, immediately became restless. Alas, it was surrounded by a circle of crowded skeletons, limiting its movement range. It was convinced that the danger came from the front, swinging its icy bone blade continuously towards the holy light breath area. Yet, it was ineffective against Fang Heng. 2 minutes later, the skill guidance ended. Notice, player failed to use the soul branding skill. It failed. Fang Heng glanced at the prompt. Even though he had anticipated it, he couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. Then, another game prompt refreshed. Notice, the current target is assessed as a special elite. The difficulty of soul branding will be increased. The current success rate is extremely low. Please player beware. Notice, players can try to increase the success rate of the skill by decreasing the target's health points, inducing the target into a special negative state, weakening the target's level, etc. Seeing the popped-up prompts, Fang Heng suddenly became extremely excited. The branding probability is extremely low. This means that there is still a possibility of success. Fantastic! As long as there's a possibility, he could stack the quantity up. Fang Heng's eyes shimmered with excitement, lightly licking his lips. Soon, more than 20 zombie doppelgangers gathered behind Fang Heng, with progress bars appearing above their heads. In an instant, a dark aura shrouded the giant Frosty Bone skeleton elite completely. At the same time, more than 20 game prompts successively refreshed on Fang Heng's retinas. Notice, your zombie doppelganger is currently using the skeleton summoning spell to initiate soul branding. Notice, your zombie doppelganger. End of this chapter. Chapter 1459. Seeking advice. The consumption of soul power needed for the soul imprint was minimal, and not much spiritual power was required either. Being able to withstand the imprinting of dozens or even hundreds of zombie minions at the same time made Fang Heng even more excited. Since he couldn't escape in the short term anyway, he decided to take his time and imprint slowly while he had the chance. Who knows, if he happened to come across a leader-level Frostbone skeleton, wouldn't he strike it rich? Thinking about this, Fang Heng no longer felt anxious and immediately instructed his external zombie minions to start committing suicide and resurrecting themselves. The area where the fluctuation of the holy light was dissipating was still quite broad, able to accommodate thousands of zombie minions without any problem. Even if the success rate was only 0.001%, multiplied by 1,000 attempts, there would still be a 1% chance of success. As long as he kept trying, he would eventually hit upon a successful stroke of luck. Outside the Frost Prison, as the hunting day event concluded, the metal gates at the entrance of the Frost Prison slammed shut. A federal soldier hurried over and whispered a few words into Deng Yuping's ear. Elissa's face showed concern as she asked, "Mr. Deng, have you heard any news about Fang Heng?" "Well, based on the information leaking from the Karoti Trading Company, it seems like Fang Heng might be in trouble and trapped inside," replied Deng Yuping. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions instantly turned grim. This was bad. The next opening of the Frost Prison was a whole month away. Based on past experiences, no one had ever managed to survive a month inside. Elissa became increasingly anxious and urgently suggested, "Let's go ask the Lord of the City to help open the gates." "It's useless," Wendy shook her head, placing a hand on Elissa's shoulder, and advised, "The Lord of the City wouldn't easily open the gates of the Frost Prison. The Rand Merchant Guild means nothing to him." Deng Yuping took a deep breath. He was well aware that prolonged stays inside the Frost Prison were deadly for players. After hunting day ended, the negative environmental effects inside the Frost Prison would continue to intensify. Players staying inside would continuously take damage. Even if they kept drinking healing potions, their health would still rapidly deplete. As for Fang Heng, he might be fine in the short term. After all, his attributes were excellent, and he hadn't even needed to drink a potion before. It was all pure endurance. It was estimated that Fang Heng still had plenty of potions on him. With the help of potions, he could hold out for a long time. However, with time, players would develop a resistance to potions, making it impossible to endure. That guy Fang Heng. His strength was terrifying, and he always liked to venture into dangerous places. They couldn't let anything happen to him. There was only one solution now: seek the help of the old captain. Only the captain had the ability to bring Fang Heng out of their ... In the real world, at the Undead Studies Society. With a flash, a dark gold magic array appeared on the ground in the room. The light quickly dissipated, and Fang Heng's figure appeared inside the magic array. Phew! Fang Heng let out a heavy breath, and the frost that had accumulated on his body quickly melted away. After hunting day ended, the negative effects inside the Frost Prison intensified, releasing a large amount of cold air from the seams of the giant sword, causing Fang Heng to receive considerable fixed damage every second he stayed there. Although he could resist it with his undead body effect, he still felt the pain. It was a bone-chilling type of pain. The frost even attached to his body, forming ice crystals. If he stayed in one place for a few minutes, ice crystals would appear on his body, hindering his movements. Helplessly, Fang Heng was not a masochist. After enduring it for a while and finding no good solution, he chose to log out. Fang Heng quickly considered his options. Being temporarily trapped in the Frost Prison within the game wasn't dangerous, but the situation with the Barbarian territory was a bit troublesome. The Sacred Palace and the Northern Federation Union were eyeing that place with interest. For safety's sake, it was better to quickly find a way to escape. If he couldn't escape, then he had no choice but to return and find another way to obtain the brilliant crystal. Right, considering it, Master Dicky had already completed his closed-door cultivation last night. Master Dicky was experienced and would certainly be able to give some advice. He decided to go ask Master Dicky about the situation. With his decision made, Feng Heng put on his hood and mask, hurrying to find Master Dicky. After all, in the game, he was still trapped in the Frost Prison, and the special way of entering and exiting the game was Feng Heng's secret. He had to be as discreet as possible. Master Dicky had just completed his seclusion yesterday. The next day following his seclusion, a long line of students came to seek the advice of the master. After such a long time, many students encountered various difficulties in their cultivation and wanted guidance. As more people queued up, in addition to this, there were many other association matters waiting for Master Dicky to handle. Watching the undead attendant leading a scholar cut in line and head straight to see the master, the students cast envious glances at him one after another. Such a privilege was only enjoyed by the master's exclusive disciples. Inside the study, Dicky was dozing off in an armchair. After days of accumulated paperwork, he was feeling tired. "Come in." Upon hearing the knock at the door, Dicky woke up and looked towards the door. Even though Feng Heng wore a mask, Dicky immediately sensed his presence. Seeing Feng Heng coming to him, Dicky's mood improved considerably. "Feng Heng, you've come at the right time. Just yesterday, I was discussing with a few old men about you." Suddenly, Dicky raised his eyebrows. The moment he sensed Feng Heng's undead aura, his gaze was fixed. He tightly stared at Feng Heng, his face filled with rapid joy. Undead studies. High level. In just a month, he had already advanced to high-level undead studies. This also meant that Feng Heng's initial soul strength was definitely not low. A genius. He had never been wrong about Feng Heng being a genius in cultivating undead studies. Haha. Great. That group of old men would surely be jealous. The smile on Dicky's face grew wider. Feng Heng nodded respectfully. "Master, come, sit down, and let's talk." Dicky warmly invited Feng Heng to sit down and nodded with a smile. "I heard you went to Puno's. How was it over there? Are you done with your cultivation?" "Yes, I just returned a while ago. Initially, everything was fine, and I successfully completed my cultivation, but I encountered some trouble before that." Feng Heng nodded and quickly recounted the matter of being trapped in the Frost Prison. As Dicky listened to Feng Heng gradually recount the whole thing, his expression became increasingly serious. By the time he heard everything and learned that Feng Heng was temporarily trapped in the game, Dicky couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. "Feng Heng, I have heard some things about the Frost Prison. Initially, the Sacred Palace wanted to completely seal the source of the yin veins, but in the end, they suffered a bit of a setback." "Master, what exactly is the source of the yin veins?" End of the chapter. Chapter 1460. It is a very difficult to deal with grudge spirit. Don't ask anymore. That person is not someone you can deal with for now. Dicky waved his hand. "I can help you inquire about how to escape. Borrowing some tools is not a problem, but I hope you can try to escape using your own abilities. If it doesn't work, come find me anytime." "Thank you, teacher." Feng Heng saw that Teacher Dicky didn't want to talk much about Yin Vein's issues, so he thanked him and asked, "Teacher, I have also encountered some troubles related to the Holy Court." Go on." Feng Heng briefly explained the matter related to the Divine Tree. After listening to Feng Heng's long narrative, Dicky looked at Feng Heng, feeling both amused and exasperated. This student had actually caused so many troubles in just a month. It really didn't seem like a necromantic scholar. If you were to say he wasn't focused on his studies, it was true, but his cultivation had not fallen behind at all. To describe it as progressing rapidly was not an exaggeration. After all, the matter of the Divine Tree involved the Holy Court, and even Dicky found it very tricky. The Judgment Curse has always been the way for the Holy Court to demonstrate its faith power. The ancestors of the bloodline were able to escape divine punishment through the power of the Divine Tree, which has affected the authority of the Holy Court. Dicky explained slowly. Because of this, the Holy Court's investigation of the bloodline has always been ongoing. They will definitely strive to trace the source of power, but persuading them to give up is probably not possible. The strength of Saint Viorna is extremely powerful. I don't recommend you confront her directly. It's best to avoid her sharpness. Fang Heng shook his head. Teacher, I know it's difficult, but I can't give up the divine tree. Dicky nodded. The divine tree possessed a potential that even the Holy Court feared, and he himself would not easily give it up. Dicky looked at Fang Heng with a bit of seriousness and admonition. Fang Heng, Viorna is not like ordinary people. She is the reincarnation of one of the 7 soul wardens of the Holy Court. It's not a good thing to attract her attention. Once she passes the test thoroughly and completes the liberation of her reincarnated soul power, integrating completely with her inheritance, our entire necromantic society will be greatly suppressed. Fang Heng was also surprised and furrowed his brows. Is she that strong? Yes, even in the divine realm, restoring the full strength of a warden is the pinnacle of fighting power in the Holy Court. Dicky patted Fang Heng's shoulder. I don't want you to become a stepping stone for her, understand? Fang Heng's pupils contracted, feeling even more serious. Yes, I understand, teacher. Dicky's expression softened a bit, continuing, there's no need to be afraid. If it really comes to that, our necromantic society is not easy to deal with. As long as you stay here, no one can harm you. Thank you, teacher. Dicky thought for a moment and continued, remember not to reveal the source of the divine tree to others. Give me some time. I have a friend who is very knowledgeable about the natural elements. I will talk to him and hopefully get his help to find a way to transplant the divine tree. Anyway, remember, it's not advisable to confront the Holy Court directly at the moment. Stay low-key. Yes, teacher, I don't want to cause trouble either. It's best to avoid them. Fang Heng shared the same sentiment. He didn't want to confront them head-on and preferred to develop slowly. Dicky was satisfied to see Fang Heng agree. He was afraid that Fang Heng, being young and impulsive, would rush into fights. Good, it's best that you think that way. Fang Heng continued. Should I accompany you to visit that friend? No need, my friend has a peculiar temper. I will write a letter to him, and I will go alone tomorrow. Dicky's tone was gentle. Good, it has been a long time. It's a test of your recent progress in cultivation. Have you encountered any confusion or obstacles during your practice? Today, let's have a good discussion about it. Fang Heng became interested. Coincidentally, he had gained high-level necromantic knowledge through experience points directly in the game. Many theoretical aspects he had read in books, but understanding their meanings was like a fairy tale. Fang Heng had rarely studied so seriously before, and he took out pen and paper to start recording. 3 hours later, the learning was complete, and Fang Heng received a game prompt. He had leveled up twice. Fang Heng was a bit surprised. This amount of experience points would have been a huge leap if gained through absorbing necromantic energy for leveling up. That's it for today. The few points I mentioned are basic, but very important. You are advancing rapidly, so don't deliberately slow down. You can catch up on the basics later. Yes, teacher. Also, you have completed the advancement in necromantic studies, but haven't recorded the skills yet, right? That's right, I haven't had the time. Fang Heng scratched his head. Indeed, after advancing in high-level necromancy, he hurried to participate in the Frost Prison hunt. In addition, recording skills in Nosith also required time for the necromancer assessment and spending points. Fang Heng didn't have that luxury of time. Dicky raised his hand to the side. Dark dust gathered around him, and a necromantic servant gradually materialized. Take him to copy the Great Hall. Dicky instructed the necromantic servant, reminding Fang Heng there are few advanced skills in the necromantic hall. I suggest you consider learning Soul Impact, a skill that fits you better. All right, thank you, teacher. Fang Heng respectfully took his leave. Outside the door, the necromantic scholars once again looked at Fang Heng with envy. To receive one-on-one exclusive guidance from Teacher Dicky for over 3 hours. When would they have such extraordinary luck? In the Savage Realm, a slender figure stood in front of a cliff. Ahead was an endless forest of trees. The gray robe fluttered in the gentle breeze. Danny raised her hands. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dark aura quickly spread forward under the control of the Book of the Dead. Stimulated by the corrosive aura, the outermost vines quickly withered and decayed, gradually spreading towards the inner layers. The forest of trees exuded vigorous vitality. When the skill's effect ended, it began to slowly advance forward again. "Fang Heng," Danny muttered softly. A dark dust brushed past. Two gray shadows behind Danny solidified into human forms. "Danny, everything is ready. We can begin." Danny stopped her hands, but her gaze was still fixed on the vast forest of the Divine Tree. The group erosion spell could clearly affect the Divine Tree area. However, the area of the Divine Tree was too vast. With her current power, she was simply not enough to pose a threat to the entire Divine Tree region. Unless she could enter the core of the Divine Tree and launch an attack on its fatal point. End of this chapter. Chapter 1461. Copy feeling tricky. Donnie's face turned cold. "Rivera, did you come all the way here just to make fun of me? Ha ha ha. Joking. Can't you smile more? Everyone outside is saying that people in our necromancy circle are all old-fashioned, with no expressions on their faces." Rivera laughed heartily, walking to Donnie's side, also looking at the vast forest of sacred trees. "Impressive, right? It's somewhat interesting, that's all." Donnie withdrew her gaze, then looked at Rivera and asked, "Has the threat been eliminated?" Rivera chuckled inwardly. "What's this about, that's all?" If Donnie really didn't care about Fang Heng, she wouldn't have asked such a question. "Rest assured, everything is settled. Even the heavens are on our side this time." Can you guess what happened? The people I arranged didn't have a chance to act, and Fang Heng clashed with the Karoti Trading Company. Now he's trapped in the ice prison of Karoti Trading Company and can't get out. "That's good," Donnie said, having some understanding of the ice prison in Pronos. In her view, Fang Heng was a huge risk. But the Federation is pressing hard. "They just came to me again, saying they want us to deal with the sacred tree first before continuing to work together. They really have some nerve, ordering us around as if they're superior." "Doesn't matter. Whether or not the Federation is involved this time doesn't matter. Considering future cooperation, we'll take care of the Saintess first and deal with the sacred tree after the talent upgrade is completed." As the two discussed, a deep voice sounded behind them. "Have you reached an agreement? Can we move forward?" Donnie turned around, looking at the tall figure behind her, nodding, "Yes, let's go." After visiting Professor Dickey ended, the Necromancer's servant led Fang Heng all the way to the Skill Transcription Hall within the Necromancy Research Society. The front hall of the Transcription Hall was very spacious, but only a few people were present. As Fang Heng walked into the hall, he suddenly felt a disturbance in the area of the fused soul of the sacred tree in his sea of consciousness. What's going on? Is there a problem with the sacred tree? Is it the holy sea? Unable to sense the specific condition of the sacred tree, Fang Heng didn't know what had happened. Just as he was hesitating whether to immediately return to the game to check, the triggered soul of the sacred tree suddenly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. It seemed like it had calmed down again. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. It was likely another test from the Holy See. He hoped Professor Dickey could find a way to transplant the sacred tree quickly. "Respected scholar, you may transcribe 5 skills for free in the hall. Please make your selection." While Fang Heng was pondering, a voice sounded behind him. The Necromancer servant quietly appeared and handed him a thick book. "You may first choose 5 skills, and after making your choice, I will lead you to the Transcription Hall to learn the skills." "Okay, thank you." Fang Heng stopped overthinking and prepared to finish learning the skills before quickly checking the situation in the wilderness. Unlike inside the game, learning skills outside the game's Transcription Hall required selecting the skills in advance and then entering the hall for transcription. The thick book recorded a total of 181 low-level necromancy skills, 15 mid-level skills, and only 3 high-level skills. With the enhancement of the high-level necromancy level, Fang Heng could use the dead book to record 8 low-level skills, 2 mid-level skills, and 1 high-level skill. Of course, if the dead book's level continued to increase, it could record more skills. It was a transitional period, so Fang Heng didn't hesitate for long and spent a bit of time selecting a few promising skills. "I've made my selection." Once the skills were chosen, the Necromancer servant led Fang Heng to the Knowledge Hall for skill transcription. "Please follow me, respected scholar." Entering the Knowledge Hall, Fang Heng followed the Necromancer servant's instructions and walked to the center of the hall, summoning the dead book. A dark light flowed down along the glow and into the dead book in his hand. It took some time to transcribe the skills. A full hour passed before the light gradually faded. A game prompt appeared on his retina. Prompt: player has recorded skills in the dead book. Necrotic Bone Summon basic skill. Weakness Curse basic skill. Corrosion Curse mid-level skill. Soul Chain mid-level skill. Soul Impact high-level skill. Basic necromancy skills were generally mediocre, so Fang Heng just selected 2 to make up the numbers. It was more necessary to choose skills starting from mid-level. The Corrosion Curse skill could reduce an enemy's physical resistance and shield-type skills, specially targeting the Holy Sea's followers. The second Soul Chain skill had always been a desirable skill, widely used by most necromancers, capable of both offense and control, versatile and powerful. As for the high-level Soul Impact skill, it was recommended by Professor Dickey. It was effective against souls, causing damage while adding pain and stun negative effects, almost dealing full damage to ordinary people without soul power training, with the weakness of being ineffective against certain soulless units, the preparation phase before skill release, and the indiscriminate area of effect attack. It seemed more challenging to use. Fang Heng glanced over the skills and left the hall, thinking about going back to the game world to practice. As he stood outside the hall, the necromancer servant waiting nearby came up and whispered, "Respected scholar, a friend of yours has been waiting outside for you for a long time." "Friend?" Fang Heng touched the mask on his face, feeling somewhat strange. He nodded. "Okay, take me to them." In the front hall of the transcription hall, Mo Jiawei waited anxiously, and when he saw Fang Heng coming out, he signaled urgently from afar, indicating that it was a very urgent matter. The complexity of the situation far exceeded his expectations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have hurried over like this. Fang Heng immediately had a foreboding feeling and walked over to him. "What's so urgent?" "Big trouble." Mo Jiawei sighed heavily. After circling around for a long time, he finally found Fang Heng. Initially, he was shocked when he heard that Fang Heng was trapped in the game. After careful thought, Fang Heng had a special way to leave the game, so there was probably no real danger. He then found Professor Dickey and learned about Fang Heng's whereabouts from him. "There's a big problem in the barbarian world. It's hard to explain briefly. You need to come back immediately to take charge of the situation. We should head over there right away to see for ourselves, waiting for you in the game." Fang Heng's face darkened at once. "It's bad. They came so quickly. The people from the Holy See are coming, and we're not ready yet." "Is it Viona?" "Yes," Mo Jiawei nodded, then shook his head. "Not exactly. Well, it's related to her. We're running out of time. Let's go back quickly. I'll explain on the way." "Okay, let's go." End of this chapter. Chapter 1 verse 6-2. The barbarian territory erupts in conflict. About a day ago, Tang Mingyu received a tip from her NPC subordinates. The space began to experience intense fluctuations, raising suspicions of a powerful energy entity invading. Initially, Tang Mingyu didn't pay much attention to it, thinking it was just another spatial fluctuation caused by Fang Heng. However, she soon received consecutive invasion warnings and became alert. The situation in the barbarian territory was becoming untenable. In just half a day, there were over 10 invasions. However, she had a second thought. If it wasn't Fang Heng behind it, and since she couldn't defeat them anyway, she might as well make some money peacefully. So she ordered her subordinates to bring out the Empire artifact and warned that anyone disturbing her money-making would face the consequences. Even if it meant burning bridges, she was prepared. It's worth mentioning that the Empire artifact Tang Mingyu had high hopes for couldn't be traded or placed in the backpack, requiring the bloodline of the Empire's royal family and control by Empire personnel to be utilized. Nonetheless, investigations still needed to be carried out. Tang Mingyu never dreamed that this incident was actually targeted at the Holy See. The Holy See. Everyone was riding on the back of the Imperial Griffin heading towards Aochiburno, and Fang Heng couldn't help but express his doubts. "The Holy See is coming to attack us. How peculiar." Tang Mingyu also looked puzzled. Initially, the money-making plan was 99% complete, with just waiting for Fang Heng to return to thoroughly gather resources and leave this place for good. Who would have thought they would encounter such a strange event? The barbarian territory truly was an ominous place. Ade's expression turned serious as he said, "Lord Fang Heng, I've contacted a few friends from the Northern District Federation, and one reliable source mentioned that Viona actually entered the barbarian territory several days ago." Fang Heng's vigilance increased. Viona had secretly come over, and there had been no news from her during this time. What's strange is that once Fiona arrived, she completely disappeared. It continued. In fact, the original plan of the Northern District Federation was for Fiona to launch an attack on the Plagueland the same day she arrived. However, the plan was unilaterally cancelled by the Holy See, which led to dissatisfaction among the Northern District Federation. He added, moreover, not long ago, the Federation received a distress signal from the Holy See. Fang Heng became even more curious. What was this distress signal about? Was someone planning to attack the Holy See? Since the Holy See has shown consecutive high-intensity energy reactions, we discussed and felt that something significant might happen. So we called you over to take a look, 8 explained. Just then, Mo Jiawei came online, his figure gradually solidifying. I heard some information. It's from our necromancy department, he said. Huh? Tang Mingyu was intrigued. The sacred mountain is under attack by the necromancy scholars, and the situation is extremely critical. Mo Jiawei's news sparked Tang Mingyu's interest. This is a great opportunity. Let's fight. Let's get into action quickly. The more intense, the better. That doesn't seem right. Aide looked skeptical, glancing at Fang Heng and the others. Necromancy scholars have always been timid. They rarely engage in direct conflicts with the Holy See. So why suddenly become so bold this time? Fang Heng also felt that something was off. Have you heard of a person named Donnie? Mo Jiawei asked. Everyone shook their heads. Tang Mingyu mainly mingled in the early game, and Aide focused on the barbarian territory, so they had limited access to external information. Donnie is a force in a mid-level game that has been evolving in her world. Somehow, this time she set her sights on the Holy See in the barbarian world and recruited many necromancy forces to participate in combating the Holy See. Mo Jiawei explained before turning to Fang Heng, do you really not know her? Fang Heng muttered a few words softly, shaking his head. I don't recall. That's strange. I had a research company investigate Donnie. There's news that recently, Donnie secretly issued some assassination commissions against you in Punozi. Mo Jiawei's revelations left Fang Heng baffled. He was thinking of helping the necromancy players, only to find out they weren't benevolent either. He felt he had been low-profile enough during this period, but was still being targeted. We still don't know the specifics of these events. I've already dispatched people to investigate, and will inform you once we have more information, Mo Jiawei assured. Fang Heng decided it was time to assess the situation personally. Let's go take a look, he said, setting off to the direction of the disturbance. Upon observing, he noted the undead creatures were continuously attacking the outer layer barrier. The necromancy scholars' actions were sudden and unexplained. What was the reason behind it? Fang Heng had a strange feeling and felt the need to investigate further. Tang Mingyu inquired, Fang Heng, what should we do? Fang Heng instructed, don't get too close. Stay here and provide support at a distance while flying low. Understood. Tang Mingyu commanded the griffin to hover lower from a safe distance. I'll go check it out. You all stay here to support, Fang Heng announced. Just you. Tang Mingyu halted Fang Heng and handed him a refined human skin mask from her backpack for added security. Item: exquisite simulated human skin mask grade. Rare single-use consumable description. A magical item that can disguise one's appearance. The probability of failing when attacked is very high. Maximum duration: 3 hours. Usage interval: 24 hours. Fang Heng accepted the mask from Tang Mingyu and wore it before leaping down from the griffin. Once on the ground, he activated a soul talisman to create a barrier of aura, swiftly heading towards the luminous screen. The undead creatures in the vicinity, controlled from afar by players, didn't detect Fang Heng's presence, thus refraining from initiating an attack. End of chapter. Chapter 1463. Opponent Fang Heng avoided undead creatures all the way, heading quickly towards the nearby holy light barrier. Soon, as he neared the sacred barrier, Fang Heng saw several figures ahead. Several undead scholar practitioners were performing bone summoning. Upon noticing Fang Heng emerging from the edge of the path, the undead scholars immediately cast wary glances at him. Fang Heng's gaze quickly swept over the few figures, quickly identifying their identities. They were all players. It seems that this operation is player-led. Donnie, who is she? Stop! Who goes there? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Fang Heng stopped, slowly extending his hand forward. The Book of the Dead appeared before him. Like you, I am also a believer of death. I have always lived in the neighboring city. After sensing the fluctuations, I hurried over to see what's going on here. What are you doing here? Seeing the Book of the Dead representing the undead scholar practitioners, the faces of several players relaxed slightly. One young man said, "What else? We are here naturally to deal with the Holy Court. This is not where you should be. Go back." Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. Deal with the Holy Court? That's great. Last time, the Holy Court almost ruined my cultivation. This time I can seek revenge. I am more familiar with the nearby area. Are you planning to break the defense shield around the Holy Court perimeter? Maybe I can help. Several undead scholar players exchanged glances quickly. Can you break this Holy Court shield? I can try. Ilsa was the leader of the player squad, gesturing with his eyes to his 4 other teammates. Nodding towards the holy light screen ahead. All right then, you can try. If you can really break the shield, there will be benefits for you. The others stepped aside. Fang Heng put away the Book of the Dead and walked slowly forward until he halted at the edge of the holy light barrier, attempting to touch the divine. What's happening? This simple scene surprised the undead scholar players simultaneously. Someone could approach the protective barrier without being affected. Before Fang Heng could take another step, Ilsa raised his eyebrow and immediately shouted, "He's suspicious, take him down." The 5 of them acted together. Several black chains burst out from the Books of the Dead ahead of 3 players. Fang Heng heard the sound behind him and reacted immediately, grabbing the Blade of Sins behind him, his figure suddenly accelerating several times as he leapt sideways to avoid the attack of the black chains from behind. Seeing Fang Heng dodge the attack of the black chains, the undead scholar players became more alert. Fang Heng looked at them and asked, "Why? Who are you? Even Lady Donnie cannot get close to the barrier. How can you?" Ilsa stared at Fang Heng, his eyes full of vigilance. "Stop pretending. Which faction are you from? You must have also learned about the news of the Holy Maiden. Came here to investigate, right? Who sent you?" Fang Heng was extremely puzzled. What are they talking about? Investigating? News of the Holy Maiden. What news? Seeing Fang Heng remain silent, Ilsa grew more cautious and shouted, "Not speaking means nothing happened. Attack him." Several black soul chains once again attacked Fang Heng. 2 undead scholar warrior practitioners with bone armor attached to their bodies rushed towards Fang Heng from the left and right. Control it! Seeing that all of the opponents' retreat routes were locked down, Ilsa's eyes flashed with fierceness. Bang bang! What? Ilsa heard 2 consecutive impacts in front, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Golden light burst out shining. The undead scholar melee players who had attacked Fang Heng from both sides were hit by the light beams on their chests and their bone armors shattered instantly, spitting out blood, and flew out at a faster speed backward. Bang! Bang! The 2 of them were sent flying several meters, landing on the ground, completely losing their combat capability. What was that? Ilsa stared at Fang Heng tightly, his eyes filled with fear. Fragments of golden runes gathered around Fang Heng. In contrast to before, a clear aura of holy light enveloped Fang Heng's body. Fragments! Ilsa realized that the 2 streaks of light just now were produced by the high-speed movement of the fragments of holy light. With astonishment from Ilsa and his team, the floating fragments in the air turned into streaks of light once again, rushing towards them. Not good! He's from the Holy Court! Ilsa shouted quickly, retreating while activating the emergency distress device. As they had entered the barbarian world in a special way, the survival radio communication was unusable, so they could only use a more primitive distress signal. Whoosh! Boom! A dark purple light rose in the air. Barrier of bones. Several bone barriers quickly rose in front of Ilsa's retreating team. Boom! In the next moment, the remaining pages of the Book of Vows directly shattered the bone barriers summoned by Ilsa's team, throwing them out heavily. Fang Heng looked up, glanced at the exploding distress signal in the sky, and frowned. Trouble! He hadn't initially intended to clash with this group of undead scholar players, just hoping to obtain some information from them. He didn't expect the players' reaction to be so intense. The retaliatory ability of the Book of Vows had been passively triggered again, the animosity between the 2 sides escalating inadvertently. Not good. Surrounded by undead players, their support speed was too fast. Better retreat. Without continuing to pursue Ilsa and his team, Fang Heng turned back towards the holy light barrier, once again reaching out his hand. His fingertips touched the barrier, and a game prompt flashed across his retina. Hint: player discovered Holy Court barrier. Ha! Fang Heng was pondering how to enter the barrier when he suddenly found his hand easily pass through the barrier. Looks like the barrier is specifically set up to deal with the undead. Fang Heng muttered softly, swiftly stepping into the interior of the barrier, heading quickly towards the direction of the Holy Mountain. When Fang Heng left, in just 2 minutes, a player squad that had received a signal indicating gathered to provide support. What happened? The players saw that all members of Ilsa's team were heavily injured, quickly approaching to check their wounds and inquire about the situation. Ilsa clenched his teeth, staring at the light screen ahead. That person's strength is extremely strong. Recalling the scene just now, he felt a little scared. If he hadn't issued the warning in time to make the other party cautious, he might have been finished here. Seeing Ilsa's pale face, in a daze, a middle-aged player leader walked up to Ilsa, placing his hand on his shoulder. Ilsa, speak up. What's going on? End of this chapter. Chapter 1464 Conflict. Ilsa recovered from the shock and nodded, saying, "They are from the Divine Branch. They came to help." Can you see who they are? Ilsa closed her eyes for a moment, then opened them again and shook her head, saying, "No, I have never seen them before. Their strength is extremely strong, and their identities cannot be determined." The crowd exchanged looks. Support from the Holy Court. Coming from the outside? Forget about it. Have someone report to Lady Danny. We'll leave first. Although the middle-aged man also felt that this matter was a bit strange, it was too late to catch up anyway. The 3 adults have already broken through a gap in the barrier together. Let's gather and ensure to capture the Holy Maiden. Yes. Passing through the divine barrier and entering Oak Bruno, Fang Heng quickly moved towards the direction of the Holy Mountain. Along the way, Fang Heng could see many Holy Court believers and guard soldiers stationed in various areas of the city. The Holy Court had a defensive posture set up. The Holy Mountain was even more tightly guarded as the central area by the Holy Court guard soldiers. Fang Heng observed from a shadow not far from leaving the Holy Mountain. Everyone entering the Holy Mountain area would undergo detailed inspections. Without identification now, it seemed difficult to enter the Holy Mountain area. He needed to find a way to sneak in. While thinking about it, Fang Heng received a message from Mo Jiawei via the survival radio. Mo Jiawei, urgent situation. Let's discuss offline. Fang Heng quickly surveyed the surroundings, confirming that no one was around, and then exited the game directly. Undead Study Society, guest room. Mo Jiawei saw Fang Heng knocking and entering. Hastily wiping the sweat off his forehead with a bit of excitement, he spoke first. Fang Heng, figured it out. They are here for Viona. Viona. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Give me the details. Let me give you an important piece of information. There's a rumor circulating outside that Viona is seriously injured. What? How did that happen? Not sure, but the information should be accurate. Fang Heng lowered his head and stroked his chin, thinking about many things for a moment. Lady Danny received a very special mission related to Viona. Including Lady Danny, several top undead scholars from the mid-level gaming area all came over at Danny's call. They are all very powerful, and it's said that they have been preparing for this mission for several years. While Viona is seriously injured, they paid a huge price to enter the barbarian world, catching the Holy Court off guard. The information came from within our Undead Research Society. I heard that the Holy Court even protested against us, saying that the Undead Studies Society openly provoked and planned to send people into the barbarian territory. In order to prevent a further escalation, they hoped that our Undead Studies Society would immediately stop all actions. Mo Jiawei couldn't help but get excited. This is too thrilling. Fang Heng, our Undead Research Society, is in a frenzy over this. Good buddies, after so many years, the undead scholars are actually showing their strength. Usually silent and taking beatings, but now they make such a big move. They are directly targeting the Holy Maiden Viona. Viona's arrogant attitude in our research society has made many practicing undead scholars dissatisfied. Now the whole Undead Research Society is buzzing. Countless eyes are watching the situation in the barbarian territory. I understand. After listening to the whole story, Fang Heng suddenly understood something. Could it be that Danny also received a mission from the talent mentor girl, while Viona is seriously injured, and then come to snatch her? No way! Fang Heng suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Fiona is his mission target. How could he let someone else take her first? Nothing good comes for free. He needed to find a way to capture Fiona first. After pondering for a moment, Fang Heng asked, "How is the situation outside now?" "Hemph, those old heads of the undead studies are shrewd, delaying time and negotiating with the Holy Court. But I heard that the Holy Court's reinforcements are already on their way, leaving little time for Danny and the others. Hopefully, they can quickly capture Fiona, so that our plague land can breathe a sigh of relief. But it's strange, why Danny wants to deal with you is still not known." Mo Jiawei was unaware of Fang Heng's talent mission, and said with a spark, "Fang Heng, what do we do now? We are all from the Undead Studies Society, and dealing with Fiona would be beneficial for us. Should we go help?" "No, no need." In normal times, Fang Heng would consider cooperating a bit, showing the Holy Court the strength of their undead scholars. But not now. There is only one Holy Maiden, so if they cooperate, who ultimately benefits? Moreover, a little inquiry externally would reveal that the barbarian territory is his domain. Danny came with people without contacting him beforehand, clearly also being wary of him. Even Fang Heng felt that Danny's bounty placed on him was to prevent him from disrupting their plans. All signs indicated that their mission goal was the same: kill Fiona. After straightening out his thoughts, Fang Heng nodded. "You go and gather information about the forces of those players. Confirm whether, including Danny, the leaders of these people are trying to complete the level 30 talent advancement mission." "Huh?" Mo Jiawei was initially stunned, then his expression became serious, nodding. "Okay, leave it to me. I'll hire someone to investigate." "Don't rush, wait." Fang Heng stopped Mo Jiawei and carefully instructed, "After logging in, inform all the people I just met. If anyone asks about me, say that I'm currently trapped in the cold ice prison of Punos and have not been in contact with the outside world for a long time." Mo Jiawei scrutinized Fang Heng from head to toe. "Got it, we've never met." "Understood." Watching Mo Jiawei leave, Fang Heng closed his eyes in place, and a floating magic array emerged under his feet. Suddenly, the magic array burst into a dazzling white light, enveloping Fang Heng in an instant, making him disappear within it. Upon logging in again, Fang Heng reappeared behind a large tree. The entrance to the Holy Mountain area was not far away. The guards of the Holy Court were extremely vigilant, with 3 barriers set up for protection. Based on Mo Jiawei's information analysis integration, Fang Heng roughly understood the course of events. The only thing that struck him as strange was Fiona. Fiona injured. Where did she get injured? She was lively and spirited the last time they met. How could she be seriously injured? Isn't the Holy Court proficient in healing? Something seemed off. Could it be a trap set by the Holy Court? End of this chapter. Chapter 1465. Worried as he sneaked into Fang Heng, he sized up the passageway leading to the Holy Mountain, feeling hesitant. He first needed to find a way to enter the Holy Mountain to investigate. Pondering on how to proceed with entering the Holy Mountain for an inspection, a muffled explosion sound came from afar. Boom! The heavenly god shield enveloping the outer city shattered, scattering spakes of holy light. The undead eerie mist, scattered across the outer world, instantly broke through the barrier and swept towards the inside of the city of Alcabreno. The player team, along with the undead creatures, flooded into Alcabreno, and the flames of war instantly spread throughout the city. The Holy Court team stationed at the foot of the mountain were immediately dispatched to enter the city area for support. "Looks like it's going to be a fight," Fang Heng muttered to himself softly, continuing to wait patiently in place for an opportunity. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Fang Heng noticed the situation. Besides the continuous arrival of Holy Court squads heading from the Holy Mountain to support the outer world, there were also sporadic small teams carrying stretchers, bringing back severely injured personnel to seek treatment on the Holy Mountain. Observing this, Fang Heng couldn't help but lick his lips, shifting his gaze to a distance. He had a way. Changing into his sacred scholar form, Fang Heng turned around and swiftly headed towards the inner city area of Alcabreno. Inside the city, small teams of both the Holy Court and Undead were engaged in skirmishes. Captain Jose of the elite Holy Knights escort team, assisted by 2 companions, rushed towards the direction of the Holy Mountain. Jose's body was riddled with several wounds, blood oozing continuously, and toxins corroding his body. "It's the Undead's corrupt poison art. Shameless undead. Captain, You can no longer continue to fight. Please endure a little longer, and you will be healed immediately once we return to the Holy Mountain," one of Jose's companions said. The squad led by Jose had just finished a fierce battle with a team of undead players, and both sides paid a heavy price. The entire Holy Court squad was nearly wiped out, with Jose severely injured, fleeing in disarray with the help of his two remaining companions. Just when they were about to return to the Holy Mountain, turning around a corner, Jose's face suddenly changed drastically. "Be careful!" Out of nowhere, more than 10 frostbitten skeletons emerged from behind the corner. Swoosh! The ice-cold blade in the hand of a frostbitten skeleton slashed ferociously forward. Jose endured the pain and drew his sword to defend against the attack. Clang! The two accompanying Holy Knights also raised their swords to counterattack. Oops! Upon engaging in combat, Jose realized the danger. The bone-chilling coldness seeped through his sacred longsword following the ice blade's strike. These 10-plus figures were definitely not ordinary low-level skeletal creatures. When did they appear? So close to the Holy Mountain. Jose cursed inwardly, unleashing his life potential, raising his sacred longsword to strike the frostbitten skeletons fiercely. Undead, perish! Facing off against over 10 frostbitten skeletons, with only 3 individuals put the team at a severe disadvantage. His two companions soon fell into serious injuries. A sense of despair gripped Jose. Continuing like this, everyone would die here. He could only use that move, sacrificing his own life to save his two comrades. In a moment of despair, just as Jose was about to utilize the sacrificial technique, he suddenly saw several skeletal creatures ahead explode with a loud noise. Boom! Ha! What's this? Jose and the two Holy Court Holy Knights were taken aback. A young man walked out from behind the corner. Jose was stunned. What a powerful young man! He could eliminate undead skeletons with just one move. Jose had never seen this young man before, but he exuded an aura of holy light. Fang Heng nodded at Jose, and the others brought out the vow book, showing it from afar to inform Jose of his sacred identity, and quickly stepped forward to support Jose. "Let's go. It's very dangerous here. I'll take you back to the Holy Mountain first." In a critical situation, Jose and the others narrowly escaped death, their spirits most relaxed, without any doubts about Fang Heng's identity. With the current crisis at the Holy Mountain, with ample Holy Court reinforcements continuously rushing in from various other worlds through the Divine Passage, it was normal for Jose not to recognize Fang Heng. Furthermore, with Fang Heng just having saved them, their appreciation for him increased significantly, subconsciously regarding Fang Heng as a teammate. "All right, thank you." Surviving a near-death experience, Jose's spirit relaxed, but he suddenly felt an overwhelming fatigue, stumbling. "Be careful, I'll support you." Fang Heng quickly stepped forward, assisting Jose and hurrying towards the Holy Mountain, saying, "The situation outside is very bad, and as we just saw, many special undead creatures are emerging from various corners of the city. Shameless undead. They should not exist in this world," Jose said bitterly. Expressing simulated concern, Fang Heng tentatively asked, "Is the Holy Lady all right? Could she be in danger?" HMPH. The undead are trying to break through the Holy Mountain while the Holy Lady is injured. They have chosen the wrong target. The Holy Lady has the power of the divine artifact to protect her and will soon awaken. It will be the moment when the undead are eradicated. Jose, unaware of Fang Heng's intentions, cheered on his team members. Holy Court reinforcements are arriving one after another. Rest assured, the Holy Mountain will not be destroyed a second time. Upon hearing Jose's words, Fang Heng felt a hint of excitement. Listening to Jose, it seemed like the Holy Lady was indeed seriously injured, not a disguise orchestrated by the Holy Court. With the Holy Court's attention now diverted to other teams like Danny and her group outside, wasn't this his chance? Sneak away to complete the mission. Excellent. Those despicable undead will surely be purified by the holy light. Fang Heng nodded in agreement. Soon, the team arrived at the heavily guarded base of the Holy Mountain. The battle gradually intensified, with the wounded being carried back to the top of the Holy Mountain Temple for treatment. Fang Heng supported Jose, blending in with the injured from the Holy Court. With the situation critical, the attention of the entrance guards of the Holy Court didn't linger on Fang Heng much, waving them through. Fang Heng nonchalantly entered the Holy Mountain area, following the other injured personnel into the newly reconstructed temple. Entering the temple, the main hall had been converted into a makeshift emergency hall, in chaotic disarray. Seeing Jose in critical condition, a priest immediately shouted, "Quick! Bring him over for treatment. The undead's corrupt poison art has invaded his meridians. It needs to be removed immediately." Helpless, Fang Heng continued to assist Jose, holding him along with the nearby holy knights to receive treatment. "Quick! His condition is severe. Make him lie down immediately." A group of holy court priests nearby began treating Jose frantically. At this moment, Fang Heng discreetly took 2 steps back, inadvertently blending into the crowd while carefully observing his surroundings. The Temple of the Holy Mountain, rebuilt after the conflict, retained its original architectural structure. The central location of the Holy Court headquarters lay in the lower right side hall area. Viona should be there. Huh! Observing the area, Fang Heng suddenly raised his eyebrows, his gaze involuntarily shifting towards a corner on the left side of the main hall. It was him, Robin, the deputy captain of the Northern Federation's execution team. During the probing of the Divine Tree conducted by the Northern Federation and the Holy Court together, it was Robin who led the team. Fang Heng found him memorable. End of chapter. Chapter 1466. The headquarters of the Great Federation followed Robin, accompanied by about a dozen federal members. They stood quietly in a corner, seemingly not showing any intention of helping the Holy Court. "Let's not bother with them for now." Fang Heng quickly pondered for a moment and, unnoticed by anyone, quietly walked into the crowd, moving towards the entrance of the right side hall. Before he could reach the door, suddenly, the gate on the left side of the temple was pushed open. A senior judge of the Holy Court burst into the hall under the escort of more than 10 holy knights, saying in a deep voice, "High Priest Susi instructed that a large amount of energy transmission is needed in the hall. Quickly! Those with remaining spiritual power, come with me, yes." A group of just recovered holy knights immediately assembled in the hall and hurriedly followed the judge. Another commotion broke out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Heng discreetly sneaked into the entrance of the right side hallway. Behind the gate was a long corridor. Unlike the chaos in the hall, the rear hall passage area was very quiet. Fang Heng proceeded along the passage. At the entrance of the side hall, there were 2 holy court guards watching. Upon seeing Fang Heng hurrying from one end of the corridor, they cast suspicious glances at him, on alert. They realized that Fang Heng's attire was somewhat peculiar. Not that of an ordinary holy knight, more like that of an ordinary believer. From afar, the guards raised their hands to signal Fang Heng to stop. "What's the matter? The situation outside is very critical. The undead have already breached the outer protected barrier. Is the Holy Lady okay?" "The Holy Lady is fine. Believer, this is not where you should be. Retreat." Fang Heng slowed his pace and approached, saying urgently, "High Priest Susi instructs you to hurry over. The energy source in the hall is insufficient and needs to be provided immediately. Hurry! If you don't go now, it will be too late." Upon hearing this, the 2 guards exchanged a glance, without further suspicion, hurriedly followed by returning to the main hall together. Relieved to see the guards diverted, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. It was a bit of a gamble. He had intended to distract the guards and launch a surprise attack, but luckily, he managed to deceive the guards and avoid a small-scale battle. As the 2 guards disappeared completely from sight, Fang Heng pushed open the gate to the rear hall. The hall at the rear was extremely quiet, with no one guarding. Recalling the scene from his last entry into the temple, Fang Heng walked to the side, feeling along the wall for a moment until he found the hidden switch. Click, click, click. Pressing the mechanism, the central floor moved aside. The entrance door leading to the lower headquarters of the Holy Court opened, revealing a staircase leading downwards. If all goes as planned, the Holy Lady Viona should be in the lower headquarters of the Holy Court. The Holy Court deliberately did not have personnel guarding the entrance to the side hall to avoid attracting the attention of intruders and to prevent them from discovering that the lower headquarters of the Holy Court was located below. There would definitely be a large number of guards deeper into the passage. "I'll have to find a way to get past." Fang Heng muttered to himself in a low voice. Got it! The lower headquarters of the temple. The commotion outside did not affect the peace of the headquarters area. High Priest Susi was responsible for guarding the temple on the Holy Mountain, while the protection of Viona was entrusted to the 5 guardian knights she brought. The protection of the lower headquarters area below the Holy Mountain was led by elite Holy Knight Zerul. Zerul had just completed a round of inspections and returned to the entrance when he heard hurried footsteps and breathing coming from the passage leading to the upper entrance ahead. Following the sound, he saw a person, unfamiliar face, rushing towards them. Who was it? Zerul felt a sense of vigilance at the sight of Fang Heng, but before he could reach out and stop him, he heard the person shout, "Undead! The undead are coming!" Undead! Zerul's expression suddenly changed. Not good. The aura of the undead. Fang Heng pretended to look fearful and hurriedly ran towards them. Initially, even Fang Heng was surprised to see so many members of the Holy Court team guarding the passage area. Fang Heng continued to shout, "Sir, the temple has been invaded." Suddenly, a large number of undead creatures emerged from the upper floor, and they are quickly approaching. The undead have invaded the temple so quickly. Zerul's heart sank at the words, and he squinted at the shadows forming behind Fang Heng. Ice skeletal warriors controlled by Fang Heng's soul seal condensed together and quickly approached Zerul's group inside the passage. "Raise your shields!" The Holy Court Knights all raised their shields. "Charge!" Zerul waved his hand, and more than 40 elite Holy Knights behind him rushed forward, engaging in a battle with the Ice Skeletal Warriors summoned by Fang Heng. The Ice Skeletal Warriors were just as strong as regular Holy Knights, not to mention that a few elite-level Ice Skeletal Warriors were mixed in. Amidst the chaos, Fang Heng was helped up by 2 Holy Knights and brought to Zerul's side. Without waiting for Zerul to inquire, Fang Heng hurriedly asked, "Sir, is the Holy Lady all right?" Zerul had a sense of foreboding, staring at Fang Heng and asking in a solemn tone, "What do you mean?" "Our Federation just received news that the undead want to take advantage of the Holy Lady's injury. We suspect that the undead have likely entered the lower temple through a special way to target the Holy Lady. High Priest Susi is currently unable to leave due to the opening of the transmission channel. Chief Robian quickly sent me to check on the Holy Lady's condition, but we encountered undead creatures upstairs." Fang Heng panted, pretending to look anxious. "Sir Knight, please go and check. The Holy Lady may be in danger." Zerul's heart sank at once. The news that the Holy Lady was injured was confidential within the Holy Court. Unbelievably, it had been leaked. Damn! The undead were playing a diversionary tactic. Their aim was the Holy Lady. Zerul made a quick decision, waving his hand and saying, "Second and third teams follow me, the rest stay here." "Pat, command here." "Yes." In the crisis, Zerul immediately took Fang Heng and some of the Holy Court Knights towards Viona's resting room. Below the temple, the underground lounge of the lower headquarters of the Holy Court. Moheder leaned against the wall for a moment of rest. The Holy Lady had been unconscious for 3 full days. During this time, Moheder hardly left, returning to the room every half hour to check on Viona's condition. Suddenly, Moheder sensed something, opened his eyes, and turned to look at the entrance of the hallway on the right side. Swift footsteps were coming closer. Zerul, accompanied by 20-odd Holy Knights, including Fang Heng, hurried over. "Is the Holy Lady okay?" Moheder was always composed. He glanced at Zerul, his expression as indifferent as ever. "The Holy Lady is still resting. Please refrain from making loud noises." End of this chapter. Chapter 1467. Zerul on the lower level had long been dissatisfied with Mohitar's attitude, his face dark and unfriendly. He glanced towards the tightly closed door. "We received information that the undead's target on this trip may be the Holy Maiden, so we wanted to confirm the situation of the Holy Maiden." "There's no need. We will protect the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden has just shown signs of recovery. Those undead wanting to harm the Holy Maiden are just wishful thinking." Mohitar's eyes showed a hint of disdain. "Trying to take advantage of the Holy Maiden's severe injury. Dream on. I will ensure the safety of the Holy Maiden. You are not needed here. Please go elsewhere." "All right. Please make sure to protect the safety of the Holy Maiden." Zerul wanted to personally confirm the Holy Maiden's condition, but he didn't dare to offend the Holy Maiden. Seeing Mohitar's refusal, he could only leave reluctantly. "Let's go." "Wait." Suddenly, Mohitar reached out and stopped everyone, pointing at Fang Heng, his eyes showing a hint of suspicion, asking, "Who is he?" Why have I never seen him before? As soon as Mohitar saw Fang Heng, he felt that Fang Heng's figure was very familiar, like he had seen him somewhere, but his face was unfamiliar. Everyone turned their heads to look at Fang Heng. After Mohitar's remark, others also realized that they had never seen Fang Heng before. Fang Heng remained composed. He had already chosen his scapegoat long ago. The Federation. Fang Heng calmed down slightly and said, I am a member of the Federation who came with Commander Robian to assist due to my study of divine studies. We received information from the underground section of the Federation that the undead scholars invading this time are targeting the Holy Maiden. Commander Robian instructed me to inform everyone to be cautious and allowed me to stay here, keeping in constant contact with the outside world through the built-in communication channel to monitor the situation outside. Everyone exchanged glances. The explanation seemed reasonable, and there was no fault to be found. Mohitar's suspicion towards Fang Heng lessened slightly. All right, you can stay here then. Fang Heng stood aside as he watched Zerul and his group leave, carefully assessing the 5 Holy Maiden Guardian Knights guarding outside the door. What are the chances of success if they were to act now? Mohitar was very powerful, plus he had 4 teammates assisting him. Under normal circumstances, the chances of winning were not high. Furthermore, if the battle dragged on, reinforcements from the Holy Court support team would arrive quickly, making the mission even more difficult. Should he use the ultimate Eternal Luna now to quickly deal with Mohitar? Fang Heng couldn't help but consider the risks of his next actions. Dealing with Mohitar might not be difficult, but the aftermath was the challenge. Killing Mohitar was one thing, but he still needed to obtain Viona's soul. How severe was Viona's injury, according to the Holy Court's claims? Would she suddenly recover? Were there any special protections within the room? How difficult would it be to capture Viona's soul? How long would it take? Were there risks of failure? All of these were unknowns. Fang Heng needed to carefully consider the risks beforehand. To be safe, it might be better to find a way to observe first. However, Mohitar had a strong mistrust towards him, so acting rashly would only increase his suspicions. Wait a little longer. There might still be an opportunity. Fang Heng waited patiently. Time passed minute by minute. Suddenly, a game prompt flashed on Fang Heng's retinas. Tip: player zombie duplicate successfully completes the seal. Giant Elite Ice Skeleton. Finally succeeded. Fang Heng felt a sudden excitement. In the source of the yin veins and noses world, Fang Heng had been continuously recruiting higher-level ice skeletons with hundreds of zombie duplicates. Due to the high level of the giant elite ice skeletons, the success rate of the seal was extremely low. After using the soul seal continuously for half a day, they finally succeeded once. Fang Heng closed his eyes and sensed the ocean of consciousness, immediately noticing a new bright spot among the dim, numerous points of light. This was an encouraging development. If the giant elite ice skeleton could join the fray, his chances of winning would increase significantly. Fang Heng made a mental calculation and opened his eyes again, secretly sending a message through the survival radio to inquire about the external situation to Moji Away. At the same time, on the upper level of the Holy Mountain Temple, Robian led the Federation team waiting in a corner of the hall. A member of the Federation hurriedly connected and whispered to Robian's ear, "Captain, Dani's people have contacted us. They are about to force their way into the temple and want us to be prepared to take the opportunity to destroy the Holy Court's transmission channel to help them take over the Holy Court as soon as possible." Heh. Robian chuckled inwardly. "Help? Not a chance. Tell them that we are closely monitored by the Federation, and we are in close cooperation with them. We cannot act directly, but at most we can provide them with some information about the situation inside the Holy Court." Robian found an excuse to brush them off. He liked to bet on both sides. Earlier, when Lord Dani, who cultivated undead studies, led a group of people intending to enter the realm of the savage tribe, he had discovered them early on. Since he couldn't stop them, he chose limited cooperation instead. Robian provided important information to Dani, including Viona's severe injury in the Holy Court, and in return, Dani promised to help deal with the Plague Tree in the Plague Land and Fang Heng. In any case, whoever ultimately emerged victorious, the Federation could find a cooperative partner to deal with the Plague Land. It was not the time to intervene yet. Suddenly, Robian's eyebrows raised. Boom! A huge impact explosion erupted on the periphery of the temple. A dark giant spear pierced through the temple's main door, crashing heavily against the temple's upper levels. The outer walls crumbled. A large amount of undead essence surged in from the outside. Heh, fools who believe in the holy light, we have arrived. Under the escort of a group of players, Danny forcibly entered the temple. The players quickly formed a formation, standing behind Danny in an orderly manner. Danny quickly scanned the hall interior. Let Susie come out. It's time to settle our score. The holy court guard stationed in the hall immediately lined up in front, blocking the player's path. Not coming out. Then don't blame me. Danny's lips curled into a cold smile as she held her right hand out. Swiftly, a dark red aura appeared on her wrist. A dark spear gradually condensed and expanded in Danny's hand. Swoosh! The spear completed its consolidation and shot directly at the front line of the holy court guards. Susie, come out! A golden light shield shone as a golden barrier opened. High Priest Susie stepped forward from behind a row of holy court judges' guards on the right side of the hall. End of this chapter. Chapter 1468 Virtual Reality Boom. The dark long spear exploded against the golden shield, creating a blast. Susie's face was serious as she looked at Danny and the undead scholar behind her, and said in a deep voice, "Undead, this is not where you should be. In this vast world, there is nowhere the death devotees dare not go." Danny stared at Susie with a glint of battle in her eyes. The High Priest Susie with the divine artifact? So what? The difficulty level of the talent advancement mission is extremely high without a doubt. But for this day, she had long been prepared. Divine artifact? They have one too. Behind Danny, the burly Kristoff whispered, "The Saintess should be in the lower area. According to the plan, you keep them busy while I find a way to abduct the Saintess." Okay, let's go. Mojaway, Fangheng, it turns out that the leader is Lord Danny, a high-ranking figure in the undead system of the mid-tier game, accompanied by several others, including one called Krista, a melee specialist with extremely strong abilities, as well as another named Live Lyra, all here for the talent advancement mission. Mojaway, it is said that they have also brought divine artifacts this time in preparation for a battle with the Holy See. How's the situation on your end? Danny's people have successfully infiltrated the city, and they should have already entered the upper area of the temple on Mount Saint. The Holy See headquarters underground for levels. Fang Heng put away the game log. Guessed it right. The undead players are also here for the talent advancement mission. Standing in the corridor, Fang Heng could roughly sense the intense battle taking place upstairs. The walls and ceiling continued to tremble slightly. Fang Heng looked towards Mo Hedel and said, "I received a message from the superior. He told me that the undead have already invaded. They came prepared this time, even bringing divine artifacts to assist, causing trouble for High Priest Susie." Mo Hedel's face didn't look good either. He lightly agreed, feeling some complaints in his heart. How is it that the High Priest couldn't even stop this group of undead trash? The news of the severe injury to the Lady Saintess has leaked out. The undead are delaying time. They are very likely to have already sneaked in and taken the Lady Saintess away. Fang Heng tried to look anxious, glancing towards the room door. Behind Mo Hedel, the Lady Saintess may be in danger. I need you to check on the Lady Saintess immediately. Mo Hedel frowned and gave Fang Heng a cold look. I don't need you to tell me what to do. He would check on the Lady Saintess's condition every half hour. It was almost half an hour since the last check. Stay here, don't come near. Mo Hedel instructed, turning his back to open the door behind him and entering the room to inspect. Fang Heng immediately took the opportunity to peek into the room. The Lady Saintess Fiona lay quietly on the bed, dressed in white. Her eyes were closed, still seemingly unconscious. Mo Hedel stood at the entrance of the room, quickly scanned around to ensure Fiona was not in danger, then exited again, closing the door. You see, the Lady Saintess is safe now, Fang Heng said. The enemy came this time for the Lady Saintess. For safety's sake, we should move the Lady Saintess away first. HMPH, you federals don't need to bother about this. Mo Hedel sneered and continued, nowhere is safer than here. Seeing Mo Hedel's dismissive attitude, Fang Heng sighed inwardly. There was no choice but to take a risk and intervene forcibly. Now was his best chance when the fighting above was over, regardless of whether the Holy See or the undead one. He wouldn't have a good ending. Well, in this case, then we can only Fang Heng was in the middle of a sentence when his expression suddenly changed. Boom! A loud explosion came from the other end of the passage. Turning his head, Zerul led a group of the Holy Seas people around the corner from the front. Zerul shouted, "Be careful! The undead are coming! Prepare for battle!" ManhwaRecap immediately drew his long sword and took a battle stance. Fang Heng quickly followed suit, dodging behind ManhwaRecap. Can't be true. Is the Holy Sea so weak? Already unable to hold on. Squinting his eyes, he looked towards the front of the passage. Coming head-on, a burly middle-aged man led a group of undead players down the passage. Fang Heng assessed the opponent. The image of this middle-aged man in front of him closely matched one of the individuals mentioned in the information given by ManhwaRecap. Krista, an undead scholar, vice president of a player guild in a mid-tier gaming world, silent and focused on cultivation, stuck in the talent advancement mission for 8 years. Among undead scholars, he was one of the few melee specialists. Stop! This is not the place for you to run wild. Boom, boom. Krista, as sturdy as a bull, upon seeing ManhwaRecap, also showed excitement in his eyes, charging at everyone without saying a word. ManhwaRecap blocked the passage, quickly gathered to pillars of holy flame spears, and lashed them forward. Boom! The 2 beams of holy light flames heading towards him were forcefully blocked by Krista. TSK. ManhwaRecap was always proud, and, seeing him ignoring his attack and managing to block it, his anger rose, showing a hint of battle intent in his eyes. Last time, he visited the Undead Research Association located in the Eastern Federal in the real world. Nothing to say, all trash. In the game, his strength had even greater enhancements. He didn't even regard the undead scholars highly. Swish! ManhwaRecap drew his long sword and rushed towards him. Boom! 2 figures collided violently on the aisle. Bang! Krista's bone armor burst open with a bang. ManhwaRecap's eyes showed surprise. With the divine system restraining the undead system, he gained the upper hand. But when his holy light longsword struck the opponent, it felt like hitting solid rock, unable to make progress. Make way! Seizing the moment of ManhwaRecap's astonishment, Krista raised his fist and swung forward. Boom! A punch shattered the holy light shield enveloping ManhwaRecap. The fist sent ManhwaRecap staggered backward. Haha! Finally someone who can fight! ManhwaRecap was pushed back several steps, laughing, stabilizing his steps and charging forward again. Fang Heng watched from the side as the Holy Sea and Krista's players became entangled in the fight. He felt the opportunity had come and carefully retreated. Other members of the Holy Sea had already joined the battle, leaving only 2 sacred knights guarding at the room's door, their eyes focused on the ongoing battle ahead. End of this chapter. Chapter 1469, hijacking. Fang Heng frowned and immediately stepped back beside the 2 people, shouting loudly, "Not good. Something's wrong. The enemy has already infiltrated Lady Saint's room. Lady Saint is in danger." The 2 guarding knights were shocked at the news. Before they could react, Fang Heng had already walked past them, pushed the door open, and stepped into the room. The 2 guarding knights immediately followed to inspect the room. The room was as calm as usual, and Lady Saint Fiona was still lying peacefully on the bed. What's going on? Everything seemed fine, right? The guarding knights were puzzled and looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng remained composed and urged anxiously, "Quick! Go check Lady Saint's condition." The 2 guarding knights did not doubt him. As they took a few steps forward to check on Fiona, before they could reach the bedside, they heard a loud thud as the door behind them closed. Turning back, they saw Fang Heng had firmly shut the room door, locking it from the inside. Huh? The guarding knights looked at Fang Heng, puzzlement evident in their eyes. What? The next moment, the 2 guarding knights suddenly sensed a change in Fang Heng's aura. It was undead. The Book of the Dead appeared clearly in front of Fang Heng. Boom! Boom! Taking advantage of the moment of the 2 guarding knights' confusion, 6 thick dark soul chains burst out from the Book of the Dead and fiercely attacked the 2. Oh no! The 2 guarding knights' expressions changed, but by the time they realized what was happening, they were too slow to react. They quickly summoned their holy shields. Thud! Thud thud! The black soul chains lashed on their holy shields like whips, sending the 2 flying and crashing into the wall behind them. The 2 guarding knights were violently hit, and their shields dimmed slightly. They struggled to stand up quickly. Necromancy! He's actually from the school of necromancy. They saw Fang Heng heading straight towards Fiona on the bed. Not good, Lady Saint. Stop! Hearing the shouts of the two guarding knights, Fang Heng squinted his eyes. Soul chains were a very effective skill. But unfortunately, the suppression of the School of Divinity on the School of Necromancy was too great, and the overall strength of the guarding knights exceeded that of elite paladins, making it impossible to deal with them in a short time. Fang Heng quickly put away the Book of the Dead and reached out a hand towards the direction of the two guarding knights. Just as the two guarding knights were about to stand up steadily, ready to stop Fang Heng, they were suddenly stopped by a gesture from Fang Heng. Whoosh! Whoosh! A series of magic runes suddenly appeared densely on the ground in front of them. What's that? The two guarding knights were astonished. In the next instant, a large number of undead auras gushed out from the swirling magic runes. Oh no! Frosty skeletons! In an instant, more than 20 undead skeletons emerged from the magic runes, surrounding the two paladins. Taking advantage of the guarding paladins being surrounded by the frosty skeletons, Fang Heng focused his attention on Lady Saint Fiona on the bed. Fiona, Fang Heng softly whispered as he approached the bed step by step. A buzzing sound, a dark golden light appeared around the bed. Bathed in the light of divinity, Fang Heng felt a piercing pain on his body. Frowning, he immediately switched to his divine form. The pain gradually subsided. Fiona, Fang Heng continued to move closer step by step, calling Fiona's name softly. Still in a state of unconsciousness, Fiona seemed to hear someone calling from the outside, and her eyebrows moved ever so slightly. Fang Heng glanced at the soul vial in his backpack, hesitated for a moment, but decided to give up. It wasn't the time yet. The risk was too great, and the reward was not enough to make him choose to take the risk. The priority was to find a way to take Fiona away. Fiona was still unconscious, her body limp and weak. Fang Heng easily lifted her up. Troublesome, Fang Heng muttered under his breath and simply hoisted Fiona onto his shoulder. Stop! Put down, Lady Saint! What are you doing? The two paladins, still under attack from the frosty skeletons, were furious to see Fiona being treated so roughly. They wanted to rush forward and tear Fang Heng apart immediately. However, they were surrounded by a horde of frosty skeletons and couldn't move. HMPH, take care of yourselves. Fang Heng snorted coldly, looking up at the intricate divine patterns on the ceiling. It was a special reinforced type of magic circle that could protect the entire room. Unless a powerful area spell was used to forcibly break through, the room could only be entered and exited through the main door. Outside, Moheder and the necromancy players were fighting, making it risky to leave through the front door. Fang Heng tilted his head back, and the running trajectory of the magic circle was reflected in his eyes. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Etched on the ceiling, the magic circle shimmered with a dazzling light and spun uncontrollably at high speed. All-seeing eye! Boom! The magic circle spun at an extreme speed, finally reaching its limit and emitting a loud explosion. With a loud bang, a hole was blasted in the ceiling, and the golden light in the entire room quickly dissipated. Hey, all done! Fang Heng chuckled lightly, then glanced at the two Lady Saint guards who were under attack from the frosty skeletons. With a leap, he, along with Fiona on his shoulder, soared upwards. Upstairs, the passageway of the Holy See headquarters was in chaos. Due to the narrow terrain, the guards of the Holy See and the invading necromancy players were engaged in small-scale battles with each other. Just as they were fighting fiercely, they suddenly felt tremors and explosions coming from below. Both sides temporarily stopped fighting and moved a distance apart. Boom! Following the sound of the explosion, a deep pit was blasted into the ground. Just as everyone was puzzled, they saw a figure darting out of the pit. Seeing Fang Heng jumping out of the hole with Lady Saint Fiona on his back, both the Holy See and the necromancy players were equally shocked, and all turned their attention to Fang Heng's face. Almost everyone's expression was filled with astonishment, confusion, and surprise. The first thought in everyone's mind: who is he? Unlucky. Fang Heng had just leapt to the second floor and found himself being watched by so many people. He muttered to himself, thinking it was unfortunate, then shouted, "The intruder's target is Lady Saint. Moheder asked me to escort Lady Saint out first. Protect me." The people from the Holy See side were still a bit puzzled at first. Escort Lady Saint, you? The people from the Holy See found everything about him strange. Why have they never seen this guy before? And why was he so disrespectful to Lady Saint? Moheder had never allowed anyone near Fiona. Would he trust someone he had never seen before to escort her? After Fang Heng shouted, the players immediately realized what was happening and were all pleasantly surprised. They didn't recognize Fang Heng, but they knew Fiona. They'd obtained her without any effort. They just assumed Fang Heng was on the side of the Holy See. Stop her. Don't let Fiona go. End of this chapter. Chapter 1470. Players on both sides immediately rushed towards Fang Heng, shouting to protect him. The members of the Saint Court also gathered around Fang Heng to protect him immediately. If the Saint Court players were given a little more time, they would likely try to verify Fang Heng's identity, or at least take Viola from his hands to care for her. However, the surrounding players did not give the Saint Court time. Subconsciously, the members of the Saint Court once again engaged in fierce battles with the players, escorting Fang Heng carrying Viola towards the upper temple. Along the way, many Saint Court squads currently battling the invaders also joined in escorting the Saintess. The reinforcements of the Saint Court team, who later joined the escort team, may not recognize Fang Heng, but they knew their teammates and harbored no doubts about Fang Heng's identity. They only found Fang Heng's act of carrying the Saintess on his shoulders rather impolite. Perhaps it was simply a matter of urgency. As Fang Heng hurriedly ran forward, he saw the escort team behind him gradually growing in numbers, leaving him feeling helpless. What's going on? He had originally planned to leave with Viola in the chaos, but unexpectedly ended up being protected by the Saint Court. Putting that aside for now, he decided to leave the Sacred Mountain with Viola first, and then find a way to shake off the pursuers from the Saint Court. In the temple hall, the battle had intensified. Cracks began to appear in space. Vortexes emerged from the cracks, hovering above the undead players led by Donnie. A dark hand extended from the swirling void, reaching towards the devout domain established by the High Priestess Susie. The devout domain continuously resisted the invasion of the Dark Hand, deflecting it time and time again. Sweat beaded on the forehead of High Priestess Susie as she felt immense pressure emanating from Donnie. The undead. They should have been eradicated long ago. Even under the suppression of the artifact's devout domain, they showed no signs of weakness. Donnie stood opposite Susie, fully focused on controlling the deadly touches of the void, a cold glint in her eyes. The Federation had provided them with relevant information about the Saint Court in advance, so they were prepared to counter the devout domain generated by the artifact staff. The Saint Court was no match for them. The touches of death emerging from the void continuously reached the boundaries of the sacred domain, but were repelled time and time again by its power. A judge noticed the situation was dire and solemnly stated, "High Priestess, it seems they are intentionally dragging out time." High Priestess Susie coldly stared at the invaders led by Donnie. She sensed it too. They were stalling for time. But why? Soon enough, the teleportation channel of the Saint Court was built, and reinforcements kept pouring in from different parallel worlds. In a battle of attrition, the undead stood no chance. Susie looked towards them, feeling increasingly uneasy, and said in a deep voice, "Undead, leave now, and I can pretend as if nothing happened." Huh. Isn't it a bit too late to say that now? You Saint Court folks can't just overlook everything you've done to us, Donnie retorted sarcastically, continuing to control the artifact. Krista, usually stern yet reliable in strength, had no problem leading his team to capture the Saintess. After a while, he would seize the Saintess and retreat immediately. The time seemed about right. Protect the Saintess. Quick, escort the Saintess out. A commotion could be heard from the right side of the temple hall. Donnie and Susie turned their gaze towards the right side passage, their faces showing a mix of surprise. What's going on? A Saint Court follower was carrying Viola, being surrounded and escorted by the Saint Court members into the temple hall from the right side passage. The Saintess. Due to Fang Heng wearing a human skin mask, Donnie assumed he was from the Saint Court and almost instinctively shouted, "Stop them! Leave the Saintess!" In an instant, Susie also realized the Saintess. The undead. Their target was the Saintess. Susie had noticed Fang Heng's unusual behavior, but in the heat of the moment, there was no time to doubt. He bellowed, "Protect the Saintess!" The players and members of the Saint Court, who were originally separated from each other within the hall, once again clashed in battle. More people surged towards Fang Heng. Oh no! Fang Heng found himself surrounded by a mix of enemies and allies flooding toward him. The confusion escalated, rendering Fang Heng unable to use his necromantic skills or showcase the sacred spells in front of High Priestess Susie. Added to that, he was carrying Viola on his shoulders, further diminishing his combat effectiveness. Regardless, Fang Heng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Follow me! Break out! Leave the temple!" Donnie and Susie were locked in a fierce battle, both struggling to control their artifacts to counter each other, unable to intervene in Fang Heng's actions. Donnie watched helplessly as Fang Heng was escorted out of the temple hall by the Saint Court paladins. Damn it! What's Krista doing? Why can't I see him anywhere? Donnie turned to glance at the right side entrance. Among the three, Krista was the calmest and possessed the strongest individual strength, which was why he was assigned to find the Saintess. How could even an ordinary Saint Court member not stop him? Chase! Donnie had no choice but to divert her attention and shouted, "Don't let the Saintess escape. Focus on yourself first." Taking advantage of Donnie's distraction, Susie raised his staff and drew a line in the air. A dazzling golden light shone once more. The black hand emerging from the void immediately recoiled. Donnie's mouth overflowed with a trace of blood as she gritted her teeth to control the deadly touches once again. The situation in the hall swiftly shifted. Donnie wanted to leave to go after the Saintess Viola, but Susie forcefully manipulated the artifacts to entangle both parties in battle. The brilliant golden light continued to shine. The devout domain gradually expanded outward, slowly pushing forward. Donnie cast a stern glance at the Saint Court members to the side, pressuring them with her eyes as to why they were not taking action. Robbie suddenly realized his opportunity, glanced at Donnie, and whispered, "Let's go, let's catch up. Be cautious." In the temple hall, the golden brilliance intertwined with shadow gradually overwhelmed the darkness, lasting for 3 minutes. Donnie and Susie simultaneously sensed something, turning their heads to the entrance of the right side passage. Krista's expression was grim. He swiftly approached with a group of necromancy players. The escort knights of the Saintess were proving more troublesome than he had anticipated. Dealing with Moheader had taken quite some time. Unexpectedly, after Krista re-entered the Saintess chamber, he discovered the Saintess had already been taken away. Could it be a trap? Krista saw Donnie locked in a confrontation with Susie, stepping forward decisively and saying, "Double-checked, the intelligence was wrong. The Lady Saint is not on the 4th floor." Susie's expression changed suddenly upon hearing this. The other party had clearly come for the Saintess. But how did they know so precisely that the Saintess was no longer on the 4th floor? Someone must have leaked the information. The loyalty of the members within the Saint Court was unquestionable. The most likely person to leak the information externally was the Federation. "The Saintess has been taken from the temple. Quickly give chase." Donnie shouted at Krista, "Don't mind me. Catch up. You must stop him." "Got it." Krista nodded heavily, immediately leading his team out of the temple to pursue. End of this chapter. Chapter 1471. Fleeing at the same time, outside the temple, Fang Heng fled from the temple with Fiona on his back, sprinting madly down the holy mountain. The Holy Court Knights accompanying him helped to block the undead player disciples outside the temple. Once out of the temple's range, the pressure on Fang Heng was greatly reduced. After a few rounds of sacrifice by the Holy Court members following him, there were only 20 left. What to do next? Fang Heng thought quickly. First, leave the city, then deal with the Holy Court guards behind them, and finally leave with Fiona to return to the Plague Lands. A shout came from behind, "Stop!" The Federal Commander Robbie, who had been following Fang Heng and others all along, felt ecstatic. Such good luck! Originally, Robbie received a request for assistance from the Holy Court and came over thinking he could help out easily, and also provide some internal information to Donnie on the way. Unexpectedly, he struck gold. They actually found the missing saint. Robbie's team had been observing Fang Heng all the way, confirming that Fang Heng was just an ordinary Holy Court Knight. At most, he was at the level of an elite Holy Knight. Once they had the saint, no matter how they handled the situation, whether they handed her over to the Holy Court or to the undead disciples led by Donnie, it would be extremely advantageous for them as long as it was done cleanly. And then they needed to figure out how to take the saint away first. Stop! Wait! I am Robbie, the head of the Federal Tribal Area Task Force. The undead believers have set up interceptions in the Holy Mountain area, and my people have found a way to meet you. I will take you to a safer place." Robbie shouted and immediately led the team over. Fang Heng heard the shout from behind and his heart stirred. Looking back, Federal people? Such a coincidence? Trouble had arrived. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and immediately slowed down his pace, whispering to a holy knight escorting him, "Let's first meet up with the Federal people and leave the Holy Mountain together. You split from us first and report our itinerary to High Priest Susie, telling her we will be following the Federal people to a safe place." The holy knight escorting Fang Heng was stunned by his commanding orders. Since when could a disciple command him? "Go quickly." A squad leader of the team nodded. "Do as he says." "Go. Report to the High Priest." "Yes." The holy knight hurriedly returned to report. Robbie and the Federal team caught up from behind and smoothly kept pace with Fang Heng and his group. Robbie approached. "The undead players who invaded the temple have set up a net around the Holy Mountain and the city. Follow me. I'll lead you out through a weak point." The holy knight squad leader frowned, about to say something, when Fang Heng stepped forward. "The undead players are about to catch up. Quickly, lead the way. Follow me." Robbie, seeing how easily things were going, felt even more excited. He immediately directed the team towards the thicket area to the right and rapidly coordinated the response over the internal survival radio channel. In fact, Robbie was not deceiving anyone. Donnie's operation against the Holy Court this time had 3 separate teams, 2 infiltrating the temple, and the 3rd providing support outside the Holy Mountain at the base. Naturally, Robbie didn't want to easily hand over the Saint to Donnie. He wanted to seize more control. Keep the Saint firmly in his hands. At the foot of the Holy Mountain, DRIZZLE divided a group of players under him to guard various entrances of the Holy Mountain in batches, personally leading a group to guard the main road. Dealing with High Priest Susie required manipulating a divine artifact. He couldn't help. Staying here allowed them to better defend against external dangers and to support them in case of any sudden incidents, always being on alert. It wasn't just the entrance to the Holy Mountain. The entire outskirts of the city had been heavily guarded. Fiona was hard-pressed to escape this time. DRIZZLE, from the foot of the mountain, couldn't clearly see the specific situation inside the Holy Mountain. He was feeling a bit anxious. Unfortunately, entering the game world of the tribal area through a special method meant they couldn't use the survival radio, nor could they log out forcibly. Remote communication between teams became extraordinarily cumbersome. "Huh, they're here." From afar, DRIZZLE saw a team of undead player disciples rushing down from the top of the Holy Mountain, gradually coming into view. Chris was leading them. Seeing that Chris hadn't brought Fiona back, Olivera's heart sank. He stepped forward a few steps to meet them, frowning. "What's going on? Where's Fiona? Did you fail?" "I arrived a step too late. When I got there, the Holy Court had already evacuated with Fiona ahead of time, just escaped from the temple." Chris looked around. "I chased all the way here. Didn't you see anyone leaving the barrier?" "No, the barrier wasn't triggered. Not even half a fly can fly out of here." The two exchanged a quick glance. No one had left. So the Saint was still within the Holy Mountain area. Search. On the other side, Fang Heng and his group, led by Robbie, circled around to the right side of the Holy Mountain into the wooded area. Soon, a farmhouse built on the mountainside came into view. The farmhouse had already been taken over by the Federal, serving as a temporary stronghold. Currently, including the Holy Mountain, the entire perimeter of Alcabrizno had been completely sealed off by the undead believers with double prohibitions in place. It was a bit difficult to leave. Robbie was prepared to take control of the Saint first. "Everyone, ahead is the farmhouse. It's half abandoned, but our people are in there. We can rest inside and then figure out a way to evade the undead pursuit." As he spoke, Robbie stepped into the abandoned farmhouse warehouse. Fang Heng followed along with the team into the farmhouse. As soon as they entered the warehouse at the back, they realized the situation was not good. After receiving the news, the Federal team had rallied about 20 people in total. Combining with Robbie's team, there were more than 30 people. The number was almost double that of the Holy Court group. Robbie felt he had the situation under control, his gaze unwaveringly settling on Fiona behind Fang Heng. "The situation for the Saint is not great. I'll take her back to the room first to rest. The rest of you can stay here. Don't worry. It's much safer here than outside." The two Holy Court squad leaders escorting Fiona immediately grew wary, subtly moving closer to Fang Heng. Everyone was here to protect the saint, so they naturally couldn't rest easy leaving Fiona to someone else. Robbie surveyed the Holy Court group, signaling with his eyes to the surrounding player teams to prepare to take action. These individuals weren't particularly strong, and having gone through a series of battles, their combat effectiveness had significantly decreased. Capture them first, then have the saint firmly in hand. "Don't be nervous." Fang Heng held back the Holy Knights at his side, nodding. "Mr. Robbie is an important partner of our Holy Court. If it weren't for his warning this time, the saint would likely have fallen into the hands of the undead long ago." End of this chapter. Chapter 1472. Success. Watching Fang Heng, Robin couldn't help but be surprised. What does that mean? Fang Heng took 2 steps forward, walked up to Robin, and asked, "Mr. Robin, can I rest in the room with the saint? Also, I have something I want to discuss with you alone. It's about the saint's secret." Robin looked at Fang Heng, and a few thoughts flashed through his mind. This NPC is a bit strange. Could there be a special mission? Robin signaled the player team not to act for now and nodded. "All right, let's talk inside." Under the gaze of the Holy Knights, Fang Heng followed Robin into the rear cabin. Inside the cabin, more than 10 federal players watched vigilantly, eyeing Fang Heng and Fiona at the center. Robin looked at Fang Heng and said, "You've worked hard escorting the saint. Why don't you put her down first, and then we can have a conversation slowly?" Fang Heng glanced around and nodded. "Okay." Under everyone's gaze, Fang Heng slowly reached out his hand and began to speak carefully. "However, before that, there is a very important matter. This book was given to me by Lady Saint before she fell into a coma. It possesses great power, and we believe it's related to the undead attack this time." A dark book floated in front of Fang Heng. That was. Robin raised his eyebrows slightly, staring at the gray book floating in front of Fang Heng, feeling puzzled. The Book of the Dead. The other federal members also felt strange, looking at Fang Heng, wielding the Book of the Dead with doubt on their faces. Wasn't he a follower of the Holy Court? How could he control the Book of the Dead? And instructed by Fiona even? Is this Book of the Dead extremely special? "This book hides a huge secret," Fiona said. "Only, what?" Robin looked at the focused Fang Heng, asking, "What did she say?" "Only what?" Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes. Soul impact. Robin felt a violent rumble in his sea of consciousness like a bell ringing. His vision immediately became blurred, and he lost combat effectiveness instantly. The other federal players surrounding him also felt a strong impact on their consciousness, instinctively clutching their heads in pain. Damn! The dizziness persisted for 5 seconds. When Robin recovered from the dizziness, there was no sign of Fang Heng in the room. He only saw a blurry figure rushing past the window in the corner of the room, fleeing rapidly into the distance. "He's running! Quick, chase him!" The federal players, who had just regained their senses, immediately pursued through the window. Robin looked outside the window, his eyes bloodshot. Damn it! He found himself being toyed with by a mere knight from the Holy Court. No, that person wasn't an ordinary knight. He could control the Book of the Dead. Who was he? After the initial anger, Robin took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and immediately opened the previous game log for review. Hint: you have been attacked by an unknown player, taking 3,632 points of damage. Due to the significant difference in soul strength between both sides, you have suffered an additional soul impact status lasting for 0.2 seconds. What? It was actually a player. Upon receiving the game prompt message, a thought flashed through Robin's mind, and he looked out the window with a deep sense of dread. Who could it be? A player infiltrated the Holy Court. Donnie's men? That didn't seem right. If they were Donnie's subordinates, why would they bother taking Fiona away? Wasn't the mission already accomplished? Could it be someone from the Holy Court? That didn't make sense either. Why would members of the Holy Court cause such trouble? Wait, what's that? Suddenly, a large wave of undead aura surged from outside the window. Robin looked out quickly and saw 20 or 30 sparse magic circles appearing on the ground outside the window. Undead creatures. Be careful! The federal players who had just jumped out of the window were blocked by the cold ice skeletons summoned by Fang Heng, forcing them into battle with the skeletons. Damn! It was a necromantic summoning spell. That player must have been a student of necromancy. Who could it be? Robin's face turned serious. With the exit blocked by a large number of undead creatures, they might soon lose track of the saint. As he pondered, the door behind him was pushed open roughly. The Holy Court group saw Robin in the room and realized they had lost track of Saint Fiona. Filled with shock and anger, they immediately asked, "Where's the Lady Saint? She's been taken away by that man." What? Meanwhile, outside the forest perimeter, Fang Heng was once again carrying Fiona and running wildly. The soul impact skill was too effective. Depending on the opponent's soul strength, it could cause a widespread dizziness effect for over 3 seconds. Professor Dickey wasn't lying. This move was really useful. In fact, most necromancers wouldn't choose the soul impact skill, primarily because it required a preparation time, and it was a self-centered range spell that ignored the damage between enemies and allies. For an ordinary player, to unleash the best damage effect, they needed to be close to the enemy in close range. But as a mage, why get close to the enemy? Moreover, the control effect and damage effect of the skill were related to the player's comprehensive soul strength, and the actual power was just average. At a glance, Professor Dickey could see Fang Heng's exceptional soul strength and thus recommended him to learn this skill. The effect was far superior to an average player. Although Fang Heng's current body attributes far exceeded ordinary players, his running speed was slightly reduced as he carried Fiona. The cold ice skeletons should be able to hold the Holy Court for a while. Fang Heng thought to himself, preparing to take Fiona away from the Holy Mountain first before assessing the situation further. The survival radio transmitted a game hint. "Mojaway, Fang Heng, there are more and more undead outside. Federal players are also gathering. How's the situation over there?" Fang Heng replied immediately. "Fang Heng, success. I will try to join you and return to the Plague Lands later. Be prepared to assist me." On the other side, in the outskirts of the forest, Mojaway saw the game prompt sent back by Fang Heng and exchanged a glance with Tang Mingyu. "So, what does Boss Fang mean by success?" Tang Mingyu blinked, also somewhat puzzled. "What's going on?" Another head popped over. Ji Xiaobo curiously asked, "Did we win?" Offline, hearing that someone from the necromancy background dared to clash with the Holy Court, Ji Xiaobo became excited. He naturally didn't want to miss such a rare and thrilling event, so as soon as he got the news, he sneaked over to watch. End of chapter. Chapter 1473. Mao Suai Zijian Mao Jiawei shook his head, saying helplessly, "Not sure." "Ah, you can't see anything here. I'll go in to find Brother Fang and see if Brother Fang is still on the Holy Mountain." Mao Jiawei knew that Ji Xiaobo was also a time bomb, a stubborn second-generation wealthy man. Hearing this, he hurriedly stopped him. "Don't go. If you go now, you might cause trouble for Fang Heng." "What are you afraid of? Can't I fool my brother Fang?" As they were speaking, they suddenly sensed something simultaneously and turned their heads to look towards the Holy Mountain. Boom! A violent explosion. A pillar of light shot up into the sky once again from the direction of the Holy Mountain. From afar, amidst the intense explosion, you could vaguely see that the newly rebuilt temple on the Holy Mountain had been mostly destroyed in the explosion. "Ha ha! Great! Blown up! Ha ha!" Ji Xiaobo, seeing this, was first stunned, but then excitedly applauded, completely forgetting about going to see Fang Heng, who was just making noise before. "Holy Court! Can't believe it, you guys also have today." On the other side, Fang Heng, who was running towards the foot of the Holy Mountain, also noticed the explosion above the temple. Somewhat surprised. "Exploded again. Donnie and the others are quite ruthless." Leaving that aside, this time they have given face to the Undead Academy president. If the headquarters of the Holy Court was bombed, the morale of the players in the Undead Research Society Underground will be boosted. Fang Heng retracted his gaze and accelerated towards the foot of the Holy Mountain. The entire area of the Holy Mountain was not small. After running for a while, Fang Heng was about to reach the edge of the Holy Mountain, where he stopped and looked into the distance. The Undead Academy players, who were previously surrounding the foot of the Holy Mountain, began to act one after another. They were consciously searching towards the top of the Holy Mountain, most likely to find Fiona. Fang Heng licked his lips. Initially, his plan was simple: to break out and meet up with Mao Jiawei and the others, then directly return to the Plague Lands. With just the people Donnie brought, he would not be held back. Once back in the Plague Lands, he could use the power of the artifact space channel to bring Fiona back to the zombie apocalypse. Once he got Fiona back to the zombie apocalypse, he would have the upper hand. As for how to seal Fiona's soul later on, he wasn't in a rush. However, he had just coincidentally encountered the Federation on the way, so Fang Heng changed his mind. If he forcibly broke out and exposed his identity, everyone would know that he had taken the Saintess. He would undoubtedly become the target of the Holy Court, the Federation, and Donnie's group of undead scholars. This was quite contradictory to his previously planned low-key approach. The most crucial point was that dealing with just one Holy Court was already enough of a headache for him. Once he snatched Fiona, the Holy Court would definitely chase after him relentlessly. Would his family's Plague Lands be able to hold up then? The risk was too great. If a mistake was made, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Now that he had seen the Federation, Fang Heng instantly had a better plan. His identity had not been exposed yet. If he handled things correctly, perhaps he could find a way to make these three parties fight each other. As long as they fought, the Plague Lands would be much safer. Fang Heng looked into the distance at the team of players gradually advancing towards the top of the Holy Mountain, thinking about how to act when suddenly, he felt a slight breathing behind him. Fiona, who was leaning on his shoulder, began to tremble slightly. Not good. There were signs of Fiona awakening. Fang Heng frowned, looked around, and quickly stepped back. Taking Fiona with him, he leapt up and landed on a high branch above. Relying on the dense branches and leaves to block the view, Fang Heng placed Fiona on a thick branch, carefully concealing their figures with leaves. Fang Heng watched Fiona closely, holding a dagger in his hand, gently resting it on Fiona's neck. As the dagger approached, a dark golden electric light appeared in front of Fiona. Fang Heng felt a tingling sensation in his hand and quickly withdrew the dagger. Bad. With Fiona slowly awakening, a self-protective halo of holy light automatically appeared around her body. Overstimulating the barrier would only accelerate Fiona's awakening. He needed to keep her quiet for a little longer. What to do? In a hurry, Fang Heng rummaged through his backpack. His eyes lit up. He took out a potent stamina recovery potion with a side effect of inducing sleep and poured it down Fiona's throat. After administering the potion, Fiona's originally furrowed brows gradually relaxed. It seemed like it wasn't very effective. No, if Fiona woke up, he would be in trouble. Just a slight release of holy light waves would reveal him. He needed a more secure plan. Fang Heng thought for a moment, quickly scanned the surroundings, and sent a few words to Mao Jiawei to chat offline, then went offline in place. Shoo! Glittering light. Fang Heng once again appeared in a guest room of the Undead Research Society in the real world. Online wasn't an option. He needed to quickly figure out a way to knock Fiona unconscious again in person. He had to find Professor Dickey. Hopefully, it wasn't too late. The trouble was, he couldn't reveal his true identity yet. Fang Heng hastily switched to the gray robe of an undead acolyte, put on his hood, and was about to leave the room when the door was knocked on. Boom, boom, boom. Brother Fang. It's me. We've arrived. After a few urgent knocks, Ji Xiaobo opened the room's door, followed by a somewhat helpless Mao Jiawei, walking into the room together. Brother Fang, what's the situation? Did you blow up the Holy Mountain again? Ji Xiaobo was currently in an extremely excited state. He felt that today was too exciting. The people of the Undead Academy were actually getting fired up. It's not me. The situation here is also not great. Fang Heng shook his head, saying, the Saintess is about to wake up soon. I need to figure out a way to stop her from awakening. Ah! Hearing what Fang Heng said, Mao Jiawei was briefly stunned. The Saintess! Huh! The Saintess! Ji Xiaobo was also momentarily surprised. Then his eyes immediately lit up. Brother Fang, are you saying the Saintess is in your hands? Did you succeed? Did you manage to snatch the Saintess? Yes? Fang Heng hurriedly prepared to go out, whispering an explanation. To be accurate, it was my individual action, and others don't know I did it. Anyway, the Saintess will wake up soon, and I'm afraid I won't be able to control her. I need to find the mentor to figure out a way to keep her unconscious for a longer time. Before he could finish his sentence, Fang Heng found his clothes being tugged, and he turned around. Me. Ji Xiaobo held onto Fang Heng, looking at him intently with an excited expression on his face. Robbing the Saintess. That's amazing. Isn't this 100 times more exciting than blowing up the Holy Court Temple? In any case, he had to participate. I'm coming. Fang Heng furrowed his brows, looking at Ji Xiaobo with a skeptical tone. You? Are you sure? Chapter 1474. Intercepting. You definitely can do it. Fang Jie, don't go looking for that old man Ji. It's useless. There's trouble in the game now, and the real world's holy court is watching the mentors of the Undead Research Society. Any slight movement by the Undead Research Society will be magnified indefinitely. Asking Ji for help, aren't you just harming him? Ji Xiaobo was anxious, took 2 steps forward and grabbed Fang Heng, saying quickly, don't forget, our Undead Research Society is permanently neutral. Fang Heng suddenly realized. He was indeed a bit anxious, even forgetting the neutral identity of the Undead Research Society. Even if Teacher Ji is willing to help him, he won't provide direct assistance. At most, he would give some advice on the side. Doing so would bring great risks to the Undead Research Society. Me? Ji Xiaobo saw Fang Heng also coming to a realization, quickly offered himself, pounding his chest vigorously, looking resolute. With me, I can help. You? Of course, don't underestimate me. I have a way, and the two of us working together, only you and I know, we guarantee no leaks. Ahem, Mo Jiawei coughed lightly, indicating there was still someone else present. Good. Fang Heng thought for a moment and readily agreed. Teacher Ji from the Undead Research Society had helped him a lot. Unless necessary, it's best not to involve the Research Society. And rushing to find Teacher Ji now, time wouldn't allow for it. Yeah. Ji Xiaobo lightly clenched his fist, looking expectantly at Fang Heng. Where can I find you? Get online first, old Mo will tell you my coordinates. I'll be waiting there, and we can stay in contact if there are any changes. All right. In the dense trees, magic symbols swirled in the void. Shoo. Fang Heng appeared from the magic circle. Phew. Seeing that Fiona was still unconscious on the side, Fang Heng relaxed slightly, reaching into his backpack to take out a soul talisman crystal to create an invisible barrier to conceal his life force and then activate his stealth skill. All that was left to do was wait for Ji Xiaobo to come for support. Holding his breath, Fang Heng quietly lurked in the branches, checking the game log to see the battle between Frosty Bones and the Holy Court group. Soon, the shadow of a team of undead players appeared in the distance. The player team was gradually searching towards his location. The players advanced cautiously, searching carefully the whole way, hence moving slowly. Fang Heng felt it wasn't good. With the opponent's meticulous search, hiding in the tree wouldn't likely work. It would take some time before they arrived. I need to move quickly. Fang Heng muttered under his breath, taking out a jade pendant from his backpack. If needed, he would release the stored death aura in the pendant to create a dark area to take Fiona and escape. 2 minutes later, as Krista discovered a situation during patrols not far away, she immediately led the team to provide support. Trouble! Krista, after approaching, also sensed the presence of a holy aura nearby. Huh, that is. Raising her head, Krista gradually widened her eyes. Be on guard. In the distance, a team appeared ahead. Krista's pupils contracted. It was a team from the Holy Court. Be on alert. Prepare for battle. Not far away, Holy Court paladins were following more than 10 Frosty Bones in pursuit. Robbie, leading the federal team behind, was extremely annoyed. After analyzing the situation, he felt the group who kidnapped Fiona seemed more likely to be sent by Donnie. After all the effort, the result ended in Donnie's people succeeding. What annoyed him the most was that just as they were about to eliminate Frosty Bones, these peculiar skeletons began to escape. Reluctant to give up the chance to find Fiona, the group from the Holy Court pursued. The Holy Court team had no idea what Robbie was thinking. The kidnapping of Fiona was a major incident, naturally prompting a desperate pursuit, even if the explosion at the temple headquarters in the Holy Mountain had not delayed them. Watching the team chasing Frosty Bones deeper into the dense forest, you fools! Robin signaled his team to slow down, muttering under his breath. Couldn't the Holy Court see that this was obviously an enemy lure tactic? Huh? Suddenly, The fleeing Icebone Wraiths ahead stopped in their tracks and turned around, charging straight back toward the Holy Court team. What was going on? A desperate last stand. Caught off guard, the pursuing Holy Court team had no time to adjust and found themselves clashing with the Icebone Wraiths once again. "Hand over the Saintess!" the Holy Court squad leader shouted, raising his weapon and slashing forward. Asterisk boom, asterisk. The Icebone Wraith struck by the squad leader exploded in a deafening blast right before his eyes. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk. One after another, the Icebone Wraiths engaged in close combat with the Holy Court exploded violently, causing widespread area damage. Unprepared, the entire Holy Court team was thrown into disarray, left battered and covered in dust. The priests in the group hurriedly cast healing spells to tend to the wounded. Meanwhile, Robin and his federal team, lurking at the rear, exchanged puzzled glances. Self-destruction? What was going on? Did they decide they couldn't win and give up? Suddenly, Robin's brows furrowed as he raised his head to look ahead. In the distance, a group of undead players was approaching, their numbers vast. Undead. The Holy Court squad leader also spotted the undead team and, locking his gaze on them, shouted, "Hand over the Saintess." Krista, who had initially found the Holy Court squad's presence odd, now understood. So the holy aura she had sensed earlier was coming from this squad. As she stepped forward to investigate, she soon spotted Robin within the Holy Court ranks. "Where is the Saintess?" Krista demanded. Hearing her question, Robin's brows furrowed even tighter, a strange feeling rising in his heart. Could he have been mistaken? Was the Saintess really not taken by them? The federal team members, upon hearing Krista's inquiry, felt their indignation surge. "Asking us where the Saintess is? Really? Didn't you guys take Viola?" Asterisk chapter ends asterisk. Chapter 1475 interlude. Upon seeing that Robbie didn't respond, Krista furrowed her brow and immediately waved her hand, saying, "Go." The undead scholars and players followed the command and rushed forward. Fang Heng, hiding in the big tree, watched the gradual battle below and finally felt relieved. Finally caught up. If the people from the Holy Court had come a little later, he would have been discovered. Fang Heng recognized the leader among the undead scholar players, Krista. Among all the players attacking the temple on the holy mountain of the Holy Court, she was the strongest one. The Holy Knights of the Holy Court had already been worn down by the ice skeletons and were quickly falling into a disadvantageous position in the hasty battle. "Come help! What are you standing there for?" The squad leader of the Holy Knights turned back to Robbie for help and shouted, "Come help." Robbie gave him a cold glance, did not speak, but only gestured for the team to block the retreat route of the Holy Court. Watching this, Fang Heng noticed that something was amiss. The players from the Federation, after seeing the two sides engage in battle, deliberately stayed on the sidelines without assisting. Instead, they blocked the path of the Holy Court players. Damn it! So that's how it is. Until now, Fang Heng finally understood. The gangsters from the North District Federation. No wonder Donnie and her group had such clear information about the movements of the Holy Court. It was them leaking the information? The Federation collaborated with the Holy Court on the surface, but secretly reached an agreement with Donnie's team and others from the Undead Studies. While the people below were fighting, Fang Heng carefully guided Fiona towards the outskirts of the Holy Mountain in the thickets. Among the team of the Holy Court, the strongest was just an elite squad leader of the Holy Knights, and their strength was greatly overpowered by the players. They were quickly dealt with. Seeing that there were no outsiders present, Krista directly looked at Robbie again and asked, "Where is the Saintess?" Robbie replied in a deep voice, "Wasn't she taken by your people?" "Our people." A look of confusion passed across Krista's eyes, followed by a furrowed brow. "I can't understand what you are saying. Ever since we chased down from the mountain, we have been looking for Fiona. After joining the outer team just now, we haven't seen the Saintess anywhere along the way." The undead scholars also looked at Robbie. At this moment, Robbie felt an increasingly strong sense of unease. Krista's urgent appearance didn't seem to be fake. Could it be that the person who took Fiona wasn't sent by Donnie? Then who could it be? Several thoughts flashed through Robbie's mind at once. Krista stared at Robbie. "What trick is your Federation playing? Where is Fiona? Weren't you following her all along?" Faced with Krista's question, Robbie's eyes showed a hint of displeasure as he suppressed his anger and explained, "Indeed, we were following the Saintess at first, but along the way." As Robbie spoke, both Krista and the undead players looked puzzled. Was the Saint who had fled with the Saintess a player? Did he steal the Saintess and run off? Could he summon a large number of high-intensity undead skeletal creatures? Was he a spy from their undead studies? And was he still missing till now? Was Robbie also searching for him? Upon hearing this, almost everyone looked at Robbie with distrust. "Can't you come up with a more serious reason?" Krista's expression became serious, and he couldn't discern whether Robbie was telling the truth or not. But he harbored extreme doubts towards Robbie. Robbie spoke the truth, just by obscuring the part where they attempted to seize the Saintess. Krista hesitated. "So, the person who took Fiona wasn't from your group?" "Absolutely not." Both sides fell into silence once again. Suspicion between them only increased. Krista shifted his gaze and said sternly, "Search." No traces of the Saintess leaving were found. "They must still be within the area of the Holy Mountain." "Yes." One of Donnie's players' underlings, feeling a bit anxious, turned back to Krista and asked in a low voice, "We have searched a large area and still haven't found Fiona's trace. Could she have escaped?" "No. Riviera has set up restrictions around the outskirts of the Holy Mountain. The sacred energy on the Saintess is very special, and any contact with the restrictions will trigger a reaction." Krista paused and glanced intentionally or unintentionally at Robbie. "Isn't that right, Robbie?" Robbie noticed Krista's gaze, understood his implication, and said coldly, "Of course, the restrictions were set by us. If you didn't make any mistakes in setting them up, the restrictions will definitely work. Well then, I'll trouble you to stay here and wait, so as not to cause trouble in case we encounter people from the Holy Court later." Krista signaled the team to continue searching meticulously. "Humph!" Robbie snorted lightly, indicating the team to stay in place for now. At this moment, Fang Heng was hiding not far from the team under the tree. Listening to their conversation, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel dismayed. Damn! He didn't expect special restrictions to be set up outside the Holy Mountain. He could change his academic form, switch between sacred and undead studies freely, and bypass the barrier's effects. But what about the Saintess? Once she triggers the restriction, she will be targeted by everyone. It might even wake Fiona from her coma. Seeing that Robbie's team had decided to stay in the lower area and even began to rest on the spot, Fang Heng felt more troubled and couldn't help but contemplate there might be a way. Soon, Fang Heng had an idea and, after thinking about it, decided to stay in place temporarily, waiting for Jixiaobo to come and meet him. The temple on the Holy Mountain. This explosion was weaker than the last one. The outer area of the temple was destroyed by half in the explosion, but the lower area was still safe and sound. At the last moment, Susie exerted all her strength to open the domain of devotion. Under the protection of the domain power, the Holy Court side didn't suffer significant casualties. Even the teleportation channel remained intact. Support from various intermediate-level gaming worlds for the Holy Court continued to arrive non-stop. However, this greatly depleted Susie's mental strength, weakening her combat abilities significantly. Susie, along with the Grand Priest and others, took quite some time to emerge from the debris. The Holy Knights worked together to move a giant brick away. With the help of a few disciples, Susie emerged from the ruins and looked into the distance. End of this chapter. Chapter 1476 triggered the undead to fight for their lives, causing spatial fluctuations that led to the intense explosion earlier. Was this the undead's plan all along? To forcibly trigger such strong spatial fluctuations? The opponent must have suffered heavy injuries. With this desperate move, Fiona likely has fallen into enemy hands. Susie's expression turned solemn. The elite captain of the Holy Knight Corps hurried over with a knight to report, "High Priest, earlier, I escorted the Lady Saint to leave, and we encountered some friends from the Federation along the way. We learned that the area beneath the Holy Mountain has been surrounded by the undead. So, following the Federation's suggestion, we joined them to find weak points and break through the blockade set up by the undead. And now, is Fiona okay?" "I'm sorry, High Priest, we just lost contact between the Federation and the lady." The elite captain of the Holy Knight Corps looked anxious and couldn't help but ask, "High Priest, we've lost track of the lady. What should we do?" "No need to panic. High Priest Susie withdrew her gaze from afar. The lady still bears the guardian mark within her. They won't get away. With that, Susie once again waved her staff and closed her eyes, silently reciting a prayer. Golden divine light flickered and gradually condensed in the air. Not long ago, Ji Xiaobo hastily logged in and rushed towards the coordinates where Fang Heng was located. The undead scholars on the perimeter naturally mistook the eccentric Ji Xiaobo for an unknown person and stopped him. After Ji Xiaobo declared his identity, Riverton, who was responsible for guarding the perimeter, felt uneasy and hurried over to check. The members of the Undead Society had all heard of Ji Xiaobo's reputation. He was notoriously difficult to deal with. Of course, most of them were willing to give Ji Xiaobo face because of the undead research group he represented. Ji Xiaobo then expressed his desire to enter the Holy Mountain, boasting about showing the Holy Court a thing or two. After some entanglement, Riverton couldn't stop him, so he had to send a few people to escort Ji Xiaobo for exploration. Haha, this time you did well. There will be a reward from the Undead Research Group when we find the Lady Saint. Ji Xiaobo praised the team as they hurried to Fang Heng's provided coordinates. Soon, Ji Xiaobo noticed the Federation's Robian and a dozen undead players gathered in the thicket. Officially, they were resting, but in reality, the undead players had received hints from Krista to monitor the movements of the Holy Court members. Robian leaned against a big tree resting, still undecided. It was all too bizarre. Who was the player that had snatched Fiona from them earlier? As he looked up, Robian noticed a young man approaching them with a large box under the escort of a group of undead scholars, causing his eyelids to twitch. He didn't recognize Ji Xiaobo and assumed he was part of the undead team sent to assist. However, Robian found it strange that Ji Xiaobo was carrying such a large box, so he scrutinized him a bit more. Ji Xiaobo memorized Fang Heng's coordinates and discreetly surveyed the area above the thicket, quickly pinpointing Fang Heng's exact location. So close in hiding. Ji Xiaobo thought to himself, puzzled. Now, how to lead this group of people away and meet up with Fang Heng? Contemplating, Ji Xiaobo prepared to stir up some trouble. He first shifted his focus to the Federation team and shouted to Robian, "Hey, who are you? Where do you come from? You're not one of us undead scholars, are you?" Seeing an undead player being so disrespectful, Robian felt even more displeased. "What's it to you? And who are you?" Ji Xiaobo was about to continue taunting when he suddenly sensed a strong surge of holy light and instinctively turned to the right. "What's that?" The others also noticed the shining holy light and looked towards the summit of the holy mountain. Golden divine light rose from the partially destroyed temple. The Holy Court. Almost simultaneously, Fang Heng raised an eyebrow on the tree branches. "What?" With the central holy light illuminating the temple, a dark golden light radiated from Fiona's forehead. The uncontrollable holy power kept emanating from Fiona. "Oh no! It's aimed at Fiona!" Fang Heng subconsciously tried to intervene, but found it impossible to act. Flash! The golden light instantly bloomed from Fiona. Fang Heng's expression changed slightly. In fact, he had carefully checked Fiona before. The Lady Saint was crucial to the Holy Court, so they were likely to have implanted some kind of tracking device like runic marks on her. But it was impossible to resist. For example, the pendant on Fiona's chest was clearly no ordinary item, but when approached, it was blocked by a holy light barrier. In the current escape situation, Fang Heng couldn't forcibly remove it. Helplessly, he could only pray that the opponent was not too clever. But evidently, the Holy Court was not too foolish. Below, many players clearly saw a beam of holy light corresponding to the light on the mountain rising into the sky from the tree. Instantly, dozens of gazes gathered towards Fang Heng. "What's that?" Under the holy light, Fang Heng and Fiona hiding on the tree branches became very conspicuous, immediately catching someone's attention. "Over there! There are people in the tree!" Below, Robian saw those two figures and was instantly intrigued. Divine aura? Could it be the Lady Saint? Flash! The beam of light gradually dimmed after a few seconds. "Go check it out!" Robian gestured to the Federation players to cautiously approach the tree where Fang Heng was and investigate. Flash! Before they reached the tree, a strong sense of death burst out from the area where the light beam emanated. "Not good! Retreat!" The player team saw the dense black mist in front of them and quickly backed away, trying to avoid the engulfed area. Flash! The death aura suddenly erupted and rapidly spread outwards, shrouding an area of 100 meters in dense blackness in a matter of seconds. Robbie N stood cautiously on the outskirts of the death aura, observing, his expression alert. He felt something brewing in the darkness. In the thick black fog-shrouded area, 2 to 3 dozen magic arrays emerged and hovered on the ground. Flash! Flash! The undead's aura surged out from the magic arrays. Frosty skeletal figures gradually manifested from the magic arrays and dashed towards the players on the outskirts covered by the death aura. Be careful! A voice from outside the black fog shouted. Just as the voice faded, a large number of icy skeletal figures emerged from the black fog. Damn it! That's definitely him. The one who took Fiona. He's inside. Surround him. We must not let him escape. Robbie N recognized the icy skeletal figures before him and immediately shouted. He must be inside. We cannot let him escape again. Flash! Robbie N, keeping a tight watch on the dark mist to prevent Fang Heng from fleeing, suddenly sensed a strong threat approaching. His pupils shrank, and he desperately retreated with all his might. Huff! In the next instant, a long blade over 2 meters long whizzed past in front of him. End of chapter. Chapter 1477 escaped again. As Robbie's heart tightened once more, he stared intently at the creature that had darted out from the darkness. It turned out to be. Robbie's eyes showed a look of surprise. A giant elite ice skeleton. On the other side, Ji Xiaobo had already sensed the eruption of the Black Death aura, immediately running towards the more open area on the right side, shouting for others to guard in different directions where the aura was spreading. When the ice skeleton drilled out from the death aura, Ji Xiaobo quickly saw a shadow darting out from the black aura on his right side, heading towards a distance. Stop! Don't run! Ji Xiaobo's heart moved, pretending to shout out loudly, and quickly stepped forward to chase after. At this moment, Robbie also noticed a figure darting out from the death aura and fleeing quickly. However, the giant ice skeleton in front of him slashed towards him diagonally. Helpless, Robbie could only resist in a hurry, letting the enemy escape. Taking advantage of the chaos, Ji Xiaobo pretended to chase after Fang Heng energetically, the two quickly leaving in another direction towards the forest. Fang Jie is awesome! Seeing Fang Heng carrying the unconscious Holy Court Saintess Fiona on his back, Ji Xiaobo was pleasantly surprised, giving Fang Heng a thumbs up. Fang Heng thought to himself, what time is it now? And still being praised. Behind Fiona, her body was gradually recovering with a sacred aura, indicating she was about to wake up. Hurry! Find a way! She's about to wake up. Oh, no problem. I can control her. Ji Xiaobo immediately reacted, responding, and then looking around in confusion. He continued, but we need to find a secluded place away from disturbances and close by. This thing behind is very heavy. Yes, follow me. Fang Heng had already noticed the large box that Ji Xiaobo had been carrying behind him the whole time, beckoned and swiftly led Ji Xiaobo back to the farm where they had previously fought. The two federal players who had stayed in the farm had already been taken away by Robbie, leaving it deserted. As soon as they entered the farm warehouse, Ji Xiaobo slammed the box heavily on the ground. Fang Jie, hurry, come here. Ji Xiaobo was anxious, calling out urgently to Fang Heng, pulling off the white cloth covering the box to reveal a square black box underneath. The box was filled with intricate patterns of strange creatures. Fang Heng took a quick glance and found these creatures closely resembling the ones that survived in the depths of the Dead Realms as described. Not ordinary. Drawing blood from his finger, Ji Xiaobo pressed his hand against the box. The fresh blood was absorbed by the box, and a dark halo circulated. Under Ji Xiaobo's spiritual infusion, the patterns on the box started to wriggle and gradually unlock. Phew! For Ji Xiaobo, forcibly activating the artifact was still quite difficult. Hearing the mechanical sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat off his forehead, and with some effort, took out more than 20 black long nails from the box, each around 10 centimeters long. Fang Heng quietly watched Ji Xiaobo's actions. What is this? It's my family heirloom, also an artifact. I secretly brought it out, didn't expect that, right? Ji Xiaobo sounded a bit proud, wiping his nose, and then reached out to summon his exclusive artifact, the Book of the Dead, flipping through a page and starting to search. If the president of the Undead Research Society were here now, he would definitely give Ji Xiaobo a beating and lock him up for several years. Ji Xiaobo actually sneaked out his family's heritage items. Seeing Ji Xiaobo studying the Book of the Dead, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel that Ji Xiaobo was quite capable. After all, as the inheritor of a great family legacy, he could easily pull out an artifact with such a thick instruction manual. After patiently waiting for 2 whole minutes, Fang Heng, who saw Ji Xiaobo still engrossed in studying the manual, couldn't help but urge, "How much longer? Any problems? I'll make it for sure. The artifact passed down by my family, like sealing Viona, is a bit tricky to operate. They are coming. Hurry up." "Yeah, I know." Without Fang Heng prompting, Ji Xiaobo was already feeling anxious, sweating profusely. Turning page by page in the Book of the Dead, he muttered, "No, I remember it's here. Ah, found it." Suddenly, Ji Xiaobo exclaimed in delight, quickly opened a page, and handed the Book of the Dead to Fang Heng, saying, "Here, Fang Jie, it's here." "Huh?" Fang Heng was taken aback. "What are you waiting for?" "Fang Jie, start now. Me." Fang Heng pointed to himself, then looked at Ji Xiaobo, thinking how unreliable he was. "Okay. Ji Xiaobo have a matter-of-fact attitude. Of course, you're the one operating it. My mental and soul strength are not enough. You see how even the artifact has to be carried by me." This. Fang Heng suddenly felt like he couldn't argue back and looked outside the warehouse. Many players who specialized in undead studies sensed the outburst of holy aura and were gathering towards the direction of Federal Robbie and others. It wouldn't be long before they regained their senses and continued to follow them. Not only them, but also the Holy Court. Viona's body emitted a stronger wave of holy light. The Holy Court was likely to chase after Viona. They couldn't delay any longer. They had to try. Fang Heng took a slender soul nail from Ji Xiaobo, furrowing his brows lightly. It was quite heavy. "Come on, Fang Jie. You can do it." "How should I do it?" Ji Xiaobo quickly handed the Book of the Dead to Fang Heng. Peering over, Fang Heng glanced at the knight's description in the book, feeling a bit uneasy. So many patterns and explanations covered the pages, none of which he could understand. "I don't know, Ji Xiaobo pursed his lips, looked at Viona, then at the Book of the Dead in his hand. After comparing 3 times, he pointed uncertainly to a spot near Viona's armpit. "I think it should be here." After a few more comparisons, Ji Xiaobo nodded. "Yes, it's here. Pierce here with the nail." How unreliable was this? Fang Heng looked at Ji Xiaobo, muttering to himself. Time was running out, and it didn't matter if it was unreliable. They had to try. Chapter 1478 Soul Nail. Fang Heng's eyes narrowed, suddenly raising the black soul nail in his hand. Both mental power and soul power were activated simultaneously, and fine blood-red patterns appeared on the long nail in his hand. Fang Heng raised his hand and fiercely stabbed towards the lower right side of Viona's left shoulder. Hiss! As the soul nail approached Viona's body, a dark golden holy light shield immediately bloomed around Viona. In the next moment, the black soul nail completely ignored the impact of the holy light, and its tip forcefully pierced through the shield. Shoo! Ha! Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. The tip of the long nail, upon touching Viona's skin, instantly turned into a black light and disappeared in his hand, leaving a dark pattern on Viona's shoulder skin. It was a rune. With the appearance of the rune on Viona's shoulder, Fang Heng clearly sensed a significant weakening of the holy aura on Viona's body. How is it? Ji Xiaobo quickly came to observe upon seeing this. Seeing the dark pattern on Viona's shoulder, he smiled and clapped, saying, "Ha ha! It worked! Just like the Book of Abyss. It's really effective, Fang Jie. We did it." Fang Heng was speechless, thinking, "So you were just here to test it out? Is it really that unreliable?" "Fang Jie, there are 16 more positions to mark before the sealing can be complete. We must speed up," Ji Xiaobo reminded. Fang Heng nodded, no longer overthinking, and followed Ji Xiaobo's directions to continue nailing Viona's body. 17 nails were driven in. All the nails were inserted into Viona's body. Viona's body was almost covered with black patterns. At this point, even standing next to Viona, Fang Heng could no longer sense any holy aura emanating from her. "Done, Fang Jie. The manual says we have effectively sealed and suppressed all the holy power on Viona's body. You can now perceive the state of the soul nails within your conscious mind. If the nails are triggered, it means she's struggling, Ji Xiaobo explained. The soul nails are currently in their most stable state, but they will loosen later, which will be reflected directly in your conscious mind. Ji Xiaobo began to read the instructions in the Book of the Dead to explain to Fang Heng. Fang Jie. Fang Heng quickly sensed the positions of the soul nails in his conscious mind, then opened his eyes, saying in a deep voice, "I've got a rough idea. Let's not talk about this now. The people from the Holy Court are about to catch up. Let's go." Okay. Ji Xiaobo agreed and quickly left the farm with Fang Heng, heading towards the lower area below the Holy Mountain. Just as Fang Heng had left not long ago, High Priest Sushi arrived with a group of pursuers from the Holy Court. Search! The Holy Court personnel immediately dispersed and carefully searched the entire warehouse. The warehouse still exuded a large amount of holy aura, indicating that the Saintess had stayed here before. Moreover, there had likely been a battle. High Priest Sushi tried to sense for a moment, then waved her staff again. Dots of holy light lingered around the staff. After a moment, the dispersed holy light gradually dissipated. Sushi opened her eyes again, her expression turning somewhat grim. Those from the realm of the undead had come prepared this time, as even the power of the Holy Seal had been partly suppressed. "High Priest, how's the situation?" "The power of the seal has been suppressed. They have stayed here and gone in that direction." "Let's pursue and speed up," Sushi ordered. Fortunately, the imprint of power left on Fiona had not completely dissipated, allowing her to roughly feel Fiona's location through the staff. But each use of the staff to sense would consume the power of the imprint. The duration of sensing would get shorter, and the effectiveness would significantly decrease with the distance between them. Sushi felt immense pressure. On the other side, Fang Heng carried Fiona as they moved towards the lower part of the Holy Mountain, while Ji Xiaobo carried a large box. Even though the box was empty, it was still heavy. Suddenly, Ji Xiaobo had an idea while running and suggested, "Fang Jie, why don't I hide Fiona in my box, and we can take her along with us in a different way? Fiona's powers are currently sealed, but she may still trigger the prohibition. There's a risk in leaving directly." Fang Heng thought for a moment and said firmly, "Not a good idea. I don't want to cause trouble for the Research Society of the Undead either." Once discovered, the Research Society of the Undead would be implicated as well. However, Ji Xiaobo had given him an idea. Carrying Fiona this way was too conspicuous, as the holy aura on Fiona wasn't completely concealed earlier, but now that it was sealed, they could find another way to take her. Just as Fang Heng was about to proceed with the next step, his brows furrowed suddenly, and he turned abruptly to look back, his brow creased. "Hud Fang Jie. What's wrong?" "Not good. The Holy Court's people are coming after us," Fang Heng said, troubled. With his high perception attributes supplemented by his training in undead studies and sacred studies, Fang Heng could sense sacred energy much better than an average person. Moreover, High Priest Sushi had brought a large group without concealing their aura at all, making it easy for Fang Heng to detect them. Ji Xiaobo also began to feel anxious and asked, "They've caught up. What should we do?" Fang Heng thought it was extremely troublesome. Instead of heading to where the previous outbreak of Fiona's holy power had occurred, the Holy Court people first went to the warehouse and then continued to follow them. They could clearly roughly locate Fiona's trail. Most likely, Fiona's holy energy had been suppressed, but the tracking mark had not been removed. The crisis was not over yet. Check carefully again. Fang Heng once again laid Fiona flat on the ground and began checking her. He noticed the necklace on Fiona's chest. Upon closer inspection, the most conspicuous item was the pendant on Fiona's chest emitting a holy light. Once the power of the undead approached, the pendant automatically triggered a holy light barrier to resist harm. Fang Heng tried, but realized he couldn't break the barrier in a short time. "How about it? Fang Jie, the Holy Court is catching up. What do we do?" Fang Heng lowered his head briefly in thought, and then came up with an idea, his face showing a hint of coldness. "Don't worry, let the Holy Court come. We still have teammates. Let's change the plan and go find them." "Oh." Fang Heng shrugged and adopted a casual posture. "Can't avoid it. Let's find reinforcements since we can't hide." He then quickly sensed the condition of the large undead skeletal elite and found that its health was rapidly declining. He hurriedly changed the course of action with Ji Xiaobo and went after the location of the frozen bone skeleton. "Let's go." This time, unlike before, Fiona's holy aura had been completely suppressed. At least the people from the Federation and Donnie could not sense Fiona's aura. In a short moment, a good battle plan was formed in Fang Heng's mind. End of this chapter. Chapter 1479. Doubt. After the eruption of the holy light was discovered, the undead players all gathered towards the location of the Robian Federation team. The supporting undead players found Robian and the others fighting against the ice skeletons, so they joined Robian's side to fight against the ice skeletons together. After a lot of effort, the Federation team, along with over 20 players under Donnie, managed to defeat the elite ice skeleton. The ice skeleton seemed to have targeted them as their first attack, causing them to expend a lot of energy. What made Robian even more annoyed was that the mysterious person who took the holy woman had disappeared again amidst the chaos. Robian's anger rose uncontrollably. He had clearly seen someone emerge from the black undead aura and head towards the bottom of the mountain. Damn it! He escaped again! Robian clenched his fists tightly, breathing heavily. He wanted to chase after him, but the person had already disappeared without a trace, making it impossible to pursue. A Federation player approached Robian and quietly reported, "Captain, we've contacted the people below the Holy Mountain. Rivola has been leading people to guard there and hasn't seen anyone leave." Robian felt even more headache upon hearing this. What is the situation? Why didn't the mysterious person who kidnapped Fiona escape? Was there someone suspicious in Donnie's team? Had the person managed to sneak past the guards and barriers to escape? "Captain, they're here." Robian heard his subordinate's words and looked into the distance. Not far away, Krista was swiftly approaching with a group of undead players. Krista had also noticed the earlier eruption of the holy light and immediately came to investigate. What's going on? What happened just now? Seeing everyone looking like they had been through a big battle, Krista quickly approached to inquire, while also scanning the surroundings, trying to sense the source of the holy power. Unable to find anything. The previous eruption of the holy light had completely disappeared. Robian looked at Krista, also unsure of how to explain. He was still at a loss. Who was the person who took Fiona? It didn't seem like someone from Donnie's group, nor would it be someone from the Holy Court. Could there be a third party involved? Facing Krista's questioning, Robian quickly recounted the incident with the holy light beam and encountering the ice skeletons. Krista walked up, staring closely at Robian. He was extremely skeptical of what Robian had said. What a coincidence! Why did they always happen to come across that mysterious person? And each time, the person easily managed to escape. Could they really believe that they had no connection? Krista's tone grew even more serious as he asked, "Who is that person?" Krista was already in a bad mood, and this question made him even more frustrated. He coldly replied, "How would I know?" An undead player hastily approached and reported to Krista, "President, the Holy Court's people are heading towards us. Lord Donnie is seriously injured and has returned early to meet up with Rivola below the Holy Mountain. What should we do now?" Krista furrowed his brow. The plan was originally flawless. Everything was going smoothly, but suddenly a strange person appeared and kidnapped the holy woman. Now the Holy Court's people were pursuing them, yet they couldn't even see a trace of Fiona. Krista couldn't help but look towards Robian. This guy was suspicious. The external prohibitions of the Holy Mountain had not been triggered, and Rivola, who was guarding outside, had not sent any signals. From the Holy Court's actions, it seemed like they hadn't found the holy woman either. So, where was Fiona? Krista had to suspect whether the Holy Court's people had staged everything to hide Fiona. Upon hearing that the Holy Court was approaching, Robian frowned and said, "We have cooperation with the Holy Court. It's not good to stay here. We should leave, and you find a way to stop the Holy Court's people while we continue to search for Fiona." Wait! Krista suddenly narrowed his eyes, stopping Robian, and said in a low voice, "Why don't you find a way to delay the Holy Court's people while we try to find Fiona?" "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing. I just feel that it would be more suitable for you to do these things." Krista had a strong intuition. The mysterious person who kidnapped Fiona might not even exist. It might all be a scheme by the Holy Court. By keeping the Holy Court's people entangled here, the Federation could seize the opportunity to take the Holy Woman away. Madman! Who's staying here to go crazy with you? If you want to deal with the Holy Court, do it yourself. Robian was extremely frustrated. This situation was beyond belief. After half a day here, they hadn't gained anything, but instead lost a lot of items, and now they were being suspected. Let's go. Down the mountain. Let's see who dares to stop us. Robbie pushed Krista's hand away, and immediately led his people back down the mountain. A Federation player whispered to Robbie, "Captain, there's a tail following us from behind. It's Krista's people. Don't worry about them. Let them follow if they want." Robbie was extremely angry. Leaving the Holy Mountain was his decision after weighing the options. Most likely, the Holy Court's people would come after them, and being caught in the middle would be troublesome. As for the Holy Woman, he had already given up on her. No matter how well the mysterious person hid, he would find him when they returned. He would settle the score then. Translation completed. Chapter 1480. Perform a sudden wave. Robbie raised his eyebrows and looked towards the distance. What's that? At the edge of the dense forest ahead, more than 10 icy skeletal remains were surrounding an undead player in battle. It looked like that player was struggling. As Robbie got closer, he realized that he was very familiar with that person. He remembered seeing him before. Yes, he was from the undead school, the one who used to carry a large box on his back, probably one of Donnie's subordinates. Humph! Robbie sneered in his heart, thinking of letting himself destruct, but then heard the undead players who had followed the Federation team from behind exclaim, "It's Ji Xiaobo! Quick! Save him!" Ji Xiaobo was an important figure in the undead school. Several undead school players recognized Ji Xiaobo, and when they saw him being held back by undead skeletons and about to collapse, they immediately went to support him. "Quick, brothers! Come help!" Ji Xiaobo saw the reinforcements arriving from behind and shouted for help. "So it's him." Robbie heard the players' cries and looked towards Ji Xiaobo, murmuring to himself. He didn't want to get involved, but Ji Xiaobo's identity was special. Troublesome. If something happened to Ji Xiaobo, he would have to write several reports. "Let's go, help him out." Robbie reluctantly waved his hand to signal the Federation players following him to go help. With players joining the battle, Ji Xiaobo was soon rescued from the siege of the icy skeletons. Looking exhausted, Ji Xiaobo was supported by several Federation players as he retreated, grumbling all the way, "Damn, these undead skeletons are really tough. Thanks, brothers, or I would have been in big trouble." Robbie asked, "What happened? Why are you in such a mess?" "Damn, when the holy light exploded just now, I saw a strange person running away, so I chased after him. Halfway through, I lost sight of him. I walked around and found a strange team of skeletons escorting a coffin, which I found suspicious and wanted to take a look. But just as I was walking halfway there, I was ambushed from behind. Then I was surrounded by a bunch of skeletons. Luckily you guys came just in time." Ji Xiaobo explained, looking around and pointing towards the front, his eyes shining. "There, see that? It's that group of skeletons. They haven't gone far. Go after them. Don't let them escape." The Federation team members followed Ji Xiaobo's pointing direction and saw a group of undead skeletons gradually moving out of sight. Just as Ji Xiaobo said, the undead creatures weren't fast, and they seemed to be escorting something. Undead skeletons. Robbie watched the group and his heart stirred. He immediately shouted, "Catch up with them! Intercept them!" Yes. Led by Robbie, the Federation team quickly chased after them. When they got closer, they realized that the skeletal team was escorting a coffin. Several skeletons lifted the coffin and hurried away. Due to this, the whole skeletal team's movement was not fast. Upon being suddenly attacked by the player team, the icy skeletal remains quickly fought back, leaving the coffin unattended, which fell heavily to the ground. Robbie frowned. Something felt slightly off to him. While players and the skeletal remains were engaged in battle around them, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings, vigilant for any suspicious characters. Once he confirmed no danger, he carefully approached the coffin, placing his hand on it. Chi! Opening the coffin and seeing what was inside, Robbie's pupils constricted, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Fiona! It was Fiona inside the coffin. Dressed in white, Fiona lay silently in the coffin, still in a state of unconsciousness. However, unlike before, black runic patterns appeared on Fiona's skin. "Ha ha! Easy as pie." Robbie wanted to burst into laughter at this moment. Seeing Krista's subordinates coming quickly after cleaning up the skeletons, Robbie narrowed his eyes and gestured to two players beside him with his eyes. The players understood, promptly closed the coffin, and stood guard as if nothing had happened. Soon, the undead skeletal squad was completely eliminated. Ji Xiaobo, led by several undead school players, also arrived. What's inside the coffin? The Federation members surrounded the coffin, blocking several members of the undead school from approaching to inspect. Robbie stepped forward, speaking in a deep voice. No need to look. There are important items related to the undead school inside. The Federation will take charge temporarily, and I will personally explain the details to Lady Donnie. With that, Robbie waved his hand, indicating for his men to lift the coffin. Hurry, hold it tight. Let's leave the holy mountain. Huh? Ji Xiaobo opened his mouth in surprise. He was stunned on the side, not knowing what to say for a moment. What does this mean? Wasn't Fiona supposed to be hidden in that coffin? He saw Fang Heng putting Fiona in there with his own eyes. The Federation was shameless. They were just making up excuses. Were they trying to hide the Holy Maiden for themselves? At the main entrance below the Holy Mountain, Rylia was still impatiently waiting, pacing back and forth at the intersection, muttering to herself, "Why haven't they come yet?" As time passed, there was still no news of the Holy Maiden. Krista, isn't that guy usually quite cautious in his actions? Of all days, why is he up to something today? Rylia, calm down. You're too anxious. How can I not be anxious? You feel it too, right? Donnie. Donnie remained silent on the side. She was injured, enduring the pain, with a hint of seriousness in her expression. Not only Donnie, but many undead scholars also sensed that a divine power was approaching nearby. It wasn't one person, but a group of people releasing waves of divine power together. Archbishop Suzy led the Holy Court people in pursuit, and they showed no intention of hiding it at all. Donnie looked into the distance at the road ahead, speaking in a solemn tone. We've done what we needed to do. The rest is up to fate. I believe the Reaper will watch over us. Rylia pursed his lips, not saying a word. He didn't believe in fate at all. Huh! Suddenly, Rylia sensed something wrong and let out a light gasp, then turned his head to look to the right. The Holy Court, who was originally coming towards them, suddenly changed direction. The Holy Court turned towards the right. What's going on? Rylia frowned and immediately looked at Donnie. The two exchanged a quick glance. The area on the right side had a special exit point. It happened to be the weakest link in the barrier they had set up for entries and exits. Specifically, there were several loopholes in that position of the barrier. Why did the Holy Court people go that way? Donnie nodded and said the Holy Court most likely left a tracking device on Fiona, so they knew her exact location and changed direction accordingly. End of this chapter. Chapter 1481. Intercepting. Rivera's eyes lit up at the mention of Viola. Maybe they could find Viola over there. This might be their last chance. Rivera immediately waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Now, follow me to exit 7. Donnie remained silent, moving forward with the team, her thoughts delving deeper. The barrier set up on the outer perimeter of the Holy Mountain only reacted to the presence of the aura from the Holy Court, functioning more as an alarm system with a weak defensive effect. Unfortunately, there was a problem with that barrier's loophole. It was highly suspicious. It was very likely that Viola had been taken away through that loophole. And the person who took Viola was most likely an insider who knew exactly where the barrier loophole was located. Rivera guarded the main road not far from the right side exit of the Holy Mountain. The player teams supported each other quickly and saw a battle erupting ahead while still on their way. Krista was leading the players in battle against the Holy Court. High Priest Suzy did not enter the battle, but commanded her Holy Court team from behind. Continuously, small teams from the Holy Court kept coming down from the temple above the Holy Mountain through the teleportation channels to join the battlefield. Krista's team was at a disadvantage. Go, help! Rivera saw the situation and waved his hand, urging the players to join the battle and managed to turn the tides of the disadvantage, gradually gaining the upper hand. Donnie, injured, did not join the battle, looking towards the Holy Court at a distance. At the same time, Suzy also cast a scrutinizing gaze towards Donnie. Both sides were wounded, with Donnie bearing heavier injuries. Suzy stared at Donnie, We will not stop until you hand over the Saintess to avoid a battle. Donnie also stared back at Susie, saying coldly, "Come and try. I'll see it through to the end." President. A player who saw Donnie leading the team to support hurriedly approached, whispering a few words in Donnie's ear. Donnie's expression became more serious upon hearing this, turning to stare at the barrier behind, her eyebrows furrowing tightly. Rivera. Rivera was in battle with his subordinates and elite Holy Court Knights. Upon hearing Donnie's call, he immediately withdrew from the battle. "What's the situation?" Donnie said in a deep voice. "The federal agents were just here." "What who?" "The federal agents?" Rivera was taken aback. "Federal agents?" Due to their special way of entering the game, they couldn't communicate messages through the game survival radio. Their communication with each other was directly offline or through the federal agents. Rivera looked around. He found that the federal communications personnel who were supposed to stay in the team had disappeared without a trace at some point, leaving no clue behind. There was a problem. Rivera remained silent. He vaguely felt like he had grasped something, but couldn't quite see it clearly. The federal agents had left. So what? Rivera felt his mind was in chaos and looked at Donnie, waiting for her to give him an answer. Donnie continued, "The federal agents were here about 5 minutes ago. They left the Holy Mountain without regard to obstruction and behaved strangely." Rivera's frown deepened, asking, "Behaved strangely? What do you mean?" Donnie replied, "When the federal agents left, they were carrying a coffin and prevented us from inspecting it, claiming it was something very important that they would explain to us later." Jixie Albo stood aside. At this moment, he was still carrying a divine artifact box on his back, nonchalantly listening to the conversation of the few people. Upon hearing this, he interjected, "Yes, I also saw that coffin. It was taken from a team of undead bonewalkers we encountered earlier. Robian was very secretive about it, refusing to let us see it, and after leaving the Holy Mountain, they wouldn't let us follow, forcing us to return. A coffin. Taken from a team of undead bonewalkers. Secretive and not allowing anyone to see it?" Rivera combined a few keywords and suddenly realized many things. Could it be that the Saintess was inside the coffin? Damn! They were manipulated. They had put in so much effort, only for the Saintess to be taken away by those federal bastards. Not only that, but the federal agents were also using them to hold off the Holy Court. Rivera's eyes turned red, almost exploding with anger. He stared fiercely at his 2 guards, scolding them, "Damn it! It must be Viola. Viola is hidden in that coffin. You all are to blame. Why didn't you stop them?" The 2 guard players were criticized and felt wronged. "We did try to stop the federal agents, but they insisted on getting past us, saying they had already communicated with Lady Donnie about relevant matters." Donnie raised her hand to stop Rivera from continuing, saying in a deep voice, "Enough, calm down, Rivera. Talking about this now is pointless. They just left 5 minutes ago. You need to immediately lead your team to go after them. There's still a chance you can catch up. We will stall the Holy Court and come to find you right after." "All right." Rivera gritted his teeth, gesturing to his subordinates, "All of you, follow me. Follow my lead." At that moment, Robian had already left the Holy Mountain's vicinity, heading towards the outer edges of the city. Ha ha! The Saintess was successfully in his hands, and Robian had an urge to burst out laughing maniacally. He had reliable information that the Saintess was carrying some kind of artifact. Next, all he needed to do was figure out how to retrieve the artifact from the Saintess and use her as a bargaining chip to force Donnie to deal with the Plaguelands. Robian had already contacted the federal team for backup, rushing towards them quickly, unaware that since he seized the coffin containing Viola, a bat was following them from afar. Fang Heng had been following the team all along. Initially, Fang Heng and Jixie Albo planned to temporarily hand Viola over to Donnie and the others. Let Donnie deal with the Holy Court's people and let Jixie Albo, who had left a soul nail on Viola, monitor from the side, using Donnie's strength to first disable the tracking device on Viola. Once they had dealt with the Holy Court team, they would figure out a way to directly retrieve Viola and set up an ambush. With Jixie Albo monitoring and being able to roughly sense Viola's location through the Sea of Consciousness, the overall risk was manageable. However, Fang Heng never expected that the federal agents would be as greedy as him. They wanted to take the Saintess and run. Fang Heng thought this was even better. Seeing the federal agents leave the Holy Mountain area and enter an open area, the time to act had come. In bat form, Fang Heng accelerated towards the front, bypassing a group of people and blocking the path ahead of the federal agents at all. Robian was leading his team swiftly forward when he suddenly noticed a figure standing in the middle of the road ahead. Huh? Who is it? Robian sensed danger from the newcomer and signaled the team to slow down. You! Recognizing the face of the person clearly, Robian's heart thumped, staring intently at Fang Heng as if trying to see right through him. Who are you? Fang Heng completely ignored Robian's intentions and clasped his hands together. End of this chapter. Chapter 1482. Repeating old trick swift. Swift, swift, swift. Dozens of swirling magic arrays suddenly appeared densely on the ground around. A strong dark aura overflowed from the magic arrays. Elite ice skeletons emerged from within the magic arrays. Without exception, all of them were elite-level ice skeletons. Fang Heng learned from Ji Xiaobo's message that Ravella was leading a group of people rushing over. In order to quickly deal with Robin and the others, he had to go all out. Channeling his spiritual power to the extreme, Fang Heng summoned all the elite-level ice skeletons recruited during this time to join the battle. It was necessary to quickly take Viona. Robin's expression changed abruptly when he saw so many rapidly swirling magic arrays appearing. Here comes this move again. Damn undead. Be careful. Protect the coffin. Before he could finish shouting, the next moment, a dark aura emanated instantly from a pendant hanging in front of Fang Heng's chest. The dense darkness once again obscured everyone's vision. Back away. The dark aura rushed towards the players, engulfing a large area around them. Seeing this, the players quickly retreated, avoiding the engulfing range of the Black Death aura. Swiftly, Fang Heng switched to the Simple Dagger and swiftly attacked the coffin protected by the federal players in the middle. There! His vision was also blocked by the Black Death aura. Relying solely on instinct, he moved closer to the coffin. With his superior perception attribute and the subtle connection with the soul nail, Fang Heng sensed the positions of the two players guarding the coffin around him and swiftly passed by them. Swiftly, Fang Heng's fingers were about to touch the coffin. What? Suddenly, Fang Heng's pupils dilated hundreds of times. A golden light burst forth before his eyes. Boom! In the next instant, a violent explosion rang in Fang Heng's ears. A massive impact erupted from the coffin. The dazzling golden light even dispersed all the surrounding death aura in an instant. Fang Heng felt his body being heavily hammered from head to toe by an explosive force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The immense impact sent him flying uncontrollably backwards. Game notifications flashed quickly on his retinas. Reminder: player uses skeleton summoning art defective. Summoning. Reminder: player is affected by Sacred Impact Faith, receiving 1881 damage. The player is currently in undead state, receiving an additional 450% damage. Reminder: player enters states such as blindness, magic sealing, dizziness, sacred burn, etc. Reminder: player's undead body effect triggered. Player recovers from dizziness, blindness, and fractures. Reminder: you are under attack. Your disguise exquisite human skin mask is about to expire. Cannot use similar items within 24 hours. Ha ha ha! I knew something was off long ago. Knew you would come. Seeing Fang Heng being blasted away, Robin couldn't help but burst into laughter not far away. Robin, who had been upset by Fang Heng before, suddenly discovered the recovered Viona and found it a bit suspicious, so he meticulously set up a strong defensive barrier outside the coffin. The barrier's explosion had a high probability of affecting the safety of the Saintess. So what? Robin looked at Fang Heng being blown away with a sense of satisfaction for avenging his past grudge. He even saw Fang Heng's human skin mask gradually dissolving. Robin stared at Fang Heng, wanting to see the real face behind the mask. Huh? What's this? Robin furrowed his brows. He found Fang Heng, who was flying backwards in midair, struggling to adjust his posture, covering his face with one hand and touching the pendant hanging on his chest with the other. How is this possible? Why can he still resist? Robin was stunned, his eyes filled with an incredulous look. The powerful restriction rune on him was his most powerful spell, obtained after months of completing a large-scale mission. Triggering the rune effect at such a close range should have maximized its explosive power. Even if it didn't directly kill him, with so many negative effects stacked, how could he recover so quickly? Is he really a magic practitioner of undead studies? Robin was filled with uncertainty. Knowing that Fang Heng could summon a large number of skeletal creatures, Robin naturally assumed he was a player of undead studies magical class. Swift. In the next instant, another dense black death aura overflowed from Fang Heng's pendant, shrouding the surrounding area in darkness once again. Robin lost sight of Fang Heng once more. Damn it! Stop him! Quickly stop him! Robin was going crazy, shouting loudly to his teammates to try to intercept Fang Heng. Despite being surrounded by a black death aura, Robin could clearly sense that Fang Heng was trying to seize the Saintess's coffin. However, when he came this time, he never thought he would be involved in the battle between the Holy Court and the undead. The strength he brought along was not top-notch, and struggling against a large number of elite-level ice skeletons had left them in a difficult position, leaving no spare time to deal with Fang Heng. Damn it! Robin could only watch helplessly as the familiar figure once again emerged from the Black Death aura, carrying Fiona and quickly leaving. Robin! Behind them, Ravella led her squad of undead studies players chasing after them quickly. Seeing Robin's group engaged in battle with the undead skeletons, she was somewhat surprised. She thought that after the federal team took Fiona away, they must have planned an evacuation route, but she never expected to catch up with them so quickly. Halt! Excitement sparkled in Ravella's eyes as she quickly caught up, surrounding the federal players and the elite ice skeletons in the center with her undead study squad. Instead of joining the battle immediately, she quickly scanned the chaotic battlefield. There was no sign of Fiona in the battlefield. Seeing the broken coffin, Ravella's heart sank, asking, "Where's Fiona?" Hearing Fiona's name, Robin was even more infuriated. Spitting blood out of anger, he responded, "Didn't I tell you? She was taken away. Why don't you help? Taken away." Ravella was instantly filled with anger. Taken away again? Huh? How many times now? There should be a limit to this self-staged act. Do they think everyone here is foolish? Robin, looking at the doubtful gaze from Ravella, feeling the pent-up anger with no outlet, shouted loudly, "Open your eyes. Fiona isn't here. Didn't you see that?" End of this chapter. Chapter 1483 Awakening. So crossing saw Luo Bie roaring like this, Riviera suppressed his anger and said in a deep voice, "Since you have found Fiona, why didn't you say so earlier?" Luo Bie sneered, "Do I need to explain to you? HMPH, let's go." Leaving behind Luo Bie and others entangled with the elite icy skeletons, Riviera waved his hand to signal everyone to immediately chase forward. He could now basically confirm that Luo Bie had orchestrated this scene. Luo Bie had secretly arranged for someone to take Fiona away, while he personally stayed behind to slow down their pace. It was truly despicable. Catch up. Even though hope was dim to the extreme, as long as they chased, there was still a chance. If they caught up, they might be able to find Fiona. Not far away, Fang Heng flew towards the city exit with Fiona on his back, while checking the several negative effects hanging on him. The physical negative effects could be removed by the undead body effect, but not the magic effects. Magic Seal. In this state, the player cannot use skills with a spiritual energy consumption greater than 0 points remaining duration, 1 hour and 12 minutes. Divine Burn. Every 3 seconds, receive 300 points of divine attribute burning damage remaining duration, 3 hours and 55 minutes. It turned out to be magic sealing? Fang Heng was a bit surprised. The federal inventory was still quite plentiful, and he almost suffered a big loss. With the negative effects affecting him, he couldn't use his ultimate move Eternal Moon, or other undead magic spells like Skeleton Summon. Fortunately, the skills attached to the Blood King's coffin did not require spiritual energy consumption, and he was more used to fighting in close combat. However, the other Divine Burn effect was extremely terrifying, with divine attribute damage every 3 seconds, which, although not high, was very effective against his undead body effect. If his luck ran out and his health was suppressed to the limit, coincidentally triggering Divine Burn, there was a chance he could die directly. Just as he was thinking this, Fang Heng furrowed his brows slightly. Ahead, in the direction of the city exit, a large group of undead players from the School of Undeath were gathered as guards. There was also a secondary barrier at the city entrance. Should he break through? What was the success rate under the anti-magic state? Fang Heng estimated in his mind, quickly quickly scanning his surroundings and narrowing his eyes, trying to come up with a way to forcefully break out. Suddenly, he felt a slight movement behind him, and at the same time, a certain position in his consciousness lightly trembled. Not good. Fang Heng immediately felt a sense of alert, and he glanced at Fiona leaning on his shoulder. It was Fiona. She was waking up. And at this moment, it was too dangerous to break out forcibly with Fiona waking up. After a moment of thought, Fang Heng immediately turned and flashed towards a row of residential houses behind. There was still time. He needed to hide first. Fiona felt an unusual heaviness on her eyelids. She had just had a long dream. She was imprisoned in a red prison. She suddenly broke free from the dream and swiftly opened her eyes. This wasn't the headquarters of the Holy Court. Looking up at the ceiling and feeling the cold touch beneath her, Fiona's heart trembled and she quickly sat up. A sharp dagger was held against her neck. Fiona looked at the person in front of her, her pupils flashing with surprise. You, Fang Heng. Shh, be quiet. Fang Heng pointed to outside the window. At the end of the corridor outside the window, a group of undead players were searching for something. The undead are looking for you. Lady Donnie, you know that, right? Never mind, it doesn't matter. In any case, they are looking for you, and you don't want to fall into their hands, do you? What do you mean? Are you here to save me? Fiona stared at Fang Heng intently. Fang Heng arrived just in time. She was about to look for him. She ended up walking into this trap herself. It's not exactly saving you. Fiona remained silent, her face cold, preparing to focus her strength to capture Fang Heng. Suddenly, her heart trembled, and a hint of horror appeared in her eyes. What's going on? Her divine power was sealed. Fiona's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. The power sealed in her body originated from the undead. She turned to look at Fang Heng. That night, she saw what had happened in the past from the Wheel of Destiny. The evil power she sensed made her still shudder. Fang Heng, they will find me soon. Fiona glanced outside the window, pondering in her mind, trying to convince Fang Heng with words. I carry the mark of the Holy Court. The Holy Court will come looking for me. Even if you kill me, it won't help. The Holy Court can still find my location. Is that so? So what? Are you telling me to surrender obediently? We can cooperate. No need. You have no value to negotiate with me. Fiona looked at Fang Heng and suddenly smiled. Fang Heng, I'm afraid you don't even know what kind of power is hidden inside you, right? Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted, turning back to stare at Fiona. What are you saying? You should be able to feel it. The power to destroy the temple of the Holy Mountain is hidden within you. Fiona stared at Fang Heng. Aren't you curious? Don't you want to know the source of that power? Do you know? Fiona calmly looked at Fang Heng. I only have a little speculation. What do you want? Cooperation. Cooperation in what? To uncover the truth of the power within you. I already have clues, but I need your cooperation. Fiona looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng, I have no ill intentions. You can trust me. Let's find the secret behind the power within you together. Fang Heng stared at Fiona. The source of power within him. What is it? He was curious beyond measure. Fiona's eyes were bright, as if she possessed the power to see through people's hearts. She saw that Fang Heng was somewhat intrigued and continued to persuade him. By finding the source of power, we can find out who planted the seed in you. Seed? What do you mean? Fang Heng's brows furrowed even tighter. He didn't really know Fiona herself. But based on his inherent stereotypes of the Holy Court wasn't a good organization. They categorized anything they disapproved of as evil and would destroy it completely. Fang Heng was not willing to easily cooperate with the Holy Court. It's not your fault that you've turned out like this, Fang Heng. We were not enemies to begin with. The gods will forgive you. Cooperate with me. Cooperate with our Holy Court. We can help you resolve the troubles within you and find the person behind using you. End of chapter. Chapter 1484. The Seed of Power. I haven't yet had the chance to report to the Archbishop after seeing through the past with the Wheel of Fate. I was hit by a surge of power before I could even report. I can assure you, if you cooperate with me, if you cooperate with our Holy See, we can help you resolve the issues within you and find the person who is manipulating you. It's not your fault, Fang Heng. Everything is a scheme by that person behind the scenes. Fang Heng scrutinized Fiona, calculating the credibility of her words in his mind. Reason. Why do you want to help me? Is the Holy See really that kind-hearted? You're wrong. Everyone deserves redemption. Fiona wore a saintly smile, as though the words came straight from her heart. Fang Heng smirked. Don't give me that. All right, the seed that can leave a mark in your body is a power stronger than you. I suspect someone is using you. That person is incredibly powerful and must have deeper plans. Find that person, seal it away, awaken my soul power, help you, help me, help our Holy See. Is that reason sufficient? Fang Heng stared at Fiona, contemplating within himself. He had heard of Fiona's trials and the need to awaken her soul power. The method probably involved sealing and eradicating evil forces. Fiona looked at Fang Heng and softly said, "Are you afraid, Fang Heng? Are you not daring?" Fang Heng shrugged, boldly saying, "Yes, I am not daring. Your Holy See has too many methods. How do I know if you have any special tricks up your sleeve or if you're deceiving me? Dealing with you, I have to be extra cautious. It's tiresome. Tell me, should I just take you out now to make dealing with one less opponent easier? My power has been sealed by you. What else do you have to fear? To show sincerity, I can remove the tracking mark on you and allow you to leave with me. Will that be enough?" Fang Heng pondered inwardly. For a moment, he even somewhat believed in Fiona's sincerity. HMPH. Seeing Fang Heng's silence, Fiona closed her eyes. The holy light mark on her forehead appeared and gradually dissipated. Once the mark was fully retracted, Fiona looked at Fang Heng again and asked, "I have unilaterally revoked the mark. Is it okay now?" Fang Heng narrowed his eyes and simply said, "You better not make any moves or the consequences will be severe. In the name of the holy light. All right, tell me, what is the source of the power within me? And what is that seed?" Collaboration doesn't work that way. If you want to gain something, you must first give something, Fang Heng. Fiona stared at Fang Heng. "You should remember some things, right? At least something, anything." Fang Heng's pupils suddenly shrank. Xiaxi and Europolis, Fiona had been observing Fang Heng's expression all along, a hint of puzzlement flashing in her eyes. "What have you realized?" Fang Heng didn't answer, but instead took out a set of clothes from his backpack and threw it to Fiona. As Fiona was deep in thought, she instinctively reached out to catch the clothes. It was just a simple necromancer outfit. Fiona looked at Fang Heng, a trace of confusion on her face. "Put it on. With your current attire, everyone knows you're a saintess. How can I take you out?" Fang Heng turned away and said, "Hurry up." Fiona watched as Fang Heng turned away and slowly removed her clothes. She couldn't forget the scene she saw through the Wheel of Fate when she was unconscious. Crimson filled her vision. Everything was tinged with red. That power originated from hell. Outside the shack, Rivera and his men were searching the surrounding area. Nothing. Through their senses alone, Rivera couldn't find any trace related to Fiona. Asking around, the guard players also didn't see anyone leaving the city. Where could Fiona be hidden? Rivera was growing frantic. Amidst the search, a federal team led by Robian arrived. Rivera felt this incident was related to the federal side. Upon seeing Robian, he led his men to confront them, refusing to let Robian leave, on the brink of an open confrontation. Robian was also enraged. "I'll say this one last time. The disappearance of the Saintess has nothing to do with us. Are you taking me for a fool?" Rivera stared at Robian. "So many coincidences, and it all points to you. Don't think that using the name of the Federation will allow you to do as you please. If you don't provide an explanation today, no one can save you." Robian was growing extremely impatient. He realized he had been wrongly blamed for something he didn't do. But precisely because of his greed, there were some issues with him. However, he didn't have the intention of resorting to violence against a necromancer practitioner. Staring at Robian, Rivera's intuition grew stronger. There must be an issue with the Federation. Is it coming to a head? As the tension escalated, Danny and Krisa, leading a large group of necromancer players, returned. Seeing Rivera and the federal personnel at a standoff, Danny frowned, stating coldly, "The Holy See is here. What are you doing? Have you found the Saintess?" Rivera continued to glare at Robian, sneering, "Ha ha, acting up. Interesting, right? Don't think I don't know. Every time you obstructed us, Fiona had already been moved away by you." Krista also harbored strong distrust toward the Federation and had discreetly blocked the federal team's route of retreat. Robian clenched his fists tightly. Danny, is this what your major guilds want? Danny fell silent for a moment, surveying the situation swiftly. At least there were no traces of Fiona nearby. Rivera stared at Robian, coldly laughing. Ha, a scripted act. Quite interesting, right? Don't act like I don't know. Every time you obstructed us, Fiona had already been moved away by you. Krista, equally untrusting of the Federation, with her group of players, discreetly blocked the Federals' retreat route. Robian tightly clenched his fists. Danny, is this what your major guilds want? Danny remained silent for a moment, surveying the scene. At least he couldn't see traces of Fiona nearby. Rivera locked eyes with Robian, a hint of cruelty on his face, responding, a tad too late. They Federates have taken away Fiona. Nonsense! Baseless accusations! Are you nuts? Robian was slandered, visibly upset. He pushed Rivera aside and turned to Danny for an explanation. Danny, is this the conduct of your guilds? Are you backing out of our collaboration? Danny frowned deeply, quickly scanning the surroundings. He couldn't spot any trace of Fiona. Rivera stared at Robian, the smirk on his face growing. HMPH, orchestrating this yourself. Quite interesting, isn't it? Don't think I don't know. Every time we were hindered, Fiona had already been relocated by you. Krista, also harboring strong distrust for the Federation, led her group of players to block the Federals' retreat route. Robian tightly clenched his fists. Danny, is this the intention of your guilds? Danny fell silent, surveying the scene swiftly. None of them had noticed Fang Heng and Fiona hiding in a nearby shack, silently observing the chaos outside. Susie, the High Priest, stepped out from among the Holy See members and addressed the group. This is the final chance. Hand over Fiona, and we can let you leave. Susie. Just in time. Robian was growing impatient. Looking at Susie, he gritted his teeth. You have the capability to find Fiona's whereabouts. Someone is accusing me of kidnapping the Saintess. You come, and let's see who has truly hidden the Saintess. End of chapter. Chapter 1485. Donnie and a few others were stunned at the words. Seeing Robbie acting so dramatically, looking like he was wronged, they even had a moment of doubt if they were slandering him. Susie also had doubts in her mind, not sure what Robbie was up to. Seeing Donnie not stopping him, Susie quickly closed her eyes and gently raised the wand in her hand. She couldn't sense anything. Opening her eyes again, Susie looked puzzled. What's going on? Where is the holy woman? Under the eager gazes of everyone, Susie shook her head and said in a deep voice, the power of the mark has completely failed. What? Failed? Donnie suddenly looked at Robbie. In that moment, Donnie confirmed. Everything was manipulated by the Federation. Federation. Interesting. I remember you. We're leaving. Donnie, just let him go. It's too cheap. Rivella stared at Robbie, looking like she wanted to swallow him whole. No wonder he was so brazen. He had known that the tracking technique had failed a long time ago. Donnie's gaze coldly swept over Rivella. Shut up! Donnie coldly shouted, then turned to Susie behind her. The holy woman is not in our hands. We are leaving here now. We will never set foot in the holy court area again. If you follow, be prepared for a total catastrophe. Susie narrowed her eyes. This matter will not be forgotten. You are welcome at any time. Let's go. The necromancers quickly left with Donnie. Robbie clenched his teeth. What the hell is going on? Clearly, Vila's disappearance had nothing to do with him or the Federation, but now it seemed that Donnie and the others from the necromancy department had already concluded that he had kidnapped the holy woman. Not only Donnie, even the people from the holy court were staring at them as well. Robbie's group was too suspicious. He and the necromancy department's Donnie clearly had close private contact, adding to the leakage of internal intelligence from the holy court before. The answer was already clear. Besides the Federation, there could be no one else. Robbie could barely withstand the scrutiny of the holy court members. In a low voice, he said, High Priest Susie, sorry for the disturbance, we'll leave first. With that, Robbie turned and left with his group. Two judges stepped forward to block them, but Susie stopped them with a raised hand. There's no need to chase. The judges were anxious, asking quietly, High Priest, really not going to pursue? The holy woman has disappeared, and there are indeed issues with the Federation. Susie watched as Robbie's group slowly moved out of sight and said in a deep voice, "The fading of the holy light mark on the holy woman requires a long time to wear off completely. It's almost impossible to be completely faded in such a short time, except for two reasons. 1. Using a powerful force from a higher level to erase directly. If the enemy really has such power, we would just be walking into a trap if we pursue. 2. It's the holy woman herself canceling the mark. Ha!" The others looked at each other, showing confusion. Compared to the first method, the second was obviously more realistic. But the holy woman canceling the mark herself. Why would she do that? Susie thought and said, "I think the holy woman must have another plan. The Wheel of Fate can see through the past, probably related to the destruction of the temple that day." The judges still felt puzzled. But why is that? The holy woman has trials she must endure. This is the path she must go through. We must respect her choice. 3 hours later, after confirming that the Holy Court could no longer track Viola's exact location, Feng Heng brought Viola back to the Plague Lands. On the return journey, Feng Heng had made some preliminary plans. Whether Viola could be trusted still needed to be verified. Of course, it would be best to use Viola's power to figure out the strange things happening to himself. As for advancing his talents, he had not yet obtained the highest level bright crystal, so even if he collected Viola's soul, he could not directly complete the task. He could keep Viola for now, giving himself a way out. If the Holy Court figured out something amiss and teamed up with the Federation to come after the Plague Lands, he might still have a hostage. After settling down for a bit, Feng Heng went to find Viola, who was temporarily imprisoned. In fact, Feng Heng didn't make many arrangements. The Plague Lands covered by the Divine Tree, every room entwined with vines, could instantly turn into a prison cell. Under the protection of the Divine Tree Abhyam, not even a fly could fly in. In one room, Viola sat on the bed with her eyes closed, resting. She had heard of the Divine Tree, but she was still slightly shocked when she saw the Forest of Divine Trees in person. The information was not wrong. The Divine Tree was related to the birth secrets they had been searching for. Feng Heng's control over the Divine Tree had reached an extremely high level. No wonder High Priest Suzy encountered great trouble when investigating the Plague Lands. Feng Heng. He was a huge threat. He must be purified. Hearing footsteps outside the door, Viola opened her eyes and concealed the killing intent in them. Seeing Feng Heng enter, Viola calmly looked at him. Feng Heng looked around and asked, "Are you settled in here?" Viola remained calm and had already thought about talking to Feng Heng. She gestured with her eyes towards the vines spread throughout the room. "Is this how you treat your partners? This seems different from what we agreed upon." "It's not different at all. Trust is something that is built gradually between both sides. Considering the various grudges between us in the past, cooperation needs more time to adjust. Be patient. I need you to show more sincerity." "What do you mean? Give me more information. I need to verify if what you're saying is true or false." "Why?" "Give me a little more time here to investigate on my own before establishing enough trust between us. I need to confirm some things. If you think about it the other way around, you should understand, right?" Viola stared at Feng Heng for a moment, then nodded. "All right, if you want more time to investigate on your own, I won't stop you. But I'm very sure, without my help, you won't find anything." Feng Heng said in a low voice. "Why do you say that? You can try. How of as? What? In your player's terms, that's a game world." And then, Viola leaned forward slowly, bringing her head close to Feng Heng's, her eyes fixed on him. "You should still have some memories remaining, right? From that ceremony." Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted, his heart beating faster. Of course he remembered. The ceremony in his memories. The ceremony led by Shaxi. He had seen the projection of that ceremony on the day the temple on the sacred mountain exploded. When he came to again, the whole temple had exploded. End of this chapter. Chapter 1486. Testing and the connection with that ritual. For a moment, Feng Heng was puzzled. "I also saw the illusion of that ritual through my innate abilities in the temple," Viola said, observing the change in Feng Heng's expression, further confirming her speculation. She slowly backed away, saying, "I'll give you a hint. The ritual you saw also existed in Vaz. You can investigate there yourself." And then, "What secrets does Vaz hold?" "Feng Heng, it's too early for us to discuss these matters now. Since you believe you have the ability to investigate, wait until you enter Vaz and discover something before coming to me. Cooperation goes both ways, and I also need to evaluate my partner. Fiona looked at Fang Heng with a assessing gaze. Or do you think the high-level game world is still too challenging for you as a domain master? Indeed, as a domain master, entering a high-level game world is 10 times more difficult than an ordinary person. You should think carefully. We have a common goal. Fang Heng, you need to trust me more. Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart. Whether to trust or not to trust was beside the point. Vaz turned out to be a high-level game world? Trouble. With his current abilities, he could barely manage in a mid-level world, far from the level of domination he had in the initial low-level game world. Going directly to a high-level game world. No, that would be too masochistic. Prudence, low-key, patience. Despite his deep curiosity about his own secrets, Fang Heng chose to restrain himself. Perhaps this was a trap set by Fiona. I will consider your proposal, Fiona. Please rest here for the time being. I will come back to see you later. Fiona watched Fang Heng leave with a thoughtful expression. When she woke up from her first coma, she had sensed it. The undead power seal on her was strong, but there seemed to be a significant mistake in the seal's establishment, leading to a major loophole. Fiona had the ability to forcibly break the seal. That's why she planned to return with Fang Heng. Just now, she carefully examined the seal again and confirmed its strength. For her, forcibly breaking the seal was definitely achievable. However, she realized the bigger trouble now was the god tree in the plague-ridden land. She believed she could break the seal on her body, but there would be a moment of weakness afterward. Could she then deal with the god tree during that moment of weakness? Fiona thought it was impossible. She chose to bide her time and wait for an opportunity. Following Fang Heng into the plague-ridden land, this time undoubtedly carried extremely high risks. But the rewards were enormous. Fiona was ambitious. She not only wanted to seal Fang Heng, but also wanted to continue investigating to uncover the person behind him. However, Fang Heng's lack of urgency in investigating was something she had not anticipated. Currently, for safety reasons, she needed to find a way to pass on the information she obtained without alerting the god tree. This presented a significant challenge. Fiona was once again lost in thought. Fang Heng was much more troublesome than she had imagined. Outside the door, when Mo Jiawei and others saw Fang Heng coming out and stopped chatting, Mo Jiawei asked, "How did it go, Fang Jie?" "Not great. Fiona is not very willing to cooperate, and I can't easily trust her to work together." In fact, the deadlock in cooperation was within Fang Heng's expectations. The good news was that no one knew the information in his hands at the moment. He could quickly figure out a way to get the god tree, Abakaya, back to the zombie apocalypse. As for Fiona, he could leave her aside for now. A high-level game world was too dangerous. It was always wise to be cautious. There were still many troublesome matters at hand. Once he advanced his talents and grew stronger, he could then think about exploring the high-level game world. Mo Jiawei agreed with this approach and couldn't help but remind Fang Heng, "Fang Heng, the people of the Holy Court are not easy to deal with. Be more cautious when working with them." Jixi Albo, who listened excitedly, proposed, "Why don't we stop working with her and directly get rid of her flag, launching the first shot in a full-scale war between our Undead Research Society and the Holy Court? Let the whole world know the consequences of offending our Undead Research Society." "You must not." Mo Jiawei wiped the sweat off his forehead and quickly pulled Jixi Albo aside. This guy was always stirring up trouble. Seeing that the conversation was coming to a close, Tang Mingyu approached and asked, "Fang Heng, most of our goods have been collected, and a majority of them have been moved to Hanny City. Our time in the trial game is almost at its limit. Should we start wrapping things up?" Tang Mingyu's face showed a hint of anticipation. The place of the barbarians always had trouble, and she didn't want to stay a moment longer, eager to return to the zombie apocalypse world with the obtained loot, where she could relax completely, enjoy delicacies, and live in peace within the safe area. Wouldn't that be delightful? I'll make arrangements. We'll start the transfer tomorrow. Take me to see it first, Fang Heng agreed. With his status as the heir of the imperial family, Tang Mingyu had plundered a large quantity of goods from the barbarians' domain, so it was time to transport them back. While the Holy Court, the Federation, and the undead scholars were busily fighting each other, there was no time to deal with them. Better to act before any potential troubles arose. Fang Heng was ready to act quickly. Alright, I'll take you to see Hanny City first. The group immediately followed and returned to Hanny City through the teleportation channel. Currently, the massive amount of plundered goods from the barbarians' domain had accumulated within the city. As Fang Heng emerged from the teleportation channel and surveyed the situation in Hanny City, he felt a bit dizzy. So much. Tang Mingyu, are you crazy? Almost the entire Hanny City seemed to be overflowing with goods. Heh, not bad, right? This is definitely a big harvest, and there's still a lot that couldn't fit. They are temporarily stored outside the city. Tang Mingyu chuckled, showing her excessive greed. With Fang Heng around, she didn't need to worry about whether everything would fit. If it could be sold for money, even if it was considered junk, she would bring it along. The prices of the goods here were more expensive than the whole zombie apocalypse world she controlled. Milhauker guarded Hanny City alone. When he saw Fang Heng and the others coming over, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He usually focused on cultivation, and the development of his zombie apocalypse world had always struggled. Sending this massive quantity of goods back would enhance their world's technology by several levels. You've worked hard. Leave the next steps to me. Fang Heng took a deep breath, feeling the pressure. Bringing back all these goods was no easy task. End of the chapter. Chapter 1487 Transfer. While thinking about it, Fang Heng opened the game log again and glanced at the current status of the zombie clones. Nodding, he said, "It will take some time to transport everything. How about this? The day after tomorrow, come to my zombie doomsday, and we will divide the spoils together." You alone? Is it possible? Milhauer was somewhat surprised. With so many resources, it took them more than half a month to organize and collect them. It even took the entire empire's strength to accomplish it. Can Fang Heng complete the transfer in 2 days? We don't doubt you, but we have collected a lot of resources, and there are still many piled up outside the city. Do you really not need help? No need. Your trial time is almost up. There is no need to risk a decline in points by staying forcibly. Oh yes, Fang Heng reminded. Remember, keep my actions secret. During this time, you have never seen me. All right, no problem. Be careful and communicate if there are any problems. After discussing some details, the group parted ways again. Fang Heng watched as a few people left, gently massaged his shoulders, and then opened the game log interface to control the zombie clones. The hub for transferring in the artifact space was one of his secrets. For safety's sake, Fang Heng didn't want to expose it to outsiders. Even though Tang Mingyu and Milhauer could be trusted, what about their subordinates? It's better to use the zombie clones and the prison's NPCs to transport the resources. Thinking this, Fang Heng controlled over 100 zombie clones left at the source of the Yin Pulse to continue imprinting bones. The rest will self-destruct. By tomorrow morning, the zombie clones should be able to complete the resurrection and to waves of replication. By then, he could open the spatial transfer channel, control the zombie clones, and transfer all the resources. Not only the zombies, but also having the vine of the divine tree could help with the transportation of goods. Calculating the time, today should suffice. As there was still some time left, Fang Heng returned to the real world to rest. The next night, Fang Heng logged off, took a shower, and collapsed heavily on the bed. Tired. Since this morning, he had been busy controlling the zombie clones to transport the resources, relying on the spatial transfer hub to open channels in the world for resource transportation. After many struggles, he finally safely transferred almost 2/3 of the valuable resources back to the Zombie Doomsday world for storage, and then had the NPCs in the safe area of Zombie Doomsday classify and store them. It was estimated that it would take another 2 days to complete the transfer. Fang Heng planned to meet with Milhauer and Tang Mingyu tomorrow night and divide the spoils first. The resources were available now. However, monetizing them was still a bit troublesome. Due to the game settings, the amount of main god points tradable by players every month was strictly controlled. He would have to figure it out later. After being busy for several days, Fang Heng decided to take a good rest first. Finally lying on the bed, Fang Heng's brain was a bit excited for a moment, and he couldn't fall asleep. His thoughts were wandering. Suddenly, he became curious. After the disappearance of Fiona, Tang Mingyu also left the trial soon, and they also lost control over the barbarian world, relying only on the intelligence provided by Ed. They hadn't seen Ed in the past 2 days either. He didn't know how the Holy See would react. Would the Federation and the Holy See go to war? Let's go online and check. Since he couldn't sleep, Feng Heng simply sat up, logged into the Federation's official website on his tablet to search for information. The Federation's official website was as calm and peaceful as ever, mostly filled with survival strategies and tips. Feng Heng entered some keywords and found a few discussions about the confrontation between the Holy See and the undead, but they were all brushed over. It seems like the news is being downplayed by the Federation. Feng Heng muttered to himself and quickly logged into the frivolous website provided by Lao Hei. As soon as he logged in, Feng Heng's eyes lit up. Indeed, frivolous websites were more interesting. There were hot discussions about the confrontation between the Holy See and the undead on it. This was the first time a player team had ambushed the Holy See and succeeded. According to the forum, after a wave of battles, the Holy See and the undead faction withdrew quietly, and the whole incident concluded with Viona being taken by the undead faction. The Holy See was building up its strength to launch an attack on the world where Donnie was located, intending to retrieve Viona and exert pressure on the Undead Research Society in various aspects. Most of the gossiping on the forum believed that the Holy See had suffered a big loss this time, and with the Holy See's usual style, they would definitely make a comeback soon. Donnie and her group were in trouble. Watching the analysis on the internet, Feng Heng couldn't help but smile. The gossiping masses, who didn't know the truth, could come up with seemingly reasonable analyses, but the absurd level made Feng Heng want to chuckle. The mainstream view on the forum even thought that the undead player's actions were strange, suspecting that Donnie was being secretly controlled by the Holy See. The Holy See had long wanted to take action against the undead. They only needed to abandon a useless saint and used that as the reason to attack the undead, preparing to completely wipe out the undead faction. This incident could be seen as a warning before the big battle, indicating that the Holy See stood on the side of justice. It was similar to their usual tactics. The Holy See seems to have some issues. Looks like people are not very satisfied with the Holy See. As Feng Heng read through the comments, one piece of information caught his attention. Ridiculous, don't think that anyone can become a saint. The saint's soul comes from reincarnation, carrying a divine artifact with extremely high combat power. It is more likely that the saint intentionally let herself be taken by the undead, the purpose of which is related to the saint's awakening trial. Have you noticed? The Holy See's reactions and actions this time are not swift, and they are not very eager to search for the saint. It's very possible that the saint is actually very safe. The speculations of the anonymous person were heavily criticized. However, Feng Heng rubbed his chin, thinking that it made sense and silently gave it a thumbs up in his mind. While pondering, Feng Heng noticed a flashing avatar in the lower right corner of the screen. Are you okay? There are rumors outside that you are trapped in the ice prison. Feng Heng saw that it was Lao Hei and thought for a moment before replying, I managed to temporarily escape. Keep it a secret for me. Impressive. You managed to escape from that place, Lao Hei replied with a wow expression and continued typing. Could the saint's matter also be related to you? Feng Heng didn't say it directly, he just replied with an emoji. On the screen, Lao Hei saw Feng Heng's reply with an emoji saying don't talk nonsense and instantly understood. Damn, it really could be him. Huh, even capturing the Holy See saint, this kid's game is getting bigger and bigger. Dealing with a saint is not easy. Without further questioning, Lao Hei pretended to be confused and continued typing. By the way, about the last incident, I found a professional who specializes in trading goods in various game worlds, a second-hand merchant who is very famous in the circle. He should have several dimensional coordinates in stock and is also willing to cooperate with the domain lords. Are you interested? End of this chapter. Chapter 1488. Of course, there's news of transplantation. Feng Heng's interest was immediately piqued. Yes, I just got a batch of goods ready to be liquidated. Then, how about we schedule a time? How about tomorrow night? The goods are almost ready, currently stored at the zombie apocalypse. Alright, I'll communicate and there shouldn't be a problem. You just need to grant permission when the time comes. After confirming the meeting time and place, Feng Heng asked, one more thing. Do you know of a high-level game world called Vaz? On the screen, Lao Hei raised an eyebrow upon hearing the name of the game world. What do you mean? Are you planning on going on vacation? Vacation? What nonsense! Fang Heng was puzzled and sent 3 question marks in a row. Don't you know? Vaz is a high-level game world with a difficulty rating in the game that is extremely high. The world seems to be a technologically advanced world, similar to ours, but with one strange aspect. What's that? That world is extremely safe, almost no dangers at all. You mean a safe world? Yes, an extremely safe world, even safer than our real world. The Federation once wanted to establish a safe zone there, but... Fang Heng became curious and asked, but what? For some reason, the plan was temporarily suspended. Officially, it was said that the high entry threshold for the high-level game made establishing a safe zone there pointless. I did hear some rumors saying that there were several unexplained deaths during the construction of the safe zone, high-level elite players mysteriously dying, and all were members of the Federation. Heh, here comes the interesting part. The Federation's professionals investigated for months without any findings, suspecting that the place is some kind of rule-based high-level game world. What do you think? Are you interested in that place? Fang Heng furrowed his brow even more and nodded. Please look into it for me. It's still too early to enter Vaz at this stage. Also, what do you mean by rule-based? It's a general term for an unknown force. The power levels in high-level game worlds easily surpass my understanding, but I heard that world might be related to mysticism. Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Mysticism. Speaking of which, he had markings of mysticism on him. Did the rituals he saw in his memories also relate to mysticism? Fang Heng pondered for a moment, wanting to ask more questions, but suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. A low voice of the undead servant came from outside the door. Respected scholar, have you rested? President Dickey wishes to see you, in case you haven't rested yet. Professor Dickey. A few days ago, the professor mentioned visiting a friend to ask about the Tree of the Gods. Could there be news about the Tree of the Gods? Fang Heng's heart stirred. He replied to Lao Hei, I have something to attend to. Let's talk next time. Swiftly closed his notebook. Please wait. Let me change clothes, and I'll be right there. Fang Heng quickly changed into the attire of the undead servant, hiding his face under the hood, and followed the undead servant to find Professor Dickey. It was just right to investigate the reactions of the Holy Court again from the side with Professor Dickey. Fang Heng, you came at the right time. In Professor Dickey's lounge, Professor Dickey was in conversation with an elderly lady. Upon seeing Fang Heng, Professor Dickey stood up and introduced him. This is Oleana, a scholar of nature, with a high level of achievement in natural studies. Hello, Miss Oleana. Hello. Oleana nodded at Fang Heng and turned to Professor Dickey, asking, is this your student? The one you've been praising endlessly? Haha, he indeed deserves my praise. It's always delightful to see a worthy successor, isn't it? Oleana scrutinized Fang Heng, her eyes gradually showing surprise. The all-seeing eye, what an interesting young man. I've heard about your situation. You want to transplant a high-tier plant, isn't that right? Yes, please teach me, senior. Of course, I can do that, Oleana nodded. But according to the laws of nature, assistance isn't provided for free. I need you to do something for me. Fang Heng furrowed his brow and asked, I'll do my best. As you know, I've always been interested in the life nurtured by nature. I hope to find a rare plant I've never seen before, and bring it to me intact. I will use it for some fusion research. Oleana said, with a smirk on her face, of course, limited to the plants living in the high-level world. After all, the plants in lower-level worlds are too low-level to interest me. You have the ability to enter that world, don't you? Fang Heng fell into silence. It's difficult. It's another high-level game. Initially, when he heard Oleana's question, he thought of simply giving her the God Tree Abyssal Essence. However, the requirements were restricted by the high-level game world. The God Tree was a special species, initially sourced from the high-level game world of Wansantopia, but later, after the modification by the Blood Ancestor, it had become a new life form and was not found in high-level game worlds. Besides, Fang Heng couldn't give the God Tree to Oleana. Hint, player triggers quest, rare plants. Quest name, rare plants. Quest description, Oleana is very interested in rare plants, and she hopes you can go to a high-level game world to find some rare plants rated S or above and submit them to Oleana, ensuring the high-tier plants are intact and in good condition. Hint: determining plant levels requires mastery of the natural studies skill. Hint: this quest needs to be completed by entering a high-level game. Before entering, players can investigate whether the quest item exists in the game. Alright, Dickie, I need to go meet another old friend. It's been nice seeing you this time. We'll meet again next time. I'll walk you out. No need to be polite. My people are waiting outside. I need to think about how to deal with the people of the Holy Court, right? Dickie chuckled, watching as Oleana left the room under the guidance of the undead servant. When there were only 2 people left in the room, Dickie turned to Fang Heng and reminded, identifying plant levels requires the assistance of the field of natural studies, so it's best to bring a friend who knows natural studies to complete the task together. Also, with your current abilities, entering a high-level game world is still very dangerous. Don't be too hasty. It's not too late to go once everything is properly prepared. End of chapter. Chapter 1489 of C-Star Company. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Fang Heng also had plans in mind. Learning natural science was not a big problem. By learning through the Eye of Omniscience and combining it with the experience gained from the zombie avatar, he could manage it on his own. The trouble was that he had to go to a high-level game world to find some S-class plants. Teacher, do you know about Vaz? Vaz? DG pondered this strange name for a moment, recalled, and shook his head. Not sure. It sounds somewhat familiar. I might have heard it somewhere. You know, as undead scholars, we have a long life, and there are many things we can't seem to remember. That is also a high-level game world. Is it? I don't have any impression. After trying to recall, DG couldn't remember and changed the subject. You must have heard about the recent conflicts in the Holy Court in these few days, right? Undead and the Holy Court clashed. From the information received from the Holy Court, the Saint is missing, and they believe it was done by the Northern Federal District and our Undead Research Association. Yes, they also inquired about your situation. Teacher, I have been busy rebuilding the sunken corridor lately, and I don't know much about your situation, only that you've been training in Punos recently and encountered some minor troubles. DG said, waving his hand dismissively and interrupting. Go. Ji Xiaobo has been raised by us old folks since he was a child. We can't teach him much. Consider it a favor. Keep an eye on him. Yes, thank you, teacher. Fang Heng understood DG's meaning, nodded, and took his leave. It seems that DG and the others have noticed something. As he walked out of the room, Fang Heng couldn't help but rub his head. Headache. To consecutive missions require entering high-level game worlds. The only good news is that Vaz, this high-level game world, is said to be particularly calm with very low danger factors. Fang Heng pondered whether he should try going to Vaz to see if he could find some rare plants. One step at a time. There is still some time now. Night time. Zombie Doomsday Prison Headquarters. After countless renovations, the underground area of the prison headquarters has been widened and upgraded 6 times. Each time was the highest level of expansion. After a large amount of supplies transported from the barbarian game world were organized by NPCs, they were stored in various basements. Despite this, there is still a large accumulation of supplies on the square. Tang Mingyu and Milhao both established spatial teleportation channels with Fang Heng, arriving at the 8th district where Fang Heng was located. Seeing the large amount of supplies piled up in the prison, Tang Mingyu's eyes lit up. Fang Heng really did it. At least half of the high-level supplies they have invested in collecting have been transferred to the Zombie Doomsday. This wave of resources is enough for them to enjoy for decades. Opening the space channel connecting the 2 zombie apocalypse worlds, Fang Heng began to control the zombie avatar to transport supplies to Tang Mingyu's world. At this efficiency, it would take at least a whole night to move all the supplies. Nearby, a middle-aged man with a toothy mask on his face also showed a look of astonishment. Hey, how about that? I didn't deceive you, did I? My friend has some means when it comes to resource collection. This is a big client, and we need to handle it well, said Lao He with a grin. Not to mention Hector, even he was shocked to see this scene. With such a large amount of resources, even the accumulated savings of the barbarian world empire over the years were not as much. Fang Heng retracted his gaze and nodded. Well, I'd like to meet this friend of yours. I think we can have some deeper cooperation. Don't worry, I will reward you for the introduction. Let's go, I'll take you over. Lao Hei walked towards where Fang Heng was, waving his hand from afar. Hey, Fang Heng, I brought you a new friend. Let me introduce you, Hector, Sea Star Company, a well-known war trading conglomerate, Lao Hei said with a smile. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Hector, one of the founding partners of Sea Star Company. Our company mainly deals with the distribution of resources in various mid-level game realms and also has some involvement in high-level realms. We have had quite a few collaborations with the Federation, so you can trust that we are a legitimate company. Hector did not readily accept the war trading label, emphasizing that they were a legitimate company and giving a brief introduction to the company's situation before looking towards Fang Heng. I heard from Lao Hei that you have some goods ready for sale. Consider selling them to our company, and I will show you our sincerity. Nudging towards a pile of goods nearby, Fang Heng asked, I heard the price your company is offering is good. Of course, besides the goods trade, we also offer additional services. Sea Star's customers are divided into 3 levels, with general entry-level customers engaging in a barter mode. For high-level customers dealing with large sums of money, we can provide customer points for convenience. These points can be exchanged for physical universe crystals at any time through our company, and this is all chosen by the customers freely. Universe crystals? A hint of doubt flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. It is a commonly used currency in mid to high-level games with extremely high energy that can be used to provide energy to various beings and machinery. The crystal structure is stable, containing a massive amount of energy in a single crystal. They are only produced in some mid-level game worlds, have a high demand and stable prices. Ahem, Lao Hei coughed softly and whispered to Fang Heng, Sea Star Company has a strict customer confidentiality system, you can rest assured. They are professionals and have never had any issues with information leaks in more than a decade. Hector looked around and spoke. Can I take a look at the goods you want to sell this time? Yes, Fang Heng nodded. Follow me. Hector followed Fang Heng, along with 2 NPC supervisors, as they entered the inner part of the prison to visit a few warehouses where the goods were stored. Hector's expression changed greatly. There were too many. Unlike the goods piled up on the square, the items stored in the warehouse were all high-level resources. He had some doubts before, but now he was certain. With so many resources, Fang Heng must have thoroughly plundered the entire Barbarian Realms level. A big deal. If this deal went through, it would complete his yearly KPI. Very good. Hector felt much better. He didn't care how Fang Heng did it. Business was business. Pay up and get things done. It's that simple. From what I see currently, the value of your batch of goods is very high. We can upgrade you in advance to the highest level of cooperation users. We will have professional personnel conduct a detailed pricing evaluation of the goods points, and we will provide you with an assessment sheet of the value of the goods. End of chapter. Chapter 1490 Special Channel. Affected by various aspects, the price of daily supplies will fluctuate, but the short-term fluctuations will not be too significant. Fang Heng, you can leave the trading of supplies to them. Their prices may not be the most favorable, but working with them is definitely the most worrying-free. Lao Hei patted Fang Heng's shoulder, then nodded towards Hector. As I mentioned to you before, about the prop related to positional coordinates, any updates? Hector nodded in response, yes, positional coordinate props are extremely rare, and their prices are relatively high. You may need to enter other worlds to obtain positional coordinates. Our company provides 2 ways for players like yourself who are bound to existing worlds. The first way is that we offer the sale of world coordinates and bundled sales of related quests. Currently, these coordinates are very limited. Once the transaction is completed, we will assist you in completing the quest, and then complete the transaction after you obtain the coordinate point from completing the quest. The second way is more commonly used. We have developed a high-energy density crystal device that can create a channel connecting to worlds for teleportation. The specific method is confidential. Establishing this channel is extremely difficult and only allows for single-person transmission with many limitations. However, you can perform a one-time transmission without world coordinates. You can think of it as a one-time passage. The duration of the transmission is only 3 days, but using this method, you will face more constraints in that world. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng immediately thought the second method was good. He didn't need to travel to vast long-term. just temporarily to complete a simple mission. The second method is good. When can we start? The difficulty of the transmission is very high, so we need to make arrangements in advance. Unexpected incidents may occur during the process of guiding the transmission coordinates. The higher the difficulty of the gaming world, the lower the success rate of transmission, and the longer the preparation time required, with higher costs. Hector handed a form to Feng Heng. Due to the limitations of special energy items, these are the worlds we can currently provide single-person transmission services to. Feng Heng quickly scanned the list, and his eyes lit up. VAS. Among the worlds provided for transmission by Starfish Game Company, there were about 20, with only 3 being high-level gaming worlds. VAS was among them. I want to go to VAS to take a look. How long will the preparations take? VAS. Hector nodded. VAS is a high-level gaming world, but ironically, it is less dangerous than most intermediate-level gaming worlds. Here are the charges. It's worth noting that this method of entering game worlds is considered invading. The company will not guarantee your safety, so be cautious. No problem. How long do you need for preparations? If all goes well, 3 days. Good. Get ready. I need to make a trip to VAS as soon as possible. Feng Heng checked the transmission fee table and the ore resource price table, roughly estimating, by keeping a small portion of the ore resources for research and personal use, and selling the rest of the resources looted from the barbarian territory, he could probably exchange them for 500W points. Starfish Company would convert the points into an equivalent amount of cosmic crystal ore, equivalent to 5 tons of cosmic crystal ore. Sending to most intermediate-level gaming worlds would cost about 100 West points per transmission, while high-level games would cost 8 to 10 million points. But VAS, this high-level gaming world, only required 50 West points. It was actually cheaper to go to VAS than to intermediate-level games. Quite cheap, Feng Heng muttered to himself. Lao Hei rubbed his forehead. Cheap? That's still a hefty sum. But finding a reliable company like Starfish is not easy. If you have more money, you can directly buy positional coordinates from them in the future, which is more secure. Indeed, Feng Heng had not planned to act so soon. Thanks to the special transmission channel of Starfish Company, he was preparing to go to VAS to assess the situation. He had 3 days to prepare before that. During these 3 days, he could try to explore the source of the nether veins in Prunos, see if he could escape from the nether veins. In addition, this trip to VAS was mainly to complete the task of transplanting the divine tree, finding the S-level exotic flowers and plants as mentioned by Fiona, and then finding clues about the ritual. Preparing for the task of transplanting the divine tree would require knowledge of natural science. Feng Heng looked at Lao Hei again and asked, by the way, do you have any friends in VAS who are knowledgeable in natural science, In that world? No, I suggest you seek their help. Lao Hei pointed to Hector, who was testing the quality of ore on the side, patted Feng Heng's shoulder, and whispered, you are now a major client of Starfish Company. For such small requests, they will fulfill them as long as you pay a little money. 3 days later. Nether vein source. The chilling cold continued to assail, causing even Ji Xiaobo to shiver. Feng Heng had tested it, and he could still use the artifact's teleportation spatial hub in this place. Moreover, the fluctuations of the nether vein and the holy giant sword completely concealed the spatial power fluctuations, so using the space channel for a short period would not cause an excessive reaction from the outside world. Therefore, Ji Xiaobo used the spatial teleportation channel to come here. Of course, Ji Xiaobo was currently in the outermost area, separated by quite a distance from Feng Heng. Initially, Feng Heng thought that, as one of the inheritors of the undead scholar family, Ji Xiaobo would have some foresight and could provide him with some solutions to help him escape. Unfortunately, he was wrong. Brother Feng, this scene. Ji Xiaobo was fully armed, equipped with all his gear, and the diffuse undead aura emanating from him allowed him to easily stand among the undead leader creatures without being attacked. But looking at the giant holy sword at the center of the hall, he also displayed the same confusion as Feng Heng, spitting out 3 words from his mouth, I don't know. Ji Xiaobo, like Feng Heng, was unable to continue approaching the large holy barrier generated by the giant sword. Even the second-tier barrier where Feng Heng was currently located could not enter. It is worth mentioning that since the last time he secretly brought out the family inheritance artifact, Ji Xiaobo was afraid of going back and being reprimanded. He chose to stay in the Plague Land with Feng Heng. The Undead Research Society also tacitly did not come looking for Ji Xiaobo. Staying in the Plague Land, Ji Xiaobo, like Mo Jiawei, cooperated with Starfish Company and Tang Mingyu to transport goods, was not patient enough to do such things. So, these past 2 days, he had become bored again, discussing grand plans for a counterattack on the Holy Court with Fang Heng, and even formulating a preliminary action plan. End of this chapter. Chapter 1491 has also been read by the advanced player Fang Heng. It's very intuitive and direct. In general, it can be broken down into 3 steps: destroying the Holy Woman, destroying the headquarters of the Holy Court, and destroying the Divine Territory. Brother Fang. What is this? Oh my goodness! Leader of the Undead Skeletons? You can already control leader class creatures. Ji Xiaobo looked around and suddenly saw something, couldn't help but rub his eyes, and then exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, the suppressed passion in Ji Xiaobo's heart could no longer be contained. Brother Fang, you are truly my brother. You are too powerful. You are the hope for the revival of our undead study. Have you been preparing for this day for a long time, right? Don't worry, with me here, I will definitely stand firmly by your side. Let's start with Viona and give the Holy Court a big blow. Let them know who really has the final say. Fang Heng listened with a bit of a headache. He thought to himself, nothing much has happened in the undead study. Why the revival? And isn't targeting the Holy Court a bit too big of a goal for him now? He needs to stay grounded and figure out how to escape from the ice prison. Fang Heng roughly observed the situation inside the cave. For 3 whole days, nearly 100 zombie clones continuously imprinted, successfully imprinting 8 giant elite undead skeletons, and even completing the imprint of the ice skeleton leader. In terms of combat power, with their new additions, their combat capabilities have seen a breakthrough. Boss-level creatures from the mid-tier game. Are you kidding me? However, even so, he was still trapped here, unable to escape. Seeing Fang Heng silent, Ji Xiaobo couldn't help himself. Brother Fang, what do you think? As long as you give the word, I am willing to be the vanguard, help you take down the Holy Court first. Cough, let's put the Holy Court aside for now. Let's figure out how to escape from the ice prison first. Escape. Ji Xiaobo looked at Fang Heng, blinked several times, feeling inexplicably puzzled. Brother Fang, are you not intentionally staying here? Do we still need to escape? After you imprint all the undead here and leave spiritual imprints, can't we escape on our own? Fang Heng opened his mouth, looked at Ji Xiaobo, and surprisingly couldn't come up with a rebuttal. There is a point, but won't it be too slow in terms of efficiency? Ji Xiaobo scratched his chin, looked around at the numerous giant elite undead skeletons and leaders lurking in the cave, nodded in agreement. Yes, the skeletal soul power of leader-level undead skeletons is mighty. Their level is much higher than yours. Theoretically, the greater the difference in abilities between you two, the more difficult it is to successfully imprint the spiritual marks. Brother Fang, you are already an absolute genius to have completed the imprint. But I can still think of a way. Fang Heng was surprised and looked at Ji Xiaobo. Oh, do you have a way to increase the imprint success rate? Of course, I can think of ways to weaken these skeletal leaders. Ji Xiaobo rubbed his hands together, looking eager to try. Brother Fang, this matter is not easy to do. It may take some time, but you can rest assured and leave it to me. However, you must agree to a condition. What condition? After the matter is done, let's strike hard at the Holy Court. I'll be the vanguard. Deal. Fang Heng readily agreed. At his current speed, there was no way he could imprint and control all the ice skeletons here within a year. If Ji Xiaobo had the ability to achieve that, his strength would increase significantly. So what's wrong with going a bit crazy with him? Wait, I will go to the high-level world for a bit. 3 days only. After it's over, I'll come back. Can you handle it alone? Ji Xiaobo nodded. Yes, don't worry. Just wait and see. All right. Zombie apocalypse no. To teleportation hall. A red beam of light condensed in the center of the hall. Teleportation channel initializing. Initiation beginning. Connecting. Using transmission guidance mode. Linking target. Asterisk zap. Asterisk. The beam emitted a high-frequency flicker. Hector, a senior partner of Starfish Company, looked at Fang Heng and nodded. Realm Lord Fang Heng, the teleportation channel has begun to connect. We have arranged a friend proficient in natural studies to assist you at the other end of the teleportation channel. She will accompany you throughout this journey. It is worth noting that we will open the channel for your return in 3 days. Please do not delay, or you may face severe penalties in the game, and you will need to find another way to return to the zombie apocalypse. Starfish Company will not take responsibility for any losses incurred. Understood? Fang Heng nodded. This time, he was only going to investigate the high-level game world of Vaz to collect S-class exotic flowers. Secondly, to confirm if this world is related to the ritual on him, and to see if Fiona is deceiving him. Victor looked at the data displayed on the dashboard and said solemnly, "The energy in the teleportation channel is rapidly expanding. Prepare to open the channel. Initiate countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the channel burst with light, Fang Heng stepped into the teleportation channel. Asterisk zap, asterisk. A dazzling light flashed. A strong dizziness came over him. When Fang Heng regained consciousness, he had appeared on the other side of the teleportation channel. As the glaring red notifications gradually faded from his vision, he realized he was in an abandoned, dilapidated building. Hello! Not far away, a young woman with chestnut-colored long hair waved at Fang Heng. She flicked her skirt and seemed a bit dissatisfied with the dirty environment. I'm Ruin Zian. Starfish Company sent me to assist you. In the next 3 days, I will do my best to cooperate with your activities and assist you in returning to your world after the 3 days end. Of course, cooperation will be limited to low-risk activities, and I will advise against actions with certain high risks. Ruin Zian briefly introduced herself and nodded at Fang Heng. Follow me. This place is too dirty. I don't want to stay a minute longer. All right. Fang Heng agreed and followed Ruin Zian out of the building. End of this chapter. Chapter 1492. The natural science car parked downstairs at the unfinished building. When she got in the car, Ruin Zian nodded towards the driver. Let's go. The car quickly sped away. He is a native of the world, Brother Chen. He has been following me for many years. I can trust him. Ruin Zian introduced the driver and asked, "Where do you want to go? If you don't have any plans, I can take you to the nearest place to stay. This game world is relatively safe, not too formal. If you need personal space for your own actions, we can exchange contact information. Contact me anytime if you have any problems." Ruin Zian had heard some rumors about Fang Heng. In fact, she had been mixing in high-level game worlds and was mostly disdainful of the struggles in low-level game worlds. She did not know the extent of Fang Heng's ability to create chaos. In the past, in other game worlds, Fang Heng could turn a game world upside down in 3 days. Ruin Zian did not have any advance warning. She simply thought this was just another ordinary mission. It was probably a long time ago when she met a few partners and became one of the co-owners of Starfish Company. It was said that Fang Heng was a major client who happened to need a scholar proficient in natural science, so she personally took action. By the way, this is your phone. It's fully charged, and my contact information is inside for easy communication. For safety reasons, it has a positioning system installed. If you mind, you can turn off the positioning. Fang Heng took the phone and fiddled with it for a moment. A smartphone. The level of technology was about equivalent to the iPhone 5. Fang Heng put away the phone and nodded. I mentioned to Hector that I need a scholar skilled in natural science. Yes, that's me. Ruin Zian flicked her long hair, a confident gesture. Nice to meet you, Ruin Zian. Grandmother level scholar in natural science, currently at a bottleneck stage in breakthrough. It's a bit difficult, just waiting for the right opportunity. Fang Heng's heart stirred as he couldn't help but take another look at Ruin Zian. Grandmother level. Impressive. In general, most academic skills are categorized from low to high as basic, elementary, intermediate, advanced, master level, grandmother level. A small percentage of skills have even higher levels. Transcendent level, demigod level, god level. Ruin Zian had already cultivated to the highest level. In fact, at the master level, one could already serve as a regular tutor. Were players in high-level games all this powerful? Just casually meeting a player at the grandmother level. Fang Heng did not know that Ruin Zian was specifically invited by Starfish Company as a partner, and he was secretly amazed, his expression becoming more serious. Can you show me? Of course. Ruin Zian casually opened her hand in front of Fang Heng. With mental power infused, a green life bloomed in the palm of Ruin Xian's hand. Plants grew out of thin air in Ruin Xian's palm. Fang Heng was amazed. He looked at the green life growing in Ruin Xian's palm, and at the same time, a slowly rotating magic array appeared in his eyes. A game prompt appeared on the retina. Hint: you've observed the nature spell. Through the all-knowing eye, you have gained basic knowledge of natural science. Players can choose whether or not to understand basic natural science. Understanding. Hint: player chooses to understand basic natural science. Warning: player's natural science talent is extremely low, and the player has already mastered at least 3 different academic or bloodline skills. Forcing learning will result in excessively slow skill progress and an additional difficulty penalty in upgrading existing academic or bloodline skills. Do you wish to continue learning? Learn. Low talent, so what? You can grind it out. Fang Heng ignored the game warning and chose to learn. Hint: player successfully grasps basic natural science. Skill: basic natural science LV1. Type: academic skill. Level: LV1. Description: basic perception +1. Description: basic natural science is a necessary prerequisite skill for casting various nature spells. Description: through basic natural science, you can discover the natural energy present in the natural world and have the most basic control over natural energy. Description: you feel the nurturing of nature and life. Description: this skill is activatable. In the activated state, you can more easily sense the accumulation of natural energy. How about that? Did you pass your assessment? Ruin Xian smiled and closed her hands. Using high-level skills like hers to create life directly without relying on the power of the Book of Nature required extremely high skill. It was very difficult. At least a grandmother level in natural science skill was needed to achieve this. This flashy move in actual combat had almost no effect, but it was brilliant. In the past, during performances, Ruin Xian often received a lot of admiration and praise. But this time she did not wait for that. Instead, she saw a hint of seriousness on Fang Heng's face. After pondering for a while, Fang Heng finally looked up and asked, "How do you cultivate natural science, huh?" This question left Ruin Xian stunned for a moment. She finally understood. So Fang Heng was completely clueless about natural science. He couldn't understand such high-level operations. It was a mistake after all. Fang Heng thought Ruin Xian didn't understand, so he explained further. Well, it's basic natural science. How do you train it to upgrade? Ruin Xian looked at Fang Heng up and down. Have you studied natural science before? Fang Heng nodded. Yes, just learned basic natural science. The experience points for learning necromancy, divine magic, and vampiric bloodline differed slightly. With Ruin Xian as a mentor-level grandmother in natural science, Fang Heng directly sought her guidance. Ruin Xian's expression revealed a knowing look as she heard his words. She had never expected that. Fang Heng's definition of just learned was only a few minutes ago. Well, the way to upgrade natural science below high level is relatively simple. For beginners, after learning to activate the skill, close your eyes, focus, and concentrate, then carefully observe after opening your eyes again. Okay, Fang Heng nodded upon hearing this, switched to the natural science mode, closed his eyes to focus on releasing natural science, and then opened his eyes. How about that? Did you see the natural energy swirling in the air? Green clusters of light points. Fang Heng looked somewhat bewildered. Everything seemed normal. He couldn't see anything at all. No, Ruin Xian thought Fang Heng's natural science talent was relatively low, making it difficult for him to sense natural energy, and his cultivation ahead would be challenging. After all, he was the client, so Ruin Xian chose a more tactful explanation. It's normal not to see it. In the early stages of skill learning, you can only sense very little natural energy. I suggest you try in places with more plants. Once you observe the natural energy, you need to try to control these light points of energy. At the beginning, start by controlling energy into ordinary plants and gradually enhance it as you move to intermediate and advanced levels. End of this chapter. Chapter 1493. The manner after completing the infusion process, you can start gaining experience in natural studies. At the beginning, it is difficult to control the natural energy, and it is also hard to sense it. This is related to your natural talent. Just spend more time practicing, and with diligence, you can overcome any obstacles. So that's how it is. Thank you. I'll remember that. Feng Heng silently noted down the key points in his mind. Glancing at the night sky outside, he nodded and said, "It's getting late. I want to find a quieter place to rest for the next few days, preferably somewhere spacious and suitable for studying natural studies. Quieter and more spacious, all to store the zombie clones." Being suitable for practicing natural studies was an additional requirement. You want to study natural studies? Here. Ruin Zian was even more puzzled. Where else can you study natural studies? Why bother coming to a high-level game world to learn? Making things more difficult for yourself. Is that necessary? Seeing Ruin Zian hesitating, Feng Heng asked, "Is it difficult to arrange?" "No problem. You're a customer. We'll try our best to accommodate your requests." Ruin Zian still didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. She has dealt with many clients, and there were more demanding ones than Feng Heng. At least, all the requests Feng Heng made could be solved with money. If money could solve the problem, then there was nothing to worry about. "By chance, I have a manor in the outskirts. It's abandoned, and no one lives there. It's usually undisturbed, and it was once the residence of a master of natural studies. Practicing natural studies in that house can give you a boost. You can stay there. How does that sound?" "Great," Ruin Zian told the driver, to the Linjin Manor Villa. The driver raised an eyebrow, then stepped on the gas pedal, heading towards the outskirts. Fewer people in the suburbs, making it easier for the zombie clones to act. And there was also a boost for studying natural studies. A very nice place. Feng Heng was very satisfied with Ruin Zian's arrangement. So, Feng Heng looked at Ruin Zian again and asked, "Have you been living in this world for a long time?" This question caught Ruin Zian off guard, and she nodded, "Yes, many years already." Ruin Zian sighed inwardly. "The high-level game world sometimes feels more like a real world to me. I've spent more time in the game than in the outside world. After a long time, sometimes it's hard to distinguish between the game and reality." Feng Heng looked out the window and asked, "I heard this world is very safe." "Safety is relative, Feng Heng shifted his gaze to Ruin Zian, feeling like she had something on her mind. Maybe it's the so-called ignorance is bliss. Ordinary people can't see or touch the dangers here, so for them, this place is a paradise. What about you? I've seen many crises. Just don't touch the taboos, and you won't encounter danger." "Taboos? Like what?" Ruin Zian raised a finger to her lips, gesturing for silence. Feng Heng furrowed his brows, then shrugged, asking, "Okay, have you heard of any strange rituals?" "Rituals?" Ruin Zian frowned, thinking for a moment. "I don't recall any. This world is quite similar to ours. There are some strange stories and rumors you can search online." "Oh, I have a friend who works at the newspaper, can help find out." "Thank you. Besides that, I also want to find some rare plants to bring back. They need to be of S tier or above. Related to a mission, yes." Ruin Zian finally understood Feng Heng's purpose in coming here. It was for a mission. Finding S tier plants is quite difficult. I'll contact a few friends and see if they have any clues. An hour later, the car stopped in front of a large manor. The manor was located at the end of the road, with a large garden. The main villa was at the heart of the garden, mostly covered in climbing plants. It seemed like very few people came here regularly. "We're here. Here's the key to the gate." "Thank you." Feng Heng took the bronze key from Ruin Zian and weighed it in his hand before getting out of the car, once again examining the building in front of him. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "Very nice. You don't need to send me in. I can go in by myself." Ruin Zian didn't insist either. Leaning out of the car window, she asked, "I'll ask a few friends about the plants. How about I pick you up tomorrow at 10 in the morning?" "Okay." By the way, Ruin Zian stopped Feng Heng, who was walking towards the villa. "Yes. One more thing. There's an organization in this world called the Mysterious Studies Investigation Committee. It's best not to get into conflict with them. If anything happens, call me immediately." "Okay." Feng Heng nodded, making a gesture of goodbye to the vehicle. The car turned around and slowly drove off the road. Ruin Zian couldn't help but linger on Feng Heng for a moment. "A peculiar guest." The driver Liu uncle mumbled, "Z Ruin, is it okay to leave him there alone?" "Don't worry, it's fine. An abandoned suburban villa? In reality, it was the former residence of one of the natural studies mentors, Eldoma Savantis, in his later years. It was said that Eldoma had written the natural studies masterpiece, The General Theory of Nature, here. Over the centuries, the villa changed hands several times before Ruanzian bought it at a high price. After acquiring the manor, Ruanzian thoroughly searched every corner of the villa, even reluctantly living there for almost half a year. But she found nothing. The unique structure of the house only provided a slight boost for studying natural studies for intermediate level or lower practitioners. Ruanzian was now convinced that it was just an ordinary villa. Letting Fang Heng stay there was like making use of the waste. The vast trip was only scheduled for 3 days, so Fang Heng didn't bring much luggage. Upon entering the villa, he first stepped into a garden. Despite being an abandoned suburban villa, it was evident that someone regularly maintained it. In the garden, the stone pathways leading to the entrance of the villa were neatly kept. The practice of natural studies required sensing natural energy. Fang Heng had difficulty feeling this natural energy while in the car. Now, the large garden in front of the manor was filled with plants. Should be good, right? Fang Heng didn't rush into the villa. He walked to the center of the garden and surveyed the surroundings. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, focusing and activating his natural studies. Opening his eyes once again, Fang Heng finally saw the faint spakes of natural energy. At a glance, there were about 30 clusters of soft, shimmering green lights scattered in the flower bushes of the manor's garden. The light was very dim, and the quantity was sparse. End of this chapter. Chapter 1494 test next is manipulation. Fang Heng muttered to himself quietly, taking a few steps forward, trying hard to manipulate the green energy cluster into the nearest flowers, grass, and trees. Perhaps due to his high mental attribute value, the manipulation was somewhat manageable. The bright green natural energy quickly merged into the vegetation. Sizzle, under the effect of the green energy light spots, the vitality of the plants and trees seemed to be enhanced. Game hints appeared on his retina. Hint: players can use basic natural sciences to promote the growth of basic plants. Players gain 2 points of basic natural science experience and plus 0.0001 natural science talent. Success. Confirming the game hint. Fang Heng couldn't help but clench his fist lightly. By infusing natural energy, he could enhance his natural science talent naturally. This was solid. In the future, he could rely on the power of zombie clones to acquire natural science talent abilities on a large scale. However, the seemingly peaceful world was still unclear, and using zombie clones directly in the garden was somewhat ostentatious. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze, ready to go inside the villa to see if he could grind experience points there. Thinking so, Fang Heng walked towards the villa's front gate along the path paved with stones, took out his key, and opened the door. Inside was a spacious lobby. Very good, very spacious. The villa was large enough to accommodate many zombie clones. Thinking so, Fang Heng glanced at the game log again, confirming the imminent resurrection time of the zombie clones. Stepping into the room, game hints appeared on his retina again. Hint: players who enter a special environment can gain an additional 10% skill experience boost by cultivating mid-level and below natural sciences in that environment. Special environment. It seemed that Ruanzian had found him a good place. Fang Heng murmured to himself, looking around. The entire lobby was filled with a faint refreshing scent. The death breath of the undead and the life breath of nature were also part of the conflict. Fang Heng was sensitive to this. He immediately turned his attention to the edge of the lobby. On the walls, several vines were sparsely adorned like decorations. Perhaps they were the source of the refreshing scent? Upon careful inspection, it seemed that similar plants were present on most walls of the villa. Fang Heng was curious and focused his attention on the vines, trying to approach and touch them. Relevant information appeared on his retina. Hint triggered by basic natural sciences, player discovers a special plant, unknown vine. Hint: a special plant that merges with gecko vines, possessing the ability to clean the air and purify dust, emitting abundant natural energy. Hint: players can upgrade their level of natural sciences, acquire more relevant biological information. It seemed that the villa's cultivation boost effect on natural sciences was related to the vines. This was quite good. With the vines, zombie clones could practice natural sciences within the villa. Fang Heng simply closed his eyes and tried to sense the natural energy inside the villa once again. After a moment, Fang Heng opened his eyes again. Success! This time, he saw about a dozen clusters of natural energy in the lobby, denser than those in the outside garden. Fang Heng concentrated, working hard to manipulate the free energy to infuse into the vines, earning a bit of basic natural science skill experience and natural science talent. Hint: players use basic natural sciences to promote the growth of unknown plants. Players gain 2 points of basic natural science experience and plus 0.0001 natural science talent. Everything went as usual. After absorbing natural energy, the vines appeared more radiant. Good, successful test. Fang Heng continued to ponder. It was no problem for him to cultivate nature alone, but if a large number of zombie clones joined in, there would be issues. The Via's natural energy was already limited, and hundreds or thousands of zombie clones wouldn't be enough to share. As a result, the efficiency of leveling skills would be greatly restricted. Sending the zombie clones out to search for natural energy would be too conspicuous, possibly attracting the attention of higher-level local powers in the game world. It was better to be cautious. I need to find a solution, huh? As Fang Heng muttered to himself again, he noticed something strange. The vines that had absorbed natural energy before were now emitting a faint light. A bright light appeared around the vines. Natural energy? Was it being released again? This plant was peculiar. Natural energy was a special energy with multiple effects, such as growth and healing. The plants in the mansion had become more vibrant after absorbing natural energy, but this strange vine seemed to only absorb it temporarily before quickly regenerating new natural energy. Fang Heng pondered for a moment. The two types of natural energy seemed exactly the same. No difference at all? Fang Heng's mind moved, attempting once again to infuse natural energy into the vines. As expected, 10 seconds later, the natural energy was spit out by the vines. Okay. Fang Heng's eyes lit up suddenly. Wasn't this a perfect leveling loop? With the zombie clones capturing a large amount of external natural energy and continuously infusing the vines with natural energy, he could achieve a perfect AFK leveling loop. Wait and see. More than 2 hours passed. Fang Heng, who was controlling the energy clusters, suddenly opened his eyes. Here it is. A series of alchemy magic circles appeared at his feet. The zombie clones staggered out of the magic circles, dragging their heavy bodies, lining up behind Fang Heng. Fang Heng rubbed his cheeks with both hands and refreshed himself. Let's begin. First, test whether the zombie clones can level up using natural sciences. 2 zombie clones swayed under Fang Heng's control, approaching the vines, showcasing a hesitant movement. However, they ultimately succeeded. As their natural science talent gradually increased, the leveling efficiency would only improve. The first step of the zombie test was a success. Test confirmed that the zombie clones could level up through automatic play. Fang Heng was exhilarated. Next was the second step, testing the feasibility of batch automatic play. Fang Heng continued to control 5 zombie clones to come forward. The 5 zombie clones lined up and began a continuous cycle of infusing natural energy into the vines on the lobby walls. End of this chapter. Chapter 1495. The strange vine test continued for a full 10 minutes. 94 successes in total and 108 failures. The success rate is approximately 50%. Seeing that he could easily manage the system, Fang Heng nodded lightly. Very good. The second test has also passed. Next is the third step. Expand the production capacity. Fang Heng immediately left 5 zombie companions in place to control the natural energy for leveling up, while the rest of the zombie clones scattered into the mansion to search for natural energy, gathering it all in the hall. Fang Heng stood in the room as the game prompts began to refresh slowly. Hint: your zombie clones have entered the underground second-level area and are currently searching. Hint: your zombie clones have entered the second floor. Hint: your zombie clone has discovered natural energy. Hint: your zombie clone is attempting to move the natural energy. Hint: player's zombie clone uses basic natural science to promote the growth of unknown plants. Player gains 2 points of basic natural science experience. Player's natural science talent plus 0.0001. Hint: player's zombie clone. Hint: player's basic natural science level has advanced to LV 2. After 30 minutes, the zombie clones filled the entire mansion area, with 70 to 80 of them allocated to the natural energy, brushing experience against the vine-covered walls in a loop. The gap in natural energy is still very large, and not all zombie clones have been converted into productivity. Many zombie clones are idle, piling up inside the mansion, far from the theoretical maximum efficiency of leveling up. In addition, a few hours later, the zombie clones completed their first self-replication, increasing the experience gain speed by at least double. In order to accelerate efficiency, Fang Heng could only take a bit of a risk by capturing natural energy outside the mansion, then bringing it back for storage. The small amount of natural energy in the mansion garden was clearly not enough. Fang Heng rubbed his hands together. Needs to expand the search area further out. The mansion is located in a rarely visited suburb, so controlling the scale carefully, there shouldn't be any problems. Thinking this, Fang Heng pushed open the mansion gate. Under the moonlight, the zombie clones began to move, following behind Fang Heng as they left the mansion hall and started gathering natural energy from the estate. Under the ideal conditions, as long as more natural energy can be collected, at this efficiency, it is estimated that breaking through the basic natural science in half a night and advancing to intermediate natural science is highly possible. The all-knowing eye can directly understand high-level and below spales, which is very convenient. Hint: your basic natural science has advanced to LVA10. Hint: your skill, all-knowing eye's passive effect triggered. Your basic natural science successfully advanced to basic natural science after reaching the primary level. 2 hours later, Fang Heng opened his eyes once again. After advancing to primary natural science, in addition to being able to use some primary natural science spells, each level will increase perception attribute by 0.3. Not bad. However, the experience required for upgrading to primary skills has increased 100-fold. Due to the large number of zombie clones, they had already been scattered throughout various rooms in the mansion. Previously, Fang Heng had taken the zombie clones out at night to absorb natural energy within the estate boundaries. Still not enough. Still missing so much. To collect more, they must leave the estate boundaries. Since this world is still full of unknowns, Fang Heng had never ventured outside the estate boundaries. To improve efficiency, he could only break the bottom line and go outside the estate to explore. To avoid more trouble, Fang Heng decided to be cautious and take fewer zombie clones with him. After all, fewer people meant smaller targets and fewer zombies to control. Under the moonlight, Fang Heng led 50 zombie clones out of the mansion into the outskirts. The free natural energy outside was even scarcer than Fang Heng had anticipated, often requiring more detailed searches. Better than nothing. Fang Heng worked hard with the zombie clones outside the mansion, being cautious to avoid being noticed, spending more than half an hour until he almost found his way to the main road in the outskirts, bringing back more than 30 groups of natural energy. Something's not right. Returning once again to the hall, Fang Heng murmured, his brows furrowed. Why wasn't the leveling efficiency of the zombie clones as high as expected? In theory, with more natural energy collected from outside, the efficiency of the zombie clones leveling should have increased significantly. Having brought back more than 30 groups of natural energy, the efficiency should have risen noticeably, shouldn't it? Checking the game prompts carefully, Fang Heng found it baffling. It was strange. How could the natural energy quantity be decreasing? In fact, there was a peculiar structure in the entire room that could prevent the leakage of natural energy. Without human intervention, the natural energy mostly remained stable. Logically, by constantly infusing the mansion with natural energy, the amount should increase. Why was the natural energy gradually depleting? Could it be absorbed by the vines? It was possible. After some consideration, Fang Heng felt he had found the answer. It wasn't too much of a loss. The vines absorbed only a small amount of natural energy. By going out a few more times, the loss could be replenished. Just a bit more troublesome. With that in mind, Fang Heng continued to lead the next batch of over 100 zombie clones out of the mansion to collect the natural aura. After going back and forth to more times, exploring in different directions each time to gather natural energy, Fang Heng returned to the mansion for the third time. His brows were tightly furrowed. Too strange. Despite 3 consecutive trips back and forth, the efficiency and skill experience gain didn't have a significant change. The leveling efficiency of the zombie clones seemed to gradually stabilize. It gave him the feeling that the entire mansion was like a funnel. Once it was full, no matter how much more natural energy was added, it would slowly dissipate. But this mansion was not a funnel. There was no concept of whether it was full or not. What was going on? Was there a problem with his modular automatic leveling layout? He needed to find the issue and fix the loophole. Taking it more seriously, with a hint of solemnity on his face, Feng Heng once again returned to his room. Closing his eyes, he focused and switched to the natural science state, sensing the natural energy around him. After upgrading to the primary level of natural science, his sensitivity to natural energy had become more distinct. Upon careful observation, Feng Heng noticed that the natural energy in the mansion was indeed somewhat different. The purity of the natural energy seemed higher than outside. Comparing it to the natural energy brought in from outside earlier, Feng Heng had a revelation. Right. One was the effect of the vines. The vines had a refining effect similar to purification. End of chapter. Chapter 1496. Pulling over and over again, passing by zombie doppelgangers, repeatedly restoring and infusing climbing vines with natural energy, each time purer than before. Feng Heng then tested the effect of the purified natural energy. After purification, the natural energy was slightly better than the ordinary effect. Overall, there wasn't much change. So, is purification related to the dissipation of natural energy? Feng Heng furrowed his brows and decided to stop sensing, leaving the zombie doppelgangers to continue leveling up for experience. He began a careful search along every wall of the mansion, trying to find where the decrease in natural energy was coming from. He checked one by one, starting from the hall to the second floor, and finally to the basement. He found it. After spending a whole hour, Feng Heng finally made a discovery. At the end of the hallway outside the basement on the second floor, a small amount of natural energy was constantly leaking out. Very strange. Most areas of the mansion were covered in climbing vines, yet this particular wall was clean and empty. Even more strange was that only the natural energy that had been purified hundreds of times would leak out unnoticed towards that exit. Feng Heng stroked his chin. His first reaction was to block the exit. However, he soon felt something was amiss. The natural energy seemed more like it was being attracted over there. And the attraction force was minimal. It seemed to be related to the concentration of natural aura in the whole room. The higher the concentration, the faster the wall absorbed it. Until reaching a certain balance, the wall would stop absorbing. If it weren't for him carefully observing here, and the room being full of natural energy due to leveling up, the wall most likely wouldn't trigger the absorption effect, and he wouldn't have found anything unusual about the wall. Could there be something hidden inside? Feng Heng stroked his chin. He couldn't help but think of what Ruin Zian had mentioned to him before. There used to be a natural researcher living in this mansion. It's possible. Maybe it's a quest. Feng Heng speculated. Taking a few steps back, he raised his fist and punched the wall in front of him. Bang! His fist heavily struck the solid wall. The wall made a dull sound on impact, followed by a slight tremor, revealing several cracks and a fist print. If someone else had been there at that time, they would have definitely thought Feng Heng had gone mad. After all, this was the residence of Idama Seventas, the master who wrote the natural masterpiece General Theory of Nature. Was this how her home was supposed to be demolished? Feng Heng had no idea about these things. He just stared at the wall, feeling even more puzzled. Judging from the feedback of this punch, the wall was definitely solid. He didn't hold much hope for finding treasures behind the wall. He just wanted to reclaim the overflowing natural energy without disturbing him from continuing to level up. After all the hard work he put in to collect energy in the middle of the night, only to find out there was a flaw in his own home. Let's see what's inside. Feng Heng squinted his eyes, slowly retreating and pointing at the wall. Behind him, the zombie doppelgangers followed Feng Heng's command, each taking out hammers and shovels. Dig! Bang! 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 In the late night, the house echoed with sounds of impact and digging. Soon, the zombie doppelgangers managed to dig a hole in the wall. Keep going! Feng Heng sensed the flow of natural energy and directed the zombie doppelgangers to continue digging deeper. Boom! They dug a passage through the wall that was more than 5 meters long, and a side of the wall collapsed with a bang. What was this? A hidden room! Following the dugout passage into the hidden room behind the wall, Feng Heng furrowed his brows. It was a large room of around 100 square meters, with a large patch of earth underfoot. In the center of the room, a tree was planted. The tree wasn't tall, Its leaves were in a pale purple color, forming stripes, and it was only about 3 meters tall, but extremely sturdy, estimated to need 30 or so people to surround it to grasp it. On the broken side of the wall, residues of magic arrays could be seen. It seemed that the natural energy was absorbed here only after passing through the magical arrays. So, what was that tree about? Fang Heng couldn't help but walk forward, carefully observing the central tree. Is it this thing? The tree was continuously absorbing the purified natural energy flowing in. Since the source had been found, it was simple. Just destroy it directly, and then the leveling loop would be complete. Wait a minute. Fang Heng was about to take action when suddenly he thought, could this thing be the S-rank plant he was looking for? Fang Heng pondered, twisting his mouth. Unlikely. Mo Jiawei didn't come along this time. His luck couldn't be that good. But it's worth a try, right? Thinking this, Fang Heng reached out his hand and pressed it on the plant. Game prompts appeared on his retina. Hint: player discovered an unknown plant. Hint: please try to improve your level of natural studies to obtain more information about plants. Hint: player has mastered basic occultism, elementary natural studies, and meets the initial condition of absorption. Hint: player can choose to absorb the natural energy in the unknown tree into the skill, basic natural science experience points. Hint: due to current physique, attributes, status, skills, etc., the expected conversion ratio is approximately 1,800 to 1. Huh. Absorbing energy? Seeing this game prompt, Fang Heng's heart jumped. Could there such a good thing? Absorb. Fang Heng immediately extended his hand and pressed it against the tree trunk. Hiss, hiss. After the unknown tree transformed the natural energy, Fang Heng absorbed it. He immediately felt a surge of vitality flowing into his body through his palm. Hint: you absorbed the purified natural energy, gaining plus 503 experience points in natural studies skill. Hint: you absorbed. Game prompts began flashing quickly in Fang Heng's retina. So many. This is promising. Fang Heng's expression instantly lit up. If someone were to absorb energy alone, it would be too slow. He quickly gathered the zombie doppelgangers in the mansion to come over, circled around the big tree, and began absorbing energy. Crowded around, more than 40 zombie doppelgangers gathered around the big tree, palms pressing against the trunk to absorb energy. The game prompt once again rapidly refreshed on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: your zombie doppelgangers absorbed the purified natural energy, gaining plus 503 experience points in nature studies. Hint: your elementary natural studies level has been upgraded to LV2. Immediately, the absorption speed of experience points increased more than 40 times. It worked. Although absorbing energy directly from the big tree wouldn't increase the natural talent, it could facilitate rapid advancement. The rate of experience points surged like a rocket towards intermediate natural studies. There's something here. The entire big tree was filled with an unknown amount of natural energy, enduring the simultaneous absorption by so many zombie doppelgangers. End of this chapter. Chapter 1497 Savings Hint: your zombie avatar has absorbed natural energy, and your experience points in natural studies skill increase by plus 423. Hint: due to your talent, All-Seeing Eye, your natural studies skill has been elevated to intermediate level. Hint: you have successfully advanced to the intermediate level of natural studies, and your original skills have been forgotten. Hint: you have gained an understanding of the intermediate level of the skill. Skill: Intermediate Natural Studies LV. 1 Skill Description: an advanced skill in natural studies. Through this skill, you can better sense natural energy and use and control some aspects of natural studies skills. Skill Description: each upgrade of the skill will additionally increase perception by 1 point. Skill Description: this skill can be upgraded to up to LV 25. After absorbing energy for over half an hour, the skill level has been upgraded to intermediate, and Fang Heng couldn't help but look at the big tree in the center of the room. The rate of experience point acquisition began to gradually decrease. The rapid release of natural energy from the big tree slowed down. Had it been drained dry? Fang Heng furrowed his eyebrows. Rustle, rustle, huh? What's going on? The big tree in front of him made a sudden rustling noise, and the purple branches and leaves began to visibly wither rapidly. Not good. Just a small profit, don't kill the sheep. Fang Heng quickly controlled the zombie avatars to stop absorbing energy and step back. Although the probability was low, there was a possibility that this big tree could be an S-class plant, and he might need to rely on it to complete the mission. Fang Heng had planned to wait until tomorrow to ask Ruin Zian about her situation when she came over. Can't let her die. However, despite the zombie avatar stopping immediately from continuing to extract energy from the big tree, the tree continued to wither steadily. Fang Heng sensed something accumulating power. A power hidden beneath the big tree. Power. Fang Heng tried to sense it, but felt that the power was extremely unstable. Dangerous. Fang Heng raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, magic arrays swiftly rotated under Fang Heng's feet, and light green plants sprang out from the magic arrays, rapidly enveloping and enclosing Fang Heng. Boom! In the moment before the explosion, Fang Heng was dragged into the magic array and disappeared. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the phone rang. Ruin Zian suddenly sat up from the bed, reaching out to grab the emergency contact phone on the nearby table. It was the middle of the night. Something must have happened. Hello? What? Exploded. Hearing the news from the other end of the phone, Ruin Zian rubbed her eyes, looking bewildered. The villa at her home exploded. How did it explode? Oh no! Fang Heng! Ruin Zian sat motionless in place for a while, then suddenly shouted into the phone, as if waking up from a dream. Where's Fang Heng? Is he okay? Fang Heng was a major client of the Starfish Company. Her KPI relied on Fang Heng. He must not have any accidents. Okay, I got it. I'll be right there. Quickly logging into the game, Ruin Zian immediately rushed to the police station to bail Fang Heng out. Meanwhile, Fang Heng was at the police station undergoing a joint investigation by the Joint Committee on Mysterious Studies. Exploded. The experienced old police officer cocked his head, writing and sketching in his logbook. So were you practicing natural studies before the explosion? When did you sneak in? Let me clarify, I didn't sneak in. The homeowner let me stay temporarily. There were no abnormalities before the explosion. Nothing atypical happened? No, it was late at night, and I was practicing natural studies in the room. Suddenly, I felt a strong power fluctuation, very unstable, which felt ominous. For safety reasons, I left the villa. The new recruit beside the old police officer meticulously recorded every word Fang Heng said. From the traces left at the scene, this explosion was not simple. There were profound mysteries involved. The intense explosion even caused noticeable tremors in the city. The Joint Committee on Mysterious Studies rushed to the scene immediately, launching an investigation overnight. The first group of officers who arrived at the scene found Fang Heng with suspicious traces. Despite the magnitude of the explosion, Fang Heng showed no signs of injury, raising doubts. Initially, Fang Heng was also confused. Upon logging in again, he saw the villa completely obliterated and the police rushing from all directions. Subsequently, he was brought to the police station for interrogation. Initially, Fang Heng had thought about escaping. However, it seemed that the police had him targeted from the get-go. In this world, although Fang Heng hadn't done anything wrong, running would only make him feel guilty. Therefore, he decided to cooperate with the investigation and go back with the police. The interrogation officers repeatedly bombarded Fang Heng with questions, examining every detail, making Fang Heng feel like he was being interrogated relentlessly. Knock, knock, knock. The door of the interrogation room was knocked on. Chief! The two interrogators stood up and greeted the newcomer. Dan Fukai, with a trimmed beard and a Mediterranean hairstyle, showed a bit of amusement amidst the seriousness of his expression. Good job, boys. This suspect is related to the incident, and I need to take him away. The 7th Department will continue the follow-up investigation. The files will be transferred tomorrow. This is the transfer procedure. Yes, Chief. Dan Fukai nudged Fang Heng with his mouth. Let's go. Leaving the interrogation room, Dan Fukai lowered his voice and whispered to Fang Heng in a volume only he could hear. I'm Dan Fukai. I'll take you to meet Ruin Zian later. Whatever happens, don't say anything. Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart. Finally, the cavalry has arrived. Without a word, Dan Fukai first took Fang Heng to a data room, collected a few documents, signed some papers, and then left the investigation bureau. Following Dan Fukai, Fang Heng got into a black official car parked outside the investigation bureau. Ruin Zian was seated in the back, waving at Fang Heng as she lowered the car window. Are you okay? Did you get into a conflict with them? Feng Heng shrugged and said, No, like you said, try not to get into conflicts. Phew, that's good. Ruin Zian patted her chest, looking relieved. Dan Fukai returned to the driver's seat, flicked away the cigarette, but he held in his hand through the open window and asked, No outsiders here. Spill the beans. What happened to cause such a big explosion? Feng Heng thought to himself, I have no idea. How did it explode? He looked at Ruin Zian beside him. Let me introduce, this is Dan Fukai, an investigator at the Joint Committee on Mysterious Studies, holding the authority for independent investigation. He's a local and also my superior, someone we can trust. Huh? Feng Heng glanced at Ruin Zian. What does she mean by superior? Ruin Zian coughed lightly and explained, I'm his advance agent. An advance agent? I see. An inside woman, right? Why does it feel like a spy movie? Feng Heng couldn't help but feel more puzzled. End of this chapter. Chapter 1498. Single Fukai opened the file bag he had just received and began flipping through it. He said, We found a higher than a great energy reaction in the ruins of a villa in the suburbs. Our 7 departments have taken over the detailed investigation of this matter, so tell me, what exactly happened? Seeing Ruin Zian nodding at him, Feng Heng began to explain roughly. During my cultivation process, I discovered abnormal natural energy fluctuations. Following the source of the fluctuations, I found a wall and behind it, a hidden room where I found a tree. Single Fukai and Ruin Zian looked at each other, their eyes flashing with surprise, not because of the tree, but because of Feng Heng himself. Single Fukai looked at Feng Heng, and his gaze gradually became sharp. Who is this guy? Single Fukai had long known about Ruin Zian buying the villa. Due to the special identity of Edoma Thervantes, he had personally followed him to investigate, but like Ruin Zian, they had found nothing. But on the first day Feng Heng went, he discovered a secret room. Ruin Zian also spoke up, asking, and then, What kind of tree is it? Feng Heng thought for a moment, gesturing with his hands as he described, The tree isn't tall, about 3 meters high but very thick, requiring more than 20 people to surround it. The leaves are willow-like and purple, a tree type I've never seen before. At this point, Feng Heng suddenly paused, and his gaze shifted to Single Fukai beside him. Recalling the events, he suddenly realized he had overlooked something very important. Mysticism. Essentially, the absorption of energy from trees was related to mysticism. He understood mysticism. In his skills column, he had a basic level 2 in mysticism. Recalling when he first encountered mysticism to understand the strange rituals on his body, he sought help from Mo Jiaowei's uncle, Mo Yangxiao, and Mo Jianghe. After some basic meditation-related training, he triggered the mysticism mark on his body, learning the basics of mysticism. However, further cultivating mysticism was very troublesome. Back then, only reading books could increase a bit of experience. After reading several of Mo Yangxiao's hidden books, his level of mysticism only raised to LV2. Later, due to undead matters, studying mysticism was temporarily put on hold until now. Oh. Thinking carefully, there was still a very important point. He could gain academic talent experience during the process of learning academic skills because of the presence of a mysticism mark. Feng Heng suddenly had a feeling that this gaming world might be strongly related to mysticism. After finishing Feng Heng's recount, Single Fukai looked at Ruin Zian and asked, You know more about natural studies. Have you heard any information related to this tree? Ruin Zian nodded in thought. I'm not sure. From the description, it doesn't seem to match any standard plant. It's very likely a special species cultivated by Edoma Thervantes. Feng Heng came back to attention, curiously looking at the two, asking, Edoma, who is that? The previous owner of the villa, as well as a natural studies scholar. Oh. Single Fukai continued to look at Feng Heng, asking, What happened next? Later, I tried to approach the tree and used my natural studies to see if there was anything unusual about it. Then, I sensed a strange power fluctuation emanating from under the big tree. It didn't feel right, so I decided to leave. As soon as I left the room, the fluctuation became more intense, so I quickly left the villa. Single Fukai searched through the papers in his hands. What you just said aligns roughly with the analysis in the report from the Joint Committee for the Investigation of Mysticism. The report suggests that Edoma Thervantes was conducting mystical experiments below, related to the unknown plant in the secret room you found. Your arrival disrupted some kind of balance, triggering a protective device, which caused the explosion, Single Fukai said, taking out a cigarette, but not lighting it, just holding it in his mouth. I suspect it might be some kind of demon. We need to make sure the demon hasn't spread and thoroughly died in the explosion. As for the villa, it will be sealed off by the committee in the near future. You two should stay away. Fang Heng looked at Ruin Zian and scratched his head. Sorry for blowing up your house. As long as people are safe, material possessions are nothing, Ruin Zian said, sounding a bit tired, yawning. Up until now, she hadn't been too concerned about the explosion, thinking it was just a coincidence. An accident, merely an accident. As for Fang Heng sensing the changes in the room. As a boundary master, although the special ability surprised her, it made sense logically. Single Fukai looked at Fang Heng. Years of investigative experience told Single Fukai that Fang Heng was hiding something. Of course, everyone has secrets, and it's very possible that it had nothing to do with this incident itself. Hello. After answering a call and hanging up, Single Fukai's face showed a pensive expression. Ruin Zia noticed Single Fukai's strange expression and couldn't help but ask, Leader, what's wrong? Why does your face suddenly look so unwell? Something's wrong. We found traces of high-intensity contamination at the scene, with the possibility of contamination spreading. The current contamination source has been located and is being tracked. Other teams have already rushed to investigate. Contamination. So, that tree is very likely the source of contamination? Ruin Zian's face suddenly changed, and she turned to look at Fang Heng. Single Fukai also shifted his gaze towards Fang Heng, saying in a deep voice, Fang Heng, you are the person who recently came into contact with the contamination source, and it's highly likely you've been contaminated. Huh? Fang Heng looked bewildered. Contamination? What does that mean? As a direct person involved in this incident, theoretically until the investigation is clear, I can request your assistance, and you must stay within my sight 24 hours. But considering the presence of contamination and the extremely high danger of the current investigation, I can't guarantee your safety. Now I will take you back to the Contamination Monitoring Center. After everything settles down. Ruin Zian quickly interrupted. Wait, Fang Heng is my friend. I guarantee him. We can take him to Cole first. Single Fukai thought for a moment, shaking his head. No, it's too risky. With a great energy reaction plus a contamination reaction, contamination can spread very quickly. If he is truly contaminated, he might become a spreader of contamination. We might run into big trouble, so isolation protection is the best choice for now. As Single Fukai and Ruin Zian debated, Fang Heng felt extremely puzzled and couldn't help but ask, you've been discussing for so long. What exactly is contamination? End of chapter. Chapter 1499 Pollution. It's best not to know. Based on past experiences, assuming you are really contaminated, the more you know, the faster the contamination will corrupt you. All right. Fang Heng nodded helplessly, flipping through his past game logs, and said, I checked the logs, and it seems I haven't been contaminated. Not necessarily. Contamination won't trigger a game prompt. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes, becoming even more curious about the so-called contamination. If it were in the past, he would definitely choose to continue investigating with Ruin Zian. But now was different. The high-level game world was full of crises. Self-preservation should come first. Moreover, there was only 3 days in Vez this time, and the key was to figure out how to obtain S-class plants to complete the mission. Let's compromise. We'll take him to Cole. You know Cole. He has always been solitary, living alone in the suburbs, and he has a strong resistance to contamination. Have your people guard outside Cole's house? If Fang Heng is confirmed to be contaminated, you can immediately notify someone to take him away. How about that? Shan Fukai furrowed his brows. Ruin Zian said gravely, Fang Heng is crucial to our investigation. If he is sent to prison, the corrupt arbitration council will take over, and our investigation will only become more troublesome. Shan Fukai was convinced, nodding, okay? Ruin Zian leaned in close, quietly instructed Fang Heng, I'll take you to a friend of mine later. He's a journalist with lots of information, and he should have the plant data you're interested in. Rest over there. I'll come find you as soon as I finish dealing with things here. Before that, make sure not to leave the house. Understood. Ruin Zian reminded solemnly, And no matter what happens, do not clash with the local authorities or we'll be in a very passive situation. All right. Half an hour later, Fang Heng was brought to a standalone house on the outskirts of the city. While on the way, 5 police cars had already arrived and were closely trailing behind. The owner of the house was named Cole, a senior columnist. After chatting with Cole for a while, Ruin Zian hastily left with Sean Fukai, saying they were going to investigate the source of pollution-related clues. Oh, you're the suspected contaminated person? How were you contaminated? Is it related to the villa incident last night? Cole, with thick glasses, led Fang Heng into the house, appearing curious as he approached Fang Heng, peering in all directions, then went to the study to grab pen and paper, began recording the interview on the sofa. Helplessly, Fang Heng briefly recounted the events he had encountered at the villa. After recording the entire incident, Cole licked his lips with lingering doubts, looking at Fang Heng and muttering softly, "It's quite contradictory, wanting you to be contaminated, yet not wanting you to be contaminated." Fang Heng thought to himself, "Are you sick or something?" and glanced out the window. In the midst of their conversation, uniformed officers had already begun monitoring the surroundings of the house closely. Trouble! How did he unknowingly get entangled in these inexplicable matters again? The game only lasted for 3 days. He couldn't afford to be distracted from his main task. Fang Heng scratched his head, deciding to focus on the present and figuring out how to complete the mission. He didn't engage with Cole about contamination, changed the subject, and asked, "I heard you are a friend of Ruin Zian, a well-known investigative journalist from major newspapers?" "Ah, yes, you almost forgot. You must be the friend inquiring about high-level plants and mysterious rituals, right? Just wait." Cole immediately got up, went to the study, and brought out another black notebook, sitting solemnly across from Fang Heng. "I'm a simple person. You help me, I help you." Cole opened the notebook and looked at Fang Heng. "Come on, tell me about the ritual your friend encountered. What was the ritual like, I guessed, don't doubt a journalist's perceptiveness. From your various descriptions, you or one of your friends must have also participated in a similar ritual, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so interested." Cole had a knowing look. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. "Can you keep this confidential for me? Of course, these are my personal records, only documented with pen and paper, and I only record events. Any related information is marked with special symbols and hidden. So in the future, if someone investigates, they can only find out about the events." Cole said, adjusting his glasses, and said seriously, "In any case, this is an information exchange. You can speak. What exactly happened to your friend?" After some thought, Fang Heng briefly described the illusions he had seen regarding the ritual, omitting the part about seeing Ziashi. Recording what Fang Heng said carefully, Cole rubbed his chin, showing interest, then stood up and said, "That's an interesting ritual. It seems your friend is also a witness to the ritual. Also, does that mean someone else has experienced the ritual too?" "Yes, now it's my turn to help you. Follow me." Fang Heng followed Cole up the stairs to the attic of the house. The attic was huge, more like a dump, filled with old newspapers from various eras and large boxes filled with documents. Due to the clutter, Fang Heng could only find a place to stand by at the doorway. "Let me see. Let's go through it one by one." "You want," Fang Heng reminded, "start by looking for special plants, high-level ones, at least S-class." "Oh, right. Taking advantage of Cole rummaging through the trash for old newspapers, Fang Heng peeked out of the window. At some point, a group of people had gathered outside the window. Judging by their attire, they were not local police officers. Found it." Cole found a few newspapers from the pile of trash, catching Fang Heng's attention. "Take a look at this." Fang Heng took the newspaper and began to read. It was news from about 10 years ago. The newspaper reported that the National Research Institution had successfully developed a new technology that merged ancient life techniques and natural awakening techniques, awakening a phoenix shout tree from tens of millions of years ago. The technology was considered an innovative breakthrough, as once matured, humanity could replicate and revive extinct ancient creatures. However, the technology faced opposition from certain political factions, believing that reviving ancient creatures posed significant uncertainties and was highly dangerous. Regardless of the arguments on both sides, Fang Heng heard from the report that the successfully revived phoenix shout tree possessed robust ancient life force, emitting a gentle natural aura that attracted birds to nest on the tree and served as food for certain ancient creatures. End of this chapter. Chapter 1500 of the Natural History Society officially recognized the extraordinary adaptability and superhuman vitality of this tree, judging it to be a tree that surpasses the S+ level. In ancient times, this tree could grow infinitely. It was precisely because of this robust vitality that the National Scientific Research Institution was able to awaken and revive it. Fang Heng felt a stir in his heart. This thing looks very reliable. Where is this tree now? Wait a moment, let me check. Cole typed on his phone to search online. It's actually located in our Adu Tutan district. It is currently being exhibited at the City Exhibition Hall for public viewing. You're new here, right? You probably haven't been to the exhibition hall. It's quite big, with multiple sections, and the daily number of visitors is over 10,000. All right, a lead. And it seems like this tree isn't heavily guarded. It looks like it could be quite easy to get your hands on it. Fang Heng felt like things were gradually moving in the right direction. Here, take a look, Cole said as he handed his phone to Fang Heng. What? Fang Heng took the phone and was shocked to see a picture of the phoenix fir tree on it. It was a towering tree, lush with foliage, at least 10 meters tall from what he could see in the photo. No wonder they were so casual about leaving such a precious S-level tree in the exhibition hall for anyone to see. Just thinking about sneaking out such a big tree in full view of everyone, disastrous. Fang Heng couldn't help but scratch his head again. Are there any others? Do you think S-level plants grow like cabbage? You won't find a second one in this city for sure. Give me some more time. I'll try to look for information in other cities. As they spoke, Cole buried himself back into the pile of newspapers. Next up is the ritual you were talking about. I remember there were a few relevant reports before, of a relatively high degree of reliability. Let me find them for you. This time, Cole was much quicker. He dug out a bunch of old newspapers and a notebook from deep within the pile. Found it. An anonymous informant provided me with this information. He's a doctor living on the first floor, and the floors above are all rented out by the landlord. One night, he heard strange noises coming from upstairs, and the next day he found out that someone upstairs had died. After calling the police, the Joint Committee for Occult Studies immediately came to investigate. He was the first to discover the scene, and according to him, he found some ritual markings at the scene that were similar to what you described. They also found several bodies at the scene. The Joint Committee for Occult Studies suspected it was related to some sort of religious ritual. According to the doctor, the condition of the deceased was very strange, with a wide-open mouth and signs of tearing, as if something had forcefully come out of his mouth. Later on, this incident was deemed a suicide, and the authorities did not release the investigation records to the public. I think there's something fishy about this. I calculated the time frame. Guess what? Fang Heng, curious, asked, What? In just those 2 years, there were a total of 20 for similar incidents, each occurring in different locations, and those were just the reported ones. I'm sure there are many incidents that weren't reported. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and carefully looked through the newspapers and notes he received from Cole. There were many inconsistencies between the descriptions in the reports and the ritual scenes he had witnessed, such as blood, such as the deceased. According to the reports, a magic circle was drawn with blood at the scene, so the smell of blood was very strong. Also, there were descriptions of symbols found at the scene and some reporting about the scene. Fang Heng was convinced that these runes were somewhat similar to the hallucinations he had seen, but not entirely the same. By the way, take a look at this. I confirmed an interview with a survivor who underwent a ritual, and it wasn't easy to get. A survivor. Fang Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Yes, and here's the even stranger part. Since that person survived, similar incidents have never occurred again. How's that for a coincidence? Fang Heng pondered and asked, Does that person know who did it? Can we find them now? It's a bit difficult. The protagonist in the report is anonymous, and the person who reported the incident has passed away due to taboos. However, I have a former classmate who used to work at the same newspaper as him. I can try to contact him and ask about the situation. All right, please do. This is important, thank you. Fang Heng nodded and secretly noted down the face of the anonymous person mentioned in the newspaper. What could the ritual be related to? Feng Heng took out another newspaper related to the incident and carefully perused it. He faintly felt that these events might be related to him as well. Click, click. As he was carefully reviewing the information, a clanging sound of metal striking metal suddenly came from below the attic. Feng Heng and Cole both raised their heads and looked towards the door. Boom! The door was forcefully pushed open from outside, and then two fully armed police officers entered through the door. They were covered from head to toe in protective gear and held up thick black shields. Behind the shields was a display screen with a camera device. Sizzle! The screen emitted a brief burst of electric noise, and then the image of a middle-aged man appeared. His face was grave. Mr. Feng Heng, we have encountered significant complications during the investigation of the villa destruction incident. We cannot disclose specific details, but we have reason to suspect that you have been exposed to a high concentration of contamination. We need your cooperation. Please come with us. This is for your safety, as well as the safety of others and the stability of society. Thank you very much. Feng Heng furrowed his brows. Until the possibility of contamination is ruled out, and you, Mr. Cole, you should be well aware of the dangers of contamination. You have had close contact with the contaminator and may be at risk of contamination as well. Please come with us for protection. Feng Heng couldn't help but look at Cole by his side. Throughout the ordeal, the two young people behind them, holding shields, remained fully armed, keeping most of their bodies hidden behind the solid shields, not even showing their faces. Is this really necessary? Cole, seeing the situation, became more excited. He leaned in towards the screen and said, I have the right to know the level of contamination. After analysis, the contamination indicator has exceeded the theoretical maximum value of 500. We have taken the highest level of protective measures and dispersed the personnel around the villa to ensure safety. Please come with us for everyone's safety. That high. Cole was startled and looked back at Feng Heng. Wait, how could he not be contaminated when exposed to such a high-intensity contamination source? But after talking for so long, Feng Heng didn't show any signs of contamination whatsoever. End of the chapter. Chapter 1501. Detaining 2. Time is of the essence. Please act immediately. Feng Heng looked at the other person, unable to help but fall into silence, quickly making a decision in his heart. Should he go with them? Ruin Zian had warned not to provoke the local forces. Bang! Bang! Just as Feng Heng hesitated, two gunshots rang out. Suddenly, Feng Heng sensed the trajectory of the bullets and quickly dodged. Nearby, Cole wasn't as lucky, as he was stabbed with a sedative needle on the shoulder, immediately staggering back and falling into a pile of trash behind. The middle-aged man on the screen shouted, "Take him down!" Immediately, more than 10 fully armed elite team members rushed in from outside the door, pointing their weapons towards Feng Heng. Stay still! Don't move! Meanwhile, outside the city, in a basement, Ruin Zian and the two followed the direction of the contamination source to here, but unfortunately, it was a wasted effort. This was a secret residence left by Idema. The scene was very messy, as if it had just been looted not long ago. After hesitating for a while on the phone, Shan Fukai said in a deep voice, "Confirmed. Judging from the traces extracted from the scene, it is determined to be at least an SS-level contamination source. SS. Ruin Zian was extremely surprised to hear this. Such a high-level contamination source was very rare. She had only heard of it. So what about Feng Heng? Well, with such close contact, and being directly exposed to the contamination source, he has definitely been contaminated. The highest level of alert protocol has been activated, the Corruption Arbitration Council has taken action, and Feng Heng has been temporarily taken to the Blue River shelter. Alright, Ruin Zian felt a headache coming. A major client, and now contaminated. This was big trouble. The only way to save Feng Heng now was to quickly find the contamination source and deal with it. Shan Fukai received a notebook obtained from the scene from an investigator beside him and flipped through it. It seems Idema was researching mysticism and likely came into contact with taboos. He opened the first page, pointing to a mystical rune mark that appeared prominently. Shan Fukai frowned, beckoning Ruin Zian over. "Zian, come take a look." Ruin Zian leaned over and saw the mark on the first page, covering her mouth in surprise. Both of them observed the rune, then looked at each other, a hint of shock passing through their eyes. Edema is actually a conservative faction. What was the deal with the tree and contamination source found in the villa? On the other side, under the instructions, Fang Heng and Cole entered an unmanned aircraft and followed a helicopter to a large shelter located on the edge of the riverbank. The dosage of the sedative was not large, and Cole had already woken up on the way. Guided by an artificial machine, the two got off the plane, changed into white clothing, and followed the machine forward. This is the Blue River Shelter, a contamination disposal facility constructed by the Corruption Arbitration Council at great expense to protect those affected by contamination. The surrounding area is a large restricted zone, and I didn't expect to see it today. Cole didn't feel like he was being confined at all, but rather like he was on a sightseeing tour, very interested in observing things. Fang Heng looked around and pursed his lips, indicating the wristband they were asked to wear. This looks more like a modern prison to me. He had held back before, but ended up being forced onto the plane at gunpoint. It was a very unpleasant feeling. It was only because Ruin Zian had repeatedly warned not to go against the local world that Fang Heng chose to temporarily endure. Because of contamination, our clothes and shoes have been changed to a single white color, which can effectively resist contamination. Also, the wristbands we wear have positioning and mental purification capabilities. Monitoring is one aspect, but it's also for resisting contamination. Fang Heng asked, "What exactly do you mean by contamination?" I don't actually know either. I have a rough idea, but I can't explain it clearly. Just think of it as an infectious disease with an unknown route of transmission. In terms of mentality, those exposed to the contamination source are more susceptible to contamination. Of course, contaminated individuals can also spread the contamination. The probability of spreading the infection to others in the early stages is lower, but it becomes easier after symptoms appear. And then, what happens after being contaminated? Corruption. For the vast majority of people, it's probably just an inexplicable death. Fang Heng was more puzzled. For the majority, what about the rest? It's bad. They would turn into a kind of monster, neither human nor ghost, and might even become a new source of infection. These are all secrets, and I have been exploring them. The construction machinery led the two into Building B, and down a long corridor. On either side of the corridor were large glass windows, behind which were individual small rooms where contaminated people were held. Finally, guided by the artificial machine, the two were taken into separate small rooms. Buzz, click. After entering the room, the glass floor-to-ceiling window on one side dropped, completely sealing the room. Through the window, Fang Heng could easily see Cole in the adjacent room, as well as the people detained in other separate prison rooms. It seemed like they were all patients. There were curtains beside the glass, which could be drawn, but Fang Heng immediately noticed the surveillance cameras installed inside the room. The curtains were practically useless. Cole was excited. He took out a pen and paper he carried with him and tapped on the window a few times, trying to communicate about their conditions with the patients in the neighboring cell. However, the other patients didn't seem very willing to talk to Cole. After a few attempts, Cole retreated. He felt they hadn't spent enough time together and were still unfamiliar with each other. Given some more time, they would surely be able to get the information they wanted from them. Unable to get anything from the patients, Cole could only turn to Fang Heng as an alternative. "Don't worry, there are people here taking care of us 3 meals a day. All we need to do is wait here until the source of contamination is eliminated. Then the contamination in our bodies will be removed, and we can leave then." The source? Yes, I suspect it should be what caused the explosion at the villa yesterday, right? Cole said, taking out a notebook from his pocket and leaning in. "Tell me more in detail. Is there anything special about that villa? Think about what could have been overlooked. I'll help you analyze it." Instead of answering, Fang Heng looked at the other people in the prison cells and asked, "Are they all contaminated people? Aren't you afraid they'll infect each other by being detained together?" "No, contamination only occurs once. I reckon I've already been contaminated by you. Besides, as long as the source is eliminated, the contaminated individuals will gradually recover, and then we can leave here." End of chapter. Chapter 1502. Forbidden's taboo. Fang Hengshin said that Cole was in a good mindset. Unfortunately, he couldn't leave here. Under Cole's persuasion, Fang Hengshin patiently recounted to Cole the conversation he had with Shan Fukai earlier. It seems that According to my analysis, Adoma should also be one of the mystic scholars. Cole nodded repeatedly, quickly taking notes while muttering to himself. I wonder if he belongs to the innovative faction or the conservative faction. Fang Hengxin casually asked, What did you say? Conservative faction? What does that mean? Since you're already contaminated, I'll just tell you. The first one to discover contaminants was a mage named Anthony, who was considered the first to be spiritually contaminated. He founded a school of worshipping the deep abyss. Over thousands of years of evolution, in the past few hundred years, the school gradually split into two factions, one being the innovative faction and the other the conservative faction. Oh, innovate what? Probably the way they use power. I heard the innovative faction is more radical, while the conservative faction may have always followed some ancient rules. There have been conflicts between the two sides, with the innovative faction believing that some taboos can be directly discarded. Speaking of which, we should thank the split between them and the radicalism of the innovative faction. That way, we gradually realize that there are many strange things hidden in this world. This time, realizing that kind of strange taboo may be related to contamination. In the past, many people suddenly died. It can be confirmed that they touched some taboos. So, Fang Hengxin finally asked the question he had always wanted to know. What exactly is a taboo? Its rules, many strange rules. And specifically, Cole shook his head, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. I can't say. Why? You don't know either. I know a few. I tried to analyze them from various reports, but I can't say. Cole stubbornly shook his head, shrinking his neck. This is also for your own good. The more taboos you know, the more likely you'll be contaminated and may even become a new source of contamination. Fang Hengxin scratched his head, feeling puzzled. What kind of conversation was this? In this world, touching a taboo would lead to sudden death. So what exactly is a taboo, Po? That can't be said. The more taboos you know, the more easily you'll be contaminated, and you might even become a source of contamination directly, so it's better not to know. The high-level game world is really difficult. Fang Hengxin couldn't help but sigh. Setting aside the issue of contamination, the current trouble was that in 3 hours, his zombie body double resurrection time would arrive, and there would be a large number of zombie body doubles crowding in this small room. The local powers were extremely vigilant about him now. It could be foreseen that there would be trouble once many zombie body doubles appeared. Probably, a larger conflict would occur. Helpless, Fang Hengxin could only pray. Hopefully, Ruin Zian could come to help in time. Time passed second by second, and Fang Hengxin was lying down on the small bed resting. Boom! Suddenly, the small bed violently shook. Huh! Fang Hengxin almost woke up, leapt off the bed, and carefully observed his surroundings. Inside the prison, everyone could feel the ground trembling. Through the glass window, Fang Hengxin could see everyone in the other cells standing up, curiously looking through the glass windows. Buzz! 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 The entire prison space lit up with red indicator lights, and the alarm sounded throughout the prison. Mechanized figures fully armed were fast moving through the corridors from time to time. Cole was awakened too, leaning towards Fang Hengxin and asking softly, Fang Hengxin, what's going on? What happened? I don't know. I was going to ask you the same. Fang Hengxin said, looking out through the glass window. Click, buzz, buzz buzz. Ha! The large glass door blocking the front slowly opened. For a moment, the glass barriers of the prison cells were opening one after another, leaving the patients detained inside somewhat confused. Freega! A piercing scream came from nearby. A young man in the prison had an extremely distorted expression on his face, clutching his forehead and kneeling on the ground in agony. Not good. He's going to corrupt. Someone shouted. Fang Hengxin furrowed his brows, glancing at Cole beside him. What is corruption? When the contamination exceeds a certain level, a disgusting mutation will occur. Situations like this are called the corrupt state. Cole had seen photos of the corrupted individuals in some reports before, but this was the first time he witnessed someone entering the corrupted state up close. He couldn't help but feel a bit fearful, instinctively stepping back. Black sticky fluid and tiny flesh sprouts began oozing from the young man's face below his facial features, as if a disgusting dark tumor-like substance was emerging, constantly growing under the stimulation of the flesh sprouts. In a short moment, the tumor covered the young man completely, looking like a wriggling mass of flesh from a distance. Fang Hengxin squinted. What was that? The monster in front of him looked somewhat similar to a zombie, but also vastly different. Ah! Another cry of pain rang out. People began to clutch their heads in agony. Some even started banging their heads against the wall, as if going insane. The situation seemed dire. Quick! Leave this cursed place! Run! The patients were terrified and bewildered, not knowing who was taking the lead, running frantically along the corridor toward the outside. Cole had never encountered such a bizarre situation before, and was a bit lost in place. Soon, most of the prison patients had run away through the corridor, leaving only a few people shivering in their rooms. Let's go out and see what's happening, but be careful. Fang Hengxin pulled Cole along and towards the exit following the corridor. It wasn't clear what was happening outside. This so-called corrupted state was also bizarre. Whatever the case, there might be a chance to escape, so standing still was not an option. As they progressed through the corridor, Fang Hengxin noticed more and more monsters gathering on either side. They were products of the patient's corruption. Huff, huff. A monster appeared in front of Fang Hengxin and Cole, then stopped strangely. Let's go. Fang Hengxin quickly pulled Cole and bypassed it, running along the corridor until they reached the open square outside. The entire square was now in extreme chaos. People were writhing on the ground in pain everywhere, and many had strange deformities on their bodies. Cole was pale, and his voice trembled slightly due to nervousness. They are all being accelerated into corruption. Most of these people were already contaminated, and something triggered a stronger source of contamination that caused them to accelerate into corruption. Fang Hengxin sensed a powerful wave of energy and instinctively looked up. End of chapter. Chapter 1503. A corrupt watchtower on the outskirts of the prison. Standing at the highest point of the watchtower was a tall, thin figure. With his back to the crowd in the square, he slowly raised his hands towards the sky. Servants of the apocalypse, the new day is about to dawn. Go forth and spread chaos. Apocalypse, chaos. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. About a third of the patients in the square did not turn into monsters after corruption. Some of them had partially or completely decayed bodies, but still maintained a human appearance, appearing to retain some level of rationality. They looked somewhat similar to zombies at first glance, with the main difference being their eyes, completely red without any whites. Fallen ones, they are fallen ones. How can there be so many fallen ones, Cole murmured softly. After partial corruption, humans still retain some consciousness, but they have been tainted, fallen into servants spreading chaos. Fang Heng furrowed his brow as he noticed Cole's eyes gradually losing focus while muttering incoherently. Apocalypse, sacrifice, hiss, hiss. Cole's right hand gradually underwent a transformation, with small dark meat buds sprouting from under the skin. Game prompts quickly appeared in Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: player detected with mental contamination effect. Prompt: under the influence of extremely high-level contamination source, player is rapidly decaying. Prompt: unknown status. Prompt: due to unknown effect, player resists negative effects of mental contamination. Prompt: player is currently in a state of mental contamination. Based on the player's various statuses, player is classified as chaotic. Prompt: player can choose to voluntarily give up the current faction and choose a new faction. This action may lead to unknown effects. Prompt: player gains special effect, corruption special effect, corruption explanation, unknown effect. Fang Heng keenly felt some abnormalities in his body, instinctively reaching out his hand in front of him. Hiss, hiss. Similar meat buds and whiskers began growing on his hand, emerging as dark lumpy armor-like structures. What's going on? Corruption. Is it a special state? Like those other humans affected by corruption. The only difference was that Fang Heng didn't feel any discomfort in his body. He could even easily control this state of corruption. With a slight exertion of his mental power, the meat tendrils rapidly receded beneath his skin. Strange, why can I control this strange power of corruption so easily? And very effortlessly. Where did this power come from? Contamination? Fang Heng clenched his fist, completely unleashing the corruptive effect. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The meat buds spread rapidly, covering his entire body with lumpy structures, as if covered in armor. Even his face was shrouded in this bizarre meaty armor. The game prompts resurfaced. Prompt: Player enters a state of complete corruption power form basic level. In this state, player gains additional defense effects, special state resistance increases, perception, willpower, and spiritual attributes -50, strength-based attributes +150, dexterity, and constitution-based attributes +70, additional 20% increase in damage from sacred sources. Such a powerful skill effect. For an ordinary player, a direct increase of 100 points in strength and dexterity attributes would result in explosive growth in power. In other circumstances, getting such a skill for free would feel like a dream, but the sudden power now felt eerie, with unknown potential negative effects. Fang Heng hesitated to misuse it. Roar! Fang Heng raised his head to see the prison square becoming increasingly chaotic. Under the influence of the corruption, the patients in the square were roughly divided into 3 types: struggling in pain, transformed into chaotic monsters resembling meat paste, and the fallen ones. Some parts of their bodies had been affected by corruption, while their minds were stimulated or influenced, following the steps of the young man seen on the watchtower, leaving the prison. Fang Heng speculated roughly. It seemed that the impact of corruption varied for each person. Perhaps it was a kind of selection process. Some people did not pass the test and turned into monsters, while others did, possibly gaining some enhancements. Similarly, their minds were also affected by some influences. Prompt: player has triggered current mission. Prelude to Chaos mission name. Prelude to Chaos mission explanation. The unknown descent has ushered in a prelude to chaos. In the midst of crisis, perhaps only submission can bring a glimmer of hope. Mission requirements: cause chaos in the Adutu Trang district and accumulate 100 points of chaos score. Failure penalty: permanent decrease of 10% in health points. Current chaos score: 0. Current mission completion: 0% additional information. In the current mission state, abandoning this faction will default the mission to failure. What? A permanent health point reduction as a failure punishment. Seeing such a harsh penalty for failing the mission, Fang Heng's heart sank. Trouble. The missions in this high-level gaming world were unexpectedly unreasonable. Fang Heng raised his head again, looking up, only to find that the person who stood on the watchtower had disappeared. Not good. That person gave Fang Heng immense pressure, his life form unknown. What to do now? This was supposed to be the safest high-level gaming world, but what a mess. Fang Heng took a deep breath, calmed down, quickly pondered, looked back at the mission prompts. No, the failure penalty was too severe. Completion of the mission must be considered first. Spreading chaos, not too difficult. He had done similar things before without much psychological burden. Fang Heng squinted. Judging by the current situation, a villain had incited chaos in the city, and the police were probably already busy. Why not take advantage of this opportunity to go to the exhibition hall first? The newspapers had reported that the SS-level trees were currently being exhibited at the museum. Who knows, with the chaos, maybe he could get his hands on some plants. Fang Heng licked his lips lightly. On the way there, he could cause some trouble, maybe vandalize the museum a bit. It should fulfill the mission requirements. Thinking quickly about his action plan, Fang Heng glanced at Cole, who was gradually losing his mind, knocked him out from behind with a heavy blow to his neck, then tied him up with rope, binding him to a pillar from his backpack. I've only helped you this far. Good luck to you. Fang Heng didn't know what the source of the contamination was, nor how to remove it. He couldn't help Cole even if he wanted to. The mysterious investigation team should already know about the attack here. They would come here first. Whether Cole could survive was up to fate. With that in mind, Fang Heng once again entered a complete state of corruption. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. For target meat must be on the body, quickly shrouding the face, covering his features. Being in a corrupted state could make it easier to hide one's identity. Fang Heng muttered to himself softly as he took steps away from the prison. Earlier, he had seen reports about an exhibition hall located in the city center. It shouldn't be hard to find. Leaving the prison, Fang Heng promptly transformed directly into a bat form, flying into the sky. Half an hour later, in bat form, Fang Heng flew into the city center. The entire city had descended into chaos, and Fang Heng could hear broadcasts on television and radio announcing that the city was in a state of emergency, urging citizens to immediately return home and not to leave their homes until the situation was resolved. Few fallen beings could be seen on the roads, with police cars racing to provide rescue. Selecting a panicked but lucky citizen on the road, Fang Heng quickly inquired about the location of the exhibition hall. Soon, from high above, Fang Heng located the exhibition hall. Reverting from his flight state back to human form, he stood outside the central exhibition hall in the city. The vast exhibition hall was divided into several areas, with the Botanical Garden exhibition area located in a certain section of the hall. From the outside, the entire exhibition hall looked like it had been through a disaster. Fang Heng was about to step forward to enter the exhibition hall and search for the Botanical Garden area when magical formations suddenly flickered around his feet. Accompanied by whales, the fallen undead duplicates appeared from the swirling magical formations. Previously, all the fallen undead duplicates had died in the explosion at the villa, so a large number of them had almost simultaneously restored to life. Fang Heng's heart skipped a beat. The fallen undead duplicates also had a corruption effect attached to them, just like him. And it was controllable. Experimenting, Fang Heng discovered that the state of the fallen undead duplicates perfectly mirrored his own. Once he exited the corrupted state, the duplicates also exited the corrupted state, gradually shedding the strange tumor-like flesh tendrils. Conversely, when Fang Heng entered the corrupted state voluntarily, the fallen undead duplicates also grew the same tumor-like flesh armor and tendrils. Interesting, Fang Heng murmured softly to himself. Though he still didn't fully understand what the corruption was all about, he didn't have time to dwell on it now. The crucial point was that the fallen undead duplicates, after being corrupted, didn't look too different from other corrupted fallen beings. This could serve as a better disguise. Glancing back at more than 500 fallen undead duplicates behind him, Fang Heng took the lead towards the garden area inside. First, he needed to pinpoint the exact location of the S-Class Phoenix Cryseaters. Fang Heng looked up and saw surveillance cameras mounted above the railings. Not good. The scene of breaking into the exhibition hall might have been recorded. While his face was concealed in the corrupted state, some movements could still give him away. To be on the safe side, it was better to avoid risks as much as possible. He needed to find the central control room first. Under Fang Heng's control, the corrupted fallen undead duplicates rampaged inside the garden area, specifically targeting and destroying various monitoring devices. Inside the central control hall of the exhibition hall. Half an hour ago, after experiencing a riot, the exhibition hall immediately evacuated the public and guarded the essential central control room. Currently, most of the citizens had already evacuated from the exhibition hall. Several small security teams responsible for the exhibition hall security had retreated to the central control hall, along with some injured individuals and a few citizens who couldn't leave in time. In fact, the exhibition hall was government property linked to the city's public safety network, with several security teams providing 24-hour surveillance. During peaceful times, the security forces were enough to delay until further support arrived. But who could have predicted encountering such a catastrophic event? Faced with the chaos and attacks from the fallen beings, the security teams couldn't provide effective protection and had to take refuge in the central control room. They had thought the crisis had passed, and all they needed to do next was quietly wait for further rescue. Unexpectedly, instead of rescue, another large group of terrifying fallen beings arrived. Glancing at the monitoring screens, the members of the ManhwaRecap team in charge of guarding the exhibition hall sweated profusely. So many fallen beings. Could there be something in the exhibition hall attracting their attention? The team leader Yang Weihua couldn't help but look at the curator and ask, "Curator Cheng, is there something inside the exhibition hall that is drawing these fallen beings here?" Absolutely not. The exhibition hall has always been open to the public, and if there were dangerous items present, we would definitely know. Yang Weihua took a deep breath and glanced at the monitoring screens again. A few years ago, he had faced fallen beings during a mission. Compared to that time, the fallen beings on the screen looked somewhat odd. They were moving very slowly. Perhaps, maybe they were weak. Let's give it a try. Yang Weihua pointed towards a spot on the map on the central screen. "Curator Cheng, please prepare for evacuation. We will attempt to sniper the enemies at point A. If the interception fails, please retreat immediately." Understood. We are depending on you. The ManhwaRecap team was a specialized squad established by a government department with exceptional abilities, typically employed to handle special events. Their combat capability far surpassed that of ordinary humans. All right, let's go. Yang Weihua led his team and to regular security teams to move to Point A in advance, dispersing to guard the passages. Soon, the voice of Curator Cheng came through the communicator. They are here, 1 minute away from your location. Here they come. From around the corner, the fallen undead duplicates revealed their forms. Under the corrupted state, the fallen undead duplicates even had slightly increased movement speed. A dense crowd of fallen beings surged from behind the corner, the direct visual impact far stronger than what they had seen on the screen. This is madness. So many corrupted monsters. Yang Weihua remained calm and signaled, "Open fire." Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed through the entire corridor. The dense bullets pounded the fallen undead duplicates, the immense impact flinging them backward. After a round of bullets, the team looked towards the passage ahead. Specially crafted bullets that could cause additional damage to pollutants. Ineffective? Yang Weihua's pupils suddenly contracted. The fallen beings flung out by the bullets landed, hesitated briefly, then struggled to get up from the ground and rushed back towards the passage. Completely unharmed. Damn it! We can't win. Realizing immediately that the strength of the fallen beings was beyond their capabilities after the monsters were launched unscathed by the bullets and still charged forward, Yang Weihua shouted into the communicator on his collar, "Retreat. Command Center, assessing enemy strength higher than S-Class. Evacuate immediately. Retreat immediately. Repeat. Retreat immediately. Do not engage the enemy. Their movement speed is very slow. We can easily outmaneuver them. Repeat. Retreat immediately." Seeing the corrupted monsters withstand a round of attacks unscathed and continue to charge, the defense team lost all desire to fight. Under the leader's command, they swiftly retreated along the evacuation route. End of this chapter. Chapter 1505 Spirit Pollution. Another side of the exhibition hall entrance, Feng Heng leisurely strolled towards the direction of the command room. He observed the survivors preparing to retreat within the park through the game log. Feng Heng didn't choose to let the zombie clones chase him, but continued to systematically destroy all the monitoring devices in the park, invading the central monitoring area. At the same time, Feng Heng was also trying to study the special condition on his body, corruption. A very strange condition. Feng Heng realized that he could control a part of his body to enter a corrupt state. For example, the entire arm or the head. After the arm corrupts, the regenerated area wrapped in flesh becomes significantly harder, enhancing defense capabilities. It's somewhat similar to the zombie virus encountered early in the game. The new fusion virus on the Tyrant also has similar tentacles, but this virus possesses a stronger self-awareness, more of a self-recovery ability, and is not easily controlled, Feng Heng murmured to himself. However, he was certain that corruption and viruses were two different things. Feng Heng then tried to control the flesh tendrils extending from his body, which could slowly stretch about 5 centimeters on the surface, approximately the length of a dagger's blade. Just as he was controlling the dagger, a line of red game prompt suddenly appeared. Reminder: player zombie clone successfully completes the imprint. Icebone skeleton leader. Done it again. This way, he could summon to leader-level Icebone skeletons for battle at any time. In such a dangerous place in the high-level game, having 2 Icebone skeleton leaders for combat not only provided self-protection, but also bought time. Feng Heng suddenly sensed the sea of consciousness, furrowing his brows instantly. What's that? In the sea of consciousness, a gray mist had begun to appear at some point. Very faint and thin, but the mist was gradually spreading outward. Feng Heng's mind raced, immediately realizing something peculiar. This mist was newly emerged. It wasn't there when he first entered the high-level game world. Feng Heng tried to observe the mist, and a bright red game prompt appeared. Reminder: player sea of consciousness is affected by unknown pollution effect. Current contamination level, 0.02%, under the current state, influenced by players' various attribute skills. Expected total contamination will require 76 days, 23 hours, 13 minutes. Time may be shortened or extended due to external player influence. Pollution. Feng Heng's pupils constricted. Damn. The uneasy feeling had come true. It turned out that corruption wasn't without negative effects. He just didn't notice the negative effects before. The game prompts were equally cryptic. What would happen if all the pollution accumulated? He didn't know. The game also provided no hints. Luckily, he still had time, and it seemed like quite a long time. Fang Heng then checked the gray mist in his sea of consciousness again. It had no effect. No matter how he touched it, it remained in place without any reaction. Fang Heng felt like he was starting to understand. The biggest difference between pollution and the zombie virus was one was on a mental level while the other was on a physical level. Reminder: player causing chaos in important location. City Central Exhibition Hall, including but not limited to killing, destruction, causing mental stress, spreading pollution, etc. Reminder: comprehensive judgment. Player's current mission completion reached 163%. Reminder: player has reached the mission requirements. Player can continue to increase mission completion. Huh? Fang Heng saw another new game prompt emerge. Completed the task so quickly. It's rather easy. And this task could be completed even above expectations. But there was no need for exceeding completion at the moment. After all, there wasn't even a bit of reward. Lost in thought, Fang Heng entered the empty command room. He had about 2 months to gradually solve the pollution issue. First, he needed to figure out how to deal with the Phoenix tree. Surveying the surroundings, Fang Heng walked over to the main control desk. He had previously learned basic computer skills during the zombie apocalypse and had additional proficiency in mechanical manipulation regarding computer control. Moreover, the technology in this world was similar to that of the zombie apocalypse, so Fang Heng easily located the local storage imaging area, quickly deleted it with a click, and began looking for the plant exhibition park. Found it! Through the surveillance screen, Fang Heng quickly found the Phoenix tree mentioned by Cole. The monitor rotated for a full view. Exactly like the one he had seen in the newspaper, only a bit taller. That's the one! However, a headache ensued with the current issue. How could he bring this tree back to the real world? Packing such a large object into a backpack was out of the question. Surely impossible. Fang Heng rubbed his chin. The only method he could think of was to utilize an ultra-small space teleportation hub. This hub could open a 3x3 square channel at its maximum capacity. The plan was to transport the Phoenix tree back to the zombie apocalypse first, then transfer it back to the Blood Clan apocalypse game world. The Blood Clan could open a passage to the real world through a Blood Clan ritual gateway. Finally, they could transfer the giant tree back to the real world. It sounded simple, but the actual operation would likely have considerable issues. Firstly, the space opened by the teleportation hub was still insufficient to accommodate the Phoenix tree in its entirety. What should I do? Fang Heng stared at the screen and glanced at a skill he hadn't used in a long time on his body. Skill: tree planting. The skill could slightly enhance the success rate of transplanting trees. Regardless of the uncertainty, he decided to make it work. Opportunities like this were rare. First, use the teleportation hub to retrieve the object and then see how to repair it once it's back. After brief contemplation, Fang Heng immediately began controlling the zombie clones to take action. The zombie clones eagerly wielded spades and headed towards the large tree, starting to remove the branches and leaves on the outside of the trunk, attempting to uproot the entire tree with roots intact and replant it in the zombie apocalypse world. Outside, the whole All-the-Two-Top Trang area had descended into chaos. A large number of people heeded the government's warnings and stayed indoors, while reports of attacks by corrupt fallen beings continued to come from various areas of the city. Vehicles raced through the streets. Pan Fukai's forehead was covered in sweat. What was going on? What had spurred those fallen beings into such madness? For thousands of years, the fallen beings had never been as crazy as they were today, blatantly exposing themselves to the human world in broad daylight. 2 hours ago, the mysterious academy building in the All-the-Two-Top Trang area was the first to be hit, followed by the government's secret prison area, then the Blue River Sanctuary holding the polluted, and later, government sectors like the City Hall all came under attack by corrupt creatures and fallen beings. The attacks were confined to the urban area of the All-the-Two-Top Trang area. Pan Fukai couldn't help but ponder in his heart. What did the fallen beings want to achieve? End of chapter. Chapter 1506. Exaggerated Ruin Zian is anxious, constantly trying to call Fang Heng on the way. The call won't go through. Could Fang Heng be hung up over there? Oh no. Not only will the KPI not be met, but the performance assessment might also result in a negative score. We have received information that a high-level corruptor has appeared and is attacking the Central Command headquarters of the City Hall. Shan Fukai received the latest call and accelerated to the command headquarters with the accompanying team to provide support. Ruin Zian anxiously asked, "What's the situation at Lanhe Shelter?" "Well, external support has entered the city. Lanhe Shelter has been recontrolled. Our people found traces of coal on site, already in a semi-corrupted state, but our people did not find Fang Heng's trace." Ruin Zian furrowed her brows. "This is serious. If luck is poor and one is directly hung up, they will completely lose their senses and become corrupt creatures. In a corrupted state, one completely loses their senses, and even if they could revive, it would be useless. If luck is a bit better, successfully resisting the mental attacks and becoming a fallen one. There's no way to go back now, and she has triggered a special mission. Helplessly, she can only go to the command headquarters to provide support first." The radio communication was chaotic. Among the scattered information, Ruin Zian also heard about the attack on the city exhibition hall seeking help. However, this message was quickly engulfed by numerous emergency assistance requests. Like Ruin Zian, Shan Fukai also did not pay much attention to the attack on the exhibition hall, continuing to rush to support the city hall. It is said that powerful fallen ones were discovered there. Everyone rushed all the way. Just arriving near the city hall, they saw the fallen creatures besieging the city hall. "Go, help!" Shan Fukai put on his gloves and was about to command everyone to move forward when suddenly, everyone's expressions changed simultaneously. Everyone looked up towards the sky in the west of the city. Buzz! A blue beam soared into the sky. The direction was from the city center. "What is that?" Ruin Zian rolled down the car window, protruding her head from the car to look outside, her eyes filled with astonishment. Game prompts appeared on her retina. Hint: player triggers special mission, unknown invasion. Mission description: unknown invasion. Your world is under attack by unknown dimensional invaders. Please find and stop the source of the unknown invasion before the crisis further spreads, and eliminate the invading source. Mission reward: based on mission contribution, the player can receive random SS glass items as rewards. Within the Technology Exhibition Hall, looking at the blue beam that appeared before him, Fang Heng also felt stunned. Is this a big deal? The previous corrupted zombies had already blocked all entrances of the exhibition hall, destroying all monitoring devices thoroughly. The phoenix-sounding cedar tree was also uprooted under the collective digging of the zombie avatars and wrapped in tattered cloth collected on site, with most of its dense branches chopped off. At this moment, Fang Heng just used the spatial transmission hub. After an hour of preparation, when the passage was opened, a blue beam soared into the sky. Hint: player used special items in the high-level game world, causing additional spatial power fluctuations to spread. Hint: using such items in the current high-level game environment will incur hatred from local forces. Please be cautious, player. Warning: please be cautious. Damn it! At this point, Fang Heng gritted his teeth and quickly directed the actions of the zombie avatars. Let's give it a try. Transfer. Regardless of whether the phoenix-sounding cedar tree can survive, let's try it first. The indigo passage manifested before him. The phoenix-sounding cedar tree was much heavier than ordinary trees. However, it doesn't matter. Fang Heng had many subordinates. Over 50 zombie avatars collaborated to lift the giant tree and slowly pass through the transport channel. Due to the special limitations of the ultra-small spatial transmission hub, Fang Heng himself could not directly pass through the channel to the other end. Mo Jiawei had already communicated with Fang Heng offline in advance and had already taken people to the other side of the transport channel for reception. After obtaining the giant tree, he would immediately transfer it to the Blood Clan Doomsday World. The Elder Council of the Blood Clan would be responsible for the subsequent transplantation work. After all, they had experience transplanting the clan's sacred tree. Regardless of whether it will work or not, let's transplant the Phoenix Cedar tree first. Completing all of this took less than 2 minutes. Watching the blended ancient tree and the zombie avatars disappear at the end of the channel, Fang Heng quickly left without looking back. The transport channel stopped running, and the beam that soared into the sky also dissipated simultaneously. Unlike when he used the spatial device in the Puno's Dark World. At that time, Fang Heng could clearly sense several forces rapidly approaching him. However, at this moment, he couldn't sense anything at all. A beam of light as large as this could be seen by anyone, and Fang Heng was certain that someone would come to investigate. So it must be that the other party's strength was extremely strong enough to successfully evade his detection. No, leaving directly might lead to a direct encounter with someone coming to investigate. Fang Heng changed his plan, swiftly entering the underground sewage system, closing the lid, and following the offline line. Just a second before going offline, game prompts flashed on his retina. Hint: player used special means to transfer the Phoenix Cedar Tree. Estimation of player's damage level. Hint: player gains extra 12,000 chaos points. Hint: player's current mission completion rate, 1,923%. So many damage points can still be added. Fang Heng was moved. Although the completion rate of the mission skyrocketed, there is no reward for this mission at all. It had been just 3 minutes since Fang Heng left the game, and two figures appeared. Seeing the large pit dug up at the scene, and the Phoenix Cedar Tree completely gone, the two couldn't help but look at each other. Lure the tiger from the mountain. It's very strange. The mastermind of this incident went to great lengths to cause chaos in the entire city, attracting a large number of personnel to guard the city hall, and the ultimate goal was to seize the Phoenix Cedar Tree. Is there something special about the Phoenix Cedar Tree? But the fluctuations are from an external space. Who did this? The Fallen? Or the Reformists? Even more dangerous. Is it possible that unknown external individuals have linked to the external space? Undead Research Society offline. In the room, a magic circle appeared on the ground, spinning rapidly. Gray flesh overflowed from the magic circle. Fang Heng's figure gradually emerged. Huh? Fang Heng suddenly opened his eyes, a movement in his heart. Corruption. When he exited the game, he was in a corrupt state, and after entering the real world, he still maintained that corruption. What's going on? Fang Heng furrowed his brows and tried to exit the corrupted state, returning to his original form. It has been said that high-level game worlds often have an easier time reflecting into the real world. End of this chapter. Chapter 1507. Up to now, Fang Heng still couldn't figure out what pollution and corruption really were, and why he was immune to the negative effects brought by corruption. He once again sensed the Sea of Consciousness. Within the Sea of Consciousness, that dark force was still lurking and even spreading a bit. Damn it! The negative effects of pollution also entered the real world with him. High-level games are really not meant for humans, Fang Heng muttered to himself. Fortunately, he had already obtained the Phoenix Ming Juniper, and the mission to enter Vaz was mostly completed. At least there was a little gain. Unfortunately, it was too dangerous to go back online now. Fang Heng planned to stay offline for a while to lay low and wait for the heat to pass before going back online. When in doubt, seek the advice of a teacher. During this time, he could go ask Teacher Dicky about the situation. After all, Teacher Dicky had lived for so long and was very knowledgeable. Fang Heng immediately changed into the attire of a necromancer scholar, left the room, and went to ask Teacher Dicky about pollution and corruption. Unfortunately, after inquiring with the undead servant, he found out that Teacher Dicky was currently not at the Undead Research Society. It was said that he had just left last night and would be conducting a tripartite negotiation with representatives from the Federation and the Holy See. It should be related to the disappearance of the Saintess. Fang Heng stroked his chin. Speaking of which, could corruption be related to the ritual he had encountered? Fang Heng thought of Fiona. It was Fiona who had sent him into Vaz to find clues. Perhaps Fiona would know more. However, Fiona was still stuck in the plague zone, which he couldn't go to. He decided to indirectly ask Mo Jiawei to go investigate. Fang Heng sent a message to Mo Jiawei. Well, he should first go to the library to look for information. So Fang Heng turned back and headed to the library. Unfortunately, by the time the sun was about to set, he had searched through the library and found no relevant information about pollution, corruption, or the Fallen. Instead, he found some special materials and potions for repairing trees. The good news was that these potions could be purchased with internal points from the Undead Research Society. He would find a way to get Tanshuo to help make the purchase later. Oh, he could ask Lao Hei. After spending a few hours reading in the library, Fang Heng thought of Lao Hei and quickly left. Back in his room, he logged back onto the network. It seemed that daytime was not Lao Hei's active time, as he was not online. However, The unconventional forum provided by Lao Hei did not disappoint Fang Heng. After entering relevant keywords in the forum search, Fang Heng found related content. Someone was selling contaminated equipment. Upon closer inspection, the contaminated equipment looked almost the same as regular equipment, but using such equipment for a long time could lead to mental abnormalities, similar to dizziness, hallucinations, and other negative effects. In severe cases, one could even be enslaved by the polluted power and become a monster devoid of sanity, similar to the fallen. Fang Heng learned a new term from this: mental attacks. As he scrolled through, Fang Heng suddenly saw an anonymous post from a couple of days ago. The anonymous poster had a high-level LV12 forum rank, while Fang Heng only had LV3. Forum rank was determined based on a player's presence in the forum, activity level, referral level, and participation in forum activities, as well as reputation. LV12 ranked the player in the top 10% of all players in the forum. Game World, VAS. The poster was currently in VAS. Fang Heng seized upon another keyword and squinted his eyes. After carefully examining the post, Fang Heng realized it was a cry for help. The author of the post seemed to be in great trouble, heavily contaminated, and on the brink of corruption, feeling the impending loss of their mental faculties by a special force. Therefore, seeking help and willing to offer anything in return as long as they could survive. Mental deprivation. After reading the contents of the plea for help, Fang Heng became even more puzzled. From all the information gathered, once contaminated and corrupted, the player would be affected by mental attacks. Then why did he not feel anything at all? Was it because of his high base attributes providing immunity? Or was it still in the early stages, so the reaction was not strong? From the few cries for help found online, corruption did not seem as simple as initially thought. Players were extremely panicked upon discovering their contamination and scrambled to find solutions. Several cries for help had no follow-up a week later. As he read on, Fang Heng couldn't help but feel uneasy. The issue of the ritual had not been resolved, and now there was a peculiar contamination state in the sea of consciousness, leaving him feeling uncomfortable. The player who posted the plea for help logged in. Maybe he could extract some useful information from him. Fang Heng felt a flicker of hope and sent a private message to initiate a conversation. "Are you there? I'm in VAS and also contaminated. I want to talk to you about matters related to pollution." Fang Heng did not expect such a strong reaction from the other party, who seemed to grasp at a lifeline. He received an immediate reply: "Can you help me? Where are you? I'll come find you. Due to Torin District?" The other party sent several exclamation marks in response. "What's happening in Due to Torin District? I don't know, but I received a mission before that required causing chaos in the city." Another series of exclamation marks came through. "A faction mission, yes. I also felt the calling of power before, but I never dared to go, fearing that the contamination would worsen." How contaminated are you? Or have you already completed the corruption? Completed corruption? What did that mean? After thinking for a moment, Fang Heng continued typing. "Can we cooperate and meet in person?" The other party seemed to hesitate for a moment before replying after a while. "Yes, currently the entire Due to Torin district is undergoing searches and contamination processing. To meet up, we need to find a safe place. Wait until dark when their perception of contamination decreases. Let's meet at the cafe outside the clock tower in the suburbs. I'll send you the exact coordinates." "Okay." Fang Heng patiently waited in his room for 2 hours until Mo Jiawei also went offline in the neighboring room. The two quickly discussed the situation. The supply transportation from the zombie apocalypse area was still in progress. Mo Jiawei was mainly in charge of trading with the Sea Star Company these 2 days. Along the way, he had received a message from the Sea Star Company, indicating that Fang Heng had encountered great danger in the high-level game and hinting that Fang Heng might have already perished. This prompted him to try to contact Fang Heng offline. End of this chapter. Chapter 1508. Fight back. Will Fang Heng hang it up? Mo Jiawei feels this is impossible. Encountering danger is quite normal. If Fang Heng didn't cause some trouble in the game, he would feel surprised. Sure enough, before Mo Jiawei could even get nervous, as soon as he logged off, Fang Heng appeared urgently in front of him to discuss the transplant of the phoenix fir tree. So Mo Jiawei hurriedly went back into the game world to arrange the prison and the blood family to act together, preparing to coordinate the transplant. Just after finishing the transplant, Mo Jiawei logged off to catch his breath, only to see Fang Heng waiting for him online. Is everything okay? Phew, it's all settled. Mo Jiawei gestured an okay sign to Fang Heng. A bit tired, but Mo Jiawei was still full of energy. Fang Heng was as impressive as always. Despite being in a high-level game world, when it comes to snatching things, he never holds back. Without saying a word, let's first explore and test the waters this time, and then together let's snatch back the entire high-level game world. Mo Jiawei explained the situation in detail. The Phoenix Fir tree has already been transplanted to the Blood Clan Doomsday. According to the Blood Clan elders, there were many difficulties during the transplant process, but we were lucky. The Phoenix Fir tree has very strong vitality, and in the end, all obstacles were overcome. However, it suffered significant damage during the process and might take some time to recover naturally. Good. Thanks for your hard work, brother. Fang Heng patted Mo Jiawei's shoulder. I'm having a bit of trouble, probably related to some sort of contamination. Have you heard of it? Then, Fang Heng carefully recounted the contamination-related events he encountered in the game. After listening to Fang Heng's account, Mo Jiawei shook his head repeatedly. I've never heard of it. My uncles might know something. I'll ask them, but don't get your hopes up too much. Mo Jiawei said and then dialed the satellite phone at home. Fang Heng saw Mo Jiawei say a few words on the phone, then he shrugged helplessly and hung up. It seemed like his uncles scolded him again. What did they say? Contamination is an extremely dangerous thing. My uncles have only heard of it. Once, a friend of theirs came into contact with contamination and then disappeared. The investigation by the Federation into contamination was stopped after a few years. They don't really understand the specifics and suggested we'd better not get involved. My uncles suggest we should first mix in the mid-level game world and not rush into the high-level game world, build a solid foundation before moving on. Otherwise it's too dangerous. Fang Heng thought the same way, so he had devised short-term plans to avoid trouble. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The Holy Court kept causing trouble for him. Contamination is very mysterious. 2 months can be long or short, but leaving it unchecked is still too dangerous. It seems like we have to take drastic measures. After some thought, Fang Heng whispered a few words to Mo Jiawei. Viona. Mo Jiawei's eyes showed a bit of surprise. He nodded and said, all right, I'll go see her. In the Plague Lands, inside a room entwined with layers of vines, Viona lay quietly on a bed wearing a white robe. She had tried many times. Under the suppression of a spiritual nail in her body, relying solely on mental power, was unable to penetrate the layers of vines, shielding her from the outside world. Endurance. Viona was accumulating strength, bit by bit. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open. It wasn't Fang Heng who entered, but Mo Jiawei. Is it you? Viona was a bit surprised, asking, where is Fang Heng? Why didn't he come? He's in Vass, running into some trouble. What? Fang Heng has already entered Vass? Viona was a bit shocked, furrowing her brows tightly. Just a few days? Fang Heng has already gone to Vass. And he didn't even say hello to her before entering Vass. In a brief moment, countless thoughts flashed through Viona's mind. She quickly calmed herself and looked at Mo Jiawei. And then, you came to find me because Fang Heng is in danger? Does he need my help? It's not that serious, he's safe, just temporarily unable to leave Vass. He wanted to ask you about contamination and corruption. Viona's expression changed significantly for the first time, her gaze sharp, firmly fixed on Mo Jiawei. Mo Jiawei's heart pounded. Viona's dual pupils had a strange power. Under this stern gaze, Mo Jiawei felt the urge to confess everything, even kneeling and repenting. Viona asked in a calm tone, he has been contaminated, right? Once again, they fell into silence. Viona already knew the answer. Disaster? Fang Heng has been contaminated. The situation had deviated greatly from her expectations. Fang Heng's search speed was many times faster than he had anticipated. Once Fang Heng completes contamination, or if he discovers the secret within him, intervention must happen in advance. Viona suddenly raised her head, looked at Mo Jiawei, and said, let me out. I need to find Fang Heng. He's in extreme danger now and needs the contamination in his body cleared immediately. You know that's impossible. Fiona knew Mo Jiawei would refuse, so she took a step back and said, then let him find the Hope Union, find Gan Honghua. Immediately, only he can remove the contamination in Fang Heng's body without letting it spread. Mo Jiawei looked at Fiona. And then, will Gan Honghua help us? Isn't Fang Heng able to use the power of the Holy Light? Tell Gan Honghua it was me who sent Fang Heng, and he will help unravel the contamination. Hurry! Back offline, Mo Jiawei recounted the meeting with Fiona to Fang Heng. The two looked at each other, feeling a bit strange. Gan Honghua, Fang Heng, I think Fiona's behavior is a bit strange. Her reaction after knowing about your contamination is vastly different, and when did she become so caring about you? Could it be a trap? Indeed, very possible. Fang Heng rubbed his chin and nodded in agreement. It's better to be cautious. Do you know where Gan Honghua is now? Yes? I found out the Hope Union is a small local organization within the vast game world. To pinpoint the exact location would require some more time. Alright, try to find out. Get help from the Starfish Company if needed. I'll go back to the game to check the situation. They briefly discussed, and then went off to do their respective tasks. Fang Heng returned to the game, once again in the sewer area. After the crisis, investigation teams from various government departments gathered in the exhibition hall area for inspection. 2 workers responsible for fixing the sewers received orders to recheck the sewer conditions. Don't you know? I saw that terrifying pillar of light from my home. It was glaring, very scary. Don't know what it was, quite frightening to think about. Don't speculate, many people have come. It might be some high-tech experiment that went wrong. In my opinion, it might be alien-infected organisms coming. As they were discussing, a magic circle hovered over the ground, and Fang Heng gradually materialized. End of this chapter. Chapter 1509. Leading one of the mechanics astray, as if he heard something behind him, he quickly turned around. Scanning with his peripheral vision, he saw a shadow swiftly approaching them. Who goes there? The figure flashed past the flashlight. Bang, bang. 2 heavy impacts in succession, both men saw black simultaneously before heavily falling to the ground. The decaying flesh on Fang Heng's face gradually peeling away layer by layer. He first looked around the surroundings, then squatted down to check on the 2 people who had fainted. These 2 people should just be ordinary folks inspecting the sewer. They posed no threat. After some thought, Fang Heng changed into the uniform and ID badge of a sewer repairman, circled around inside the sewer for a while, and left from another exit further away, climbing up the ladder to the surface. Outside, the crisis seemed to have dissipated. At this moment, the venue was filled with a large number of investigators in uniform. Through them, he could possibly contact Ruin Zian. Fang Heng thought for a moment. Currently, he was still in a contaminated state. It would be too risky to contact the investigators rashly, as he might be mistaken for a contaminant and end up getting detained in prison. Not feasible. Time cannot be wasted. Ruin Zian had a close relationship with the investigators, and he might not be able to protect himself at the moment. He needed to investigate first. With that in mind, Fang Heng lowered his cap and tried to leave the exhibition hall. At this moment, various reconstruction and rescue work, as well as investigations, were actively ongoing in the exhibition hall. How did the police not consider that there could still be someone lurking inside the exhibition hall, openly leaving as well? Fang Heng walked past several police officers. Their gazes lingered on him for a moment before swiftly passing over. Upon leaving the exhibition hall, Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. He decided to go find that forum VIP. Fang Heng was unaware that he had just missed Ruin Zian. More than half an hour ago, Ruin Zian and Shan Fukai had just arrived at the Botanical Garden and were currently investigating the scene. Within the Botanical Garden area, the central exhibition hall was now only left with a large pit. The massive pit left behind after the SS-level ancient tree Phoenix Pine was excavated. The entire tree was stolen? Ruin Zian stood in front of the pit, observing silently. Something felt off to her. Last night, Fang Heng mentioned wanting to find a plant higher than S rank. At that time, Ruin Zian had not thought of the Phoenix Pine tree. But now, thinking back, could it be that there was only an SS-level Phoenix Pine tree in the exhibition hall of the Adutu Trang district? Was it Fang Heng? Impossible. Ruin Zian shook her head, pushing away this unrealistic thought. It must have been a mere coincidence. Low-level players wouldn't engage in infiltrating higher-level situations like this. Shan Fukai walked over to Ruin Zian, seeing her pensive expression, and asked, "What do you think? Any insights?" "Well, I think it might be related to the tree we discovered at Idama Servantessa's place last night." "Indeed, I had the same feeling. Other colleagues have already started investigating Idama's situation." Unbeknownst to them, Shan Fukai and the investigating team had been misled by Fang Heng's direction. Combining the testimonies of on-site personnel and the detected contamination reactions, it could be inferred that the theft of the Phoenix Pine Tree was closely related to the recent urban attack incident. Ruin Zian inquired, "Is it the Revisists or the Fallen's doing?" "It's still uncertain, but it's highly probable that it's controlled Fallen. In addition, upon reviewing some of the attack damage reports, some important files within the office were lost or damaged, and the prisons detaining dangerous individuals were also subject to targeted attacks. We have located several sources of contamination and are ready to clean up. External support has also arrived and will be in trouble for the next couple of days." There was a moment of silence among everyone. The crisis wave that had broken out seemed to have caused substantial losses in the Adutu Trang district. However, in reality, the long-buried crisis within the city had entirely surfaced at this moment. It was time for a thorough reckoning. Once the forces in the shadows were exposed to the world, they would undoubtedly come under attack. The mysterious society, as well as the conservatives and even the revisists, would take action. The authorities would not allow these monsters to wreak havoc on the world. Ultimately, Shan Fukai couldn't help but wonder, why? Why would the enemies go to such lengths? What significance did the Phoenix Pine Tree hold? Was it worth it? Ruin Zian was more concerned about Fang Heng's situation and couldn't help but ask, "Has Fang Heng been found yet?" Shan Fukai shook his head. "Odds are not in our favor." Without a doubt, Shan Fukai suspected that Fang Heng, their friend, had probably been contaminated, turning into a monster in this tragedy, and was easily dealt with by the corrupted Arbitration Council. "It's over." The KPI was completely hopeless. Ruin Zian felt bitter in her heart, and, clinging to the last bit of hope, pleaded, "Please continue searching for him, he's crucial." Shandao Coffee. Near the window, a young woman dressed stylishly was sitting. She had a well-proportioned figure, wore high mountaineering boots, and anxiously looked outside the window from time to time. Due to the previous chaos, most restaurants in the city had closed down, with only a few located in the outskirts remaining operational. Outside the window, a young man hurriedly approached. Yu Jiyuan noticed Fang Heng right away. She kept watching as Fang Heng entered the coffee shop and sat down across from her. Yu Jiyuan carefully observed Fang Heng, her eyes showing a sense of vigilance. If it weren't for being at the end of her rope, she would never have approached someone she didn't know so easily. "Hello, I'm Fang Heng. We've been in contact through the forum before." Fang Heng. Yu Jiyuan silently repeated this name in her mind. She didn't actually know Fang Heng, but hearing the name made her feel somewhat familiar. Since her spirit had been contaminated, all her focus had been on how to deal with the contamination, leaving her no time to care about what was happening in the low-level gaming world. Fang Heng was also observing Yu Jiyuan. The weather was a bit sultry, but Yu Jiyuan had wrapped herself up tightly. "What should I call you?" "Yu Jiyuan." Yu Jiyuan quickly refocused her attention on Fang Heng, her eyes still filled with wariness. "Have you also been contaminated? What is your contamination level? How deep is the decay? Have you identified the source of contamination?" Fang Heng frowned. These questions left him momentarily speechless. "I have only recently come into contact with contamination and decay, and I don't fully understand them." Yu Jiyuan stared at Fang Heng and said in a deep voice, "Prove it. Prove that you have also been contaminated." Fang Heng leaned forward slightly, slowly reaching out his hand. Hiss! A look of surprise appeared in Yu Jiyuan's eyes. To her amazement, she found an eerie state of decay on Fang Heng's hand. End of this chapter. Chapter 1510. Uncontrollable flesh writhes under the skin, rapidly enveloping the finger. Under Fang Heng's control, the corrupted state quickly recedes, completely returning to its original state. The whole process takes only 2 seconds, and Fang Heng has already retrieved his hand. However, this scene almost made Yu Jiyuan stand up in astonishment, her gaze fixed on Fang Heng's finger. What kind of control over the corrupted state is this? The ability to even reverse the corruption state. Unheard of. Feeling too nervous, Yu Jiuan picked up her coffee cup and took a careful sip, calming herself down. How did you do that? What? Don't pretend. Exiting the corrupted state. Fang Heng looked around and also took a sip of coffee. I don't know either. What do you mean? I came into contact with contamination, turned into this appearance after corruption, and discovered something in my consciousness, so now I am also looking for answers. Fang Heng looked at Yu Jiuan. We can cooperate, help each other, and find ways to solve the troubles on our bodies together. Yu Jiuan stared at Fang Heng. She was uncertain and suspicious. According to the other person's words, is he here to help or deceive her? But Fang Heng's strange corrupted state is truly puzzling. For a moment, Yu Jiuan couldn't figure out which of Fang Heng's words were true and which were false. However, she had no choice now. It's a gamble. Put everything on the line. Okay, what do you want to know? From the beginning, pollution. What is pollution? Do you want me to die quickly? Yu Jiuan's emotions were getting stirred up, staring at Fang Heng. Don't mention pollution again. It will only accelerate my corruption. Fang Heng furrowed his brows, closed his eyes, and sensed the bizarre mist in his consciousness spreading. Whenever pollution-related discussions come up, this mist would accelerate its diffusion. All right, I want to know how to completely solve the problem of pollution. Yu Jiuan put down her coffee, looking at Fang Heng. Kill the source that contaminated you. Corruption is a slow and continuous state. From being contaminated to corruption, to partial corruption, until it evolves into a monster fully consumed by pollution. Before becoming a fallen one, they still have a chance to turn back. Killing the pollution source. This has been proven countless times to be the most effective method. However, the current state on Fang Heng completely puzzled Yu Jiuan. Fang Heng was clearly in a contaminated state, but he wasn't controlled by that power to become a fallen one. Moreover, he could control his own corruption state. Too strange. It's a bit like the reformists. But he claimed to have no understanding of pollution at all. Hearing this, Fang Heng fell into thought as well. When did he start being contaminated? That night, after the explosion under the Via's big tree. Then what is the source of pollution? Okay, I understand. Step 1. Find the source of pollution. Step 2. Completely eliminate the pollution source. It's not that simple. Yu Jiuan clenched her fist. Killing the pollution source sounds simple, but in reality, there are many troubles in its execution. Pollution sources are divided into initial sources and numerous intermediate sources, and sometimes some people are contaminated due to touching taboos, not even understanding what the pollution source is. Why? Just as Fang Heng began to ask, his eyelids twitched suddenly. Game prompts gradually appeared on his retina. Hint: the player has completed the mission. Beginning of chaos. Hint: due to the player's completion score exceeding 1,000 points, the player gains 100 points of reputation with the Fallen One faction, triggering the next stage mission, Gathering in the Shadows. Mission name: Gathering in the Shadows. Mission description: please find the gathering point of the Fallen Ones in the AR2 Turim district to complete the gathering. Mission requirements: evade the pursuit of the followers of mysticology. Follow the call of the Fallen Ones to the gathering point to complete the gathering. Time remaining to complete the mission, 3 hours 23 minutes. Failure penalties: random decrease of 2 basic attributes. Fang Heng's mind stirred. Faction mission. At the same time, Yu Jiuan also received a mission prompt, closed her mouth, and carefully checked the mission description. The two looked up, their eyes meeting in mid-air. You also received a mission? To go to the gathering, yes. The descriptions of the missions were somewhat different, but the objective of the missions was the same, to go to the gathering. Fang Heng asked, do you know the location of the mission? Yu Jiuan slightly furrowed her brows and looked at Fang Heng, feeling more strange. You didn't sense it. Fang Heng tried to sense it again, but shook his head in confusion. Nothing at all. Even though the mission hinted at following the call to the gathering point, he just couldn't feel anything. We'll talk on the way. I'll bring you to complete the mission first. Okay. The two left the cafe, and Yu Jiuan immediately drove towards the city center, a street in the AR Totterum district called Nevernight City to the west. In the past, the nights here were bustling. However, due to the upheavals during the day, tonight became very quiet. A hidden bar at the end of an alley. Yu Jiyuan brought Fang Heng to the entrance of the bar. A sign on the door indicated that the bar was closed. Hold on. As they were about to push the door, a middle-aged man's voice sounded from the side. Looking in the direction of the voice, there was a bald man sitting at a table outside a small shop next to the bar, playing with his phone. The bald man had a fierce look, glaring at the two. Can't you see the sign that says it's closed? We're under attack today. The bar is closed, so scram. Yu Jiyuan walked to the table and whispered, "We came here because we were called." The bald man relaxed his fierce expression upon hearing this. "I don't understand what you mean by the call. Care to show me?" Yu Jiyuan reached out and peeled back the collar, revealing her shoulder. Under her clothes, the flesh beneath the shoulder was writhing strangely, covered with a layer of corruption. The bald man then looked at Fang Heng. Fang Heng also stepped forward, extending his hand to reveal the flesh writhing under his sleeve. "All right, come in. Seems like there are a lot of newcomers today." The bald man nodded, signaling the two to enter. Fang Heng followed Yu Jiyuan into the bar. There were about 20 people scattered in the lobby of the bar. Hint: player completes the current mission, gathering in the shadows. Fang Heng looked around, observing the people in the hall. Most of them were like Yu Jiyuan, wearing more clothes that covered them securely. Upon closer observation, a small number of them showed signs of corruption. These people are... Shh, speak quietly. They are just like us. They all came here led by the call, and it seems like they've been contaminated and have already shown signs of corruption, possibly even becoming fallen ones. End of the chapter. Chapter 15:11 Who? Yu Jiyuan brought Fang Heng and the two to the corner of the bar, quietly explaining, after reaching a certain level of contamination, sometimes there will be induction from the source of pollution. You can ignore the induction or yield to it for assembly. Fang Heng listened, momentarily alert. Wait, according to what you were saying, have we already found your source of pollution? It's not like that. Pollution is divided into direct pollution and indirect pollution. For example, pollution source pollutes B, and B as an indirect polluter pollutes C. If we are C, then we can only eliminate the source to completely unravel the pollution. After B falls, it can induce C and the lower chains, such as D, E, F, and so on. Fang Heng rubbed his chin, realizing the trouble of pollution. It was necessary to trace back to the original source, one by one. Fang Heng continued to ask, what happens if we refuse the induction? Will the pollution accelerate? In theory, ignoring the induction will not result in additional punishment, but I've only heard that through induction, one might have the opportunity to contact higher-level polluters, as it is also one of the pathways for advanced dissenters, who are later endowed with power. Oh, can you gain power too? How? Don't you want to become a dissenter? Once you become a dissenter, your life will be controlled by the pollution source and all higher-level polluters above you. If you are D, you must obey the commands of C, B, and the pollution source, even if it means being ordered to die, and you can no longer refuse the induction. The most frightening thing is that dissent is an irreversible process. Once you dissent, you will be forever under control. If anyone in your upper chain, B, C dies, you will immediately decompose into a mindless creature. Yu Jiyuan clenched her fist as she spoke. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. The structure of pollution organization was clear, sounding similar to a pyramid scheme. It could be imagined that the lower one was, the more miserable it was. No one would be willing to become a dissenter unless they had no other choice. Yu Jiyuan took a deep breath. There were rarely inductions triggered in the form of missions in the past, so this time is very unusual, and we need to be careful. As Fang Heng and Yu Jiyuan were whispering, the bar suddenly fell silent. A young man in a trench coat and a mask emerged from behind the bar and stood in front of everyone. To those who were induced, welcome, I am Luo Su. The young man calmly scanned the crowd. Fang Heng observed him quietly. Compared to his figure, Luo Su was tall and thin, with prominent cheekbones, clearly not the same person who caused chaos in the prison during the day. You all caused chaos in the city during the day. Well done. Lord Mitchell has new instructions. Someone led, and one by one, everyone kneeled. An explosion occurred last night in a villa in the outskirts of the Ardutu Tang district. You can search for specific information on your phones. Someone triggered that explosion. We need to find that person. He is very important to us. We received some intelligence, following the explosion, that person was taken away for investigation by a mysterious academic joint committee. And as you all can guess, to find that person, we caused chaos in the city, trying to break into the committee's branch and the committee's secret prison. Unfortunately, we were one step too late. He was not held in secret custody as we expected, nor did he stay in the branch, and he disappeared in the chaos. Luo Su said in a deep tone, "Now, find that person and bring him to me, no matter the cost. But remember, he must be alive. Whoever accomplishes this, Lord Mitchell will personally conduct the descent ritual for him." Any questions? After listening to the middle-aged man's account, the people in the bar looked at each other. Lord Mitchell conducting the descent ritual personally. This was a huge reward. But on the other hand, there were too few clues to complete the mission. How do we find him? Feng Heng, however, frowned, finding it all very suspicious. The villa. Explosion. Being taken away for investigation by a mysterious academic joint committee first, then disappearing. Could it be real? Each keyword made Feng Heng's heart beat faster and faster. He felt like he had guessed the answer. "Excuse me, Lord Luo Su, do you have a photo or other information about that person?" There is no photo or image information. However, it was not completely in vain when attacking the committee's branch during the day. We found the records from last night and obtained a name. The middle-aged man looked around. That person's name is Feng Heng. What? Yu Jiyuan had been listening attentively, but her heart skipped a beat at this point. She couldn't help but turn her head and stare directly at Feng Heng beside her. Feng Heng. Was it him? Or just a coincidence? Hearing his own name, Feng Heng's expression changed suddenly, turning to look at Yu Jiyuan. Their eyes met in the air. Feng Heng was certain that this was no coincidence of namesakes. This group of dissidents was looking for him. He fixed his gaze on Yu Jiyuan, ready to act if she made any unexpected moves. Summoning to leader-level undead skeletons and using the aura of the dead realm to confuse their vision, he might be able to escape without any problem. Yu Jiyuan looked at Feng Heng, her expression changing rapidly. In an instant of confusion, she quickly made a decision. Pretending not to know, she helped Feng Heng hide his identity. Even if she revealed it now, what would happen? Mitchell might be a polluter close to the source, possibly a C level or D level, or even a pollution source of B. Even if she was extremely lucky and Mitchell were an A-level pollution source, at most, she would become a B-level dissenter, forever controlled by Mitchell. Yu Jiyuan decided to take a gamble. Feng Heng had too many strange aspects about him. Perhaps he could really help her. There were about 30 people in the bar, and Luo Su didn't notice the subtle changes in Yu Jiyuan and Feng Heng's expressions. Waving his hand, he said, "Go. He was seen in the villa area last night. Use all your resources to find him. Inform me immediately if there is any information." Yes. The crowd immediately disperses. A game prompt appeared on Feng Heng's retinas. Hint: player mission triggered a key person mission name. Key person. Mission requirements: find Feng Heng 1/1 and provide relevant information, or bring him directly back to the bar to meet Luo Su. Mission reward. As expected, the mission clearly indicated that he was the person the dissenters were looking for. End of the chapter. Chapter 15-12. The demon Yuyuan's heart was filled with anxiety as she followed Feng Heng out of the tavern amidst the crowd. Just as they turned the corner of the street, Yuyuan turned her head and stared closely at Feng Heng. "Who exactly are you?" "Feng Heng. Are you the person they are looking for?" Throughout the journey, Feng Heng was also puzzled by this matter. He carefully recalled every detail after entering the game, but still couldn't figure out when he had become connected to these fallen individuals. "I was indeed in the villa area last night, and I did see the explosion, and my name is indeed Feng Heng, so theoretically I am the person they are looking for." "What did you do?" "I really don't know, but it's likely related to the explosion last night." "But why?" "While the explosion was somewhat related to him, it shouldn't lead to the fallen faction chasing him down." Why were they so extreme, directly facing the mysterious investigation committee? Feng Heng was at a loss. He truly hadn't done anything. "You better not be lying to me." "Of course, but still, I have to thank you for not exposing me on the spot. If I had any thoughts of becoming a fallen one, I would have sold you out on the spot. Now, I just want to deal with the contamination. You owe me one now." Are you willing to help me or not? Willing to cooperate? Answer me. Willing or unwilling? Fang Heng sighed. What a trouble. After the contamination, the official organization in the game didn't want to cooperate, and it seemed like the antagonistic organization also wanted to confront him. How did he suddenly become a target for everyone? Of course, our goals are aligned. Let's cooperate. Good. I will take the lead from now on, okay? Okay, we'll do it your way first then. Fang Heng raised his hand, indicating no problem. All right, follow me. Yu Yuan said as she returned to the vehicle parked by the roadside, started the car, and drove off with Fang Heng. During this time, Yu Yuan had been constantly thinking about how to get rid of the contamination. She had made some preparations, but lacked a helping hand. Now, she had finally found Fang Heng. At least for now, she could be sure of two things. First, Fang Heng carried the effect of the corrupt contamination. Second, people from the fallen faction were also looking for him. Judging from Fang Heng's behavior just now, he didn't seem like one of the fallen ones. The contamination was rapidly spreading within the sea of consciousness. Yu Yuan had no time left. She had to take a gamble, choosing to trust Fang Heng. At 11 in the middle of the night, the lights were on in the Grand Tower District of Ardu Town's Mysterious Study Joint Investigation Committee building. We found it. The report was printed out and submitted to the director Rong Sheoning. Tarek, Demon of Hell. Looking at the content of the report, Director Rong Sheoning's eyes flashed with surprise. Director, we found and restored the notebook left by Idema Seventis, confirming that Idema was a member of the conservative faction for some reasons. Her daughter was contaminated and fallen. Idema, betrayed, right? Yes, she violated the rules of the conservative faction, but it was only once. Idema constructed a natural seal in the villa to suppress the demon, using the life force of the fusion book to seal it completely. The demon has always been suppressed underground. So how did the explosion occur? It's unclear. It may have been triggered by the seal being activated, resulting in the explosion. After the explosion, Tarek was reborn. The thoughts about the explosion in the villa and Idema were clarified. But what happened later? Was the chaos during the day led by Tarek? What about the attack on the exhibition hall? The contact officer shook his head in confusion, and then nodded. We are still investigating. As they were talking, another investigator hurriedly entered the room. Report. Director, I just received a very strange piece of information from an insider that might be related to this incident. What is it? The investigator leaned over and whispered something in Director Rong Sheoning's ear. Fang Heng. The fallen ones are looking for Fang Heng? Is the information reliable? Yes, Captain. Having seen numerous reports, Director Rong Sheoning certainly remembered Fang Heng. He was the passerby who had been wandering around near the villa after the explosion yesterday. After a moment of thought, Director Rong Sheoning immediately said, activate the Heavenly Network platform, broadcast a city-wide message, find Fang Heng immediately, and bring him back. Yes. In the early morning, on the speeding car, Shan Fukai answered the phone. Captain. Yes, understood. All right, I get it. After the call, Shan Fukai's expression changed several times. He couldn't help but look through the rearview mirror at Ruin Zian in the back seat. Ruin Zian, what exactly is the background of your friend? Huh? Ruin Zian was puzzled, blinked, and then showed surprise, asking, what? Have you found him? Where is he? Not yet. Shan Fukai averted his gaze and continued to focus on the steering wheel. We just received news that the fallen ones are looking for him. Ah. It seems he is related to the events at the villa last night, and today's city-wide attack is also related to him. That kid must have hidden something from us. Think carefully about where he might be. We must find him before the fallen ones do. After hearing this, Ruin Zian was full of astonishment. Huh? Related to Fang Heng? Was all the trouble today caused by Fang Heng? Is the whole world now looking for Fang Heng? Ruin Zian gradually realized that Fang Heng's ability to cause trouble far exceeded her expectations. At the same time, inside a bar at the end of an alley. Hey, Fang Heng, right? Making such a big fuss. In the end, it's just a name and Tarek's word. Are you sure of his identity? Luo Su jiggled the glass filled with ice. Speaking casually, the demon race is sensitive to the king's aura. We won't be wrong. Who knows? Sun Zhaoyu, who appeared fierce on the outside, shrugged, being sealed for so long. Sensing errors upon emergence is normal. The moment he came out shouting about finding a new king, urging us to act immediately, making such a big noise, but in the end, there was no discovery. Are you doubting Tarek? Don't forget your own identity, do your own work. Fallen ones like us have no future. Heh, don't be too serious, just chatting casually. I also hope Tarek didn't make a mistake. The new king, that's a new hope. Oh, by the way, when did we discover the new king last time? As the two were discussing, the TV broadcasted breaking news. Breaking news, after investigation, suspect Feng Heng is greatly linked to today's consecutive explosion events. Currently, the Mysterious Study Joint Investigation Committee is actively searching for Feng Heng and hopes that the public will provide valuable clues. If you can provide any related information or clues, please dial. A reward of up to 50 million can be obtained. Please remember, your report will help maintain social order and public safety. End of chapter. Chapter 1513 Top 10 Foundations. The stupid actions of that group are not slow either. They have already investigated Feng Heng. As expected, Lord Mitchell is too impatient. The partially contaminated corruptors have a lot of uncertainty. Information can easily be leaked. Luo Su shook his head. It's understandable. The time is too urgent. Once, Luo Su was speaking when he suddenly stopped, his gaze firmly fixed on the TV screen in front of him. The variety show channel that was playing on the TV was switched to an important news flash. The screen displayed a photo of Feng Heng. Hey, what happened? Suddenly silent? Stupid. Sun Jiaoyu said, turning around to push Luo Su, and his peripheral vision also caught the TV screen. Both of them fell into a moment of silence, then looked at each other. This face looks very familiar. Seen before. And just now. Sun Jiaoyu immediately remembered the young man he had seen earlier. Could it be? They missed it. Damn. That's right. It's him. I remember he was with a woman. We still have time. Check the woman, find the woman, and we can find Feng Heng. In the early hours of the morning, Yu Jiyuan was driving in the center of the Ajitar district. After that, I came into contact with contamination. Halfway, Yu Jiyuan recounted how she was contaminated. Feng Heng nodded. He summarized it. 2 words can describe Yu Jiyuan's overall performance. Reckless. Feng Heng, time is pressing. We can't waste a minute. Yu Jiyuan clenched her fist. I saw your public information on the forum. You are proficient in magic arrays. Have knowledge of occultism, alchemy, necromancy, and sacred theology, right? Not bad, I know a bit. The personal information on the forum was edited by an old gangster. Feng Heng felt that the old gangster should have some connection with the actual controllers behind the forum, surpassing him directly and helping to improve some of his personal background information. Editing one's own information is a bit troublesome for ordinary people and requires some verification. Good. My battle plan requires someone who understands alchemy, magic arrays, and occultism. What level are you in alchemy? Elementary alchemy, full level. Enough. How about occultism? Basic occultism, LV or 2. Not enough. At the red light, Yu Jiyuan stopped the car. She bit her lip lightly, pondered for a moment, and continued, I have less than a week. I'll give you 2 days at most to advance to elementary occultism. I also want to. But how do I do it? I have a way, as long as you cooperate. But let me make it clear first, the learning process will be extremely dangerous, even leading to death. Feng Heng shrugged indifferently. Compared to the contamination on my body, this little danger is nothing, right? Good. As long as you think so, it's fine. Yu Jiyuan took out her phone and sent a message, then started the car again. 20 minutes later, the car stopped at a corner of the street. Feng Heng peered out of the car window, surveying the surroundings. Not far away, separated by 2 streets, was the city hall, which was the focal point of the attacks by the fallen today. There were a large number of police officers patrolling there. Where are we going? A training institution jointly established by occultism. You really are fearless. Yu Jiyuan didn't get out of the car, just said softly, we don't have time, we can only take a risk. All right, I'll follow your lead. After waiting on the roadside for more than 10 minutes, a young man cautiously walked out from behind the building. When he saw Yu Jiyuan's car, he hastened his steps towards them. Hey, sis, are you here? The young man looked familiar and even waved at Fang Heng in the back seat. This is the brother you mentioned, right? What's his name? Fang Heng. Not bad, brother Fang Heng. You're quite impressive. People are searching for you everywhere outside. I'm curious, how did you manage to offend both sides at the same time? Fang Heng shrugged, thinking he would like to know the answer too. Yu Jiyuan said, don't ask what you shouldn't ask, don't make trouble for yourself later. Heh, thanks for the reminder. I've been in this line of work longer than you, I understand. Anyway, regardless of who wants to join us, pay up first, you know the rules, pay before we do business. Yu Jiyuan said, time is tight, 2 days at most, you must advance to elementary occultism within 2 days. 2 days? Are you kidding me? You're not a beginner in occultism. Forget about 2 days, even 2 years. Money is not a problem. I have only one requirement, advance to elementary occultism within 2 days. Business first. Iwanson immediately changed his expression, became serious instantly, and looked at Fang Heng on the side. Are you sure this kid has the ability? And isn't afraid of death? Yu Jiyuan nodded. All right, as long as his talent isn't too bad, and he's fearless enough, theoretically, it's no problem to advance within 2 days. But let's make it clear up front, if the person dies from being too eager, the money won't be refunded. After all, I'm taking a big risk too. Iwanson extended his hand to Yu Jiyuan, indicating she should hand over the money. Yu Jiyuan threw a small cloth bag to Iwanson, which helped pay the tuition for Fang Heng. Helplessly, the entry into occultism requires more time, effort, and money to be spent, and Yu Jiyuan had to rely on Fang Heng. Iwanson took the small cloth bag, opened it, and smiled. All right, buddy, follow me. In the next 2 days, I'll show you what it means to be worse than death. Yu Jiyuan also got out of the car. I'll go with you. All right, no problem. VIP clients, our service will definitely be in place. Fang Heng followed suit and got out of the car, walking forward with Iwanson along the shadows by the roadside. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Evanston. You've studied occultism, right? What level are you at now? Basic occultism, level 2. Not bad, basics are good. How did you cultivate before? Reading. Just reading, Evanston was a bit casual, chatting with Fang Heng along the way, gathering some basic information. Impressive, to find so many books on occultism, you must have some background. Reading is indeed one of the most stable and convenient ways to advance in occultism. However, if you want to advance to elementary occultism within 2 days, just relying on reading is too slow. Follow me, we have faster cultivation methods. Fang Heng became curious. What methods? Before I talk about this, let me test you first. Do you understand the principles of occultism? Yes? What are the 10 fundamental subjects of occultism? Fang Heng furrowed his brow. Seeing Fang Heng hesitate, Evanston asked suspiciously, Hey, you don't know even this. End of chapter. Chapter 15-14. Prayer for curse, symbol, prediction, prayer, sacrifice, soul, blood, control, form, instrument. Fang Heng had read many books related to mysticism, but had never used these things, keeping them stored in his memory. As he recalled, various pieces of information emerged in his mind. Curse corresponds to the power of oral curses. Symbol corresponds to the power obtained through mystic symbols, magic circles, etc. Prediction corresponds to divination, observing stars, and other predictive abilities, usually focused on nature and unable to predict human events, with the detection of the past also falling under prediction. Prayer relies on the power obtained through prayers to gods, spirits, etc., while sacrifice corresponds to the power obtained through sacrificing to these beings. Soul refers to the energy of the soul, including spirits and others. Blood refers to bloodlines, tapping into the powers associated with one's own bloodline, such as bloodline transformation, bloodline-specific skills, and utilizing one's own blood for powers. Control refers to mental manipulation, including enslavement, suggestion, coercion, and mental control. Form refers to various rituals, and instrument signifies using external objects, usually referring to artifacts, magical tools, and the like. Fang Heng roughly reiterated based on his memory. Overall, mysticism seemed like a hodgepodge, where almost every academic discipline could find related contents in mysticism. For instance, necromancy was closely related to curses, symbols, souls, and control in mysticism, while the blood lineage of vampires had more connections with blood and symbols. Watching Fang Heng respond effortlessly, Yu Jiyuan nodded in approval. It seemed that Fang Heng's professional demeanor gave her some hope. Not bad, not bad. It looks like you have a decent foundation. Ivinson also nodded, patting Fang Heng's shoulder to show approval. As long as you're determined and fierce enough, there's a good chance you'll advance within 2 days. As they spoke, the two followed Ivinson through the back door into a large building, where the Joint Training Institution for Mysticism was located. They swaggered through the freight elevator and arrived at the security monitoring room, located 3 floors underground. Ivinson whispered a few words to the 2 security guards in the monitoring room, sending them away. Once everyone had left, Ivinson led Fang Heng and Yu Jiyuan to the monitoring station and pointed to a large screen. Here it is, the treasure of the mystical society. Yu Jiyuan frowned as she saw a glass vessel displayed in the center of the monitor. The Eye of Albra. Yes, a creature summoned by the mystical master from another realm. The Eye of Albra. These creatures are said to be closely related to mysticism, possessing vast knowledge. Mystics can communicate with the Eye of Albra to gain mystical knowledge, Ivinson explained, more to Fang Heng. This method of cultivation corresponds to the prayer among the top 10 basics of mysticism. This method is very dangerous because attempting to establish a mental connection between lower and higher order beings is risky and consumes a lot of mental energy. Be careful, as angering the Eye of Albra or suffering a mental backlash can be troublesome. Moreover, handling the influx of mixed information along with knowledge into the sea of consciousness needs to be managed cautiously. In short, don't push yourself too hard. Fang Heng nodded after considering the warning. All right, I understand. Don't take it lightly, as several people lose their lives here every year. I'll get you a set of clothes to disguise as a trainee of mysticism, so you can enter for cultivation. Just say you're new here, mentored by Dinka, if anyone asks, Ivinson advised. Is it dangerous? As they approached the critical moment, Yu Jiyuan, who was more nervous than anyone else, asked softly, won't it be troublesome to do this? Don't worry, cultivating with the Eye of Albra is extremely dangerous. Normally, few people attempt it, except when facing bottlenecks. Plus, during cultivation, one needs full concentration, so nobody will care about who's sitting nearby, Ivinson assured her. Outside, you have nothing to worry about. It's late at night, and mystics have already left. Besides, the chaos outside makes it unlikely for anyone to suspect that the dangerous fugitives thereafter are hiding here. It's a case of hiding in plain sight. However, there's a monitor in the cultivation area, so I can only bring him inside, and you can wait here. Selecting a white training outfit for Fang Heng from a closet nearby, Ivinson turned to Yu Jiyuan. Are all the preparations ready? Yu Jiyuan nodded and placed short-term mental recovery potions from her backpack on the table. Yes, we have enough for now. After Fang Heng changed into the outfit, he was astonished when he saw the table covered with over 10 boxes of potions, each containing 48 bottles of high-grade mental recovery potions. He recognized these potions. They were effective but expensive. The issue was that consuming too many in a short period could diminish their effectiveness, and the negative effects would take a long time to clear. Downing that many potions would take at least 3 years to fully clear out the repercussions. So many. Is it necessary? Yes? Ivinson nodded firmly and instructed, take the potions, we're leaving. Shortly after, Fang Heng donned the outfit with the mark of a mystical cultivator and equipped the potions in his player's backpack, following Ivinson out of the monitoring room. As Ivinson had said, it was late at night and there was no one to be seen in the cultivation area hallway. They rode the elevator to the 6th floor, passed through a long series of corridors, and finally entered a massive cultivation room with Ivinson. As Fang Heng saw the scene inside the cultivation room, his heart skipped a beat. In the center of the large cultivation area stood a cylindrical glass vessel connecting the ceiling and the floor. Suspended in the glass cylinder was an eyeball. Not a human eye, but an orange-red eye with yellow sclera and vertical pupils. The Eye of Albra. It stood twice the size of a regular person. Fang Heng had read about it in a book. It was a creature from another realm, a symbol of knowledge that mystics could pray to for acquiring mystical knowledge. As for whether the Eye of Albra would respond, that was a different matter. Around the glass cylinder were more than 10 mystic cultivators in white attire, all meditating with closed eyes, seemingly in a state of prayer. Suddenly, the giant eyeball suspended within the glass vessel seemed to sense something and opened abruptly. Fang Heng's pupils constricted. The eye of Albra glanced in Fang Heng's direction and then closed slowly once again. End of the chapter. Chapter 15:15. Establishing the Eye of Albulra is considered to be a product of mysticism. If you carefully observe and try to establish a connection with the Eye of Albulra, you can gain mystic knowledge from it through prayer. Ivan's son whispered to Fang Heng beside him, establishing communication requires a high level of spiritual power. Our time is tight, so if your spiritual power is not enough, drink supplements and don't skimp. But be careful, you only have basic mysticism right now. The cultivation time must not exceed 3 hours, otherwise there will be a danger to your life. If you die here, I will be in trouble, understand? Yes? And one more thing to remember. Do you see that red circle? Fang Heng followed Ivan's son's outstretched hand in the direction. An approximately 3-meter circle was drawn on the ground outside the glass cylindrical body, enclosing the entire glass vessel containing the Eye of Albulra in the center. After humans approach the Eye of Albulra, it will produce intense fluctuations, so never approach it. Members of the Mystic Academy have set up a large number of alarm devices on the ground, some targeting outsiders and some targeting the Eye of Albulra. Once you pass the red line, you will trigger the alarm, so never get close to that red line. Those are all the precautions. Brother, you can do it. There will be no problem. I can't stay here any longer. You stay here alone for cultivation. After Ivan's son finished his instructions, he patted Fang Heng's shoulder and gestured with his chin towards the surveillance cameras in various corners of the room. If you need help, just signal with your hands. I'm monitoring in the control room, and I will come over immediately if there's a problem. Okay. Fang Heng agreed, watching Ivan's son leave before slowly walking forward, sitting on the ground like other cultivators, facing the Eye of Albulra. Fang Heng slowly opened his perception. Suddenly, what was that? Pressure. As he released his perception, Fang Heng immediately felt a pressure emanating from the Eye of Albulra towards him. A pressure caused by spiritual power. It was not intentionally released by the Eye of Albulra. The intensity was low, easily resistible with Fang Heng's current spiritual strength. After getting used to the pressure, Fang Heng gradually released his own spiritual power, allowing his perception to spread and gradually approach the Eye of Albulra, attempting to establish a mental connection with it to achieve the goal of praying for knowledge. Due to the special barrier between species, communication between the two was extremely difficult and required a significant amount of spiritual power. Fang Heng tried hard, and suddenly, he felt a stir in his mind. Success! It was simpler than expected. The Eye of Albulra in the hall seems to have been trained countless times, requiring less spiritual power to establish a connection than imagined. A deep and heavy stream of awareness flowed into Fang Heng's newly established perception. The Eye of Albulra had existed in this world for millions of years, witnessing countless mysteries. Fang Heng tried to convey his request for knowledge. Soon, faint information flowed back through the perception wrapped in spiritual power. Fang Heng's spirit lifted, allowing this stream of consciousness to enter his consciousness. A deep and profound knowledge flooded into his consciousness. Fang Heng closed his eyes, trying to sense this knowledge. Quickly, he discovered a major issue. Most of the information flowing into his consciousness was invalid, chaotic, with only a portion related to mysticism. Trouble. He had absorbed too much in a short time, and the chaotic information stream had caused a significant impact on his consciousness. The entire consciousness became unstable for a moment. He needed to spend a great deal of spiritual power to clear out this meaningless chaotic information while accepting the useful knowledge related to mysticism. Therefore, Fang Heng immediately severed the mental connection with the Eye of Albulra and began processing the information in his consciousness. Game prompts appeared before him. Hint: after praying, the player communicates with the Eye of Albulra to gain knowledge. The player gains 812 points of mysticism experience. Hint: after praying. Game tips appeared on his retina every few seconds, each time displaying close to 1,000 experience points. For an ordinary person, this kind of cultivation speed would be considered rapid. But Fang Heng was different. His messy academic heritage far exceeded the game's limitations, making the upgrade difficulty in mysticism tens of times higher than normal. Just now, He had briefly prayed to the Eye of Albulra for knowledge and noticed a peculiar portion in the chaotic information stream in his consciousness. Dealing with these murky and incomprehensible information streams was time-consuming. If left unattended for a short period, it might not be a big issue. However, if these chaotic messages continued to accumulate in his consciousness, it could potentially damage his consciousness. Furthermore, as the cluttered messages in his consciousness increased, the available space also diminished, affecting his consciousness. He had to accelerate the cleanup. Fully aware of the dangers to his consciousness, Fang Heng couldn't help but open his eyes, looking up at the surveillance camera in the corner of the hall. Ivan's son had not mentioned that mishandling this form of cultivation could cause permanent trauma to his consciousness. Fang Heng closed his eyes once again, manipulating his spiritual power to rapidly remove the cluttered energy in his consciousness. It took him a full half-hour to complete everything before opening his eyes again. No. After about an hour of back and forth, he had gained just under 8,000 experience points. He still hadn't even reached level 3 in mysticism through this method of seeking knowledge from mystical creatures that require the use of his consciousness. Compared to his past ability to use zombie avatars for mass experience farming, this method wasn't suitable. Perhaps there was a better way. Fang Heng looked at the eye suspended in the glass vessel at the center of the room, lost in thought. As his attention focused on the Eye of Albulra for a moment, relevant information popped up on his retina. Hint: player discovers special object, Eye of Albulra. Hint: player can try to approach and touch the object to gather more information. Approaching it? Reading the game prompt, Fang Heng looked around the room, seeing over 10 students of mysticism still cultivating. Although they were focused, any disturbance would surely catch their attention. In addition, Ivan's son had specifically warned not to cross the red line, so Fang Heng didn't dare to get too close and simply took a few steps closer to the Eye of Albulra. He stared intently at the eyeball inside the glass vessel. No, still too far to gather information. Wait, there was something else. End of this chapter. Chapter 15-16. Anger flashed by swiftly. In an instant, a virtual image of an alchemy magic circle gradually emerged in Fang Heng's right eye pupil. The Eye of Omniscience. Relying on the Eye of Alchemy can also serve as a means of observation, and it can even observe remotely, maybe even obtaining more information. In the next moment, the virtual image of the magic circle spun rapidly in Fang Heng's right eye pupil. Hiss! What sound is that? Fang Heng's heart stirred, then felt a surge of pressure emanating from the Eye of Albulra in the right moment. What? The originally closed eyes suddenly opened, staring fixedly at where Fang Heng was. In the monitoring room, Ivanson made 2 cups of instant noodles, walked over and handed one to Yu Yanyuan. Want some? Thank you, I'm fine. Don't worry, these are not fried. They won't make you gain weight. You women worrying about too many things. I can't eat right now. Yu Yanyuan was not in the mood to eat at the moment. She had been keeping an eye on the monitoring screen, never taking her eyes off Fang Heng. Ivanson shrugged and said, well, it's no use being anxious. If that kid puts in as much effort as you do, then most likely there won't be any problems. Just then, Ivanson put down the instant noodles in his hand, his brows furrowing. What is he doing? In the monitoring screen, Fang Heng stood in front of the glass container confining the Eye of Albulra. Due to the angle, Fang Heng's back was facing the camera, so no facial expression could be seen. How long has he been in this state? 2 minutes. Yu Yanyuan's expression tensed. At first, she thought Fang Heng was resting, but upon this query, she realized something was amiss. What's going on? Is there a problem? Can't say for sure. Let's keep watching. Ivanson felt puzzled, never seeing anyone standing there staring at the Eye of Albulra like this. Does Fang Heng have some special cultivation method? Just then, the intercom in the monitoring room suddenly rang. Ivanson went to pick up the call. Hello, this is the monitoring room. What? Suspicious individual spotted. Need a thorough check? Alright, understood. I got it. Hanging up the phone, Ivanson's casual demeanor changed, becoming more serious. Something happened. Our presence has been discovered. They are on their way here. What? They found us. Are they coming here? Not yet. I chose a meeting place that avoids nearby surveillance cameras. They don't know you're here yet, but they've pinpointed the general area where Fang Heng disappeared, and they will search the vicinity, including here. Yu Yanyuan listened with a hint of irritation. It seemed like she was encountering bad news lately. What should we do? It's fine, just a routine check. This is the territory of the Union of Mysticism. Regular checks shouldn't be too strict. Plus, I've blurred the surveillance records and erased her information, so avoiding problems shouldn't be difficult. Ivanson glanced at the monitoring screen again, but Fang Heng's current cultivation needs to be paused for the moment. Time is short. Follow me to find Fang Heng, and once we locate him, I'll immediately take you somewhere to hide. Okay. After a brief discussion, the two hurriedly left the monitoring room and went upstairs. Meanwhile, in the cultivation hall, Fang Heng stood in front of the glass container, gazing at the eye of Albrecht inside. The alchemy magic circle in his eye pupils spun rapidly. The eye of Albrecht also gazed back at Fang Heng. All the people who were left in the hall abruptly stopped their previous cultivation prayers and opened their eyes. They all sensed the strange spiritual fluctuations emanating from the eye of Albrecht. What is that? The mystic cultivators noticed Fang Heng's peculiar behavior. He and the eye of Albrecht seemed to stand face to face in confrontation. They looked at each other and didn't know that Fang Heng had infiltrated from outside, assuming he was a mystic scholar participating in the cultivation just like them. Go check on him. A few of the mystic cultivators who knew each other nodded, cautiously approaching Fang Heng, trying to figure out what was happening. Just as they got closer to Fang Heng by a couple of steps, boom! Suddenly, an invisible mental force spread outward from the eye of Albrecht as its center. Mental impact. The faces of the cultivators instantly changed. The impact was too fast, engulfing them in an instant. Almost all the cultivators were hit almost simultaneously, their minds surging. A few unstable foundational cultivators groaned and collapsed immediately, unable to withstand the impact. Fang Heng also endured a great mental impact, his face turning pale. He was the primary target of the attack by the eye of Albrecht. Under the intense mental impact, he couldn't even control his body. Rows of game prompts appeared on his retina. Prompt: you have discovered a special life form, Eye of Albrecht. Prompt: the Eye of Albrecht is angry at you. Prompt: you are experiencing a mental shock. Prompt: you have entered a state of mental turmoil. Prompt: detected player possessing a special talent, Eye of Omniscience Alchemy. Prompt: player triggers special talent fusion promotion mission, Eye of Omniscience, Mystic Fusion. Mission name: Eye of Omniscience, Mystic Fusion. Mission description: your passive talent, Eye of Omniscience Alchemy, has activated a special sensitivity power among similar beings. You may be able to merge the mystic powers of the Eye of Albrecht. Mission requirement: defeat and try to fuse with the Eye of Albrecht. Special note: time-limited mission. Please complete the mission within 60 minutes, otherwise, the mission will default to failure and related missions cannot be reactivated subsequently. A talent promotion mission? At the sight of the game prompts, Fang Heng was taken aback. He had never heard of such a mission trigger before. Perhaps it was related to how the Eye of Alchemy talent was acquired. The Eye of Omniscience was not a talent obtained naturally, but from killing a high-ranking boss in the game. The mission required fusion with the Eye of Albrecht. It made sense that after using the Eye of Omniscience, he felt a great sense of animosity from the Eye of Albrecht. Crack, crack, crack. Fine cracks began to appear on the glass container confining the Eye of Albrecht. In the hall, the mystic cultivators, affected by the residual waves of mental shock, helped each other up, watching the eerie scene in front of them, deeply shaken. What's happening? How did the Eye of Albrecht undergo a change? Is it related to this cultivator in front of them? They dared not approach, slowly stepping back. End of this chapter. Chapter 15-17. The hallucinatory Fang Heng gritted his teeth tightly. The spiritual shock from the Eye of Alubra. An unknown level of spiritual shock, directly targeting the sea of consciousness. He felt that his sea of consciousness was already stirred up like a raging storm, with the possibility of being wiped out at any moment. Game prompts emerged one after another. Prompt: player affected by spiritual shock effect. Prompt: player affected by skill, stare attack. Prompt: player affected by spiritual disturbance. Prompt: player suffers spiritual trauma, decreasing health by 13 points. Not good. Advanced creatures are actually this terrifying. Fang Heng sensed the surroundings gradually darkening, the Eye of Alubra in front of him growing larger. getting bigger, until it became vast and huge like a giant planet. And he was suspended like a speck of dust in space, unable to move an inch in the face of immense power. Prompt: player affected by illusion attack. Illusion. Feng Heng realized that he was in an illusion. Everything he saw and felt in front of him was false. But he couldn't break free at all, not even able to bite his lips. Boom! The glass vessel containing the Eye of Alubra suddenly exploded. Ding 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 ding. Suddenly, the alarm bells rang loudly throughout the hall. The magic array laid around the glass vessel by the Mysterious Studies Association was triggered, spinning wildly. The Eye of Alubra was suspended in midair, and strange distortions appeared in the space around it, breaking free from the fetters of the magic array and slowly floating towards Feng Heng, with small protrusions emerging from around its eyeballs. The scholars in the hall were all dumbfounded. The vessel exploded, the magic array was triggered, and the Eye of Alubra completely lost control. They had no idea what had happened, couldn't understand why the Eye of Alubra suddenly went mad and attacked a cultivator. At the same time, the sudden piercing alarm bell briefly pulled Feng Heng out of the illusion. Damn it! It's a spiritual shock. Feng Heng's eyes cleared for a moment. Out of protection, the magic array built outside the glass vessel by the Mysterious Studies Association saved his life. But this only bought him a moment of respite. Feng Heng's thoughts raced swiftly. With so much trouble caused, the alarm must have been received outside, and someone would come to check immediately. There was no time left, and he had very few skills to deal with mental attacks. He could only run. By doing so, the Eye of Alubra would surely be out of reach, and the passive skill of the all-knowing eye would no longer be upgradable. The only way to resolve it swiftly was to reveal the truth. Boom! The guardian magic array in front suddenly exploded. The Eye of Alubra forcefully broke through the blockade of the magic array and continued to spread towards Feng Heng. Prompt: player affected by illusion attack. Here it comes again. With a moment of hesitation, Feng Heng had no more retreat. Feng Heng's pupils suddenly contracted. Let's go. There's no other choice. Skill: Eternal Moon. In his urgency, Feng Heng directly used his ultimate move Eternal Moon. His dense black flesh tendrils overflowed from Feng Heng's body. Almost instantly, they enveloped Feng Heng entirely. At the same time, numerous game prompts appeared in Feng Heng's retina. Prompt: player uses skill, Eternal Moon. Prompt: detecting that the player is in a high-level sequence world. Prompt: fusion with the current world. Player's skill form changes. Fusion in progress. Prompt: detecting player's current status. Mysterious Studies. Skill fusion in progress. Prompt: detected environment in which the player currently resides. Skill fusion in progress. Prompt: player and teammates have entered a state of reincarnation. Prompt: Eternal Moon summon skill. Abyss. Tongue of Envy. Creature: Abyss. Tongue of Envy. Explanation: additional skills. Suddenly, the black corrupting flesh tendrils swiftly spread outward from Feng Heng's feet, forming a muddy pool. Numerous twisted crimson tentacles quickly emerged from the pool. Upon closer inspection, they were not tentacles, but twisted and coiled tongues. The Tongue of Envy. The dense tongues rushed towards the Eye of Alubra. A ring of mental barriers around the Eye of Alubra shattered as the red tongues exploded. The tongues penetrated the Eye of Alubra, rolled up. In an instant, countless red tongues almost completely enveloped the entire orb. Suddenly, in the state, Feng Heng, completely enveloped in black flesh tendrils, opened his eyes. In his right eye pupil, there was a rapidly rotating alchemical magic circle. As if by attraction, the Eye of Alubra, controlled by the tongues, was slowly pulled by the power of the all-knowing eye towards Feng Heng. Under the astonished gaze of the scholars around the hall, the whole Eye of Alubra was dragged in front of Feng Heng. Strange distortions appeared in space. Although the Eye of Alubra was more than twice the size of Feng Heng, the giant eyeball was inexplicably absorbed into Feng Heng's eyes. In just a few seconds, the Eye of Alubra was completely swallowed, the black mire and flesh tendrils on the ground quickly disappearing, everything returning to peace, leaving only the echoing alarm and Feng Heng's heavy breathing. Game prompts once again surfaced in Feng Heng's retina. Prompt: player successfully defeated the Eye of Alubra, obtaining the Shattered Eye of Alubra. Prompt: Player successfully absorbed the Eye of Alubra. Prompt: Fusion in progress. Prompt: Player has completed the mission. All-Knowing Eye Mysterious Studies Fusion. Prompt: Player's current All-Knowing Eye gains additional effects. Talent: All-Knowing Eye Alchemy Mysterious Studies. Talent level: S+. Additional talent skill 1, All-Knowing. Skill explanation: Player's Alchemy Mysterious Studies passively raised to high level LV 0. After observing various academic spells, the player can glimpse the mysteries of magic and can choose whether to master the basic study after reaching full level in that basic study. Possible studies include Basic Necromancy, Basic Nature Studies, Basic Occult Studies, Basic Elemental Studies, Basic Spatial Studies, Basic Astrology, and after the basic academic level is fully upgraded, the player will automatically advance to intermediate academic skills, and all academic skills experience gains an additional 10%. Learning multiple skills will still incur a penalty for additional experience gained due to multiple disciplines upgrades. Additional talent skill 2, Alchemical Control. Skill explanation: the player can manipulate close-range alchemical magic circles without needing an imprint or touch, consuming mental and physical strength to control alchemical magic circles at a distance within a certain range. Additional talent skill 3, Alchemical Sensing. Talent explanation: player's success rate when casting alchemical magic circles is increased by 5%, with the final power increasing by an additional 10%. Upgrade formula: final success rate asterisk 1.05%, final power asterisk 1.1%. Additional talent skill 4, Hallucination. Skill effect explanation: player consumes mental and physical strength, targeting a creature for more than 5 seconds, maintaining eye contact, with a probability of causing the target to enter a hallucinatory state. Probability depends on the attributes and academic skills of both parties. Additional talent skill 5, Appraisal. Skill effect explanation: by consuming physical and mental strength, the player can appraise some unidentified equipment with a chance for appraisal to fail. End of this chapter. Chapter 1518. The robber Fang Heng immediately withdrew from the Eternal Moon skill state after completing the absorption of Alba's eye. He now only felt the burning pain, as if his right eye's all-knowing eye was completely scorched by fire. The dozen or so mysterious scholars nearby were all terrified, standing far away in a corner, watching Fang Heng without daring to speak. Who exactly is that guy? What was that powerful surge of energy just now? And he actually absorbed Alba's eye? Due to the short duration of using the Eternal Moon this time, Fang Heng suffered minimal backlash and was hardly affected, but due to the upgrade of the all-knowing eye, countless miscellaneous information poured into Fang Heng's consciousness. Under the huge influx of information, Fang Heng felt as if he was completely confounded, his brain extremely heavy. Fang Heng shook his head, enduring the pain and quickly scanning through the game prompts. The effect of the Eternal Moon skill was significant. Alba's eye had been successfully absorbed, and the skill had been slightly upgraded compared to before. The main upgrades were directly to high-level LV 0 in Alchemy and Mystery. There was also an added skill of Illusion Effect. The condition for using the illusion effect was very strict, seemingly of low practicality. As for the appraisal skill, it was unclear what level of appraisal it was, making it impossible to determine its actual effects. Hey, who are you? What just happened? In the hall, when everything calmed down again, everyone looked at Fang Heng. Seeing Fang Heng staggering, they exchanged glances quickly. For a moment, everyone realized that no one knew who Fang Heng was, raising questions. It seemed unlikely that someone who appeared here was an outsider. A bolder mystical scholar walked towards Fang Heng, wanting to check his condition. Hey, are you okay? Just now, Fang Heng heard the voice and suddenly reacted, lifting his head to look at the person in front of him. Not good. Seeing the strange gazes from the many mystical scholars in the hall, Fang Heng immediately became alert. Trouble. Never mind the additional skills after upgrading the all-knowing eye, run. Run quickly! Get out before the guards outside start chasing! Hey, brother, you! Suddenly, Fang Heng shook off that person's hand, quickly heading towards the exit of the training hall, disappearing from the sight of the scholars. The people left in the hall looked at each other, confused. What exactly was going on? Meanwhile, on the outside, the investigators responsible for the area inspection were negotiating with the building management. After all, this was the territory of the Mystical Studies Union, and they didn't dare to investigate directly without permission. Unexpectedly, as they were halfway through negotiations, the building suddenly sounded a piercing alarm. The leader of the investigation team, Adong, immediately sensed trouble and shouted, "Something's wrong. Squads 1 and 2, follow me." The rest immediately seal off the building. Request support from higher-ups, yes? Outside the hall, Ivinson was hurrying towards the training hall with Yujia Yuan, planning to find Fang Heng at the training ground and then hide him. However, halfway there, the entire building's alarm went off. Yujia Yuan's heart skipped a beat, feeling something was wrong. She asked, "What's happening?" Ivinson didn't know the exact situation, but felt that things were not right. The alarm has been triggered, and the specific reasons are unclear. This is trouble. The alarm will attract the attention of the investigators from the Mystical Studies Joint Investigation Committee outside. They will conduct a more thorough search, and it will be troublesome to divert them later. What should we do? Yujia Yuan was getting anxious, wondering why everything seemed to be going wrong today. Don't worry. Let's find Fang Heng first, and I'll figure something out. Ivinson quickened his pace. But just a few steps later, bang! Both of them felt a strong wave of energy coming from the front. Ivinson subconsciously reached out to block, but was pushed back several steps by the force. The energy wave was only for an instant. When he lowered his hand, he discovered Yujia Yuan crouching against the wall, clutching her forehead in pain. What's wrong? Ivinson moved forward to help, but was warned by Yujia Yuan, her eyes bloodshot, biting her lip. It's contaminated. Surprised, Ivinson recoiled his hand. After a few seconds, Yujia Yuan lifted her head again, her forehead soaked in cold sweat. The contamination residing in her mental consciousness had been triggered by some force, erupting within seconds and rapidly expanding. Yujia Yuan even thought she was done for just now. Fortunately, the mysterious force came suddenly and dissipated quickly. Yujia Yuan breathed heavily, checked the contamination in her consciousness, and turned pale. In just a moment, her remaining time had been shortened by 3 days. What happened? Yujia Yuan supported her weak body against the wall, calmly thinking. A very high-level fallen might be nearby. It affected her contamination. Based on the current situation, the fallen was very likely here to chase after Fang Heng. Let's go. Yujia Yuan gritted her teeth, urging Ivinson to continue forward. Quick, go find Fang Heng. Immediately. Hey, are you okay? Don't force yourself. Yujia Yuan stumbled forward, taking 2 turns around the corner when suddenly a figure emerged from the passageway on the right side. It was Fang Heng, running towards them in the same disoriented manner. Ivinson was stunned to see him. Is that Fang Heng? What's going on with these two? How come they look so injured and bewildered? Fang Heng, what's happening? How did you? Before Ivinson could inquire further, Fang Heng shouted, "Wait! I'll explain later. Quick, let's get out of here, now." What the hell did you do? Realizing that the previous alarm was likely caused by Fang Heng, Ivinson cursed and then led them to the other side of the corridor. Follow me. The 3 of them ran towards a different passage. Fang Heng, what's going on? Got into a bit of trouble, relatively huge trouble. It's a long story. Fang Heng didn't know how to explain. The truth sounded like he had robbed Alba's eye and taken it away after fusion. Ivinson was getting anxious. How could he still be saying, "It's a long story" at this moment? Then make it short, quickly. I need to assess what you've done to decide if I need to run. Do you understand? The end of this chapter. Chapter 15-19. After considering for a moment, Fang Heng came up with a more acceptable explanation. I understand. Don't worry. It's probably because Alubra's eye seemed to have been stimulated, so to save my life, I took it away. Huh? Ivinson couldn't help but slow down his pace upon hearing this, turning back to look at Fang Heng with a strange look. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. Simply put, they think I took Alubra's eye away, Fang Heng explained. Ivinson opened his mouth in surprise. Yujia Yuan also turned her head, looking at Fang Heng with astonishment. She never expected to hear such an outrageous answer from Fang Heng. You brought us here to cultivate in the practice grounds, but instead you packed up the equipment and took it away. What's the meaning of that, mad? The smile that had been on Ivinson's face disappeared completely. He quickened his pace, cursing and yelling, "More money! Damn it! We must add more money! Yu Ji-yuan, I'm telling you, this won't be over without extra payment. The money you gave me was barely enough for my escape. Given the current situation, I'll be wanted by the whole world for the rest of my life. Give me 10 times the amount. Otherwise, I'll report you guys. It's better to break the net and die than to get caught." The phrase "better to break the net and die" was just Ivinson saying things in frustration. Asking Yu Ji-yuan for more money was serious. Ivinson now understood how Fang Heng managed to have everyone chasing after him. The fact that this kid could survive until now was truly a miracle. Yu Ji-yuan understood Ivinson's predicament, empathizing with him. She knew that if they wanted to escape now, they could only rely on Ivinson. She immediately said, "Okay, after we're out, I'll give you 10 times the amount. TSK, I've really lost big in this deal." Ivinson muttered, leading the two of them down 3 floors in the emergency elevator, then skillfully making their way from the 3rd floor to the east side of the building, through a window. From the window, Fang Heng could see a large group of uniformed police officers gathering outside. The reinforcements were rapidly converging towards the building. If he were alone, it might not be difficult to escape. He could simply transform into his vampire bat form and fly away. "Fang Heng, hurry, don't look, come on up, Fang Heng followed Ivinson down the stairs, quickly leaving the building through a concealed emergency exit. As they were about to exit, Ivinson slowed down, gesturing for them to be quiet, carefully peeking out from behind the wall. Not good. There were still 2 police guards at the exit. Yu Ji-yuan also saw the guards and whispered, "What do we do? Damn it, even here is being watched. There are never people here usually." Ivinson shook his head. "There's no use changing places. If they're watching here, other places must be sealed off by the investigation team too. Since it's come to this, let's just go hard, take care of them, and then run." Fang Heng and Yu Ji-yuan exchanged a glance. "Let's do it." Swiftly, the two of them darted out from behind the wall. "Who goes there?" The 2 investigators saw the figures dart out from behind the wall and were startled, almost simultaneously pressing the alarm button. The investigators saw a blur before their eyes as the figures disappeared. Before they could react, a huge force hit them from behind. Bang! On the other side, Yu Ji-yuan easily knocked out the policeman. Ivinson, running and shouting, cried, "Retreat! The alarm has been triggered! Hurry, run!" Fang Heng and Yu Ji-yuan immediately followed. They ran all the way until they were out of the building's area, stopping at a dark corner 3 blocks away. Ivinson breathed heavily, took 2 steps back, indicating that he was cutting ties with the 2. "All right, that's it. Transfer the promised money to my account quickly. We're about to go on the run. We won't go together anymore. Goodbye." With that, Ivinson left without looking back, leaving Fang Heng and Yu Ji-yuan standing there, exchanging a glance. Yu Ji-yuan looked at Fang Heng, feeling somewhat speechless. What a mess. Not only did they lose a lot of money, but Fang Heng's mysterious practice had just started a few hours ago, and he had barely survived the escape from the building, now engaging with the Joint Investigative Committee for the Study of the Occult. She was now on the official blacklist. What made Yu Ji-yuan even more frustrated was that she had experienced another unknown impact in the hallway, causing her contamination level to increase again, with only an estimated 3 days remaining. What a disaster! She knew she couldn't solely blame Fang Heng. The police tracing them here was an unexpected event. Hearing the continuous alarm from the building behind them, Yu Ji-yuan took a deep breath, feeling her future becoming bleak. In this situation, it would be extremely difficult for her to find an opportunity to study the occult. Nearly impossible. Yu Ji-yuan couldn't help but look at Fang Heng, a hint of blame in her tone. What happened at the practice grounds? You promised to do as I said, yet it has turned into this? Ahem, sorry, I made a mistake while studying the occult. It's indeed my fault. Fang Heng lightly coughed to cover his embarrassment, understanding Yu Ji-yuan's mood quite well. Not breaking down was already good enough. But I have some good news. I didn't have time to tell you earlier in the rush to escape. What? I've already achieved advanced levels in the study of the occult. And it's high level at that, Fang Heng added mentally. Hearing this, Yu Ji-yuan stared at Fang Heng intently, suddenly feeling like she had gone from hell to heaven, filled with renewed vigor. Are you serious? You're not lying to me, right? Of course not. Great. That's fantastic. Yu Jiyuan pumped her fist in excitement. At this point, she didn't have time to think about how Fang Heng did it. It didn't matter. She had no energy to think about these things right now. There was still time. It was still possible. Let's go. Let's move on to the next step right away. Where to? Yu Jiyuan walked forward, looking down at her phone to find a trusted dealer for transactions, replying, to find someone, borrow money, and buy materials. In the early morning, Shan Fukai had been busy for a whole day and night. He had returned to headquarters to organize the data, but before he could sit down at his computer, he received information about Fang Heng's appearance.